Chapter 1. Just killed someone, and Dumbledore came knocking in a narrow alley in Manchester, England. Little brat, keep running. Why have you stopped? A man in a suit, reeking of malice, taunted as he swung his shoe-clad foot. Alex Wyndham, a 10-year-old street child, curled up on the ground, clutching his abdomen as blood seeped from a wound in his patched clothing. Did you take care of it, number 3? The leader in the suit inquired. At his command, number 3 raised a nearby pipe and brought it down forcefully. Is this how it ends for me? Why has fate dealt me such a wretched hand? At least in my past life, I was a diligent worker, always ready to help, Alex pondered, recalling the recent encounter where he was robbed by 3 men. Perhaps it was better to feign submission and settle the score later. A month prior, a weary office worker named Jing Zhuang had toiled endlessly, suffering from sleep deprivation of less than 4 hours a night. He finally collapsed at his doorstep upon arriving in this new world. He had hoped to leverage the knowledge in his mind to create something significant, only to realize that after years of schooling, he had returned all that knowledge to his teachers. With no other option, he resigned himself to a life in an orphanage, contemplating his future. Who would have thought today would be my last? Perhaps I am the most unfortunate of all travelers. Alex closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. Thunderclap. Life-threatening danger detected. System activated. Freezing time for 1 minute. Activating host's latent wizard bloodline. Please open the beginner's gift pack to resolve the current predicament. Is this my golden finger? After waiting a month, it has finally activated. Alex felt tears of joy streaming down his face. Open the beginner's gift pack. Suddenly, a gift box soared from above, exploding in front of him. Suspended in the air were 3 items. 2 small vials containing blue and red liquids, and a book emanating a strange glow. Please focus on the items. Their descriptions will automatically appear. This function is exclusive to system-produced items. For expansion, please. The system began, only to be interrupted by Alex. Enough. I don't have time for that. Let me see what these items are. Focusing intently, Alex discovered that the vials represented the physical prowess of a healthy adult and the magical capacity of a healthy adult wizard. The book was titled Apprentice-Level Mastery of Magic. Learning magic right now is futile. I need to find a way to escape, Alex thought, noting that only number 3 faced him while the other 2 turned their backs, preparing to leave. With a sudden surge of resolve, he leapt up and attacked number 3's vulnerable spot. On number 3, dropped the pipe and collapsed to the ground, clutching himself. The other 2 turned at the sound, but Alex was quicker, seizing the iron pipe and striking the leader on the head. Thud! The leader fell instantly. The last person quickly reacted, reaching out to grab Alex, but he ducked, exploiting his small stature to evade. He then delivered another blow to the second man's vulnerable area, sending him to join his fallen companions. Ding. Congratulations, host has achieved first blood, earning 10 points. Alex had no time to acknowledge the system, striking the unconscious trio several more times to ensure they posed no further threat. Exhausted, he dragged himself back to his refugia's small shed beside a garbage dump. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with dread and nausea. He had taken a life, though it was that of a scoundrel. It was still his first. In his previous life, he had never even killed a fish. I didn't mean to kill them. They wanted to kill me. I had no choice but to act decisively, Alex murmured, though deep down, he understood the final blow stemmed from his own character. In his past life, he had endured bullying in silence, keeping mental notes of his grievances, waiting for the day he could exact revenge. Now, in this chaotic era, he felt compelled to heed his inner instincts and act freely. Just as he contemplated a hearty laugh, a figure materialized beside him, tall, bearded, and clad in robes. It was none other than the most powerful white wizard of the age. Dumbledore. It is not your fault, child. The voice startled Alex, who instinctively stepped back, suppressing his excitement. Who are you, and why are you in my home? 10 minutes earlier, as the system's time freeze concluded, Dumbledore, sipping honey water, abruptly changed his expression, sensing something amiss. He turned to glance at the book of admission. The pages turned automatically, revealing this year's enrollment list, and a name gradually appeared. Alex Wyndham. Possessing power is not your fault, child. You simply used it to protect yourself when necessary. By the way, I am Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Alex, Dumbledore said with a kind smile, pulling out his wand and, to Alex's horror, transforming a nearby table into a toad. Sir, is this some kind of trick? And why have you come to see me? Alex attempted to maintain his composure, pretending to embody the demeanor of a muggle. Dumbledore seemed to see through his facade, but said nothing. Child, just call me Professor. I am here to deliver your acceptance letter. With that, Dumbledore produced a letter and placed it on a chair, the wax seal bearing Hogwarts insignia. All right, child, I must take my leave. Remember to follow the instructions in the letter. Do you have any questions? Dumbledore smiled. Alex felt a swirl of confusion, unsure how to respond to Dumbledore. In his mind, Dumbledore was a benevolent elder, the most powerful white wizard, yet also a master strategist capable of sacrificing loved ones to achieve his goals. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. May I purchase my school supplies tomorrow? It seems our young wizard is already aware of some aspects of the wizarding world. Very well, tomorrow I shall escort you to Diagon Alley. Farewell, child. Dumbledore gazed at Alex for a moment before vanishing with a crackle of sound. Alex sighed deeply. It is time to contemplate how to navigate this life. System, absorb the other 2 rewards for me. As soon as he spoke, the vial containing the magical capacity of a healthy adult wizard and the book on apprentice-level magic mastery flew down from above, slowly drifting toward Alex's heart. A refreshing sensation washed over him, akin to sipping a cold soda on a sweltering summer day, clearing his mind. Simultaneously, a wealth of knowledge flooded his memory, causing a sharp pain in his head. System, display personal panel. Host, Alex Wyndham. Gender, male physical fitness. 5. This encompasses one's physical attributes, including strength, agility, and reaction speed. A healthy adult is rated at 5. Magical power. 5. A measure of one's magical strength. A healthy adult wizard is rated at 5. Intelligence. 6. This reflects perception, spiritual strength, and magical control. A healthy adult wizard is rated at 5. Magical proficiency. Apprentice level expert. Overall strength evaluation. Intermediate apprentice level. Among spellcasters, you stand as a formidable presence among the ants. Points 10. The scope of apprentice-level magic is indeed vast, encompassing practical spells such as Alohomora and elemental magic like fiery flames, crystal clear water, earth spikes, entangling vines, wind blades, lightning chains, and sharp enchantments. Now, I need not worry about both combat and daily life. After a long absence, Alex felt a flicker of security. The proficiency relayed by the system encompassed not only incantations and gestures, but also a wealth of casting experience, as if he had practiced each spell hundreds of times. Tomorrow, I shall venture to Diagon Alley to procure a wand and test my spells, while also reviewing the material for my textbooks. Having completed his evening routine, Alex lay down, exclaiming, "The magical realm, here I come." Chapter 2. Entering the realm of magic. Am I a potion prodigy? London, Charing Cross Road, in front of the leaky cauldron. All right, my child, take a deep breath. It is entirely normal to feel some discomfort during your first manifestation. Here we stand at the entrance to Diagon Alley. This establishment is enchanted with a muggle-repelling charm, ensuring that nearby muggles instinctively distance themselves from this place. Yes, Professor, Alex replied, feeling a wave of dizziness as he clutched onto Dumbledore's arm. And they materialized at the entrance of the leaky cauldron. The moment they stepped inside, the proprietor cast a welcoming glance their way. "Professor Dumbledore, welcome. Would you care for something?" And this must be the new young wizard starting this year. It appears the school year has arrived once more. Welcome to the leaky cauldron. As old Tom spoke, his gaze shifted to Alex. With his dark hair and blue eyes, he possessed an appealing visage that conformed to Western aesthetics, though his tattered clothing betrayed his humble background as a wizard from a less fortunate family. "Not now, Tom. I must first assist Mr. Alex with his enrollment preparations. We shall return for a drink later. Come along, Alex." With that, Dumbledore guided Alex towards the rear brick wall. Alex trailed behind, taking in the various sights within the bar, which was far more expansive than depicted in the films. Wizards of all kinds occupied the space. Some donned long robes and hoods. Others were wrapped in headscarves, and some sat hunched over, quietly sipping their drinks. Remember these 3 bricks. Tap them in succession like this. Top, top, top. The bricks seemed to come alive, shifting aside one after another to reveal the entirety of Diagon Alley before Alex's astounded gaze. Alex's eyes widened in wonder as he beheld the magical and bustling street. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your initial encounter with the magical realm. You have earned 10 reward points. To his surprise, Alex mused, he could earn points merely by visiting Diagon Alley. Welcome to Diagon Alley, my child. This is the largest market in the wizarding community of Britain. Dumbledore led the way, exchanging greetings with passers-by. Alex obediently followed, his eyes darting around in excitement as he absorbed the enchanting world he had long yearned to experience. In his past life as a corporate drone, he had dedicated his scant leisure time to the Harry Potter series, having read the books and watched the films numerous times. Now, the magical world he had so fervently desired to touch was finally within his grasp, evoking both awe and confusion. All right, my child, you may take your time to familiarize yourself with this place. Regarding your accommodation for the upcoming weeks, I suggest you inquire with Mr. Tom shortly. For now, We will first visit Gringotts to withdraw some funds and purchase the necessary supplies for your first semester. My apologies, Professor Dumbledore, for the inconvenience, Alex quickly responded, shaking himself from his reverie to keep pace. No need to apologize, my child. Every newcomer is often taken aback. Dumbledore replied with a kind smile as he guided Alex towards Gringotts. Step inside, stranger, but beware the consequences wrought by the sin of greed. Those who seek to gain without labor shall face the severest of punishments should they dare to pursue our underground vaults. A wealth that is forever beyond your reach, thief. You have been warned to beware of attracting misfortune beyond mere treasure. The poetry uniquely belonging to the fairies is inscribed upon the entrance of the Wizarding Bank, Gringotts. Upon entering Gringotts, one is greeted by the sight of fairies perched atop lofty counters, reminiscent of a cinematic experience. Each wizard, while conducting their business, must invariably look up to the fairies. Alex observed as a fairy guided a wizard towards a small minecart. Regrettably, he could not partake as he lacked a private vault. After Dumbledore completed the enrollment procedures for new students, he took some galleons and, accompanied by Alex, exited Gringotts. Professor, I would like to purchase a wand first, Alex eagerly expressed to Dumbledore. Of course, my child. The first item every young wizard desires is invariably their wand, Dumbledore replied, leading Alex to Ollivander's wand shop. Ah, Mr. Dumbledore, might I have the honor of admiring that wand? Ollivander's eyes sparkled at the sight of Dumbledore. Having coveted the Elder Wand for its craftsmanship, not its power. Let us discuss that matter later, Ollivander. First, assist this new student in selecting his wand, Dumbledore suggested. Alex stepped out from behind Dumbledore and greeted Ollivander. Good day, Mr. Ollivander. I am Alex, a new student at Hogwarts this year. Ah, indeed. Is that time of year again? Allow me to take your measurements. Remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. After completing the measurements, Ollivander retrieved a wand. 13 inches, with a tail feather from a thestral. As soon as Alex grasped the wand, a wave of exhilaration coursed through him, with magic circulating and releasing within. The wand's tip emitted a dark purple orb that shattered the counter, leaving a charred void nearby. Ah, my apologies, Mr. Ollivander. Not to worry, not to worry. A thestral, a symbol of death's power. This wand is indeed well suited for you. I hope nothing ill befalls you in the future. There will be 7 galleons, Ollivander said, stepping back in astonishment. Very well, my child. I trust Mr. Ollivander will forgive you. Let us procure other necessities. Here is the fee for the wand, Dumbledore said as he settled the payment and led Alex away from the wand shop. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring your first wand. Task, True Companion unlocked. Reward, Essence of the Law of Slaughter. True Companion. Objective, find the wand or staff that truly suits you. Reward, 1 fragment of the law. The moment the essence of the Law of Slaughter integrated with Alex, he felt as though he stood amidst a sea of corpses, the scent of blood overwhelming. This sensation lasted but a fleeting moment before dissipating. Dumbledore appeared to sense something, casting a serious glance at Alex before returning to his usual demeanor. My child, we must procure other items. With that, Dumbledore guided Alex in acquiring all the essential supplies. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore, Alex expressed gratefully as Dumbledore concluded their outing and departed. With the remaining funds, Alex reserved a room and meals for a month with Tom, depleting his finances entirely. Upon returning to his quarters, he realized the urgent necessity to devise a means of earning money, for one cannot afford to be without funds. In the following week, aside from dining, sleeping, and attending to nature's call, Alex devoted his time to the study of spells and potions, successfully unlocking the achievements for his first spell casting and potion brewing, thus earning a total of 20 points. In the realm of spells, he not only became more familiar with various apprentice-level incantations, but also successfully mastered the defensive charm of shielding armor, practicing until he could maintain it continuously. Currently, his magical energy could sustain the shielding armor for only 30 minutes, and any attacks would further drain his reserves as he adjusted the strength of the protective spell. In terms of potions, he was astonished to discover that his concoction, crafted according to the standard formula, surpassed the described effects in the book by an impressive 30%. Though he had yet to experiment with improving the formula, he sensed that certain ingredients could be modified and alternative methods applied. This newfound ability led Alex to ponder whether he might indeed possess a talent for potion making. The prospect of his first earnings was on the horizon, as he had exhausted his basic potion ingredients. He could procure more materials while selling his potions. Prompted by this thought, he donned his self-made black robe and set forth to Diagon Alley. Chapter 3. The First Earnings, Ambushed in Nocturne Alley. Good sir, your potions have been appraised. All are masterpieces crafted by master. After deducting the cost of materials, you are left with 50 galleons. After a week of repeated transactions, word of the abundance of master-level potions in Diagon Alley spread far and wide. On this day, a dark wizard finally set his sights on Alex. "Greetings, my friend. Might I trouble you to take a look at this formula? For merely 10 galleons, it can be yours." A stooped man, clad entirely in black, approached Alex with the offer. Quietly, Alex activated the system's appraisal feature. Upon evaluation, the system revealed that this formula was a specific version of the fortifying potion, designed for particular organs. Consuming this potion would grant the specified organ a quintuple enhancement over the ordinary variant. Alex was taken aback to learn that such a formula was being sold, albeit only in part. "What are the other half of the formula?" he inquired. "I have purchased that," the man replied. "Very well, please follow me. I have locked the other half in my home." As he spoke, the man led Alex away from Diagon Alley into a secluded corner. "Listen, lad, I care not which wizarding family you hail from or how you acquired those master potions. Just tell me how many you have left, and I might spare your life." Upon turning into a narrow passage, the stooped man could no longer restrain himself and shoved Alex against the wall, brandishing his wand threateningly. At the same time, 4 others entered the alley, surrounding Alex completely. Alex was astonished that within merely a week, he had attracted such unwanted attention. Given the circumstances, he realized he had no choice but to fight for his life. They would not show him mercy. Then the other half of the formula is lost to me? He pondered silently, channeling his magical energy while attempting to divert the attention of the assailants. "Enough talk, boy. Hand it over now." The hunchbacked man was about to continue threatening Alex when he was struck down by a swift thrust from the hand of the mage. This apprentice-level spell, known for its rapid execution and minimal mana consumption, lacked the potency to be lethal without the aid of sharp instrument. The man's cry alerted the other 4, who immediately raised their wands in preparation for casting. Following the release of the hand of the mage, Alex swiftly unleashed a wind blade, beheading 2 adversaries at an astute angle. Among the remaining 2, one was still at a distance, and the need for caution persisted. The dark wizard instinctively employed a disarming spell, leaving Alex no choice but to roll aside in a frantic dodge, countering with another wind blade to eliminate the threat. A flash of green light surged forth, momentarily disorienting Alex. Cornered and helpless, he felt the chilling terror of being discovered by Dumbledore for his murderous intent, the exhilaration of his newfound talent for potion making, and the bewilderment at the essence of the laws of slaughter. Crimson runes emerged, and Alex felt as though he stood amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The malevolent aura emanating from his foes was trivial by comparison. Several dark essences flew from the green light, merging with the slaughter runes, intensifying the red hue while the green light dissipated. The opposing dark wizard stood in shock, having never witnessed the killing curse vanish mid-flight. Before he could recover, a wind blade cleaved through, severing his head from his body. Breathless, Alex reflected on his harrowing experience, having ventured so close to death, a stark contrast to his previous life, where he had been oblivious to such peril. The essence of slaughter was no longer merely an item. It became an integral aspect of Alex's attributes. In the face of attacks imbued with murderous intent from those whose comprehension of the laws fell short of his own, the essence of slaughter absorbed all such intent, rendering him immune to effects reliant on that malice, such as curses and the killing curse, though physical damage remained unmitigated. Now, Alex need not fear the infamous Avada Kedavra, at least from the majority. This encounter, fraught with danger, yielded substantial rewards. Half a potion formula, a tome on dark magic, over 20 galleons, 5 wands, and a seamless expansion pouch of 100 cubic meters. Through experimentation, Alex discovered he could wield all the wands. Yet the spells cast were only 80% as powerful as those executed with his current wand, making them suitable only in moments of crisis. The dark magic tome was undoubtedly the most significant find, provided the recipe for the designated organ elixir remained incomplete. This notebook not only briefly introduced several low-level dark spells, such as the blundering escape and acid bombs, but also contained a diary dedicated to mastering the killing curse. With 3 weeks remaining until the start of school, Alex whispered the incantation for Avada Kedavra, almost soundlessly. A thick beam of green light erupted, annihilating the rabbit in its cage while leaving other objects unscathed. The enhancement of the killing curse by the essence of slaughter was remarkable. It not only amplified its power, but also enabled Alex to target his foes with precision, inflicting harm solely upon them. At present, Alex is contemplating how to transform the Avada Kedavra curse into a group attack spell, indiscriminately, upon release. It would eliminate all who deserve it while sparing the innocent, a notion both terrifying and exhilarating. System, what is the current status of my abilities? Host, Alex. Au physique, 5. Magical power, 56. Intelligence, 67. Magic level, proficient in apprentice-level magic, mastery of wind blade and mage's hand, beginner in wizard-level magic, mastery of protective armor, mastery of Avada Kedavra. Law, breath of the law of slaughter, 5 strands, having slain numerous creatures of late. Overall strength evaluation, elementary master level, a commendable standing. The law of slaughter is rather unscrupulous, yet it is insignificant in the eyes of true powerhouses. The host is advised to remain humble. Of course, I shall remain grounded. I am acutely aware that many still surpass me, and I must bide my time to cultivate my strength. Alex's eyes glimmered with a hint of red, perhaps from sleepless nights or the weight of his recent kills, but he finally concluded his seclusion. After consuming a potion of restoration, he exited the tavern. Good day, sir. Here is the remaining money. May you enjoy your life. In the Bogenbach store, an array of magical artifacts adorned the shelves, each somewhat tainted by dark magic. Welcome. How may I assist you today? These few vials of potions, I wonder if you would be interested in purchasing them. Alex displayed several control potions, peering at old Bojan through his mask. These potions are of quite good quality. Of course, I shall take them, he responded, producing 50 galleons. A reasonable price. It has been a pleasure doing business. With that, Alex turned to depart from the Bogenbach store, eager to avoid lingering too long in the presence of a potentially formidable dark magic shopkeeper, whose little sorcerer is peddling illicit potions. Old Bojan murmured to himself, yet he made no further moves. A few dark wizards stealthily followed Alex, plotting a robbery. Such simplicity in the streets was almost quaint. Just as Alex was about to leave, he found himself unable to resist, veering into a dead-end alley. You lot, I appreciate your attempts to enrich me, but your tone is rather displeasing. The runes of the law of slaughter manifested, and Alex unleashed his murderous intent, the air thickening with a metallic sweetness. Those lurking in the shadows sensed the impending doom and attempted to flee, but a single Avada Kedavra swiftly silenced one of them. The remaining assailants hastily retaliated. Yet their efforts proved futile against his protective armor and evasive maneuvers, and they soon fell victim to Alex's wrath. The runes of slaughter appeared once more. Each time Alex extinguished a life, they materialized, and his breath of the law of slaughter accumulated to 8 strands. Indeed, the speed of accrual through killing was remarkable. Chapter 4. The Soul Exits, Assembling a Foundation. The soul-seizing spell training manual included several spellcasting techniques summarized by various dark wizards, depending on the level of mental strength. The number of controlled subjects could gradually fluctuate. Alex dedicated several days to mastering the soul-seizing and slaughter spells, successfully enhancing his proficiency. New magic level added. Soul-seizing spell, master level. Once again, I set forth towards the upside-down alley, this time with the aim of recruiting personnel to establish a foundational team. As it stands, the strength of an individual is ultimately limited. After careful selection, I, Alex, identified a formidable group of 10 individuals, each chosen for their exceptional capabilities, and ensnared them with a soul-binding spell. This marks the maximum number of individuals I can currently command. The most potent force within the upside-down alley is undoubtedly the dark wizard organization supported by the Boke family, congregating at the Boke and Boke shop with the proprietor Kalaktaka's Boke at the helm. The strength of other dark wizard factions varies significantly, and my current team of 10 is sufficient to manage them. My intention is to employ this team as security to seize a territory within this lawless domain and claim a share of its spoils. After several days of research, I selected a shop specializing in the sale of illicit potions, which is backed by the Roser family, one of the pure-blood 28 sacred families. The current overseer of the Roser family appears to be neglectful in managing this establishment, possibly due to significant events transpiring within the family. With only 2 weeks remaining before the start of the school term, I resolved to lead a raid on this shop, aiming to swiftly secure the territory for profit and the collection of rare materials. With my mastery at a grand level, the dark wizard sustained by the shop fell prey to the laws of slaughter, and the name on the deed transformed to mine, Alex. With the potion shop rebranded as Wyndham Magic Emporium, named after my lineage. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring your first real estate in the magical realm. Reward, 20 points in a training chamber. Training chamber, portable, can be integrated into various rooms at will. With a time flow ratio of 1:10 compared to the outside world, 1 day outside equals 10 days within. Subsequently, I merged the shop's interior with the training chamber, engaging in potion brewing and magical research. Noticing the change in ownership at the potion shop, Neighboring establishments observed the influx of capable individuals entering and exiting, causing them to retreat and bide their time. As for me, in addition to my daily routine of brewing potions, I began to delve into various elemental magics. Given that my current offensive spells, such as the Killing Curse, wield excessive power and are illegal, I sought alternatives. Although my weapon possesses a repelling effect, it pales in comparison to the destructive and restraining capacities of elemental magic. I initially focused on honing my proficiency in various elemental spells, as the Wind Blade had garnered much acclaim for its swift casting. Within just 8 days, all elemental magics reached a masterful level, showcasing my comprehensive aptitude for elemental magic, particularly excelling in fire magic. Through my endeavors, I developed numerous fire spells, including Fireball, Inferno, Flame Enchantment, Fire Resistance Barrier, and Fire Vortex. However, given my current magical energy, I cannot sustain the Vortex for long, relegating it to a finisher move. Intelligence, 78. Magic level, Apprentice level Magic Master, Mage's Hand Grandmaster, Wizard level Magic Expert, Armor Protection Master, Fire Specialization Magic Master, Fire Vortex Grandmaster, Soul Snatching Curse Master, Avada Kedavra Master. Overall Strength Evaluation, Beginner Grandmaster level. You may now proudly refer to yourself as a Grandmaster of Fire. Most individuals would not dare to play with fire in your presence. As Alex continued his relentless pursuit of knowledge, the tasks intermittently generated by the system bestowed upon him a plethora of points, which he successfully utilized to complete a specific potion recipe for organ enhancement. Currently, he was in the midst of brewing it, employing the semi-permanent Mage's Hand for assistance. Once the Mage's Hand reached the Grandmaster level, it gained the remarkable ability to remain fixed in one position. Henceforth, Alex could engage in potion brewing while idly attending to other matters, even establishing an automated production line. This contraption proved far more efficient than mechanical arms, though it required periodic replenishment of magical energy. Upon concluding his seclusion, Alex discovered that scarcely a day had passed in the outside world, yet his subordinates had received grave news. The Rogier family had dispatched emissaries. Gent Rogier, the younger brother of the family patriarch, arrived with a cadre of over a dozen wizards seeking confrontation, who dared to seize our land deed and occupy our establishment. Truly believing the Rogier family to be easily trifled with, Kent, boasting his pure blood lineage, spoke with haughty arrogance, looking down upon others with disdain. However, Alex was not one to tolerate such insolence. He swiftly cast an Avada Kedavra, eliminating the most formidable opponent among them. A fierce battle erupted between Alex's team and Kent's faction, spells flying in all directions while Alex observed the chaos. Despite sustaining 2 casualties within his ranks, Alex's team successfully annihilated the enemy's combatants and captured Kent alive. In this moment, Kent ceased his taunts, fervently pleading for mercy. Alex, unyielding, responded, "Your words are commendable, yet I remain unconvinced." With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the soul to depart from the body. A puppet, after all, is best when firmly under control. Subsequently, Alex embarked on a quest to hunt down dark wizards, ultimately finding one of considerable prowess, a high-level wizard among the lot. As the current crop of dark wizards proved disappointingly weak, under the guidance of the Mage's Hand and the fully automated operation of the puppet, Wyndham's shop thrived splendidly. Alex merely needed to replenish the magical energy of the hand daily, while the rest involved passive income generation. At long last, his enterprise stabilized, yielding a substantial influx of galleons each day, and his magical abilities were commendable, enabling him to hold his own against the various headmasters in combat. Alex began to contemplate further development, goals, and the deficiencies that still lingered. Primarily, his ultimate aspiration was to ascend to divinity, wielding power as he pleased, reshaping the magical realm to his whims. Secondly, his immediate short-term objective should be the enhancement of his magical prowess and the acquisition and refinement of the forces of law. Currently, Alex could only augment his mastery of the laws of slaughter through extensive bloodshed, though the slaughter of small creatures had lost its efficacy, leaving his mastery of the slaughter law at a mere 8 threads. Furthermore, his management experience was woefully inadequate. He would require dedicated assistance to organize his burgeoning influence. With a clear objective in mind, Alex resolved to immerse himself in the training chamber, delving into the intricacies of magic and perusing a variety of tomes, while eagerly anticipating the effects of the designated organ elixir. At the Rogier estate, he reflected that his family had not yet fallen into decline. This endeavor was progressing well. "Go on, your elder brother awaits you." "Very well, father." Chapter 5. The King of Upside Down Alley. With merely 8 days remaining until the commencement of school, The elixir for the designated organ was finally concocted successfully, and Alex could hardly contain his excitement to experiment with it. The quintuple-enhanced elixir proved astonishing, fundamentally enhancing one's intuition and sixth sense, accelerating cognitive processes, and enabling remarkably swift problem-solving. The effects on the designated organ seemed to surpass the original, as Alex adeptly directed the enhancements solely to his mind, momentarily clarifying his perception of the world. Multitasking became a trivial feat, allowing him to cast different spells simultaneously with both hands. During the ensuing duration, Alex devoted himself to the study of the soul-snatching spell, ultimately achieving impressive results. His proficiency in the spell now reached a masterful level, with the number of controllable subjects doubling, and he could impose restrictions on other souls, significantly safeguarding their mental faculties. Seizing the opportunity to expand his influence, Alex aimed to recruit as many controllable individuals as possible. In just 2 days, under Alex's philosophy of determining the fate of his subordinates based on their utility, he swiftly conquered 1/3 of Upside Down Alley. Where did that crew come from? My territory has been devoured these past few days. Within the Bogenbach store, 6 cloaked wizards congregated. Old Bojan, do not think that just because we haven't struck at you yet, you can rest easy. I sense their ambitions are substantial. Indeed, do not entertain thoughts of us as mere spectators. If you do not join forces, do not fret. I never claimed I wouldn't participate. Our family has dispatched considerable reinforcements. It will be sufficient for them. It better be. Boss, Old Bojan has arrived, reported one of Alex's enforcers. Since the enhancement of the soul-snatching spell, Alex had altered his method of control over his subordinates, allowing them to retain their self-awareness while ensuring unwavering loyalty. Let him in. I wish to meet this so-called strongest force of Upside Down Alley. Old Bojan entered the inner chamber, encountering the mastermind behind the scenes, who turned out to be the very client with whom he had transacted previously. Ah, it is you, esteemed guest. I have an idea that I would like to share. If you are willing to listen, do share. Old Bojan produced a crystal ball that captured the recent discussions among the group. As this venture grows, so too does the desire for more. Let us join forces to eliminate them and split the spoils evenly. Old Bojan believed that a 50-50 division of profits between the Kalaktaku's family and an unnamed organization was fair. I find this agreeable. Alex smiled in agreement and subsequently raised his wand. Soul departure. Thus, Old Bojan became the first business prodigy under Alex's command. Now, tell me what you know. Certainly, boss. Old Bojan divulged all the intelligence he possessed, for it is no wonder that the Kalaktaku's family stands as the most formidable force in the Alley of the Overturned. He was well aware of the combat capabilities of the other factions. You have quite a few informants. Let us bring forth your family's representatives. With the increasing number of followers, Alex resolved to formally establish an organization that would operate in the shadows of the magical realm, amassing wealth, gathering materials, and pursuing knowledge. The organization was named the Starry Assembly, with Alex as its president, officially comprising Kalaktaku's Bach and Kentraziel, alongside 20 peripheral members, with further development anticipated. The arrival of Old Bojan enriched Alex with an abundance of magical knowledge and alchemical artifacts. Most exhilarating for Alex was the method of mastering the fierce flames, along with the revelations found in secrets of advanced dark magic, forgotten ancient spells and incantations, and numerous other tomes. Alex was taken aback by the depth of Old Bojan's collection and hastily retreated into seclusion. In the training chamber, as an enchanting violet flame manifested, Alex successfully completed the rigorous training of the fierce flames. He endeavored to transmute his ordinary fire magic into the fierce flame mode, and the process unfolded seamlessly. Numerous small creatures of fierce flame encircled Alex, rendering the scene both eerie and magical. Feeling a call from the elements, Alex closed his eyes, immersing himself in the vibrant dance of the surrounding fire elements. In that moment, he felt akin to the sovereign of flames, omnipotent and invincible. Congratulations. Host has attained enlightenment of the fire law, significantly enhancing fire control abilities. Comprehension of the fire law is imminent. So this is the sensation of the fire law. Alex sensed that by continuing to engage with the fire elements and communicating with them, he would undoubtedly grasp the fire law within 3 months. Just then, Old Bojan knocked frantically at the door, compelling Alex to cease his meditative practice. What is it? Observing Alex's irritated countenance, Old Bojan hurriedly recounted the unfolding events. It turns out that the Black Wizards had deliberately withheld the true time of the ambush from Old Bojan, and reports from various informants indicated that they were now approaching the threshold. Since they have arrived, let us confront them. Standing before the potion shop, Alex was flanked by old Bujin and a multitude of enforcers, the atmosphere profoundly serene. Suddenly, the sound of phantoms shifting echoed, as more than 50 black wizards appeared at the entrance, encircling Alex and his company in a fan-like formation. A rabble indeed. Alex smirked, as all his allies donned a protective layer of armor under the influence of the soul-snatching curse. Let us see how you fare against my magic. With a mere wave of his wand, devoid of any incantation, sparks began to scatter through the air. A whirlwind arose, intensifying the flames, and within a second, a towering vortex of fire, reaching 5 meters high and imbued with a mesmerizing violet hue, materialized. The fierce flame vortex expanded, birthing multiple small fire tornadoes that surged towards the adversaries. The black wizards, despite employing various spells, found themselves helpless against the onslaught, gradually succumbing to the insatiable flames. In half a minute, not a trace of the enemy remained, while the ground lay undisturbed, save for a few walls that bore marks from the erratic strikes of the black wizards. What a tremendous power it is to praise you, my master. The esteemed Bojin timely offered his flattery, yet Alex paid him no heed, issuing the next command, to seize Upside Down Alley. Only 3 days remained until the commencement of the school year. Every establishment within Upside Down Alley had fallen under Alex's dominion, with a henchman controlled by the soul-snatching curse standing guard at intervals, creating an atmosphere of impeccable order. Henceforth in Upside Down Alley, one name would reign supreme above all others: Alex Wyndham, the king of Upside Down Alley. Countless contraband materials, restricted potions, dark magical artifacts, and tomes flowed through Alex's hands, and he diligently endeavored to transform these into his own magical foundation. Host, Alex. Constitution, 5. Magical power, 67. Intelligence, 810. Magical level, Apprentice level magic, Master. Mage's Hand, Grandmaster. Wizard level magic, Master. Fire specialization magic, Grandmaster. Soul snatching curse, Grandmaster. Avada Kedavra, Master. Laws, Law of Slaughter, half step. Law of Fire, half step. Comprehensive strength evaluation, Grandmaster level advanced. You stand but a step away from legend. Chapter 6. Platform 9 3/4. Anticipation swelled as the day of school arrived. Alex made his solitary way to Platform 9, carrying a suitcase enhanced by a seamless expansion charm. With a crackle, the space distorted, and Alex arrived near the platform. Before the pillars leading to the platform stood a gathering of individuals, including a stout, short, middle-aged woman accompanied by 4 children, one of whom clutched an even smaller girl, all sporting the Weasley family's signature red hair. Although he recognized a few, Alex chose not to engage with them at this moment, preferring to refrain from drawing attention until he surpassed Dumbledore's power. He resolved to develop discreetly and avoid unnecessary commotion. Following closely behind the Weasley family, Alex entered the platform, where throngs of young wizards and their parents bustled about. An old steam train lay nestled upon the tracks, serving as the most vital conduit between Hogwarts and the non-magical realm. Arriving relatively early, Alex sought out an unoccupied compartment, stowed his belongings, and retrieved fantastic beasts and where to find them to pass the time. Given his current level of study, ordinary texts on magical knowledge had lost their relevance, while advanced tomes were predominantly focused on dark magic, an imprudent choice to display among the throngs of young wizards. After perusing for a while, a sudden knock interrupted his solitude. "Hello, is anyone here? May I sit here?" Alex turned to see a young wizard, clad in a second-hand robe, of average build with a simple and earnest visage, struggling to maneuver a large trunk inside. "There's no one here. Please, make yourself comfortable." Alex gestured towards the trunk, which obediently floated to the luggage rack above. "Thanks, mate. That was really cool. I tried a bit of magic at home, but the results were less than stellar. Only managed to get transfiguration to work a little. Oh, by the way, I'm Lizzie Marcia. Pleased to meet you. I am Alex Wyndham, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." As the two engaged in conversation, their rapport gradually deepened. Although Alex had not diligently studied transfiguration, he found that Lizzie was able to share some insights on the subject. Shortly after their discussion commenced, another individual entered the compartment. "Greetings, I am Abner Rosiel," announced a slender young wizard clad in an ornate robe, his eyes shrouded in shadows. The moment Abner laid eyes on Alex, his pupils dilated, as though he recognized him, but he quickly masked his reaction and silently took a seat beside Lizzie. The group remained largely quiet, with Alex engrossed in his book while Lizzie and Abner appeared lost in thought. Midway through the journey, a small witch burst into the compartment, her frizzy hair unmistakable. It was none other than Hermione Granger, the intellectual core of the Gryffindor trio, still in her early years. "Has anyone seen a toad?" A boy named Neville lost one. Oh, this book is Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. I've read it at home, she rambled. Alex stifled a chuckle. No wonder Hermione had few friends in her first year. Her arrogance emerged whenever the topic of study arose. Yet, he empathized with her. As a wizard from a Muggle background, she likely felt anxious about her performance in the magical realm, compensating for her insecurities with fervent study. Upon realizing that magic was not as daunting as she had thought, her scholarly prowess naturally became apparent. After exchanging a few words with her, Hermione seemed intrigued by Alex's knowledge and began to inquire about other magical topics. Alex promptly reminded her, "Aren't you supposed to help Neville find his toad, right? I must be off, but I still have questions regarding the levitation charm. Let's continue our conversation later. Oh, and remember to wear your school robes. We are nearing the station." With that, Hermione hurried away. What a whirlwind of a girl, yet she possesses such knowledge, Lizzie remarked. It seems you know more than I do, while I have hardly studied. We have merely perused a few books. The true test of our abilities will come during classes. Alex reassured her. Abner, meanwhile, sat in silence, occasionally glancing at Alex, but he did not partake in the discussion. As the train arrived at the station, the young witches and wizards disembarked one by one, their belongings left behind to be tended to by house elves who would transport them to their dormitories. Alex naturally moved alongside Lizzie, with Abner trailing behind. New students, over here. For to a boat, do not crowd. Just as Alex boarded a boat, Hermione joined them, completing their quartet. It must be said that Hermione was quite articulate, and fortunately, Alex's knowledge allowed him to engage in conversation with her. After a series of exchanges, they arrived at the entrance of the Great Hall, where Professor McGonagall emerged to address everyone with important information. In the presence of the mature cat girl, Alex pondered with curiosity about the whereabouts of the magical essence that once transformed her body and how it now functioned. After Professor McGonagall concluded her speech, the young wizards formed a line to enter the hall. Suddenly, a flurry of ghosts erupted, swirling chaotically, startling many of the young wizards. Remarkably, none of the spirits dared to approach Alex, as the runes of slaughter and flames in his mind seemed to shimmer with a radiant glow. It appeared that the laws exerted a suppressive influence over souls. Dumbledore, seated among the faculty, noticed this peculiar scene. His gaze flickered, yet he did not intervene. You may find me lacking in beauty, but do not judge by appearances. The Sorting Hat began to sing at an opportune moment, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Alex was intrigued by how this enchanted hat possessed its own consciousness and could read thoughts. Next, I shall call your names one by one. Those whose names are called, please step forward. Hannah Abbott, Micaiah Lee, Hufflepuff. Lizzie glanced at Alex, a look of satisfaction on her face, as if encouraging her dear friend. Abner Rosiel, Slytherin. After being sorted, Abner walked directly to the Slytherin table, but subtly inclined his head towards Alex, who realized Abner had likely been lectured by Kent. Hermione Granger, Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat lingered noticeably longer on Hermione's head. She cast a worried glance at Alex, perhaps fearing he might be sorted into Ravenclaw. Alex Wyndham. Nothing extraordinary occurred. Alex simply walked up to the Sorting Hat. At this moment, the old headmaster abandoned his usual nonchalance and attentively focused on the sorting process. Chapter 7, Shadow Prefect. Main quest initiated. Oh, this is quite a challenge. Your thirst for knowledge is unparalleled, your heart brimming with courage, and most importantly, your ambition is vast. This is indeed a dilemma. Perhaps you have some suggestions? The Sorting Hat analyzed Alex, but found itself grappling with indecision. Slytherin, perhaps. I fancy emerald green and silver. Then, Slytherin it is. Alex gracefully approached the Slytherin table, where the upperclassmen applauded in welcome. Abner pulled out a chair for Alex to sit. Subsequently, a series of other students were sorted, with our savior Harry Potter naturally being placed in Gryffindor, engaged in lively conversation with his companion Ron Weasley. The Slytherin students were predominantly pure-blood wizards, priding themselves on their elegance and strength, balancing speed and etiquette during their meal. Once dining concluded, everyone briefly introduced themselves, and the Slytherin prefect, a tall and slender upperclassman, led the group away from the hall and towards the dungeons. As Alex departed from the auditorium, he cast a glance towards Hermione, who happened to be staring back at him, seemingly displeased by her good friend's choice to join another house. Alex merely smiled in acknowledgement, unperturbed by her gaze. This is our house's common room, where the password changes bi-weekly, updated on the house bulletin board. The entrance to the bunker slowly creaked open, revealing a floor-to-ceiling window that shimmered with an eerie green glow, through which various aquatic creatures occasionally swam by. The interior was furnished with numerous tables and chairs, predominantly adorned in hues of emerald and silver. Next came the time-honored tradition of our house, Any first-year students unwilling to partake in the selection for the Shadow Prefect should step aside. At this moment, Snape appeared at the edge of the gathering, waving his wand to clear the common room of any clutter. Naturally, Alex was among the contenders. Being only in his first year, as long as he did not disrupt Dumbledore's plans, he should remain untroubled. For the sake of a comfortable future, it was essential to be somewhat ostentatious. Begin. With Snape's command, the young wizards in the arena promptly cast spells towards their predetermined targets. All out of the hole. Tarantella. Gaping hurrah. The first-year wizards could only employ the rudimentary tricks they had learned at home, not even reaching the level of apprentice magic. One young wizard misfired his spell at Alex, causing it to veer off course. Alex, however, had no inclination to engage in such childish games. With a flick of his wand, numerous crimson firewalls materialized precisely around each young wizard, effectively isolating them. Now, the little wizards dared not move, as none possessed the ability to breach the fiery barriers. The older students present were also astounded. Penetrating those firewalls with their spell power would prove quite challenging. Alex's prowess even caught Snape's attention, indicating that the selection for Shadow Prefect was all but decided. The other prefects then took it upon themselves to enlighten him about their duties and privileges. Having concluded his remarks, Snape hurriedly exited the Slytherin common room, while several prefects turned to befriend Alex. He did not decline their overtures. After all, connections held great significance regardless of one's location. Knock, knock, knock. A voice called from outside. Chief, it is Abner. Alex admitted him into the room, watching intently for his purpose. Abner knelt on one knee, placing his hand over his heart, his unwavering gaze fixed on Alex. I, Abner, hereby vow my loyalty to the chief. Did your father say something to you? Not only that, he had emphasized to his son Abner the importance of paying attention to a young wizard named Alex upon his enrollment. Abner, who typically led an independent life, was drawn to the allure of dark magic and revered strength. He perceived fear, loyalty, and madness in the eyes of his father, who had always regarded the strong as worthy. From the moment he encountered Alex, Abner began to observe him closely, ultimately recognizing a fraction of Alex's power. He understood that this was a pivotal moment of fate. The sooner he aligned himself, the greater the potential rewards in the future. As the sole heir of the Rosier family, Abner possessed ample resources to pursue Alex. You are astute, and I am in agreement. Henceforth, you shall be the third official member of the Celestial Assembly. When the organization expands further, I shall introduce you to the others. Now, please take your rest. Very well. Chief, should any matters arise, do not hesitate to summon me. I am at your service. Abner gracefully withdrew, maintaining an air of respect, leaving Alex alone in the chamber. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired a follower, and the organizational module has been activated. Alex examined the new functionality. The organizational module displayed all current members of the Celestial Assembly, indicating each member's loyalty level. Abner Rogier, 98. Kalak Takuz Bach, 100. Soul Binding Curse locked, immutable. The remaining peripheral members were all locked at a loyalty level of 100, facilitating Alex's exploration of their thoughts. Abner's loyalty was impressively high at 98. Alex acknowledged the young man as astuteness and resolved to bestow a reward upon him. After concluding various trivial matters, Alex decided to delve deeper into the study of potion making. Presently, although Alex possessed a sufficiently high level of spell casting, his magical power, soul force, and constitution were lacking, barely exceeding that of a healthy adult wizard. In these areas, Alex had already discerned some promising leads. Among the numerous materials confiscated from Turnover Alley were potions designed to enhance these abilities, albeit most came with certain side effects that required further investigation. After a night of research, and with the enhancement of the training room spanning over 3 days, several potions still posed insurmountable challenges. However, it was time to attend classes. Unexpectedly, even in this foreign realm, the obligation of schooling persisted. As Alex opened the dormitory door and stepped into the common room, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked into Hogwarts, and the main storyline task has commenced. In the wizarding world and the muggle realm, there exists discrimination, warfare, fratricide, and twisted affections. It is time for a transformation in such a world. This will herald a historic shift. The merging or annexation of the two worlds signifies a greater understanding and advancement, promising unprecedented harmony for society as a whole. Main storyline task: integrate or annex the wizarding world with the muggle world. Chapter 8. A glimpse into the secrets of transfiguration. The system indeed holds high regard for me. A task of such magnitude as the integration of wizards and muggles has been entrusted to my care. Perhaps, With the system's capabilities, such an endeavor is indeed achievable. Alex chuckled wryly, his determination to grow stronger solidified. Perhaps in this idealistic world, he might truly become a deity in the fullest sense. Abner had arrived early in the common room, and together they proceeded to the dining hall. Along the way, they encountered numerous Slytherin students, all of whom bowed their heads in deference. Alex's overwhelming prowess had firmly established his reputation. The morning's lesson was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. Upon their arrival at the classroom, several students were already seated. Although Transfiguration was typically shared with Ravenclaw, there was no apparent conflict between the two houses, both characterized by certain pridefulness, leading to a mutual disregard for one another. Stepping across the threshold, one immediately notices a tabby cat reclining upon the podium. As Alex passes by, he bows in a gesture of respect, a mimicry that Abner follows, albeit without comprehension of Alex's intentions. Gradually, the students assemble, and the tabby cat leaps gracefully, transforming mid-air into the stern visage of Professor McGonagall. Mr. Alex, thanks to your keen observance, Slytherin earns 5 points. The assembled students gaze in astonishment at Professor McGonagall, relieved that no reckless young wizard dared to reach out and disturb our venerable feline figure. Did no adult in your family ever mention Professor McGonagall's inimicous form? Alex inquires of Abner, who shakes his head in negation. In families such as ours, where bloodlines run pure, the adults primarily focus on nurturing their offspring's myriad talents, offering social support solely through interactions with other pureblood families. Such trivialities are seldom shared with us. The bell tolls, interrupting Alex and Abner's conversation as Professor McGonagall commences the lesson, serious and composed, embodying her quintessential style. Captivated by her demonstration, the students are drawn in, with Alex observing particularly intently. The spark of intellect in the pig's eyes mirrors that of a living creature, undoubtedly indicative of advanced transfiguration, verging on the legendary. Interest is the finest teacher, and seizing upon the students' enthusiasm for transfiguration, Professor McGonagall elucidates the foundational theories and operations of the craft with clarity, earning her title as a Master of Transfiguration. Enthralled, Alex finds that his prior studies had merely skimmed the surface of theory and basic operations. McGonagall's dissection of transfiguration theory proves immensely enlightening. The subsequent task for each student is to transform the matchstick before them into a needle. Upon hearing this, Alex casually flicks his wand, and the matchstick morphs seamlessly into an embroidery needle, swift and precise. Such splendid transformation. It has been ages since he has witnessed a young wizard with such talent. Even the stern Professor McGonagall cannot help but commend Alex's gift, proceeding to elaborate on more advanced techniques of transfiguration. Utilizing the matchstick as his model, Alex finds the exchange of material to be effortless. As he grows more adept, he swiftly transcends the limitations of size, all while the law of conservation of mass wails in protest. The matchstick bends like pliable dough under Alex's manipulation, morphing into a small rabbit, then a cigarette ashtray, and eventually a great python, though the transformed creatures lack any spark of vitality, moving with an awkward rigidity. The young wizards present are utterly captivated, casting envious glances at Alex, compelling Professor McGonagall to restore order and redirect their focus back to the matchstick at hand. Beside him, Abner gazes longingly but refrains from speaking, fearful of overstepping his bounds. Having enjoyed his share of amusement, Alex turns to Abner to share some fundamental techniques of transfiguration. By the end of the class, only 3 young wizards successfully completed the transformation, one of whom was Abner. Due to having only one class in the morning, Alex sought out Professor McGonagall after his lesson. Professor McGonagall was pleased to see the talented young wizard so eager to learn, and she did not let her biases against Slytherin cloud her judgment. The two engaged in a conversation in Professor McGonagall's office, where Alex, under her guidance, successfully advanced in transfiguration, now conjuring creatures that exhibited remarkable vitality, as if infused with self-awareness. Magical level, transfiguration, master level. At lunchtime, Alex bid farewell to Professor McGonagall and exited the office. As he pondered the intricacies of magic, he was almost collided with by a figure who abruptly rounded the corner, striding towards him with great urgency. With disheveled hair and a hefty tome in hand, it was Hermione. Upon seeing Alex, Hermione's face lit up with joy as she eagerly inquired about his well-being. "Alex, how have you been? Our house had charms class today, and Professor Flitwick taught us the levitation charm," she chattered on, her enthusiasm unabated. Alex, maintaining a semblance of politeness, responded fluidly. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from Hermione's stomach, casting a blush across her cheeks. Alex, seizing the moment, remarked, "It's getting late. The Great Hall might run out of food soon. We should hurry." The young witch nodded softly, and together they hastened towards the hall. Just as they were about to enter, Hermione's expression dimmed, and she confided, "Alex, I feel you are different from the other Slytherins. They always regard me with cold eyes, but you're not like them. Even some from Gryffindor don't seem to welcome me. Because we are good friends, are we not? Some Slytherins harbor unreasonable prejudices concerning blood status, but once you possess power, all discrimination fades away. I am of Muggle blood, and my placement in Slytherin was unexpected. On my first day, I showcased my abilities, and since then, no one has dared to mention blood status to me. True strength ultimately lies in one's own might." A wave of encouragement washed over Hermione, and she readily accepted his words, her demeanor lightening considerably as they entered the hall side by side. Upon reaching the Slytherin table, Abner approached Alex and whispered, "Earlier, when you and that Gryffindor entered, someone was gossiping, saying some rather unpleasant things, gesturing towards Marcus Flint, who sat diagonally across from them. Marcus, now a sixth-year student, regarded Alex with derision, believing him to be inconsequential, and shot him a mocking grin. Alex nodded, acknowledging the information, and then summoned the aura of the killing curse, enveloping Marcus in a palpable sense of dread. Marcus felt as if the world had suddenly darkened, every cell in his body quaking in terror, as if a great danger were rapidly approaching. As beads of sweat began to form, Marcus erupted in a panic, shouting, "Stay away from me. Oh, don't touch me." It was as though a mountain of corpses loomed before him, ever drawing nearer. Unable to withstand the overwhelming fear any longer, he succumbed, his trousers gradually dampening, and he collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Chapter 9. The Resurrected Bargain. Snape silently approached Marcus, his cold demeanor sharpening further. "Who can explain what has transpired?" he inquired, casting his gaze towards Alex, who merely shrugged, indicating his ignorance. He then floated away like a dark bat. In the headmaster's office, I sensed a peculiar aura surrounding him, akin to yours. We remain oblivious to his intentions. His power undoubtedly exceeds what we perceive. Snape fixated intently on Dumbledore, who had raised his head from the pensive. "Truly astonishing power, Severus. We need not worry. He is unlike others. Do you believe you can maintain control over everything?" Snape remarked before turning to depart, leaving Dumbledore in a state of contemplative solitude upon his chair. "Fawkes, you can discern that he is not of that ilk, can you not?" Dumbledore stood, gazing towards the east, the direction of Numengard. "He resembles you in ambition, strength, and talent, perhaps even surpassing it." After dinner, Alex walked towards the library, with Abner closely trailing behind. As they passed a junction, faint sounds of cursing reached their ears. Upon investigation, they found Lizzie, whom they had previously conversed with in the carriage, being encircled and bullied by a group of upperclassmen from Slytherin. "Filthy mudblood, how dare someone like you wield magic? You ought to leave Hogwarts at once," taunted the assailants, their words echoing in Alex's ears as he ventured deeper into the alley, positioning himself behind the Slytherins. "Oh, isn't this our first-year prefect? How are you adjusting to the academy? Allow us, the older students, to guide you." Their disdainful remarks revealed their arrogance, perhaps suggesting that Alex had yet to demonstrate sufficient prowess. With a swift motion, Alex extended his hand, unleashing torrents of purple flames that transformed into colossal serpents, coiling around them, poised to strike. The assailants, initially at ease, regarded Alex as a trifling adversary. "With just that little spark from that day? Ha ha! Daring to attack a senior from your own house. You must have been tainted by those foolish lions." Alex, uninterested in engaging in verbal jests, merely waved his hand, sending the fierce fire serpents soaring towards the bullies. This is fiend fire. Run." At last, one of them recognized the menacing flames, and they hastily turned to flee, but the serpents were swifter, catching up to them in an instant. A wisp of green smoke arose as their wands were incinerated, the fiend fire enveloping them entirely. Their heads became utterly smooth, while their clothing remained unscathed. The group collapsed as though their very bones had been extracted, yet their voices remained agile. "Brother, brother, you are my brother. Spare us, and we shall never dare again." Amidst the swirling atmosphere of menace, their final defenses crumbled, causing them to faint. Only then did Lizzie muster the courage to speak. "Alex, I truly thank you." Words laced with a hint of reverence escaped his lips. "Lizzie, how is it that you no longer recognize me as your friend after such a short time?" "Alas, I did not foresee your remarkable prowess. In Gryffindor, I am but a mere shadow, often bullied by those from Slytherin. I'm truly grateful to you." "Not all," she replied. "I assist you, you assist me. As friends, it is only natural that we support one another." With that, Alex departed towards the library, while Lizzie, moved to tears, etched his figure into her memory, vowing that he would forever remain her steadfast brother. Within the hallowed halls of the Hogwarts Library, thousands of shelves housed tens of thousands of tomes, the true treasure trove of wizards. Alex selected a book on advanced potions and retreated to a secluded corner to delve into its contents. Before long, night descended. After completing the borrowing process with Madame Pants, Alex made his way to the Great Hall for supper. Recent days had borne fruit in his potion-making endeavors. Amidst the numerous texts procured from Nocturne Alley, he had stumbled upon a fragment of a recipe for physical regeneration. According to its description, the resulting body would perfectly match the corresponding soul, with the required ingredients being rather commonplace. Under the influence of the Felix Felicis he had brewed in the training room, inspiration struck, and he completed the full formula. Experimental results indicated that it could manifest a body corresponding to the soul of an animal that had perished a week prior, although the process was agonizingly slow, taking 2 days to yield a corporeal form. Resolute, Alex decided to seek out Snape. Their interactions had been limited to the selection of shadow leaders. Yet Alex had been deeply touched by Snape's story in his past life. If he could forge a genuine friendship, perhaps he could alter the professor's ultimate fate for the better. Knock, 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 knock. Knock. It was only after the third knock that Snape abruptly swung the door open, a chill mingled with the scent of potions wafting forth. If you lack a suitable reason, I doubt you wish to know your fate, Snape intoned, his voice icy. Professor, I have some thoughts regarding potions and would like to seek your guidance. What are the components of this recipe? Wormwood, Angelica, Asphodel, Dragon's Blood. It pertains to the bone regeneration potion, Professor. What effects do the jumping root and bubble stem possess? They are particularly effective against troublesome facial herpes. I trust you will not waste my time, Mr. Alex. Following a brief assessment, Snape finally permitted Alex to enter his office, the interior reflecting the professor's own dark and chilling aesthetic. Alex presented the recipe and potion sample he held. Professor, this is a formula I inadvertently discovered and have just completed. Its current efficacy allows for the manifestation of a body perfectly aligned with the corresponding soul within a 2-day time frame. Upon hearing this, Snape paused, his interest piqued, and quickly turned to examine the formula while preparing the necessary ingredients. After a period of brewing potions, Snape confirmed the effectiveness of the concoction and turned his gaze toward Alex, just as Alex showcased a portion of the captured mouse souls, a manifestation of the power to manipulate the laws of nature, frail and almost ethereal. You understand my needs, do you not? Snape's demeanor betrayed his usual composure, revealing an unmistakable excitement. I am aware, Professor. We are merely 2 steps away from success. Snape retrieved a thick tome from the hidden depths beneath his desk. This contains all the methods I have gathered over the years, including those pertaining to the final 2 steps. If resurrection is indeed possible. Snape's voice faltered, a hint of emotion breaking through as years of toil finally unveiled a glimmer of hope. What must I sacrifice? Chapter 10. The first encounter with the trio. Friendship, Professor. I do not come to threaten you. My actions stem solely from my admiration for you. Alex remarked with a smile. Snape nodded slowly, regaining his usual calm demeanor. Thus, friends ought to assist one another. How may I be of service to you? Subsequently, Alex and Snape engaged in an extensive discussion within the office. While Alex lacked the extensive knowledge that Snape had accumulated over the years, his natural talent shone brightly. Throughout the night, several potion recipes acquired from Nocturne Alley underwent significant refinement, and it was believed that with a few more attempts, they could be fully realized. In the future, should you require potion research, seek me out. I shall inform them that you are confined under my care. And it is high time you practiced your mental shielding, Snape declared in his icy tone, fatigue evident after a night of research. Very well, Severus. I shall take my leave now. Alex turned and opened the door, heading toward the common room. After a considerable time, a whisper echoed from the potion office. Lily. The night at Hogwarts was steeped in mystery and eeriness, with peculiar shapes often seen moving about, portraits, suits of armor, and shifting staircases. Thanks to the Felix Felicis, Alex's mental fortitude steadily improved, allowing him to thrive on merely 2 hours of rest each night. Upon returning to his dormitory, he collapsed, and, in pursuit of quality sleep, he experienced a blissful slumber akin to that of an infant. Guided by his biological clock, Alex rose early, during his initial month as a wandering student. A moment's delay could result in others seizing the good fortune meant for him. After a brief practice of magic, Alex, accompanied by Abner, made their way to the Great Hall for breakfast. Along their path, the Slytherins respectfully stepped aside, acknowledging the formidable newcomer who had effortlessly bested a few graduates, such fierce determination was a rarity for them. Upon entering the Great Hall, Alex observed that although British breakfasts often elicited criticism, it was preferable to having nothing at all. Not far away, Hermione was the first to arrive at the Gryffindor table. The young witch glanced at Alex, seemingly contemplating approaching him, yet the indifferent atmosphere surrounding the Slytherins instilled a sense of trepidation within her. Alex had just finished his meal when he rose and made his way to the Gryffindor seating area. "Thank you, Alex," the young witch expressed joyfully, then proceeded to inquire about the intricacies of transfiguration. It turned out that Hermione had practiced diligently the previous night, yet her fundamental transfiguration skills still exhibited flaws. Alex meticulously elucidated the principles of magical energy flow, wand techniques, and the foundational laws of transfiguration to the young witch, both engrossed in their conversation, occasionally using the utensils on the table as demonstrations. Harry and Ron arrived, feeling somewhat uneasy to see a Slytherin among them. "Ah, you're here. Allow me to introduce my good friend, Alex Wyndham. He's quite different from those Slytherins." Alex stood to greet them, expressing his delight in meeting them. "Harry, your story is well known to all, and Ron, I've seen your family at the station. You seem very harmonious and warm." Subsequently, Hermione and Alex continued their discussion on transfiguration. To prevent any deterioration in Hermione's relationship with Harry and Ron, Alex intentionally shared some more basic content, incorporating Harry and Ron into the discussion. Observing Alex perform transfiguration silently and without a wand, the others expressed admiration. Indeed, curiosity serves as the greatest teacher for children, further strengthening the bond between the trio and Alex. Once Alex sensed that they had absorbed enough theoretical knowledge, he decided that practical experience was necessary for improvement. He waved goodbye to seek out Abner, and the others politely bid farewell as they departed. Turning around, Alex noticed Abner and Lizzie engaged in a lively conversation. "Hey, what are you discussing?" "I'm just feeling a bit behind in my studies, hoping to find some suggestions from you. I saw you seem busy, so I didn't approach you." "I happened to run into Abner," Lizzie said, scratching her head in her signature endearing manner. "It's no trouble. I was sharing knowledge there as well. Next time, I'll introduce you to those three. They're good friend from Gryffindor." The charms professor was Professor Flitwick, who, possessing a hint of goblin heritage, was rather diminutive in stature, yet immensely powerful, having been crowned champion of dueling multiple times. Even with the simplest of charms, the levitation charm, Professor Flitwick meticulously deconstructed its principles, providing detailed explanations to the young wizards. "Wingardium Leviosa." At that moment, Alex casually pointed, causing a feather to float, twirling gracefully in the air. A splendid performance, casting without wand or sound. Mr. Alex's talent is truly remarkable. Slytherin gains 5 points. Much like in Transfiguration class, Alex imparted some of his spell-casting experiences to those around him. With a little guidance, Abner became the second young wizard to successfully cast a spell. After class, Professor Flitwick invited Alex to his office for a chat, which Alex accepted with pleasure. "Child, would you care for something to drink? Red tea, honey water?" "Red tea, please." "Thank you, Professor." The two individuals subsequently delved into a discussion on magical spells, with Professor Flitwick's profound theoretical knowledge leaving Alex in deep admiration. Conversely, Alex's highly efficient spellcasting techniques, honed through systematic training, yielded valuable insights for Professor Flitwick as well. Ultimately, the professor candidly remarked that in the realm of fundamental spells, Alex's prowess surpassed his own. Their discourse then transitioned to ancient magic and ritualistic practices, at which point it became evident that Professor Flitwick was predominantly imparting knowledge. By the conclusion of their conversation, Alex's foundational understanding of magic had significantly deepened. "Thank you, Professor. Your teachings today have been immensely beneficial," Alex expressed gratefully. "I too have gained much, my child. Your abilities should not be underestimated. Remember to always choose the righteous path," the professor replied. After bidding farewell, Alex ascended the staircase, preparing to explore the 8th floor, where another significant location awaited his discovery. Chapter 11. The Chief's Duty. I require a space to practice spells. Suddenly, a remarkably smooth door appeared on the opposite wall. Upon entering, Alex found himself in a vast room filled with training dummies, alongside cabinets for storing garments. This was one of Hogwarts' hidden realms, the Room of Requirement, which materialized perfectly to meet the needs of those who sought assistance. Alex proceeded to unleash the spellcasting techniques he had recently acquired, simultaneously assessing his capabilities. Avada Kedavra, disarm and incapacitate. Fire Vortex. System, display my current attribute panel. Host, Alex. Physique, 5. Magic power, 78. Intelligence, 1012. Magical level, Apprentice-level magic, master. Mage's hand, grandmaster. Wizard-level magic, master. Fire magic specialization, grandmaster. Soul-stealing curse, grandmaster. Avada Kedavra, master. Laws. Law of slaughter, half-step. Law of flame, half-step. Comprehensive strength evaluation, grandmaster level advanced. Merely a step away from legendary status. Alex sensed a further enhancement in his control over fire, and with his expanding magical foundation, his soul power had also increased, though his understanding of the laws remained stagnant. From a distance, he could hear Draco Malfoy boasting about his childhood experiences riding broomsticks. Alex slowly approached the area, closely followed by Abner. A small contingent of Slytherins had already gathered, and upon spotting Alex, they ceased their conversations. Draco wore an innocent expression as they all greeted him in unison. "Good day, Chief." Alex nodded in acknowledgement. "Please continue your discussions. Do not mind me." However, Alex's fearsome reputation had permeated their consciousness, deterring anyone from acting out of line. With only a few whispering among themselves, Harry and his friends were equally pleased by Alex's presence and greeted him warmly, while Lizzie, after exchanging pleasantries, approached Abner, seemingly hesitant to trouble Alex. After a brief moment, Madame Huichi arrived. "Good afternoon, classmates." "Good afternoon, Madame Huichi." She was a lively witch, perhaps due to her role as the flying instructor, and she deeply cared for the students' safety. "Welcome to your first flying lesson. What are you waiting for? Stand by your brooms. Come on, move quickly." One by one, the students complied with Madame Huichi's instructions. They placed their right hands above the brooms and said up. The air was filled with a chorus of sounds as most brooms obediently responded. However, Hermione's broom was rather unruly, rolling about without taking flight, which frustrated the young witch to the point of stomping her feet. Alex stifled a laugh and discreetly used his magical hand to lift Hermione's broom, intimidating it with a fierce aura. Now the broom lay obediently in Hermione's grasp. Noticing Alex's gesture, Hermione cast him a grateful smile. As for Alex's own broom, it had long since surrendered to his imposing presence, leaping up eagerly at a mere glance, ready to serve him. "All right, children, mount your brooms and gently push off the ground afloat. Be careful not to exert too much force." One by one, the young wizards began to levitate, except for Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor, a seemingly bumbling chubby boy who, due to his nervousness, pushed off too hard and soared into the air. All that could be heard was Neville's frantic shouting as the memory orb tucked in his pocket tumbled out. The broom carried him hither and thither before he crashed in front of the castle, hanging precariously from the tower's apex, his clothing gradually tearing. Before Madame Huichi could react, Neville plummeted down at an alarming speed, just as he was about to hit the ground from a height of 1 story. A calm voice rang out, "Allez, ta, humantong," rapid descent, slow landing. Suddenly, Neville's descent slowed, and he came to a halt upon reaching the ground, unharmed but unconscious. Madame Huichi hurried over. "Students, refrain from using your brooms for now. I will take Mr. Longbottom to the infirmary." "Thank you, Mr. Alex, for your assistance. Slytherin earns 5 points." With that, she swiftly took Neville away. Unfortunately, the young wizards from both houses were anything but composed, even with Alex's presence keeping Slytherin in check. Draco still ventured out to provoke Gryffindor. "Hey, Scared, do you dare to compete?" With that, Draco picked up the memory orb that Neville had dropped, mounted his broom, and charged off. Harry, not one to be left out, immediately pursued him. The two raced after one another, and Harry's flying talent proved quite impressive as he was closing in on Draco, who hastily tossed the memory orb away. In a daring dive, Harry snatched the orb, prompting Professor McGonagall, who had been observing from the nearby loft, to rush out and reprimand them, taking Harry away. Alex had no intention of engaging in these petty disputes. Yet Draco, reveling in his antics, boasted about how he had dealt with Harry and approached Alex with a sense of triumph. "Chief, why do you assist those foolish lions?" It seemed he held disdain for Alex's act of rescuing Neville. With a mere wave of his hand, the earth beneath them surged upward, transforming into ropes that securely bound Draco and his companions, while another portion morphed into spikes, menacingly directed at their faces. Draco wished to argue, but found himself immobilized, unable to articulate his thoughts under the looming threat of death. As a Slytherin, did he not comprehend the importance of respecting the strong? Alex brandished his wand toward them, an aura of lethal intent enveloping him, as if the specter of death itself were smiling upon them. As for why he chose to assist them, he declared, "First and foremost, I am a student of Hogwarts, and only thereafter a Slytherin. Have you embodied even a fraction of our house-esque qualities? Ambition, cunning, and prudence? As the chief, I possess both the right and duty to guide you. I implore everyone to maintain emotional equilibrium at all times and to focus on becoming stronger. True power lies in self-improvement. Should you require assistance, I am not one to withhold help from genuine friends. A moment of silence enveloped the gathering, before several young wizards resolutely aligned themselves behind Alex. Once Draco and his companions were released, albeit pale, they cautiously approached Alex, appearing considerably more subdued. The Gryffindor stood in silence for a lengthy pause. The atmosphere of casual chatter dissipated. Lily, Hermione, Harry, and Ron approached to engage with Alex, all aware of the essence of his message, the paramount importance of healthy competition among peers and the necessity of unity in striving for collective enhancement. Thus, this peculiar lesson concluded. Following the class, Alex invited several students to discuss magical knowledge, and they readily agreed. As they made their way to the room of requirement on the 8th floor, they encountered Snape. "Mr. Alex, follow me." His chilling voice pierced their souls. Casting a sidelong glance at Harry. "Very well, Professor." Chapter 12, The First Side Quest. Alex accompanied Snape to the dungeon, where an area had been cleared, revealing a box exuding the aura of dark magic. At that moment, Alex comprehended the purpose behind it. Evidently, Snape had achieved results in his research on the flesh-bearing potion. This box contains the soul of this individual, does it not? Where did it originate? Lucius. He possesses an abundance of various tools. This person voluntarily became a potion slave, only to succumb after consuming a poorly crafted potion, leaving behind nothing but a wisp of ash. Potion slaves, common figures in the realm of dark wizards, often emerge from those unwilling to toil for their existence or those discontented with remaining in obscurity. Snape's expression remained as calm as ever, and after a moment of reflection, Alex prepared to focus on the experiment. As Snape opened the box, tendrils of dark magic spiraled upward, coalescing into a beam of light that ensnared a fragment of the soul, allowing both to discern its location through the haze of the dark magical artifact. Subsequently, a vial of potion was spilled, and the liquid swirled around, ensnaring the soul in a captivating embrace. Moments later, flesh erupted from the void, rapidly forming in a manner reminiscent of 3D printing. Severus Snape produced the photograph he had previously taken of this potion-bound soul, and it was an exact replica. Alex was elated by the potion's effects. It could be considered a life regained. For as long as the soul endured, one could achieve eternal life. However, Snape was less optimistic, as the newly formed body emanated an aura of decay. To the eyes accustomed to corpses, it was evident that this body lacked any spark of vitality. Relying solely on this potion was insufficient for resurrection. Alex then harnessed the power of the laws, attempting to tether the dissipating soul of the potion-bound entity and force it into the body. Yet, the body merely flickered with a glimmer of life in its eyes before falling silent. Currently, my mastery lies in the half-step of the laws of slaughter and flame, which are not well suited to this endeavor, and my strength is lacking, alas. Nevertheless, at least a clear path has emerged. Since receiving the hopeful news of Lily's potential resurrection, Snape had adopted a more proactive demeanor, though he still presented himself as the same cold and stern Darkbat in public. He privately intensified his magical studies in hopes of reviving his beloved. I too have begun to formulate ideas. Severus, we shall continue to strive forward. Before curfew, many young wizards were engaging in discussions and learning from one another in the common room. The chorus of greetings halted Alex in his tracks. Headmaster, may I pose a question? The first to speak was Astoria, the youngest of the Greengrass family, followed by several other young witches and wizards echoing her sentiment. Very well. Please write your questions on slips of paper and pass them to me. Thus commenced Alex's first public lecture in the Slytherin common room. Although his magical foundation was not as robust as that of the esteemed heads of houses, it was a significant advantage over the younger wizards. They listened intently. Although he was discussing fundamental magical knowledge, many upperclassmen were drawn to join the learning experience. And soon the common room was filled solely with the sound of his teachings and the gentle scratch of quills on parchment. As curfew approached, the young wizards, though reluctant to leave, complied with the rules and expressed their gratitude to Alex. Congratulations, host. Your prestige in Slytherin has reached a notable level, unlocking a side quest. Side quest. Conquer Slytherin. Let all of Hogwarts recognize the might of Slytherin House. Progress. 93. It seems there remain some obstinate individuals who show outward compliance, but harbor dissent within. Among them are some extreme, pure-blood advocates. The fact that Alex is a muggle-born wizard is common knowledge within Slytherin. However, most of the young wizards are motivated by power rather than loyalty to the term pureblood. A few even believe that as Slytherins, they should dominate Hogwarts, subduing other houses to their will, without considering whether old Dumbledore would permit such actions from Gryffindor. And so, the night passed in silence. As Alex indulged in his breakfast, Abner brought Lizzie over. The moment Lizzie approached Alex, she stood upright and placed her hand upon her chest. Alex, I am aware that I am somewhat inept with words, but you are my most esteemed friend. Please allow me the privilege to follow you in the future. Around them, the younger wizards cast peculiar glances, yet Alex remained unfazed. What did it matter if they were from Gryffindor? If he sought protection, he would not permit anyone to harm them. Very well, Lizzie. We shall converse in detail later. For now, take a seat and enjoy your meal. After their repast, Lizzie became the third official member of the Starry League, though her prowess did not yet match Abner's. Her robust physique suggested that perhaps a melee-oriented path would suit her better. With no classes scheduled for the morning, Alex resolved to visit the library in pursuit of knowledge. In a corner of the library, he discovered young Hermione engrossed in a hefty tome. One could only wonder how a young witch managed the strength to carry such a voluminous book each day. Sunlight illuminated Hermione's profile, her eyes shimmering with a brilliance akin to starlight, radiating wisdom and courage. Her brown curls danced gently in a breeze, and Alex approached her, gently gathering the wayward strands of hair. Ah, thank you. The little witch, too engrossed in her reading, was startled by Alex's presence. Upon seeing him, her cheeks flushed, and she murmured her gratitude. The two then resumed their reading, Hermione quickly regaining her focus, embodying the essence of Hogwarts' top scholar. At that moment, Alex was perusing a travelogue narrating the protagonist's adventures through ancient wizarding ruins, filled with rich and captivating tales, some pages even adorned with illustrations. One particular page caught Alex's eye, detailing an ancient spell known as Meteor Fire, which summoned countless fireballs from the heavens to indiscriminately assault the target below, leaving traces that could still be discerned today. Fascinated by the imagery, Alex inadvertently began to contemplate the principles of flame, striving to glean the techniques for executing this forbidden spell. Just then, Professor Quirrell, who taught the defense against the dark arts, happened to be in the library, his head wrapped in a scarf, perpetually exuding the odor of garlic, with Voldemort lurking at the back of his mind. Sensing the resonance of magical principles, Voldemort suddenly awakened and urged Quirrell, "Look to your left." The voice was hoarse and eerie, resonating directly within Quirrell's mind. With a slow gait, Quirrell approached the corner where Alex sat, his expression betraying a mix of fear and confusion. Chapter 13, A Notable Scene. Professor Quirrell stood before Alex, his trepidation seemingly intensifying. "Bring this boy to your office, quickly." Voldemort urged him within Quirrell's mind, and the presence of numerous students heightened Quirrell's anxiety. "You. Hello, fellow student. I must ask you to come. Come with me." "Professor Quirrell, may I inquire what the matter is?" "I command you to come." Professor Quirrell was exceedingly anxious, his stutter vanishing as if he might be discovered at any moment. Observing Alex's hesitation, Quirrell drew his wand and aimed it at him. Naturally, Alex would not indulge him. Under the influence of the laws of power, the dark aura surrounding Quirrell's head became starkly apparent. He too produced his wand, summoning a murderous intent and preparing to strike at any moment. At that moment, Snape happened to pass by. "Quirrell, what are you doing? It is not your place to discipline a Slytherin student." He then took Alex away, leaving Quirrell without an opportunity to speak. Under Hermione's concerned gaze, the two gradually distanced themselves, arriving at the potions classroom. "Do you know about the person behind Quirrell?" Alex inquired of Snape, although the Dark Mark did not respond. "I know it to be Voldemort." Snape's expression remained calm under the influence of the brain-sealing spell, yet his eyes seemed to blaze with suppressed fury, the murderous intent gathering steadily. "You are aware of Dumbledore's arrangement for Harry's perilous adventure, are you not?" "Of course, these matters are trifling. He appears to have already set his sights on you. How do you intend to handle it?" "It is not a significant issue. I can dispatch him at any moment, yet I cannot eradicate him entirely. I shall wait for an opportunity to inflict some discomfort upon him." The two discussed various aspects of Harry's adventure, Snape continuing to play the role of the villain as appointed by Dumbledore, while Alex lurked in the shadows, waiting for his moment. Through their numerous exchanges of potion knowledge, the brewing time for the designated organ's polyjuice potion was significantly reduced, allowing Alex ample time to prepare it before class commenced. As the class hour approached, the young wizards trickled into the potions classroom. The lesson was attended jointly by Slytherin and Gryffindor, with the students from both houses eyeing each other with disdain and exchanging no words, each taking their respective seats. Hermione, upon entering, immediately spotted Alex and approached him to share a desk, initiating a conversation. "Alex, I haven't yet tried potions and am unsure how approachable Professor Snape is. He seems to harbor a particular disdain for Gryffindor students. Fear not, Severus is quite affable, despite his seemingly cold demeanor. He is always the first to rush to a student's aid in times of danger. Bang! Snape burst through the door of the potions classroom, his black robes billowing behind him like a great black bat. His hair remained as greasy as ever. One might wonder if the popularity of Potter's shampoo had led him to forego washing his hair. Snape commenced the class by calling the roll, pausing momentarily when he reached Harry's name. Ah, Harry Potter, a new celebrity at our school, he drawled in a low tone, as if addressing a foe. Several Slytherin students stifled their laughter behind their hands. After completing the roll call, Snape cast a stern gaze over the class, his icy eyes devoid of any warmth. You are here to learn the intricate art of potion making. Due to the presence of some individuals here who merely flail their wands ineptly, many of you may find it hard to believe in the existence of true magic. I do not expect you to fully comprehend the exquisite artistry of potion making. However, I shall instruct you on how to bottle glory, brew honor, and even, dare I say, evade death, provided you do not display the same foolishness as those dimwits I taught previously. The classroom fell into a deeper silence as Harry and Ron exchanged glances, while little Hermione sat rigidly, seemingly determined to prove her intelligence. Potter, Snape suddenly called out, inquiring what would occur if one were to add powdered daffodil bulb to a potion of wormwood. Harry, with a puzzled expression, replied, I don't know, Professor. Snape sneered derisively. Ah, it appears that fame does not equate to knowledge. Allow me to pose another question. If I instructed you to procure a piece of dungstone, where'd you seek it? I don't know, sir, Harry replied, feeling the pressure mount. Do you not prepare before class? Now, tell me, what distinguishes aconite from wolfsbane? I'm unsure, but I believe Hermione knows the answer. Why not ask her? Harry retorted disdainfully. 5 points from Gryffindor, Snape announced, ignoring Harry's indignation and turning his attention to Hermione, who was seated beside Alex. The first question pertains to the elixir of life. The second resides within the stomach of a goat, and the third reveals that both are of the same plant family. Snape fixed his gaze upon Hermione before heading towards the podium. Why not jot these down? 1 point to Gryffindor. In the subsequent lesson, Snape unleashed a torrent of scorn upon Harry, deducting numerous points from Gryffindor. Meanwhile, Alex collaborated splendidly with Hermione, responding flawlessly to her inquiries, and their concocted potion earned Snape's approval. 20 points to Slytherin, 5 points to Gryffindor. Hermione glared at Snape in frustration, while Alex managed a wry smile. Receiving points for Hermione was already a rare concession from Snape. Hermione rushed to seek out her Gryffindor teammates, though her collaboration with Slytherin seemed to irk Ron. Despite Alex being a decent Slytherin, the tension was palpable, and caught in the middle, Harry felt bewildered and hurriedly pulled Ron away. Observing the situation, Alex approached Hermione. Abner and Lizzie, noticing this, decided not to follow Alex any longer and departed towards the room of requirement. Alex had previously asked them to practice combat skills whenever possible. Hermione, we have a break soon. Shall we take a stroll? But I still have a reference book to read. No witties. One must relax amid study to enhance learning efficiency. Very well. The two made their way to the castle entrance, intending to wander towards the river. Chapter 14, The Tree Guardian. Upon returning to the common room, they heard rumors of Draco and Harry's duel. On a serene afternoon, Alex and Hermione strolled along the shores of the Black Lake, a gentle breeze caressing their faces. They engaged in an animated exchange of magic, incantations, and the trivialities of daily life, while the surrounding world seemed to stand still, leaving only the two of them in existence. Hermione subtly tilted her head to steal a glance at Alex, her soft eyes betraying a hint of introspection. Their conversation slowed, and the space between them grew increasingly intimate. At times, their hands would inadvertently brush against each other, only to hastily withdraw, their hearts racing in that fleeting moment. After a brief silence, just as Alex was about to address the lingering ambiguity in the air, their tall friend unexpectedly appeared, interrupting the moment. Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds appointed by Dumbledore, was out for a walk with Fawn. A bark echoed, followed by Hagrid's gruff voice, Fawn quiet. Oh, Hermione, good afternoon. And who is this? Hagrid appeared quite surprised that Hermione was strolling with a Slytherin wizard. At that moment, Alex also scrutinized Hagrid. The half-giant towered over them, his skin rough, and under the probing of Alex's magical essence, he sensed a certain degree of magical resistance, albeit limited. Oh, hello, Hagrid. This is my friend, Alex. He is a good acquaintance of mine, and Harry S. Hermione introduced. Hello, Hagrid. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hagrid. Noticing the absence of the typical Slytherin arrogance in Alex and his polite demeanor, was delighted to engage in conversation with them. Nice to meet you. Come to my hut for a bit. I just baked some rock cakes. They then made their way to Hagrid's cozy little dwelling, which, despite its worn furnishings, exuded warmth. Here, give these a try. I haven't had the chance to invite you both since the school year began. Hagrid presented some rock cakes, which, upon being placed on the table, seemed to bounce slightly from their sheer hardness. The two quickly shifted the conversation to Hagrid's passion for magical creatures. Alex and Hermione dominated the theoretical aspects of the discussion, while Hagrid contributed his unique insights into animal care, and their dialogue grew fervent. In a moment of enthusiasm, Hagrid invited them to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Of course, we won't venture into the forest itself, or you'll be breaking school rules. There are some small creatures there, fairies and such, which I reckon Hermione would appreciate. With that, he led them onward. Since entering the magical realm, Hermione had yet to witness any wondrous creatures firsthand, so she curiously trailed closely behind Hagrid. They arrived at a small woodland, where a rustling sound, combined with Hagrid's approach, attracted a few bowtruckles. Hagrid then produced some wood lice from his pocket and offered them to Hermione and Alex. Hermione seemed to have a natural affinity with the bowtruckles, who eagerly accepted the offerings from the young witch. Meanwhile, a few bowtruckles affectionately jumped onto Alex's clothing, but turned down the wood lice he offered, as if searching for something else. It was at this moment that Alex realized the source of the aura was the flesh-regenerating potion he had encountered earlier that morning. This potion, capable of restoring physical form, had yet to be tested on plants. Subsequently, Alex produced a vial of the flesh-regenerating elixir, and several tree frogs swiftly leaped onto his hand, adopting a comical pose that elicited a chuckle from him. He uncorked the potion, allowing the frogs to sample it, and to his surprise, the elixir's magical properties, which typically facilitated soul regeneration, seemed to falter as the frogs devoured the contents with zeal. Remarkably, their sizes expanded by a quarter, and they appeared considerably more vibrant. Annoyingly, once the frogs had finished the potion, they bowed to Alex before scampering off to play with Hermione, leaving him somewhat speechless. The afternoon passed in the delightful laughter of the young witch. As they strolled side by side toward the dining hall, neither dared to breach the unspoken tension that lingered between them. Did you give someone a good thrashing? Alex inquired with a grin, directing his question at Draco, who stammered and hesitated, fully aware that Alex maintained amicable relations with Harry and the others. We're planning to ditch Harry Potter, Draco declared, his intelligence shining through. However, his two rather dull-witted companions, Goyle and Crabbe, were preoccupied, inadvertently revealing their intentions, prompting Draco to recount the tale to Alex in its entirety. Understanding that this plot was intricately linked to the headmaster's machinations, Alex chose not to intervene, deciding instead to provide clandestine protection when the time arose. Draco, true glory stems from within yourself. Ponder that well, he advised, leaving Draco standing there, bewildered and at a loss. As night fell, Alex cast the disillusionment charm and quietly approached the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, where he found the fat lady yawning. As the door creaked open, several figures emerged. You can't follow us. Didn't you say that would be against school rules? Ron grumbled at Hermione, while Harry navigated the conversation. The group then made their way to the trophy room, and to Alex's astonishment, Draco appeared. Scarhead, I didn't expect you to muster the courage to show up. This is my assistant. Draco gestured to Crabbe, instructing Goyle to stand aside, then drew his wand. My assistant is Ron Malfoy. You won't be arrogant for long, retorted Harry, standing beside Ron, while Hermione was left to the side, ready to chastise them for their transgression of school rules. In a shimmering flash, Alex gradually materialized before them. I trust you don't mind having an additional referee, he stated, causing astonishment to ripple through the group as they gaped at him. Alex, how have you also violated school rules? Is that the disillusionment charm? I read about it. It seems quite challenging, Hermione began, initially intending to reprimand Alex, but somehow shifted her focus to the magic itself. Foolish girl, haven't you also breached the rules? Alex countered. That's different, Hermione replied, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment as she approached him. Very well, gentlemen, if you intend to fight, prepare yourselves. The remaining few quickly regained their composure, refraining from inquiring why Alex was present, and picked up their wands to prepare for a bow. Meow. Who's there? A gaunt, dark gray cat sprang forth, hollering at the group. The voice of the castle's caretaker, Filch, echoed from a distance. Chapter 15. The Three-Headed Dog. Do I not have dignity? Perhaps it was the ingrained fear of students towards their teachers that compelled the young wizards to flee. Alex had intended to discreetly guide Filch away, but now he could only follow the others. They darted in panic, Draco stumbled due to his rapid pace, but fortunately, Harry was quick enough to catch him. Soon, they reached the forbidden room on the fourth-floor corridor. Alohomora! Hermione swiftly unlocked the door, and they all squeezed inside, taking deep breaths while listening to Filch's approaching footsteps. Draco was about to say something to Harry and the others when he suddenly felt a rush of heat against his face. As the monstrous dog drew near, Draco, gripped by fear, shut his eyes, while Hermione urgently tugged at their clothes, ready to flee. At that moment, Alex finally raised his wand, and ribbons of magic spiraled from its tip, artistically binding the creature. The young wizards gradually regained their senses. The night had proven overwhelmingly exhilarating for them. "Thank you, Alex." "Thank you, Headmaster." At the staircase junction, Draco wore a conflicted expression but ultimately spoke up. "Potter, thank you for pulling me back earlier." He then hurried down the stairs with his two companions, leaving Harry momentarily stunned, a smile creeping onto his face. While Malfoy was not known for his virtue, at least he understood the importance of gratitude. Ron, although still harboring disdain for Malfoy, found his perspective slightly shifting. Hermione stood at the door, gazing at Alex as he vanished around the corner. Harry and Ron began to jest, their previous awkwardness dissipating. "You'll be the death of us." Hermione's cheeks flushed as she stomped her foot and hurried to the girls' dormitory, leaving Ron and Harry sharing amused glances. Onlookers were everywhere. After a brief moment, Alex remembered that the three-headed dog was still confined in the room. He rushed back, mindful not to harm Hagrid's canine companion. However, when Livy encountered Alex, it did not attack. Instead, the three heads lowered in submission. After contemplating, Alex decided to accept it, recognizing that he had no pet of his own yet, and the three-headed creature possessed an impressive appearance. Perhaps he might even enhance its lineage someday, allowing it to breathe fire. Livy, astute as it was, approached Alex, rubbing against him as it sensed his relaxed demeanor. "It seems Livy has taken quite a liking to you, my child, though I suspect Hagrid may feel a pang of sorrow." Suddenly, the old man with a white beard appeared beside the dog's head, seemingly moved by the scene. A subtle smile tugged at Alex's lips. The old fellow certainly had a flair for theatrics. "Good evening, Professor. I trust you have been following our endeavors closely." Dear child, I presume you would not decline the invitation of an elder, would you? How about joining me for a cup of honey tea?" Dumbledore refrained from discussing the matter at hand, instead inviting Alex to his office. Alex was acutely aware that this conversation would determine much, his standing in Dumbledore's eyes, and whether Dumbledore was a foe or an ally. "Very well, Professor." The two strolled slowly to the headmaster's office, where a cerulean stone beast stood sentinel at the entrance. Lemon Snowball. The password to the office was, of course, one of Dumbledore's favorite snacks. Inside the office, the space was a touch disheveled, with portraits of past headmasters adorning the walls. "Oh, Dumbledore, it is rather late. You truly work tirelessly." Some of the headmasters in the portraits greeted Dumbledore, though most were in slumber. On the desk lay a book, accompanied by some parchment and a cluster of cockroach-shaped candies that still wriggled. On a nearby perch, Fawkes was dozing, but upon sensing the entrance of others, he promptly raised his head. Our esteemed headmaster was splendidly ignored by Fawkes, whose gaze seemed to be affixed upon Alex. Sensing this peculiar attention, Alex conjured the principles of flame, manipulating a strand of ordinary fire into a phoenix that soared toward Fawkes. "What exquisite magic!" Dumbledore exclaimed in admiration. Fawkes departed his perch, his wings, adorned with golden-red feathers, flapped majestically, leaving a trail of sparks in the air as he merged with the flames conjured by Alex. Fawkes spiraled upward, spreading his wings and emitting a melodious call, his plumage appearing even more resplendent. Gradually, he descended onto Alex's shoulder, the flames bolstering Fawkes' strength and even enhancing his lineage, though the specifics would only be revealed upon Fawkes' next rebirth. Once the atmosphere had settled, Dumbledore led Alex to sit at the desk. "Would you care for a cup of honey water? And perhaps some of the cockroach cluster?" "Certainly, Headmaster," though the appearance of the cockroach cluster was quite peculiar. Alex was eager to sample the confection. As the wriggling candy entered his mouth, he found the sensation delightful before it melted away, releasing a rich burst of sweetness and creaminess, surprisingly pleasant, indeed. "I have yet to see other young wizards dare to eat the cockroach cluster," Dumbledore chuckled warmly. "I possess a modicum of insight regarding fire magic." Dumbledore took the initiative to discuss the topic, and the two engaged in a dialogue regarding fire magic, with Alex seizing the opportunity to learn about Dumbledore's Fire Goddess path. While the Fire Goddess path may lack the precision of destruction found in the Fire Vortex, its expansive range surpassed that of any other fire magic, making it particularly effective against numerous foes. In a spirit of reciprocity, Dumbledore also learned the fire vortex from Alex, suggesting various methods to enhance its potency. The conversation proved to be immensely enjoyable, yet they refrained from broaching any topics regarding their respective positions. In the end, Alex departed from the principal's office with a beaming smile. After some time, Dumbledore seemed to mutter to himself, "Ah, Tom, you truly are unfortunate. The prophecy may be flawed, yet the direction of change is certainly not as you envision. Is it truly possible to resurrect the deceased? The essence of the flame, so familiar. How are you faring?" Chapter 16. The Monster. What a peculiar fellow I am, indeed. That morning, Harry and Ron hurried over to engage Alex and Hermione in conversation. Ever since the day of Alex and Hermione's flirtation, the young, which had taken to joining Alex for meals, the Slytherins, possessing a certain perceptiveness, treated Hermione with a demeanor that was neither particularly kind nor openly hostile. "Alex, I have splendid news for you. You made it onto the Quidditch team?" Harry's expression froze in surprise. "How did you know? What position are you playing?" Occasionally teasing the younger students proved to be quite amusing. "I'm a seeker, the one who determines the outcome of the entire match," Ron interjected, bursting with excitement, even more so than Harry. Observing their exuberance, Alex chose to remain silent, listening intently as they recounted their Quidditch experiences. It was time for the owl post, and a flock of plump Scottish owls flapped in, one clutching a flying broomstick in its talons. The owl swooped down with precision, and, as the broomstick was about to crash onto the table, Alex swiftly conjured a magical hand to catch it. "It seems this is for you, Harry." As Harry accepted the broomstick and perused the delivery information, he glanced toward the teacher's table, where Professor McGonagall offered him a warm smile. Upon unwrapping the package, Harry exclaimed, "Wow, an epic Nimbus 2000. Next to him, Draco's eyes widened in disbelief. Though his family was wealthy, they had adhered strictly to the rules outlined in the acceptance letter and had not purchased a broomstick for him. Potter, could I take a look at that?" Draco cautiously edged closer to Harry. Despite their constant bickering, they had grown closer since their harrowing experience, often helping one another, albeit with a bit of playful banter. "Here you go, but judging by your expression, I reckon you haven't seen anything like this before." Harry mimicked Draco's haughty demeanor, intentionally trying to rile him up. "Watch me not let you ride it into the ground." Draco, with his outward disdain masking his genuine interest, leaned in to inspect the broomstick, repeatedly caressing it, sharing a moment of camaraderie with Ron, who was also admiring the broom. Alex and Hermione observed the scene, with Hermione adopting an expression reminiscent of an elderly person struggling with a mobile phone. "Is this what friendship among boys looks like? TSK, TSK. After their meal, Alex escorted a few of them to the Transfiguration classroom, taking a moment to advise Hermione before departing. "Stay calm in the face of adversity, no matter the danger. I will always be at your side." Hearing this, Hermione's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. Although she did not fully comprehend Alex's meaning, she nodded in affirmation, signifying her understanding. In Alex's realm, the customary practice of score enhancement had taken a rather dismal turn. Apart from the history of magic class, which still offered some points, all other subjects had succumbed to despair. As long as Alex was present, the other houses stood no chance of surpassing a mere 10 points. The house elves had specially prepared an array of pumpkin-themed dishes, filling the entire hall with the delightful aroma of pumpkin. By chance, Alex encountered several professors arranging the hall and decided to lend a hand. With a flourish of his wand, pumpkins of varying sizes transformed into jack-o'-lanterns, their eyes flickering with blue and white flames, dotting the hall with their whimsical presence. "What a splendid spell! 10 points to Slytherin," Professor Flitwick exclaimed, thoroughly pleased, while Professor McGonagall expressed her admiration for Alex's remarkable transfiguration skills. Hagrid, standing nearby, could only muster vague compliments, repeatedly exclaiming how beautiful it all was. Stealthily, Alex slipped out of the hall, making his way to the lavatory in the lower levels. Observing this, Abner and Lizzie attempted to follow, but Alex halted them. Upon arriving at the lavatory, he distinctly heard Hermione's sobs and called out softly, "Little Hermione, is it you?" "Alekis, sobi." Hermione emerged from the door, throwing herself into Alex's arms, weeping. I just wanted to help them." Sob. "Is it so wrong to sound a bit harsh?" It turned out that during their charms class, Hermione had been instructing Harry and Ron on spell-related knowledge. Though they were not overly angered due to their friendship, they felt somewhat uncomfortable. Unbeknownst to her, Hermione had inadvertently employed some of the little techniques Alex had taught her, which made her appear quite sophisticated, perhaps her inner pride as a young, which was at play. After this heartfelt outpouring, Hermione regained her composure, restoring her image as the diligent student albeit with reddened eyes and flushed cheeks. "I'm sorry, Alex, for getting your clothes dirty." Despite her words, Hermione did not relinquish her grip on Alex's garment, and he maintained his embrace, enveloping them both in a tender atmosphere, as if pink bubbles were gently rising around them. Suddenly, an unpleasant odor wafted through the air from the far end of the corridor. "Hermione, stay hidden here. I will investigate," Alex instructed. However, the little witch was not one to cower in ignorance, and insisted on accompanying him, reasoning that she could offer protection. Reluctantly, Alex agreed. As they approached the end of the corridor, an enormous figure lumbered into view, towering at 12 feet, its skin dull and grayish, resembling granite, clearly rather dim-witted. It was a troll, notorious in books for its immense strength and brutish nature, typically avoided by most wizards. While Alex initially contemplated a swift resolution, he noticed Hermione's eyes, sparkling with curiosity, and decided to let her exercise her skills. "Hermione, if you were to confront it, what would you do?" The troll continued to sway back and forth, utterly oblivious to the two small figures discussing its presence at the other end of the corridor. It must be said that the little witch exhibited a remarkable ruthlessness when dealing with other creatures, while Alex stood by, observing Hermione's performance. Perhaps it was precisely this influence that led to a significant infusion of Alex's style into her approach, unyielding and direct, targeting the vital points. With a seamless glide, the long sword sliced through the gap in the creature's neck, and the giant met its demise in a haze of confusion, blood spraying in every direction. The foul stench of the giant had already vexed the little witch to no end, and witnessing this gruesome scene made her feel quite nauseous. Alex, wielding a diminished version of the fire-making spell, cleared the entire corridor, leaving no trace of the giant behind. Such occurrences, after all, would inevitably be encountered in the future. Alex gently patted Hermione's back, soothing the little witch's troubled emotions. "Mr. Alex, I believe you owe us an explanation," she ventured. Chapter 17. The Master of Shadows, Snape. Professor McGonagall stood at the back, her face a stormy shade, watching the two. Harry and Ron stood awkwardly beside her, wearing expressions of embarrassment. Although anger radiated from McGonagall, it was clear that her concern for the students was paramount. In the presence of a giant at Hogwarts, it was best for them to remain in safe quarters. Hermione had intended to shoulder the blame, but before she could speak, Alex interjected. "Professor McGonagall, allow me to explain. I came in search of Hermione and unexpectedly encountered a giant, which compelled us to take action." Subsequently, Alex succinctly recounted the events to Professor McGonagall, during which time several other professors arrived. Among the crowd, Professor Quirrell's eyes momentarily brightened upon hearing Alex's account, only to quickly retreat into the shadows of the faculty, appearing rather inconspicuous. It was then that McGonagall noticed the residual magical energy in the air, as well as the slowly dissipating sparks. Ultimately, she refrained from further admonishment and cast a glance at Snape. "Very well, children. You have accomplished what many young witches and wizards could not, and thus, both Slytherin and Gryffindor shall each receive 5 points." The trio had anticipated a severe reprimand, only to be pleasantly surprised instead. At that moment, Snape took the opportunity to make a pointed remark at Harry, drawing attention to his leg injury. Observing this, Alex couldn't help but smirk. Severus was indeed dedicated to his craft of theatrics. Approaching Snape, Alex remarked, "Severus, you are aware of my capabilities. Is such performance truly necessary?" Snape turned to face Alex, resolutely stating he is, after all, Lily's child. "I shall assist." Snape's fidelity to love transcended all others, and Alex would not impede his actions. The long-anticipated Quidditch match had finally arrived, leaving Harry, participating for the first time, in a state of distress. "You ought to eat something, or you won't be able to fly," Ron advised. Yet, Harry, gripped by anxiety, found it impossible to swallow anything. Alex and Hermione approached, offering words of encouragement, and Harry managed a smile in response. Ultimately, under the gentle persuasion of his friends, he consumed a small amount of food. In the Quidditch stands, Alex sat beside Hermione on the Gryffindor side. Alex displayed a marked disinterest in the rules of this rather unreasonable and barbaric sport. However, he decided to attend the Quidditch match to support his friend Harry, especially since Slytherin was also competing. In Quidditch, each team consists of several chasers, beaters, and a seeker. The chasers and beaters are tasked with propelling the quaffle through the opposing team's goalposts, earning 10 points for each successful score. Yet, the conclusion of the match hinges solely on the seeker, who, upon capturing the golden snitch, grants their team an additional 150 points, thus ending the game. This particular regulation has led many Quidditch matches to devolve into mere exhibitions of the seeker's prowess. As Alex observed Hermione, her cheeks flushed as she leaned against the railing. He suddenly felt a flutter of anxiety. Turning to glance around, he noticed several Slytherins glaring at him, evidently harboring resentment over their head's decision to join Gryffindor. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Alex raised his wand and waved it. The sky appeared to darken, and soon 2 luminous points expanded, forming 2 tunnels. From the Gryffindor side emerged a majestic lion with golden fur, roaring deafeningly into the air. In contrast, a serpentine green python slithered from the Slytherin side, coiling its body and fixating its gaze upon the lion, exuding a chilling aura of menace without a sound. The appearance of the 2 mascots ignited fervent cheers from the young wizards, shifting their focus away from Alex as the players gradually took to the field. Madam Hooch, the referee, stood at the center of the pitch, directing both teams to take flight. The fierce glares exchanged between the old rivals were palpable. All right, everyone is an experienced player now. Let us hope to deliver a fair match, she declared. With a blast of a whistle, the game commenced. 15 figures soared past, and Lee Jordan officially began his commentary. This Gryffindor lad had a lively personality, often interjecting humorous remarks into his commentary, albeit with a bias towards his own house. His emotions sometimes getting the better of him. Harry soared through the air, skillfully evading numerous bludger attacks. Suddenly, his broom began to wobble uncontrollably. Gripping the broom tightly with both hands and clamping his legs, Harry found himself unable to regain control, forced to follow where it led. Many spectators noticed this, especially Hermione, whose keen eyes quickly spotted Snape casting a spell. She turned to Alex, on the verge of speaking. Perhaps we should take a closer look? Following Alex's subtle encouragement, Hermione then noticed Quirrell also casting a spell, her expression morphing into confusion. Alex smiled at Hermione without providing an explanation, then drew his wand and pointed it at Harry. A powerful surge of magical authority swept through the air, dispelling Quirrell's enchantment. Snape glanced at Alex, but chose to act as if nothing had occurred. With everything restored to normalcy, Harry ceased spinning. It was no surprise that he promptly captured the golden snitch. After the match concluded, the group made their way to Hagrid's hut for a chat. It was Snape. We all saw it, Ron asserted with conviction. Professor Quirrell was also casting spells. It was difficult to ascertain who was truly responsible. At that moment, Hermione offered an explanation, and Hagrid chimed in. That's impossible. Snape is a responsible professor. Though he may not be likable, he would never resort to such actions against students. Harry, unable to contain himself, mentioned Snape's leg injury and speculated that he intended to steal something hidden behind the trapdoor on the 4th floor. Where did you learn about Rubeus? Hagrid inquired, astonished. Rubeus? Yes, I raised him and lent him to Dumbledore to guard something important. What is it? Harry pressed urgently. That's none of your concern. Hagrid attempted to conceal the information. You should forget about this matter. It's dangerous and involves a situation between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. This situation also involves someone named Nicholas Flamel. Hagrid grew frustrated at having revealed another secret, while Alex felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, speechless. Alex, I'm increasingly worried. The web of this matter is growing more complex, Hermione murmured, leaning against Alex's chest. Alex gently stroked Hermione's hair, reassuring her. Do not fret, you will not be in danger. Everything is orchestrated by Dumbledore, and I will protect you from behind. Hermione was taken aback, realizing that it was all part of Dumbledore's plan. Despite her confusion, she chose to trust Alex. I'll tell you more details tomorrow. For now, a certain little witch needs to get to bed. Good night, Alex. Good night, little Hermione. Chapter 18, The Sage After Class. Alex and Hermione met at the edge of the Forbidden Forest to converse, seated upon the ground while a few Bowtruckle danced merrily around them. Alex, you know something about the recent events, don't you? Hermione could not restrain her curiosity. Indeed, it all begins with a prophecy. Alex recounted the enmity between Harry and Voldemort, Dumbledore's machinations, and Quirrell's peculiarities, all while emphasizing Hermione's role in this unfolding narrative as the indispensable sage of their team. What sage is led by others? The young witch expressed her dissatisfaction with her life being so carefully orchestrated, yet she pondered the implications of the plan. Alex, are you confident? Though Hermione did not specify what she meant, Alex understood. Certainly. Whatever you choose to pursue, I can ensure your safety. I don't need your protection. I aim to become stronger than you and protect you. Hermione seemed to ignite with ambition, demanding stricter training from Alex. The two frequently appeared in the room of requirement. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron continued their search for Nicholas Flamel, inquiring about Hermione, who, without hesitation, revealed the information regarding the Philosopher's Stone to Harry. Two young men were exceedingly excited, convinced they had uncovered the truth, and began to devise various means to pry into Snape's past. Who is Snape, the Half-Blood Prince? He would not allow them to easily obtain his information. To discipline Harry, he gave them a thorough scolding. The little creature, Tongs, had long been captured and burned by Alex, primarily due to the lack of training conditions as favorable as those in the room of requirement. During breakfast, Hermione subtly inquired of Alex. Nothing, why? Oh, little Hermione, does this count as meeting the parents? What meeting the parents? It's merely a friendly visit. Hermione's face flushed deeper, yet her words remained defiant. The nature of their relationship had never been clearly defined. Although everyone understood the situation, no one dared to voice it. In his previous life, Alex was a confirmed singleton, and in this life he was consumed by studies and skirmishes, too timid to utter overly sentimental words. He only dared to tease Hermione verbally, yet when it came to action, he was rather soft-hearted. Thus, their arrangements were finalized, and Alex summoned Abner and Lizzie to the room of requirement. Lizzie had not abandoned the advantage of her imposing stature. She had grown even larger since the beginning of the term, her proficiency in defensive magic honed to perfection. Her innate talent for white magic made her well-suited to serve as a frontline shield. The reason I called you here is that our Starry Society plans to hold a formal meeting over the Christmas holidays to discuss our subsequent recruitment methods and to arrange a base for our team to facilitate communication. Thanks to Snape's note, Alex could browse the restricted section of books with almost no hindrance. He even stumbled upon the tome that could be said to have shaped Voldemort's life, Advanced Dark Magic Revealed. Wasn't it said that old Dumbledore had confiscated all copies? How could he still find it? Unfortunately, Alex had no intention of delving deeply into dark magic at present. Mastering the fire rule was still a priority over the rule of slaughter. His current knowledge of meteor fire allowed him to wield the fire rule with greater finesse, and he believed that with continued study, he would soon master one rule completely, stepping into the realm of legends. System, check my current attributes. Host, Alex, Constitution, 57, Mana, 800 to Intelligence, 1218, Magic Level, Apprentice Level Magic, Master, Wizard Level Magic, Master, Fire Specialization Magic, Master, Dark Magic Master, Ancient Magic Apprentice, Rules, Rule of Slaughter, Half Step, Fire Rule, Half Step, Comprehensive Strength Evaluation, Invincible below Legend, merely one step from Legend. The long-absent system interface brought a sense of familiarity to Alex. With his current strength, he was adequately equipped to confront the quasi-immortal Quirrell, the embodiment of Voldemort. Strangely, ever since Quirrell's last failed attempt to threaten him, he had not sought him out again. The train bound for Platform 9 and 3/4 whistled as Alex and Hermione sat side by side, gazing out the window as the castle gradually receded, leaving Hogwarts behind. After we disembark, just follow me, the young witch suggested, her shyness still somewhat apparent but significantly eased, allowing her to face the moment with newfound poise. Alex acknowledged her words, his hand slowly inching closer to Hermione as he began to play with her hair. Hermione turned her face slightly, revealing her delicate features, which were beautifully framed by pure lines that accentuated her dignified appearance. A refreshing floral fragrance wafted into Alex's nostrils, reminiscent of blossoms unfurling in spring, uplifting his spirits. "You're annoying. That tickles," she complained, yet despite her protests, she made no effort to stop him. The air between them was thick with unspoken tension. The compartment occupied solely by the two of them, a serendipitous opportunity. Alex straightened his posture, turning towards Hermione, who seemed to sense the shift and looked back at him. Their eyes met, and in that moment, they glimpsed the indescribable feelings brewing within each other. Hermione, Alex, Chapter 19, The Granger Household. Hermione, your smile is my greatest motivation, and your gentleness is the happiness I long to possess. There is no one in this world who captivates my heart as you do. I wish to traverse every beautiful moment of life with you, for my heart belongs solely to you. Will you be my girlfriend? I promise to cherish and care for you, enabling you to live joyfully and freely. Ugh, you're insufferable, but well, I suppose it's not out of the question. With a smile gracing his face, Alex took Hermione's hand, and they nestled together, basking in the warmth of the setting sun. As the train arrived at its destination, Hermione, holding Alex's hand, skipped ahead. A couple, elegantly dressed yet modest, stood at the platform, observing them. Upon exiting the platform, Hermione spotted her parents and rushed towards them with delight. "Mom, Dad, I missed you." She embraced Mr. and Mrs. Granger, savoring the familial warmth for a brief moment before remembering to introduce Alex. "This is Alex Wyndham, my boyfriend. He has been a tremendous help at school. I can't imagine how many challenges I would have faced without him." Under the teasing gaze of the Granger couple, Hermione shyly revealed their relationship. "Hello there, young man." "Greetings, Mr. and Mrs. Granger." During their journey home, Hermione shared snippets about Alex's background with her parents, particularly emphasizing his academic prowess, which left Mr. and Mrs. Granger quite astonished. It was a rare feat to see their proud daughter acknowledge someone's superiority in studies. The Granger residence was a charming duplex adorned primarily in warm tones, with photographs of young Hermione displayed on the walls, coffee table, and television, creating a cozy atmosphere. Come, sit down, children. The Granger couple warmly greeted Alex and made their way to the kitchen to prepare some fruit for their guests. As the conversation flowed, Alex introduced them to various aspects of the magical world, while Hermione seemed to withdraw into herself, sitting quietly beside him, merely listening. It was only when the Grangers began preparing dinner that Hermione appeared to snap back to reality. Alex, I feel as though I've been neglecting my parents. I haven't written to them much since school, and considering what we are about to face, if Voldemort truly returns, will they be in danger? I can't help but worry. Do not fret, Hermione. Regardless of the extent of Dumbledore's plans, I will always have my eyes on Voldemort's movements. There are indeed spells akin to the Muggle-repelling charm that can be used against wizards. Even the Confundus charm can create similar effects. I will ensure our family is protected in advance and have people keeping watch around them. Hermione found solace in Alex's confidence, and her tension eased a bit. After they had eaten and refreshed themselves, Alex took Hermione to Nocturne Alley, where he wanted to assess the status of his influence and introduce her to some members of the Starry Society. Nocturne Alley remained as dim as ever, but the streets were no longer scenes of murder. Order had improved significantly. The foot traffic had increased, though everyone wore hoods to conceal their identities. Alex casually produced 2 masks, donning one for himself and offering the other to Hermione, despite their heights making them appear either as students or dwarfs. Initially, Alex had been relatively tall compared to his peers upon entering school, but he had ceased to grow for reasons unknown. They approached the newly renovated Borgin and Burke's, easily spotting its prominent sign. As they walked towards the entrance, Hermione instinctively grasped Alex's hand tighter under the watchful gaze of nearby dark wizards. The full moon cast its silvery light, draping the scene like a gentle silk curtain. Suddenly, the howls of wolves pierced the air as a group of dark wizards, accompanied by several werewolves, surrounded the entrance to Borgin and Burke's. The leader, with a thick mane of hair and a scruffy beard, clutched his wand tightly with his remaining arm. Why should old Borgin have all the power? We werewolf wizards deserve our share too. It was unclear how this man had managed to rally so many werewolves, their green eyes fixated on Alex and Hermione, drooling at the corners of their mouths. Let us eat these 2 pesky children first. What rules does old Borgin expect us to follow? My fists are the only law that matters. Several werewolves, unable to restrain themselves, lunged forward. Hermione swiftly drew her wand and cast a few stunning spells, severing the heads of 2 werewolves. Seeing this, Alex smirked coldly and raised his arm toward the sky. There truly are many who seek their own demise. Falling stars descend. Instantly, the sky became shrouded in a crimson cloud, tiny sparks igniting within, rapidly expanding to form basketball-sized fireballs that plummeted toward the ground. What kind of magic can a mere child conjure? Such a diminutive fireball possesses little potency. The leader chuckled derisively before attempting to extinguish the flames with a spell, summoning a torrent of water from the sky. However, upon contact with the water, the fireball rapidly absorbed and expanded, forming a massive curtain of flames that descended upon them. The remaining werewolves and dark wizards, caught off guard, found themselves ensnared by the inferno. The meteor fire spell had been ingeniously modified by Alex. Once the flames touched anything imbued with magical energy, they would claim it as their own, proving exceedingly effective against common adversaries. With a few lethal curses, Alex dispatched the werewolves and wizards who had been drooling over him and Hermione. The leader was pulled over by Alex's magical hand for interrogation, revealing himself to be an ordinary wizard who had infiltrated the wolf pack through bribery. Envious of old Bojan's wealth, he seized the opportunity during the full moon when half of Bojan's bodyguards were on leave to attempt a coup. Observing Alex's waning interest, Hermione indignantly severed the leader's throat with a swift curse. Alex, with a flick of his wand, sent the remaining lackeys to their demise, then comforted Hermione as they entered Bojan's shop. Those who had been stealthily watching the battle dared not look on as the meteor fire descended. Chapter 20, Lucius Malfoy Boss. I apologize. This situation arose due to my negligence. Upon seeing Alex, old Bojan immediately bowed in contrition, visibly flustered. Not to worry, I am here this time. Just ensure to manage matters more efficiently next time. Clean up the mess, Alex replied. Relieved, Bojan dismantled the dark magical artifacts placed at the entrance. Let us proceed to the conference room. The group chanted the teleportation spell and, moments later, arrived at the Starry Alliance headquarters. 2 rows of chairs were neatly arranged along the sides of the hall, with a grand chair at the far end. Candles flickered with violet flames on the walls, casting an eerie and somber atmosphere in the dimly lit room. As the attendees gradually assembled, Alex took his seat in the grand chair, with Hermione beside him. Abner and Old Bojan occupied the second seats on either side, while Lizzie settled into the third position next to Abner. Among those present, camaraderie prevailed, allowing for a relaxed atmosphere. Old Bojan, please provide an update on recent developments, Alex prompted. Certainly, boss. Nocturne Alley remains under our organization as control. With merchants, they're required to submit a portion of their earnings as a guarantee. We have also gathered a significant amount of vital magical knowledge, which you may directly inspect in the shop's basement. Old Bojan then detailed the armed forces under his command, in addition to those initially ensnared by Alex's soul-binding curse. He had employed others, including several dubious aurors who had fallen under his dominion through dark curses. It must be said, Old Bojan is indeed a talent. Being merely a shopkeeper is a disservice to his capabilities. The growth of the Starry Alliance is evident to all, and merit shall be duly rewarded. Alex shared with everyone some restorative potion recipes, crafted in collaboration with Snape, designed to enhance physical condition and amplify magical power without any side effects. The group's eyes sparkled with excitement, and they expressed their gratitude fervently. Are there any promising talents worth considering lately? Alex inquired, just as the words left his lips. A flurry of light enveloped the area, and Snape, cloaked in his dark robes, materialized, maintaining his characteristic expressionless demeanor. Severus, please take a seat here. Alex gestured to the first position on his right, adjacent to Old Bogan. Boss, I believe the Malfoy family might be worth considering. They recently sought my assistance with a batch of items, Old Bogan suggested. The current head of the family is Lucius Malfoy, a man who previously served as a loyal dog for Voldemort, later escaping punishment under the feeble excuse of being controlled by the Imperius curse. Moreover, given the recent rumors, I suspect this coward is in a constant state of panic. Lucius could be useful for diplomatic purposes. Draco has a decent rapport with you, and if you wish to cultivate that relationship, it could yield positive results. However, to ensure the Malfoys comply, you will need to demonstrate your strength, Snape added, having known Lucius as a long-standing colleague. Very well, I shall visit Malfoy Manor tonight, when the moon is dark and the winds howl, Alex declared. Throughout the meeting, Hermione remained silent, offering her unwavering support to Alex. After a brief introduction among the attendees, they prepared to head to Malfoy Manor. Alas, the Malfoy family, deep in slumber, was rudely awakened by the howling winds. Lucius rose to draw back the curtains, only to behold a colossal fire tornado ravaging his estate, yet sparing anything in its path. He hastily roused his wife, Narcissa, instructing her to stay with the young dragon and not to venture out. After straightening his attire and taming his disheveled hair, Lucius stepped outside. His pale golden locks cascaded down his back, while his icy gray eyes betrayed an unmistakable panic. He struggled to maintain composure, his trembling hand gripping his cane tightly to conceal his unease. Severus, do you believe this power is sufficient to negotiate with the Malfoy family? As he spoke, Alex waved his hand, conjuring another fire tornado that appeared on the opposite side of the courtyard, the 2 whirlwinds dancing with abandon, causing Lucius's heart to race faster. By conventional reasoning, it is adequate, Snape's cold voice resonated, as if awakening Lucius from stupor. Upon closer inspection, he noticed 6 individuals standing at his doorstep, with a dark-haired, blue-eyed youth at the forefront. Mr. Malfoy, greetings. I am Alex Wyndham, here to discuss matters with the Malfoy family. Very well. Please come in for a detailed conversation, Lucius replied hastily, ushering them into the house and summoning the house elf Dobby to prepare some refreshments. Mr. Alex, may I inquire the purpose of your visit? Lucius was on the verge of inquiring about the circumstances when he heard footsteps descending the staircase behind him. Sensing something amiss, he quickly turned around, gripping his wand tightly. Headmaster? Professor? What brings you here this late hour? A tall woman with flowing golden hair and a pallid complexion appeared, guiding Malfoy down the stairs. Upon seeing Alex and Snape, Draco fell into a state of bewilderment, uttering a single phrase before becoming unresponsive. Regardless, I implore you not to harm my wife and child. Lucius, a devoted family man, positioned himself protectively in front of Narcissa and Draco, resolutely facing Alex. Fear not, Mr. Malfoy, we come in peace. Your wife and child may listen to what follows. Narcissa remained remarkably composed amidst the turmoil, fully aware that evasion from a wizard of such caliber was futile. However, upon catching sight of Snape. She felt a glimmer of hope that matters would not spiral into chaos. I can assure you, Mr. Malfoy, that Voldemort is not dead. He is actively seeking a means to resurrect himself. Lucius found himself speechless, acutely aware that should Voldemort return, he would not be met with mercy. We have come to offer you a new lease on life, one devoid of incessant fear and senseless bloodshed. Narcissa glanced at Lucius, then at Snape, preparing to speak to Alex, only to be interrupted by Lucius. I need your assurance regarding the safety of my wife and child. Lucius fixed his gaze on Alex, firmly holding Narcissa's hand. Of course, as members of our organization, you will be under my protection, and besides, Draco and I share a cordial relationship. Suddenly brought back to reality, Draco awoke from his stupor, astonished to learn that their headmaster and professor had affiliations with a clandestine organization that had now sought their allegiance. Very well, henceforth the Malfoy family pledges loyalty. Our organization is the Celestial Society. We are not villains. We merely aspire to uncover the true essence of magic. Relieved by this amicable resolution, the Malfoy family exhaled in relief, only for Alex's subsequent inquiry to send their hearts racing once more. Lucius, I have heard that one of Voldemort's Horcruxes is in your possession. Chapter 21, A Leisurely Holiday. Lucius appeared deeply conflicted when suddenly Narcissa nudged him. What are you contemplating? She feared that Alex and his companions might lose their patience and cease their current gentle discourse. Dobby, fetch that notebook. With a snap of his fingers, Dobby vanished from sight, soon returning with a black-covered notebook. The cover bore the embossed golden inscription, Tom Marvolo Riddle, one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Snape nearly lost control of his expression upon seeing it, desperately suppressing the urge to obliterate it with an Avada Kedavra. This is the object that Voldemort entrusted to my care. He merely instructed me to protect it. I hope you can fulfill your promise. Naturally, we have always been generous to friends, and the Malfoy family will have its place in the new world. Thus, Lucius became the fifth member of the Starry Assembly in a most splendid manner, and all members, with the exception of commands from Alex and Hermione, adhered to Severus's arrangements. A change is imminent. The room resembled an ordinary guest chamber, devoid of superfluous decorations. The analysis of ancient magical spells was nearly complete. Now, it was time to devise a method for their reproduction. Early the next morning, owls flocked eagerly towards the Granger household's windows, feasting on the prepared nuts before dropping off their gifts and soaring away. As Alex descended the stairs, he found Hermione joyfully unwrapping presents. Of course, he had arranged gifts for several friends the previous night, mostly comprising his notes or reflections, reserving Hermione's gift for a personal presentation today. Alex stealthily approached the exuberant young witch from behind. Wow, this book is impressive. It introduces many targeted spells. You passed, Alex. A small fist playfully thudded against Alex's chest, soft and reminiscent of a gentle massage. Tajda, this comprehensive spellbook is a gift for our brilliant little witch. Alex produced a hefty notebook from behind him, filled with the majority of spells present within the Harry Potter universe, while the section on elemental magic was still being organized. Wow, thank you, Alex. I have a gift for you too. Hermione presented Alex with a hand-woven scarf, predominantly emerald green, adorned with a serpent design. My skills aren't exceptional, so please don't be critical. Hermione then wrapped the scarf around Alex's neck, and to her delight, it complemented his usual attire rather well. It looks wonderful. Thank you, Hermione. Overjoyed, Hermione hugged Alex before dashing off to peruse the notes. The title of Alex's annotated notebook read Comprehensive Spellbook. Flipping it open, he found the Killing Curse, complete with detailed cultivation methods and techniques to avoid succumbing to the desire for slaughter. Hermione raised an eyebrow. You call this a basic spell? Meanwhile, Alex began unwrapping his gifts. Harry had gifted him a set of broom care tools, although Alex found it peculiar since he did not own a broom. He set aside. Draco sent him a finely crafted, exquisitely luxurious wizard robe, which he tried on and found quite comfortable, seemingly enhanced by a stretching charm. Abner had sent numerous tomes on dark magic, leading Alex to suspect he had emptied the Rogier family's library. Lizzie presented him with a snake-shaped statue that moved when observed, serving as an intriguing ornament. Alex, it looks marvelous, Hermione remarked, her cheeks slightly flushed as she gazed at him. The remaining gifts were rather substantial. Professor McGonagall had sent a notebook on animagus training, a premier transfiguration technique that allows wizards to transform into various ordinary animals from the natural world. Professor Flitwick presented a tome on dueling, detailing essential considerations for wizards during formal combat, alongside the intricate interplay of spells and footwork. This was indeed a rare gift, as Alex typically vanquished his foes with overwhelming spell quality and sheer magical force, rarely experiencing a balanced confrontation. In this regard, Professor Flitwick offered a timely reminder to Alex about the importance of combat awareness, especially since an inevitable clash with Voldemort loomed on the horizon. The more preparation, the better. Severus Snape's contribution was remarkably unpretentious. A chest filled with potions ranging from invigorating elixirs to restorative draughts, encompassing nearly every potion available on the market, sprinkled with a few of Snape's personal concoctions. No wonder it was contained within a box enhanced by the undetectable extension charm. The most extraordinary gift came from Dumbledore. Also a collection of books, yet all comprised of those that ought to have been removed from the restricted section, including the notorious secrets of advanced dark magic. Upon unwrapping the parcel, a note fluttered before Alex, inscribed with the words, "Alex, I believe you will find these useful." Dumbledore. These resources filled Alex with delight, enabling him to further augment his magical foundation and advance toward legendary status. Children, it's time to eat. The Granger couple sent a feeding request, which they joyfully accepted. Alex, how is my Hermione performing at Hogwarts? Does she have many friends? You know my Hermione tends to be, "Oh dear, Mom, please don't." Little Hermione shyly covered Mrs. Granger's mouth. Hermione has excelled among first-year students and is quite popular within Gryffindor, surrounded by many friends. After a satisfying meal, Alex lounged with the Grangers on the sofa, watching television, and thus they enjoyed several leisurely days. While Alex was dining with Hermione in the Great Hall, Harry suddenly approached. "Alex, I recently encountered something rather peculiar." Chapter 22, The Mirror of Ariste. Harry expressed his confusion to Alex. Yes, I saw myself as the Quidditch captain, proudly holding a trophy." Ron chimed in with enthusiasm. Was there a twist in the narrative? Dumbledore had not spoken with Harry. "Lead us to it. Although I am uncertain of what I shall see, I trust Hermione will witness herself achieving top marks." Alex teased Hermione, and the group made their way to the mirror. "Here it is. I can still see my parents. They're right beside me." Harry gazed longingly into the mirror, entranced and unable to pull himself away. "Harry, snap out of it." Alex interjected just in time, and they each took turns gazing into the mirror. Ron once again beheld the scene of his siblings surrounding him in celebration. Hermione, just as Alex had suggested, saw herself as the top student in her year. As Alex, having successfully amalgamated various powers, attained the status of a true deity in this realm, he subsequently enjoyed a serene life alongside Hermione. Children, this is the Mirror of Ariste. Albus Dumbledore gradually materialized from the shadows, as if he had been discreetly observing for some time. The happiest individuals in the world can regard the Mirror of Ariste as an ordinary looking glass, meaning they see their own reflection within it. It unveils our innermost, most fervent desires. Dumbledore gazed at Harry, his eyes profound and composed. However, it neither imparts knowledge nor conveys truths. People often squander their time before it, becoming entranced by what they behold. Harry, your parents were remarkably brave. They would never wish for you to be lost in this illusion, Dumbledore concluded, having successfully conducted a spiritual trial for Harry, while simultaneously gleaning a fragment of Alex's true thoughts. Alex and Hermione quietly observed from the side, fully aware that this was all part of Dumbledore's design, displaying a facade of indifference. Only Ron appeared bewildered, staring at the unfolding situation, at times fearing that his dear friend would face punishment. "Mr. Alex, I believe there are matters we ought to discuss, are there not?" Upon Alex's arrival in the headmaster's office, Fawkes joyfully soared over, clearly fond of the wizard who commanded the flames. "Mr. Alex, do you truly believe someone can grasp the future?" Dumbledore inquired with a weighty question. "Such a talent might indeed exist in an idealistic world, don't you think? I once had a former friend who possessed a similar gift, but his prophetic abilities were only triggered passively and at random. Yours, however, seems far more potent." The old headmaster appeared to be revealing his hand, though it was unclear when he had begun to realize this. "Indeed, I can assert that without my presence, I am acutely aware of the fates that await you all." Dumbledore was momentarily moved upon hearing this. "Based on what you have seen, how would you evaluate me?" "A strategist, the most devoted headmaster, the most responsible of wizards. You embody the pinnacle of morality." Alex held great respect for Dumbledore, for not everyone could suppress their thirst for power for decades, nor could everyone face death willingly to eradicate evil. "I believe I comprehend now, yet with your presence, things will surely be different. What, then, is your purpose for being here?" "I shall pursue what I desire, alter what I wish to change, and save whom I choose to save. Professor, I anticipate we shall be eternal allies. My child, I place my trust in you." After extensive observation and testing, Dumbledore was convinced that Alex was not the type to lead the wizarding world towards ruin. By the way, Professor, allow me to show you this. Alex retrieved a black notebook from his unmarked bag, the very Horcrux of Lord Voldemort. As soon as the notebook was unveiled, the air of dark magic it harbored captivated Dumbledore. This is a Horcrux. Indeed, Tom has reached this point. Alas, Dumbledore appeared quite forlorn. Perhaps he had initially misguided this student. Professor, some individuals are inherently destined to stray from the righteous path. I have analyzed Voldemort's magical prowess, and the formidable elements of dark magic within him are unparalleled. He is a natural-born Dark Lord compounded by his lineage. Professor, how about I keep this notebook for now? Very well, it will be safe in your possession. How many of these do you think Tom will create? 7 is a number imbued with magic, is it not? Alex then took the notebook and departed from the headmaster's office, leaving Dumbledore to ponder his thoughts. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Alex, having not taught in a while, delivered a lesson. His reputation within Slytherin had grown considerably, nearly elevating him to the status of a king. Once back in his dormitory, Alex retrieved the notebook, preparing to toy with the young Voldemort. Today, the Slytherin prefect had once again stolen the spotlight. It was truly vexing. If only I had such formidable spells, my handsome appearance would surely follow, Abner Rossier. Alex inscribed a phrase in the notebook, and almost instantaneously, a line of ink materialized beneath it. I can assist you, Abner. Powerful spells can grant you strength and alter your visage. I can teach you. Who are you? Why do you write on your own? I am a legacy left by a great sorcerer before his demise, dedicated to aiding the heir in mastering magic and harnessing power. Voldemort's fabrications were quite elaborate. The two exchanged trivial banter. Alex continued to grumble, while Voldemort attempted to allure him with promises of power and strength, seeking to bend Alex to his will. How should we approach this? The knowledge of magic is best extracted. In the ensuing days, Alex intermittently teased the notebook and gleaned some magical knowledge, albeit rather insipid, low-level dark arts. The youth riddle within the Horcrux seemed to realize that the wizard before him was no minor character. He began to conceal his intentions, no longer overtly tempting Alex, which left him somewhat disappointed. Alex's current understanding of the soul did not suffice to extract the soul fragments from the Horcrux, thus rendering Voldemort's dark magic research inaccessible to him. One afternoon, Marcus, the representative of Slytherin Academy, grew impatient as Alex failed to stir up any significant news, prompting him to instigate some mischief. By the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Slytherin common room, the towering Marcus stood alongside a witch adorned in lavish robes, her hair styled in glamorous waves and adorned with extravagant jewelry. Natalie, aren't you on good terms with the girl from the Greengrass family? You could definitely handle this matter. Natalie Selwyn stood for a moment, then nodded in agreement and accepted a box from Marcus. During dinner, a petite little witch stealthily slipped into Alex's dormitory and emerged a few minutes later. As Alex dined in the hall, he suddenly sensed an inexplicable force subtly affecting his soul. Shielded by the immense power of the magical laws, he managed to endure for a while. However, this force seemed inexhaustible, causing Alex to sit in silence for a prolonged period, diligently channeling his magical energy. Alex, are you all right? Take me to Severus, Hermione. At that moment, Alex appeared almost intoxicated, stumbling out of the hall with Hermione's support. The expressions of the Slytherins shifted dramatically, halting their meal as they turned to Abner. I'll check on him. The headmaster may have been ambushed. Abner reassured everyone and swiftly pursued Alex, while Gryffindor's Lizzie, Harry, and Ron also rose to follow. They all congregated in the potions classroom, where Snape, his face grave, examined Alex's condition. What a remarkable piece of work, a potion with such effects. I have previously advised you to practice your mental shielding. Snape's demeanor was cold and stern, his wand continuing its motions while his words were unforgiving. It is my fault. Severus, can it be resolved? This curse combines potions and blood oaths. I can address the potion aspect, but it does not remedy the root affliction targeting your soul. Summon Dumbledore. Hermione, deeply anxious, rushed out at the mention of the headmaster. Professor, is there anything I can do? Abner inquired respectfully of Snape, his gaze unwavering from Alex. Snape scrutinized Abner for a moment and nodded subtly. Go to my office and fetch some crushed billywig stings, fire lizard blood, ash snake eggs, and calamus root. The supply of ingredients in the potions classroom was merely sufficient for the current lesson. More advanced materials had to be sourced from Snape's private collection. Suddenly, with a crack, one individual at Hogwarts could apparate. A flash of fire illuminated the room as Dumbledore appeared, gripping Foxclaw, his expression grave. Hermione clutched a feather from Fawkes and followed closely, her face betraying a sense of urgency, as if on the verge of tears. Dumbledore approached Alex, his expression serious as he assessed the situation, his demeanor softening considerably. Child, this combination of a potion and blood oath is unprecedented for me, yet the fundamental principles remain unchanged. There may be a more effective solution. Dumbledore playfully winked at Alex before glancing at Hermione. Professor, now is not the time for jest, Alex replied with a wry smile, seemingly finding relief in the headmaster's presence. As the force of the curse grew less oppressive. No, my child, this curse, if wielded with the right words, could indeed be deemed a blessing. Those bound by it shall share an unbreakable bond, their hearts intertwined, their powers united. They will become inseparable friends or lovers for all eternity, even in death. Their souls shall walk hand in hand. Beside them, Hermione was momentarily taken aback, despite having acquired a wealth of knowledge with Alex's guidance. She had yet to delve into the intricacies of such a profound blood pact. He can transfer the curse's power to you, and henceforth, the two of you will be a match made in heaven. Severus Snape candidly explained to Hermione, leaving her startled, her cheeks flushing a deeper hue as she shyly lowered her gaze. Alex turned to Hermione, his voice soft and tender. Hermione, will you accompany me always? At that moment, Hermione transformed into a blushing steam maiden, her shyness almost palpable as she resolutely replied, I will. Professor, would you kindly assist us in transferring this power? I appreciate it. Severus. Alex made a request for assistance to Dumbledore while expressing his gratitude to Snape, who merely shook his head and resumed his work. Dumbledore's spell was remarkably successfully transferring the essence of the curse. After Alex and Hermione consumed the potion prepared by Snape, they immediately sensed a palpable shift in their connection. They began to share their innermost thoughts, discovering that they could indeed comprehend each other, and this form of communication was infinitely swifter than spoken words. Well done, children. You will have ample time to experience the wonders of this ability. Do be considerate of this old man, lingering here in the cold of the night. Snape cast a disapproving glance at Dumbledore's remark before nodding to Alex and departing the potions classroom. Alex and Hermione exchanged shy smiles, expressing their gratitude once more before leaving the room. After finishing his potion, Abner steadfastly remained behind Alex, unwavering in his loyalty. Their thoughts were seamlessly intertwined, and in each other's eyes, they found only profound affection and care. Seated in the observatory, they gazed at the constellation-studded night sky, their hearts brimming with sweetness. Their occasional glances at one another brought forth cheerful laughter. Congratulations, host, on grasping a portion of the laws of the soul, the power of love. You said it would succeed. You promised. You promised. In a dimly lit chamber, somewhere within Hogwarts, a shrill female voice echoed, its piercing tone unnoticed by anyone. A flash of green light erupted, and a figure collapsed to the ground, as another translucent form began to materialize. Under the last glimmers of green light, the upward curve of the translucent figure's lips revealed a demeanor both audacious and sinister. Chapter 24. Gellert Grindelwald. As Alex was about to tease the young Tom Riddle before bedtime, he suddenly realized that his notebook was missing. The dormitory remained orderly, yet the drawer where the notebook resided was conspicuously empty. This group of individuals exhibits remarkable audacity. They have not only plotted against me, but also made off with the Horcrux. Alex turned and ascended the stairs towards the headmaster's office. The place was filled with an assortment of peculiar items: roach piles, buzzing honeycombs, chilled lemonade, and toffee fingers. Unbeknownst to me, it was some incantation that activated the stone guardian at the door, allowing it to leap aside and reveal the staircase behind it. Oh, my dear child, this old man is in dire need of slumber, Albus Dumbledore remarked with a smile, clad in a robe adorned with cosmic patterns. Professor, the Horcrux has been taken. The very notebook, fear not, my child. There is no haste in this matter. It appears you have encountered a power akin to mine, Dumbledore responded, seemingly unperturbed by the news, as he shifted the conversation towards the laws of the soul. Yes, Professor. I believe I have grasped the aspect of love within the laws of the soul, yet I have not fully comprehended it, nor have I stepped into the realm of legend. Dumbledore nodded kindly and approached Alex. Child, take hold of me. I shall introduce you to someone. Just as Alex was about to inquire further, he was whisked away by Fawkes. In a dimly lit forest in Austria, a tall tower stood amidst the shadows, where a burly guard leaned against a stone, dozing. A flash of flame heralded the arrival of two figures and a bird at the tower's entrance. The guard, alert and vigilant, immediately drew his wand towards Dumbledore. However, upon recognizing the familiar face, his wariness swiftly transformed into anger. Shipman, do not let an old friend be embarrassed. Allow them entry. Chibman Nagel, upon hearing this, reluctantly stepped aside and unlocked the tower's heavy door. As they entered, it felt as though they had traversed a spatial portal. There were no stairs or rooms, only an expansive hall adorned with columns intricately carved with the symbols of the Deathly Hallows, exuding a classical elegance. At the center of the hall stood a striking man with short, gray-white hair, impeccably dressed and possessing captivating heterochromatic eyes. Since their arrival, he had been fixated on Dumbledore, unwavering in his gaze. Upon seeing this individual, Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback. Nostalgia and affection flickered in his eyes, memories flooding back that were hard to forget. Alex, witnessing this moment, understood that the handsome man before them was none other than Gellert Grindelwald, Dumbledore's old adversary and former companion. Albus, how curious it is. After all these years, you grace me with your presence for the first time. Gellert, Dumbledore faltered, his words trailing off mid-sentence. Alex Wyndham, I am familiar with you. Grindelwald turned to Alex, their gazes clashing like flames, each perceiving something akin in the other's eyes. A spirited lad, fire, slaughter, and love. At this, Grindelwald cast another glance at Dumbledore before turning away. Young man, let us converse. I request that those not involved take their leave. Grindelwald, seemingly in a fit of pique, commanded Dumbledore to depart. Yet our venerable headmaster appeared oblivious to this demand and actually walked away. In a fleeting moment, Fawkes vanished alongside the man, leaving behind the nearly explosive Grindelwald and the awkwardly flustered Alex. The old gentleman took a moment to temper his emotions and then turned to Alex with remarkable calmness. My dear boy, the power we wield is derived from the same source. Do not be swayed by the old bee's insidious whispers. The interior of the tower transformed, morphing into a cozy parlor suitable for conversation, complete with a small table adorned with the honey tea favored by Dumbledore. I have little to offer. I apologize for the meager hospitality. What do you envision for the wizarding world and the Muggle realm? Alex pondered deeply for a considerable time before responding gravely to Grindelwald. I have glimpsed visions of the future, and I suspect you have caught a glimpse as well. If wizards continue to evade their fate, one day, a fierce blizzard will envelop every inch of land. Whether in coexistence or dominion, action must be taken soon. Wizards can no longer hide. I believe that wizards and muggles can coexist. Not all in the wizarding world reject cultural exchange. This is not a war between two races, but rather a self-renewal of one. Grindelwald remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon Alex. Once, he and Dumbledore had shared such spirited enthusiasm, unafraid to discuss the future of both worlds before they had even achieved legendary status, daring to act for their ideals. Mr. Grindelwald, is there truly no hope for you and the professor? Grindelwald let out a bitter chuckle, his demeanor deflated, and he remained silent. His previously bent spine trembled suddenly, lifting his gaze to Alex as if seeking truth amidst deception. A strange wave of energy rippled around Grindelwald, only to dissipate moments later. Ha ha ha, this matter holds potential. Young friend, we are like two peas in a pod. Come, let me witness your current abilities. An atmosphere familiar to Alex enveloped them, one thick with murderous intent. He too now felt the suffocating weight of this aura. Ah, my boy, your insight is indeed terrifying. However, the first breakthrough should not be in the realm of slaughter. As the murderous energy dissipated, Alex emerged from his epiphany, exhilarated, having gained a heightened understanding of the principles of death, even if he could not continue his meditation. Just as Alex was about to express his gratitude and inquire further, a surge of blue and white flames enveloped him entirely, leaving no gap for escape. Fire is the force closest to the pinnacle of power within you. Chapter 25, Legend. Within the towering edifice of Nurmengard, azure flames filled the entire space, with a defiant streak of purple swirling amidst them. Young man, the flames burned fiercely and unquenchably. They embody both destruction and vitality. The outcome lies in your hands. Upon finishing his statement, the surrounding azure flames abruptly shifted, their flickering tongues pressing down upon Alex like a shield. Alex summoned the laws of flame. The eerie purple fire swirling relentlessly, stirring the surrounding air into a howling tempest. The two colors engaged in a stalemate, neither yielding to the other. With a shift in his consciousness, Alex activated the newly comprehended laws of the soul, striving to discern the distinctions between the two flames. Grindelwald's ferocious fire mirrored its master, classical, elegant yet unyieldingly brutal, while Alex's lacked such essence, devoid of his personal imprint. Closing his eyes, he endeavored to replicate that sensation, his mind diligently analyzing the laws of flame, as if his soul merged with them, spiraling around the runes, accelerating ever faster. At last, he transcended a certain boundary. Alex abruptly opened his eyes, which transformed into an uncanny purple, ablaze like a roaring inferno. The purple light in the hall suddenly flared, expanding in size, breaking free from the azure confines to stand in formidable opposition. Your talent is truly unimaginable, Grindelwald marveled. This being the second time that day Alex's gift had left him astounded. There were no dazzling lights, only the turbulence of magic within Alex. His power surged like boiling water, the runes of the flame laws constantly rotating in his mind, radiating brilliance. His vitality escalated, his aura growing more formidable until it finally reached a certain limit and ceased. Congratulations, host, you have stepped into legend with the laws of flame. Forcefully suppressing the overwhelming sense of destructive power that accompanied his breakthrough, Alex regained his composure and turned his gaze toward Grindelwald. Young man, I sense the aura of a blood bond within you, with your beloved. Grindelwald's statement, framed as a question, was delivered in an affirming tone, to which Alex nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, once I too. The two fell into silence, Alex uncertain of what words could offer solace to the elder before him. All right, young man, follow me. With a flick of his wand, a black cloth surged skyward, plunging several distant cities into profound darkness, as countless dark veils descended upon the buildings. In a house on the outskirts of a small town, an elderly woman gazed at the black cloth enveloping the city, tears glistening in her eyes as she stood up. This day was peculiar for many ordinary wizards in America and Europe. They witnessed their once familiar neighbors transformed, moving in groups toward a certain direction, vanishing together in a burst of apparition. Numengard, Grindelwald addressed the assembly of wizards before him. Vita naturally stepped behind Grindelwald, casting a smile at Alex before turning her attention forward, following Grindelwald's gaze. I know some friends are no longer with us, but I believe that until the very last moment of their lives, they did not forget our ideals, our goals. Friends, after years of silence, I am sure you all yearn for engagement. Come, join me in continuing our unfinished business for the greater good, for the greater good, for the greater good, for the greater good. Countless wizards rejoiced in unison, their spirits soaring, each pair of eyes ablaze with an indomitable fire, eager to vanquish all adversaries. Once all the wizards had gathered, Grindelwald transmitted a series of tasks through a form of communication magic that directly touched the mind, the specifics of which Alex could not quite comprehend. A crackling sound resonated as a disillusionment charm was cast, leaving only Grindelwald, Alex, and Vita before the gates of Nurmengard. Vita, after all these years, you remain as youthful as ever, Grindelwald mused, reflecting on the swift passage of time, perhaps lamenting the persistence of an old acquaintance. Vita's unwavering gaze met his. Our cause is my life, and you are my life. Grindelwald remained silent for a long moment before finally uttering, I regret it, but for the greater good. No matter, for the greater good, Vita replied, her resolve no longer swayed by the grievances of youth. Now, she steadfastly upheld Grindelwald's cause, determined not to allow anyone to obstruct their path. I hope you will join this young friends organization. Upon the completion of this task, all the saints will be integrated as well. Grindelwald sought Vita's perspective, not as a command, but as persuasion. After a brief exchange via communication magic, Vita paused in contemplation before nodding her agreement. She saluted Alex, saying, Greetings, President Alex. I shall serve under you from this day forth. Alex turned to Grindelwald, old man. Is this truly necessary? The Celestial Society and the Saints do not conflict. Young man, you will come to understand, for the greater good, Grindelwald replied, his eyes brimming with unwavering determination, as if to imply that refusal would not be tolerated. Ultimately, Alex acquiesced, escorting Vita to the Celestial Society as headquarters, where he imparted the teleportation magic to both of them, permitting Grindelwald free access to the premises henceforth. Very well, young man, we are natural allies. Let us proceed. One cannot deny the immense personal charisma that Grindelwald exuded, as the multitude of saints dutifully executed his commands, all willingly and wholeheartedly. Oh, and do inform Dumbledore to come to Nurmengard, bringing my favorite dishes. Should he decline, I may pay a visit to the American Ministry of Magic. With a flicker of flames, Fawkes materialized before Alex, appearing even more intimate in demeanor. The power of the Phoenix's flames harmonized beautifully with the laws of fire, each enhancing the other. As he approached, Alex heard Fawkes's melodic cry, likely expressing discontent at being utilized as a means of transport with such frequency. Congratulations, host, for entering the legendary realm. A side quest has been initiated. Unravel the truth of magic. Current progress, 30. Host, Alex. En physique, 710. Magical power, 1018. Intelligence, 1829. Magic level, basic magic, master, ancient magic apprentice, fire arcana specialization. Laws, law of slaughter, half step, law of fire, beginner, law of souls, partial comprehension. Chapter 26. The Norwegian Ridgeback Hagrid. Something seems amiss. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Alex had gathered at Hagrid's hut for tea, as they had recently noticed his peculiar behavior. Just days prior, Hermione had stumbled upon Hagrid clandestinely perusing books on dragon rearing in the library. Upon their arrival at the hut today, it was evident that Hagrid was attempting to conceal something. As they entered, the fireplace revealed an oddly shaped egg that could not be hidden. "Is that a dragon egg?" Hermione exclaimed in disbelief, for it is illegal to privately raise dragons in the wizarding world. Hagrid stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. "Hagrid, you must be aware of the consequences," Alex stated sternly. Though this incident had not gone awry in the original narrative, it is always prudent to exercise caution. But Norbert has not yet hatched. He is so pitiful. Norbert? Is that the name you have given it? Harry and Ron expressed excitement, displaying a keen interest in the fire-breathing creature. "Oh yes, it should be any day now. The little one will soon break free." Just as Hagrid uttered these words, a series of cracks resounded, and the egg on the hearth began to split open, revealing a diminutive yet fierce figure emerging from within. Hagrid rushed forward to cradle Norbert, only to be singed on the beard by a burst of flame. "Oh, the little one is truly spirited." As Ron reached out to touch it, Alex intervened. At that moment, Norbert turned to the group, eager to display its fierceness, but upon noticing Alex's unwavering gaze, it immediately flattened itself against the ground, trembling in apparent fear. Alex, channeling the essence of fire, enveloped Norbert in a warm, orange blaze. Floating amidst the flames, Norbert appeared quite delighted, and Hagrid beamed with joy. "Hagrid, I must caution you. The Norwegian Ridgeback, like most fire dragons, grows at an astonishing rate. In just a few weeks, your quarters may very well be overwhelmed." Alex reiterated seriously, with Hermione nodding in agreement. But it is still so small. We have barely begun to bond. Perhaps I could keep it in the Forbidden Forest." "No, the Forbidden Forest is far too perilous." As Hagrid spoke, tears began to well in his eyes, leaving the others feeling helpless in response. Suddenly, a clattering noise interrupted the moment, prompting everyone to turn and see Draco peering in through the window at Norbert. As Ron prepared to shout at him, Harry quickly intervened, and Draco, sensing the atmosphere, stepped inside. "Hello, everyone. Greetings, Hagrid. We have yet to be introduced. I am Draco Malfoy." Draco politely extended his hand to Hagrid, who awkwardly wiped his hands before shaking it. "Good day, sir." Draco then exchanged greetings with Alex before taking a seat beside Harry, his eyes gleaming with curiosity and longing as he watched Norbert floating above. "Oh, my dear child, do you share a fondness for Norbert as well? How utterly delightful he is he not?" Despite Hagrid's lingering prejudices against Malfoy, he found himself cheerfully treating Draco as a kindred spirit upon witnessing his demeanor. The two soon engaged in an enlightening discourse regarding dragons, and it must be acknowledged that, although young, Draco possessed a remarkable depth of knowledge concerning these magnificent creatures. "Hagrid, it is quite impossible to keep a dragon at school. However, my father has invested in a dragon breeding facility. Perhaps we could send Norbert there." Hagrid's expression was one of profound sorrow as he gazed longingly at Norbert. "Hagrid, this is undoubtedly the best choice for both of you. In the future, you may visit him, and he shall not forget you." Alex gently urged Hagrid once more, and at last, Hagrid resolved to send Norbert to the breeding facility that Draco had mentioned in a few days' time. Following discussions between Draco and Lucius, a team of flying broomsticks was scheduled to arrive at Hogwarts Astronomy Tower to assist in transporting Norbert. Time swiftly passed, and on the third day, as Hagrid prepared Norbert for his journey, tears streamed down his face as he placed Norbert into a box. A sudden tearing sound interrupted him, and he paused, realizing that Norbert was not faring well in the company of his friends. The group exchanged incredulous looks. Why would a dragon not get along well with a teddy bear? Alex and Hermione discreetly followed behind, utilizing the disillusionment charm, just in case. Everything proceeded remarkably smoothly, and amidst a cacophony of roars, Norbert was taken away, leaving Draco standing forlornly atop the astronomy tower. What should have been an uneventful moment was disrupted when Ron, under the invisibility cloak, seemed to forget his concealment and stumbled backward, only to be splendidly discovered by Professor McGonagall. Harry, Ron, and Draco were caught in the act. Initially, McGonagall intended only to deduct a few points as a mild reprimand, but with Draco from Slytherin present, and Filch conveniently appearing at the other end of the corridor. The three were sentenced to detention, arranged by Filch himself. Exchanging glances, Alex and Hermione silently understood each other's thoughts. The narrative had shifted, albeit not entirely. Dumbledore was still orchestrating the hero's journey. After everything settled, they made their way to the Gryffindor common room, where Alex and Hermione shared a brief embrace before parting ways. Heading to the headmaster's office, the familiar sight of the elderly gentleman in pajamas and the loyal Phoenix seemed to await Alex's arrival. "Professor, have you visited Grindelwald?" This question momentarily stumped Dumbledore, who smiled and nodded, appearing significantly rejuvenated. He then adopted a serious demeanor and addressed Alex, seemingly anticipating his words. "Rest assured, Professor, I will venture into the Forbidden Forest. I too wish to confront the current Voldemort." Alex spoke with confidence, knowing that with his present strength, he could easily manage a Quirrell version of Voldemort. "Child, remember to exercise caution. Never take any situation lightly," Dumbledore advised Alex with utmost care. "Certainly, Professor. I shall comply." Alex absorbed the unfolding narrative. The plot had shifted, and perhaps Voldemort's power would undergo a transformation, necessitating prudent preparations. He recognized that his comprehension and creativity in the realm of fire magic had reached a zenith, making the acquisition of fire spells almost effortless. His primary objective now was to devise a spell-casting method uniquely suited to him, which required the pursuit of inspiration. Ancient, formidable, yet challenging to wield forbidden spells represented a promising direction. Chapter 27, Voldemort, a Little Child. "You three mischief makers, were it not for the headmaster's prohibition, I would certainly have subjected you to the taste of shackles and chains." On their way to the Forbidden Forest, Filch glared menacingly at Harry, Ron, and Draco, making the trio exceedingly uncomfortable. He then turned to Alex, speaking with a tone of respect and flattery. "I will trouble you next, Mr. Alex." The influence of Alex within Slytherin was undeniable. He was not someone that Filch could provoke. Alex merely nodded, uninterested in engaging with Filch. At that moment, Hagrid appeared, accompanied by his large dog, Fong. "Very well, Filch, I shall take over from here. Alex, I will need your assistance in entering." Dumbledore had previously arranged for Alex to accompany them for their safety, which reassured the trio. "Unless there is a life-threatening situation, I shall refrain from intervening." A flash of light enveloped Alex as he donned the disillusionment charm, trailing closely behind the group. The dark atmosphere of the Forbidden Forest weighed heavily on the three young ones. Despite Hagrid's presence and the knowledge that Alex was nearby, a sense of fear was inescapable. Recently, an ominous presence had infiltrated the forest, resulting in the demise of unicorns. Hagrid spoke gravely to the group, glancing anxiously toward the depths of the forest. I have heard that there are werewolves in the Forbidden Forest. Could it be them?" Ron interjected, attempting to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere through conversation. "I have examined several unicorn wounds. They were not inflicted by werewolves. It appears a wizard is responsible for the violence. Moreover, the blood of these unicorns." At this point, a look of sorrow crossed Hagrid's face. He could not fathom why anyone would seek to collect unicorn blood. The blood possesses miraculous properties, healing and curing ailments. Yet the act of killing a unicorn to procure its blood would curse the perpetrator, leading to a fate worse than death. The trio listened in trepidation, pondering who would dare hunt unicorns, unafraid of curses. Suddenly, Harry's lightning-shaped scar throbbed with pain, as if warning him of something. Upon reaching a fork in the path, Hagrid halted. "From here, we shall split up. One of you will accompany me, while the other two will take Fong with you." Harry intended to follow Hagrid, but was restrained by Draco, who, being closest to Harry among those present, wished to team up with him. The two individuals opted to bring along Yaya, while Ron followed Hagrid's lead. It was imperative to remember to signal the sky in case of any emergencies. They should all be familiar with the magical sparks. Nodding in agreement, they officially commenced their separate endeavors. Alex stood at the crossroads, regulating his breath. Ever since Quirrell had noticed him last time, he had been delving into methods to better control his presence. With the assistance of numerous ancient magical fragments, he successfully developed a technique for suppressing his aura that suited him. Furthermore, having officially entered the legendary realm, he could naturally restrain his presence, with the principles swirling only in his mind. Harry and Malfoy cautiously advanced along the narrow path, but suddenly, they seemed to have stumbled upon something. Both halted in their tracks. Through a thicket of bushes, they spotted an open clearing where a feeble unicorn lay, and a figure cloaked in black was hunched over, voraciously drinking its blood. A sharp pain shot through Harry's scar, compelling him to gaze in horror at the scene before him, as a certain suspicion in his heart appeared to be confirmed. They were both terrified, frozen in place, while Yaya also seemed to sense something amiss, rapidly retreating, causing the bushes to rustle ominously. This is it. This thought echoed in their minds as their expressions changed, prompting them to wish to flee. Yet, the figure in black appeared oblivious, continuing to indulge, but with a flick of his wand, the air around them thickened, and Harry and Draco suddenly realized they were immobilized, helplessly witnessing the grotesque spectacle before them. After a brief moment, the unicorn seemed to have breathed its last, lying still, while the cloaked figure stood up, seemingly satiated. Two little insects, a flash of green light surged forth, and time seemed to freeze as Harry and Draco watched the light approach, resignedly shutting their eyes. Suddenly, a brilliant light engulfed them, and upon opening their eyes, they beheld a wall of fire rising before them. Alex, I know you. A talent like yours will always have a place among my ranks. Join me in this grand endeavor, and you shall possess everything you desire: power, wealth, beauty. Avada Kedavra. Voldemort, who had been enticing Alex, abruptly unleashed a killing curse, the intense green light shimmering with an immeasurable surge of magical energy compared to the previous one. Still just a child. WOC, legendary. Alex summoned the flames of the arcane, unleashing a bizarre, purple fire that enveloped the killing curse, dissipating it in an instant. Voldemort sensed the familiar wave of principles. His expression shifted from ease to seriousness, laced with a hint of greed. No longer exchanging words, they raised their wands toward each other. From Harry and Draco's perspective, Alex appeared relaxed and at ease, while Voldemort's demeanor lurked in the shadows, reminiscent of a dark, venomous serpent. Without the incantations that echo loudly or the intricate gestures of spellcasting, the wands in their hands merely flickered, unleashing a vibrant beam of light towards one another. Alex was perplexed as to why Voldemort refrained from invoking the power of the laws in their duel. Seizing the moment of his adversary's weakness, he unleashed the flames of the law to their utmost potential. Violet flames swirled around him, and fiery dragons emerged, surging towards Voldemort. The youngest legend. Voldemort retaliated with a dual barrage of killing curses, compelling Alex to focus solely on defense. In that instant, Voldemort morphed into a shadow, charging towards Alex. Enveloped by an aura of dark, formidable power, Alex swiftly dodged, attempting to impose the law of slaughter upon his foe. Yet Voldemort appeared unfazed, launching successive killing curses, each more potent than the last, their beams growing thicker and more menacing, as if they were gradually encroaching upon Alex. The shadows surrounding Alex seemed to transform as well, hands extending forth in a desperate attempt to seize him. Though their strength was minimal, their numbers were overwhelming. In haste, Alex conjured a vortex of flames to shield himself, narrowly evading the curses. After successfully deflecting most, he endured the brunt of two weaker green lights. In that moment, Voldemort's form had vanished, leaving behind a pool of viscous black liquid that writhed as though alive. Gasping for breath, Alex dispelled the control curses on Harry and Draco, collapsing onto the ground to recuperate. The original tale did not depict such formidable prowess even at the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 28. The Unicorn Seated Upon the Tranquil Grass. Both Harry and Draco exhibited expressions of relief, their gazes filled with gratitude directed towards Alex. Meanwhile, Alex sat upon the ground, focusing intently on restoring his magical energy. An unprecedented sense of weakness gnawing at him with disquiet. Was this the essence of the older generation of legends? The accumulation of magical power was still woefully insufficient. In Alex's perception, Voldemort was far from his peak strength. The invocation of the laws was scarce, and his extensive combat experience, coupled with his treacherous demeanor, left Alex beleaguered. Just as he pondered the deficiencies of this battle, the distant sound of hooves echoed through the air. Upon closer inspection, a pure white figure glimmered under the moonlight, its sharp horn not appearing menacing, but rather imbuing it with an air of mystery. This adult unicorn galloped swiftly to the side of the assailed unicorn, emitting a cry while tenderly licking its face, its body radiating an even more dazzling white light. Harry and Draco fixated on this scene, their eyes glistening with unshed tears, silently offering prayers. At that moment, Alex seemed to enter a peculiar state. The runes of the law of slaughter within him lay completely dormant, as if yielding space for something else. As the aura surrounding the two unicorns intensified, a certain essence emanating from Alex began to rise as well, resonating with one another in a harmonious growth. A melodic cry resonated in Alex's mind, reminiscent of a phoenix, a unicorn, a fire dragon, and various fantastical creatures, transforming and evolving until it embodied the fragrant essence of grass, flowers, and woods. A new inscription materialized in Alex's consciousness, freshly birthed yet unperturbed by other runes, swirling around each symbol like a cherished treasure. Congratulations, host, you have grasped the principles of half-life. The resurrection of flesh and bone speaks of your future self. He summoned the newfound power of this principle, channeling his partially restored magic to heal the wounded unicorn's body. A similar radiant light enveloped both unicorns, and upon witnessing this, the adult unicorn summoned its last vestiges of strength to resonate with Alex's power of the principle. The wounds of the injured unicorn faded as if erased by an eraser, gradually vanishing, while the creature's vitality returned, its gaze sparkling once more. After yet another significant expenditure of energy, Alex collapsed onto the ground, striving to recuperate his magic. The life principle rune within his mind pulsed gently, accelerating his recovery speed threefold. At that moment, the sound of hooves echoed, and a centaur emerged, its upper body human and lower body equine. Initially intending to draw its bow and drive away the wizard near the unicorns, it suddenly sensed Alex's aura. Its battle spirit dissipated, and it knelt before him, reverently proclaiming, "O esteemed emissary of the nature goddess, Ronan salutes you." Why such reverence? Did the nature goddess truly exist? Alex appeared perplexed. The tomes of this world had alluded to divine beings, yet these had been dismissed as mere powerful wizards showcasing abilities beyond the reach of others. Esteemed emissary, please join us at the tribe. The priest will elucidate everything. Ronan, displaying utmost respect, eagerly invited Alex to the centaur tribe. Alex glanced at the two unicorns, now lively and capable of movement. The young unicorn nodded towards him, seemingly indicating that there was no danger, then approached Alex to nuzzle him before frolicking away. The adult unicorn offered a slight, apologetic smile to Alex, channeling a beam of white light into his body before pursuing the young one. Upon the light's entrance, Alex felt a warm sensation enveloping him, and the life principle rune within his mind spun joyfully. Congratulations, host, you have received a blessing, the protection of the unicorn. Effect: the consumption of life principle activation is reduced by 50. Healing efficacy is enhanced by 100. Physical damage healing consumption is reduced by 50. Soul damage healing consumption is reduced by 20. Note, this blessing embodies the gratitude of the unicorn clan, a rare occurrence in a century to be bestowed upon a human wizard. Alex was momentarily astonished by the effects of the blessing, realizing that if he were to visit St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, he would undoubtedly be treated as a chief physician, and even the director would be compelled to pay him homage. In Alex's impression, the magic capable of healing soul injuries is exceedingly rare. Each spell either demands an exorbitant amount of magical energy that could drain a person entirely or necessitates the aid of magical materials to provide the required power. Having mastered even the most fundamental healing spell for the soul, Alex composed himself and approached Ronan. At that moment, Hagrid also appeared nearby, gazing at the craters left by the explosive spells. "What has happened? I could hear the tremendous blast from quite a distance," he exclaimed. Subsequently, both man and horse dashed in a particular direction, leaving Hagrid to tend to Harry and Draco, who were still reeling from the shock. "Esteemed human wizard, greetings. You may call me the High Priest." An elderly centaur engaged Alex in conversation within a secluded tree hollow. After exchanging casual remarks about the forbidden forest, he dismissed all other centaurs. "Excuse me, may I inquire who the goddess of nature refers to? I regret to inform you that I cannot disclose the truth of this matter. However, you may take solace in knowing that the entire centaur race will respect you and heed your every command. Should life ultimately choose you, you shall become the next deity of nature." At this juncture, Alex still remained uncertain about the existence of deities and the reason behind the centaur's profound respect for him. Soon after, the centaur tribe kindled a bonfire and prepared a sumptuous feast to honor Alex, who cultivated harmonious relations with the centaurs, creating an atmosphere of mutual joy. Collapsing onto his bed in the dormitory, Alex quickly succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, a spectral figure seemed to drift from his mind, showering him with scintillating light. Following the conclusion of the banquet, the centaur camp settled into a restful silence. The high priest gazed at the twinkling stars and the vast moon above, letting out a deep sigh. Chapter 29. The Proliferation of Flesh Severus. Are you prepared? Of course. In the potions classroom, yet another lifeless body of a potion slave lay on the ground. As Snape let a drop of potion fall, the familiar scene unfolded. A body gradually took shape, imbued with vitality under the influence of Alex's life laws. A soul hovered above the physical form, swirling about but unable to merge. Harnessing the power of the soul laws, Alex compelled the spirit to enter through the head. With the soul laws at his command, Alex keenly perceived that once the essence entered the mind, it would begin to dissipate, never remaining long enough to control the body. He channeled his magical energy into the soul laws, yet it proved futile. The comprehension of the soul laws was still lacking. Further research was necessary. Perhaps there is another way. Alex glanced at Snape, who maintained a facade of calm, though his slightly trembling hands betrayed his inner turmoil. What method? Snape inquired, his eyes brimming with hope. In him, Alex discerned an unwavering determination. Reviving a soul encompassing all memories and personality traits was an arduous task. Perhaps a fragment could be salvaged. Through the art of soul-healing magic, I can safeguard this fragment, allowing it to develop an independent persona, albeit devoid of complete memories, merely those preceding enrollment. Severus remained silent for a considerable duration before nodding in acknowledgement. In truth, even if he were to possess all memories, she would still reject him. Indeed, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. Severus's countenance darkened as he recalled his youthful indiscretion when, in a fit of anger, he uttered that fateful line to Lily, severing the potential of their bond. Do not despair, Severus. I've come to offer you the elixir of regret. You may yet begin anew. Alex reassured Severus before hastily dashing off to the library to procure supplies. After a moment of contemplation, Severus, fueled by determination, began perusing numerous potions tomes, intent on crafting a world wherein Lily existed. The domain of the soul remains a seldom explored field among modern wizards, and the Hogwarts library lacked authoritative texts on the matter. Most were merely personal theories of individual wizards, making Alex's research particularly arduous. One night, while sipping tea and engaging in light-hearted banter in the headmaster's office, a sudden thought struck Alex. Professor, the bone of a father, inadvertently donated, can bring forth your son. The flesh of servant, willingly given, can restore your master. The blood of an enemy, extorted, can resurrect your master. Whose research is this ritual magic? A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, and he swiftly recalled numerous details. This incantation, initially devised by an ancient Egyptian pharaoh, had been refined by Herpo to its current form, indeed intertwined with the essence of the soul. Is this how Voldemort was resurrected? Yes, Professor, in the future I glimpsed. After a moment's reflection, Dumbledore retrieved a weathered notebook from a bag. Its cover so aged it seemed on the verge of disintegration without magical protection. Child, this notebook should prove beneficial to you. Gratefully accepting it, Alex hurriedly departed for the room of requirement to commence his studies. Dumbledore chuckled softly, amused by the child's eagerness, before being whisked away by Fawkes, destination unknown. After days of experimentation and investigation, Alex finally turned to the last page of the notebook, where the culmination of the research was boldly inscribed. It became evident that the Pure Land exists, that the soul is frail, and death is not a one-way ticket, albeit one that is guarded. The notion of guardianship sent a chill down Alex's spine, as the other side of the world, untouched in the original narrative, seemed to slowly unveil itself to him. Pondering further yielded no resolution. Thus, Alex resolved to concentrate on the study of the soul fragment. In Herpo's research, he had previously succeeded in utilizing soul fragments to create several peculiar species, albeit these beings either lacked reproductive capabilities or had been eradicated by other wizards. Truly, the dark wizard who invented the killing curse possessed a myriad of methods pertaining to the soul, akin to the recreation of life itself. After several days of research, Alex finally overcame the final hurdle and successfully devised a method for soul fragmentation and restoration. He hurriedly sought out Snape. Upon entering the office, he found Snape resembling a mad scientist, with his slick hair indicating it had been some time since it was last washed. The room was saturated with the aroma of various potions and herbs. The flesh augmentation had been perfected. All that remained was a medium that could both regenerate the body and summon the soul, thus conserving your magical energy. In a familiar scene, the body was regenerated, and the soul manifested, once again utilizing the former servant, for whom Snape had deliberately retained a lock of hair. Under the spell's influence, a wisp of white smoke detached from the soul and floated into the recesses of the body's mind. This fragment of the soul did not dissipate this time. Snape had also contained the original soul using a device, preserving it for analysis of any potential side effects. Suddenly, the body jolted upright, its eyes reflecting fear and anguish. Who are you? My body, why is it so hot? Alex and Snape exchanged glances, quickly restraining the servant to assess his condition. With the infusion of Alex's power of law, it became evident that the servant's pores resembled exhaust vents, as uncontrolled magical energy surged forth from him. Alex's half-step life, law, could only alleviate the symptoms, but could not heal him completely. The mismatch between soul and magic indicated that the magical energy created through flesh augmentation was not targeted. It was necessary to enhance the augmentation or increase the magic when the vitality was not yet depleted. A flicker of madness crossed Snape's otherwise calm visage as he retrieved a vial from his pocket. A magic enhancement potion. It is not permanent, but let us give it a try. Alex fixed his gaze on the servant, whose screams had long been silenced by Snape's spell. As the servant's magical energy dissipated, Alex swiftly urged him to drink the potion. Upon consuming it, the servant appeared to be free from pain, his expression radiating comfort. Snape released the silencing spell, eager to hear the servant's response. So soothing, cool as ice. Who are you? Please don't keep me confined. It has been such a long time. Let me go. My family is quite wealthy. The servant wept as he spoke. The childishness of his words emerging from an adult body was indeed peculiar. Alex glanced at Snape, feeling a touch embarrassed, realizing that the soul had been fragmented a bit too early, as the intellect resembled that of an 8-year-old. As the servant's condition gradually improved, they examined the remaining fragment of the soul and found no issues. Even the memories that had been severed remained intact. After a spell that erased all memories and reformed his identity, they released the servant. Alex and Snape exchanged a knowing glance, both understanding the unspoken agreement. It can begin. Chapter 30, Lily Evans. Today, Dumbledore, for the first time in a while, was not nestled at his desk indulging in sweets or whispering with Grindelwald. Instead, he stood before the window, gazing towards the basement, seemingly awaiting something. May success be ours. Let's hope. A sigh lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. The clutter of various potion ingredients in the office has been tidied away, leaving the room adorned in a simple and refreshing manner, dispelling the darkness of the underground. Severus Snape, with a solemn expression, advances to the center of the chamber, holding a vial of potion, tilting his hand slightly, allowing a droplet to fall in wisps of azure, smoke to rise. Suddenly, a pink halo envelopes a cloud of white mist, appearing within the room. This potion is the most meticulously brewed concoction I have ever created, of the highest quality. A body materializes out of thin air, gradually solidifying from transparency, seemingly different from previous experiments. Alex hastily employs the laws of life to inspect the body for any anomalies, discovering that it is entirely intact and remarkably healthy. Snape, quick-witted, conjures a set of robes for Lily's form, naturally of Slytherin's design. As the essence of the soul flits by, Alex diligently casts spells of soul slicing and healing, swiftly nurturing a complete soul. It fulfills the hopes of both, successfully settling within the confines of this body's mind. At that moment, the sound of a phoenix's cry resonates, as a plume of shimmering gold and crimson feathers drifts towards Lily. Unbeknownst to them, Snape has administered another potion to Lily. Her eyes remain tightly shut, yet the magic within her begins to stir, not dispersing through her pores but flowing naturally. They exchange a glance. Although the specifics of the situation elude them, they prudently decide to administer a magic-enhancing potion. With the next vial consumed and the laws of life activated, Lily's magical essence swiftly escalates to the average level of a healthy adult wizard, with some potion energy even radiating from her physical form, enhancing her vitality. Lily. Snape's demeanor betrays his usual calm, his voice tinged with emotion. Her bodily functions in excellent condition enable Lily to move freely, and she dashes towards Snape. Oh, Severus. I know it's you. That place was so terrifying. I don't want to go back. Lily cries, collapsing into Snape's embrace, unable to contain her tears, leaving him at a loss for where to place his hands. Under the intensity of Snape's gaze, Alex quietly slips out of the office, catching a fleeting moment of their conversation as he closes the door. Severus, so many years have passed. You still. Always. Time passes, and as Lily regains her composure, they open the door to invite Alex back in. Thank you, Alex. Lily and Snape stand hand in hand, their bond unmistakably close. Thanks to Snape's careful modifications to the flesh-enhancing potion, Lily now possesses the stature of a normal adult woman, and their clasped hands appear entirely natural. Lily's beauty is undoubtedly noteworthy within Hogwarts, and she gazes at Alex with her emerald green eyes, filled with gratitude. Snape's mental barriers seem to falter as he looks at Lily with a tender gaze, seemingly oblivious to Alex's presence. Alex harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Snape in his heart, while outwardly engaging in conversation with Lily, seeking to understand her memories. My last recollection of the real world was the moment I donned the sorting hat. Thereafter, I found myself ensconced in an utterly dark space, devoid of light and life, where even the necessities of sustenance were rendered unnecessary, existing solely in a state of awareness amidst the shadows. At this juncture, a flicker of terror reappeared in Lily's gaze, though markedly less pronounced than upon her initial awakening. Yet, I could not forget Severus. He had accepted me when others ostracized me, offering his support during my most trying times, despite his often oblivious demeanor and his feigned indifference of adulthood. Lily glanced at Snape, bursting into a fit of giggles that left him looking utterly exasperated. Eventually, it dawned on me that Severus harbored genuine affection for me. Wouldn't you agree? Lily fixed her gaze upon Snape, raising her tiny fist as if to threaten him with a playful punch should he utter a misstep. Naturally, I have always cherished Lily, and that sentiment remains unwavering. This is more like it. In any case, I extend my gratitude to you both, Severus and Alex. It's of no consequence. Severus is a good man, and you must seize the opportunity, Alex remarked with a mischievous grin directed at Snape, who remained unfazed by the teasing. After some further discussion, the group resolved to seek out Dumbledore to arrange for Lily to assume a role at Hogwarts, considering the looming threat of Voldemort and the potential perils that could ensue. In the headmaster's office, the vivacious Lily greeted Dumbledore before darting over to engage with Fawkes. Given that Fawkes had bestowed a feather's power upon her during her resurrection, the bond between them was harmonious, their essences subtly intertwined. Life, indeed, is a miraculous enigma, Dumbledore mused, then approached his desk to bow solemnly to Snape. My apologies, Severus. For all these years, the old headmaster was expressing his regret for having coerced Snape into serving as a spy for Voldemort without fulfilling the promises made. No matter. Lily is flourishing now, and I wish for her to lead a beautiful life. Dumbledore acknowledged the weight of the situation after so many years. It was the first time that Snape had truly tasted the fruit of his labor. I shall not permit anyone to harm Lily. At this, Lily's hand trembled as she played with the bird, her cheeks gradually flushing. The group deliberated further, deciding that the matter of resurrection should not be widely publicized. Lily would retain her name as Lily Evans, serving as a potions teaching assistant at Hogwarts, with her quarters conveniently located adjacent to the potions office. The old headmaster had even created a seamless extension space for her, allowing her the freedom to decorate as she pleased. Snape followed the exuberant Lily, and after bidding farewell to Alex and Dumbledore, they departed swiftly. This matter could indeed be revisited, could not? Chapter 31. Ariana. Alex had never witnessed the old headmaster plead in such a humble tone. Indeed, family is an obsession from which no one can escape. Indeed, Professor, this resurrection can be replicated. However, I believe you will require Severus's assistance for that potion infused with genuine sincerity, which I cannot concoct. Dumbledore nodded, having anticipated this situation. Come, my child, I believe it is time for you to meet someone. The unfortunate tool, the most effective means of transportation, Fawkes, the finest companion of the Dumbledore family, had arrived. In Hogsmeade, at the entrance of the Three Broomsticks, Dumbledore rapped on the tightly shut door, which was then jerked open with a rough motion. A rugged man with disheveled hair peered out, bearing a striking resemblance to Dumbledore. Upon seeing his brother, his impatient expression morphed into one of anger. What brings you here? What is it that our greatest white wizard cannot resolve? Abe Forth. This matter is of utmost importance and concerns Ariana. At the mention of Ariana's name, Abeforth hesitated for a moment before stepping aside to allow the two men entry. The bar's atmosphere was rather chaotic, with grime evident on the counter. Abeforth retrieved 2 mugs, seemingly unperturbed by their filth, and filled them with butterbeer. If you do not provide something of value, you shall never see her again. Abeforth harbored resentment towards his brother, but would occasionally yield in certain respects, for they were family, after all. Upon uttering this statement, Abeforth paused, then lifted his gaze to fixate on Dumbledore, his eyes ablaze with fury. How many times have you uttered that phrase, and how many times has it succeeded? If you think to exploit me with this excuse, let us part ways. I shall pretend you are no longer my brother. Abeforth roared at Dumbledore. For each time Dumbledore found a glimmer of hope for resurrection, he would seek Aberforth's aid, only to meet with failure. Ever since Ariana had been seen casting spells by 3 Muggle boys in her childhood, leading to some horrific events, she had lost control over her magic, her silence growing ever more profound. It was during the summer when Dumbledore met Grindelwald that the two engaged in delightful discourse, even neglecting to attend to his sister's needs. From that moment, Abeforth began to harbor resentment towards his brother, a sentiment that would only deepen following the tragic confrontation that culminated in Ariana's death. leaving Abeforth unable to forgive Dumbledore. This matter had forever remained a thorn between the two brothers, and they were left with no opportunity for reconciliation. This time, it is genuine, a witch has successfully been revived using this method. Hearing this, Abeforth finally calmed. I shall trust you one last time. This is Alex Wyndham. He will handle the resurrection. You may go and speak with Ariana. Greetings, Alex, please follow me. A portrait hung in the center of the attic depicting a girl with golden hair and lake blue eyes. Strikingly similar to the Dumbledore brothers. Mr. Rebufus, this portrait can serve as a material for resurrection. We merely need to await Severus's completion of the potion, and then we can commence our undertaking. Perhaps you might converse further with your sister's portrait. This fragment of her persona may soon cease to exist. Upon opening the door to the potion office, I beheld Dumbledore and Snape engaged in a grave discussion. This potion has thoroughly depleted my resources. The primary ingredient was procured from the black market 6 years ago, and sourcing it anew would prove exceedingly difficult. Is there truly no other alternative, Severus? Ariana has fought hard to reclaim her life. She requires a robust physique to temper the surge of her magical powers. This formula has been refined through countless trials, and to enhance it further would consume an indeterminate span of time. It appears we must devise a means to extract it. Alex entered, inquiring about their situation. What does it refer to? Alex nodded in agreement, a tremor coursing through him. Indeed, the existence of the basilisk was known to the esteemed headmaster. Each time students encountered the creature, they were petrified rather than killed, presumably a testament to the headmaster's clandestine control. Regrettably, concerning the existence of a notebook, the headmaster could have traced its origins through the blood-bond spell, yet for reasons unknown, it seemed as if the spellcaster had abruptly perished, leaving no trace of their soul's resonance, rendering it impossible to pinpoint. The group could only await developments, silently gathering strength for the moment the notebook would reveal itself, ready to seize it and eliminate the basilisk. Within the Slytherin chamber, a melodious female voice resonated, imbued with a captivating allure. To my astonishment, this vessel's innate talent is indeed extraordinary. Would you not agree? Essence? Suddenly, Natalie pivoted and cast a killing curse into the shadows. The green light dissipated halfway, consumed by an unknown dark mist. Quirrell emerged from the shadows, regarding Natalie with a derisive smile. Ah, a fragment dares to resist, infiltrating a woman's body. How shameless. You are mistaken, Essence. The most remarkable pursuit of the great Salazar Slytherin was the amalgamation of various bloodlines. Like myself, I can interchange bodies at will, indulging freely in the abilities of diverse lineages. Is that not worth it? Ah, 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 ah. Natalie erupted into manic laughter, her eyes betraying a frenzied gleam, devoid of any feminine grace. Quirrell scoffed, dismissing Natalie's cavalier attitude towards body swapping. Are you not also occupying the form of a useless vessel, devoid of power, with a magical capacity so feeble that even Alex surpasses you? During young Riddle's creation of Horcruxes, he was inevitably drawn towards the legacy of Salazar Slytherin, thus progressing towards the path of bloodline sorcery. Suit yourself. We are but a step away. Do not hinder my progress. I shall not. Such formidable power is truly intoxicating. Another bout of maniacal laughter erupted as a dark green stream of energy pierced through Natalie's forehead. As the fusion progressed, the deranged laughter gradually morphed into agonized wails, only subsiding after a considerable duration. The fifth bloodline, truly insane, unafraid of self-destruction. The sound gradually diminished, and the light faded, returning the chamber to a profound silence. In the darkness, a pair of eyes suddenly opened, a flash of golden light illuminating the entire chamber for a fleeting moment before it succumbed to darkness once more. Chapter 32. The first phase of the hero's development plan. Alex, the shadow we encountered that day, was undoubtedly Voldemort, and Snape is his accomplice. They intend to steal the Philosopher's Stone concealed by Dumbledore within Hogwarts. We must thwart them. On that noon, Harry rushed to Alex's side, hurriedly sharing the discoveries of recent days. Dumbledore remains at the school. He is already aware of the ambush in the Forbidden Forest and will surely take precautions. So we need not worry. Hermione, engrossed in her book, paid no heed to these dramatic revelations. Harry glanced at the composed Alex and, sensing that this matter may not require their concern, left with a troubled expression. In the following days, Harry appeared somewhat dazed, frequently pressing his hand against the scar on his forehead, as if Voldemort might materialize before him at any moment. The end-of-term exams arrived as scheduled, with Alex and Hermione sharing the top position in their year, both achieving perfect scores in all subjects, while Harry's grades had slipped, though he managed to avoid failing. It should have been a time of relaxation for everyone. Yet Harry approached them, visibly anxious. Dumbledore is no longer at the school. Voldemort will undoubtedly send Snape to steal the Philosopher's Stone during this time, or he might even attempt it himself. I have tried to monitor Snape these past few days, but he is too astute. I haven't gleaned any useful information. Ron chimed in despondently. From what we know, the Philosopher's Stone is protected by various enchantments set by the professors of each house, and Dumbledore must have cast some spells as well. So we need not be overly concerned. Alex attempted to reassure them, but his efforts were largely ineffectual. I do not trust them. Quirrell is a coward, and Snape is in league with Voldemort. I will sneak in tonight and take the Philosopher's Stone early. After enduring so much torment, Harry had become quite extreme. When I was but an infant, Voldemort murdered my parents. I will not allow him to return. Faced with such animosity, the others could not voice their objections, only offering silent support. Alex couldn't help but muse that indeed, everything was anticipated by Dumbledore. I will go tonight. Let us go together, while the others should remain in the dormitory to rest. Alex attempted to exclude Hermione from the peril, but the young witch's stubbornness flared. What nonsense! Harry and Ron are my friends, and you are my boyfriend. I will not let you venture into danger without me. I am not entirely helpless. The little witch cast a threatening glance at Alex, as if she would bite him should he fail to comply. Very well, but in any situation, you must follow my commands for your safety. On that quiet night, Alex performed the disillusionment charm and approached the entrance of Gryffindor, inadvertently spotting a pixie darting past, presumably off to prank someone. There lay a pitiful Neville, clad in cartoon pajamas, at the door of the Gryffindor common room, while the fat lady looked on helplessly at him. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing 3 sneaky figures who appeared to have neglected to don their invisibility cloak. What are you up to? Neville suddenly awoke and shouted at the trio, causing them to freeze momentarily. Neville, what are you doing here? We have something very important to attend to, so please keep your voice down, Ron hastily explained, though it proved futile. You can't break the school rules. I won't let you pass. Neville, emboldened, stood firmly before them, displaying unexpected courage. All petrified, the momentary valor dissipated, leaving Alex momentarily stunned. I am sorry, Neville. After casting her spell, Hermione sidestepped Neville and moved to Alex's side. Their connection allowed them to sense each other's whereabouts. Alex cast a stunning spell on Neville, conjuring a soft bed for him, but the poor little fellow could not escape being petrified. May he enjoy a peaceful night. Harry and Ron donned the invisibility cloak, while Alex and Hermione used the disillusionment charm and proceeded directly to the mysterious corridor on the 4th floor. As the door creaked open, Harry noticed the organ beside Fluffy was playing itself. Snape must have arrived. We need to find the Philosopher's Stone quickly. Harry, feeling the increasing pain from his scar, was anxious and sprinted toward the trapdoor, ready to leap down. At that moment, the organ abruptly ceased its music, and Fluffy began to open his eyes, fixing his gaze on Harry. As soon as Harry stepped out of the cloak's concealment, he became the prime target, confronted by the enormous dog head, saliva almost dripping onto him. Alex revealed himself, conjuring a magical hand that seized Fluffy's massive body, turning it to face him. Upon seeing Alex, Fluffy immediately quieted, seemingly intimidated. One by one, they jumped down through the trapdoor, and Hermione unleashed a fireball to repel the Devil's Snare. This is a challenge set by Professor Sprout, the Devil's Snare. The more you struggle, the tighter it binds. It fears light and fire. How do you know about the Devil's Snare? Harry and Ron asked, bewildered, but Hermione chose not to explain, instead remaining quietly by Alex's side. Let us keep moving, Harry. Alex encouraged, as this brave quest was about to officially commence. Passing through another door, they encountered several flying broomsticks alongside a flurry of birds chaotic in their flight, while the door ahead was locked. Several individuals turned their gaze towards Harry, as this challenge evidently tested their flying capabilities. Without hesitation, Harry seized his broom and ascended into the air. In no time, he captured the injured little bird, which was clearly the key that had already been utilized once. The group pressed onward, passing through a chamber filled with the foul stench of a giant's corpse, until they arrived at a colossal chessboard. This was unmistakably the work of Professor McGonagall. The exquisite skill displayed in Transfiguration made it evident who was responsible. Under Ron's guidance, they successfully navigated the challenge. Unbeknownst to them, perhaps due to some unseen manipulation, Ron ultimately triumphed by sacrificing himself, being knocked down by a knight from the opposing side. But upon inspection, he was unharmed. The remaining 3 ventured into the penultimate room, where 2 walls of fire barred their way. Faced with a collection of bottles of varying sizes, Alex fell into deep contemplation. Snape had left behind a straightforward logic puzzle, which would naturally pose no challenge for our astute Hermione. Danger lay ahead, safety behind. Among us are two who can assist you. Drink from them. One will lead you forward, two contain the potion of nettle, and three are deadly poisons, all lined up in wait. Choose wisely, unless you wish to be forever delayed here. First, no matter how cunningly the poison conceals itself, they all stand to the left of the nettle potion. Second, the contents of the bottles at both ends differ. If you wish to advance, they will be of no use to you. Third, you will notice the bottles vary in size. Neither giants nor dwarfs conceal death within them. Fourth, the second bottle on the left and the second on the right, though they appear different, possess the same flavor. Despite not fully grasping the reasoning, Harry suddenly charged forward. Alex and Hermione exchanged a glance, then produced a large vial of potion, revealing it to be the fire-escaping elixir. Shall I take a look, Hermione? I don't want to. I want to accompany you. After all, Quirrell is hardly formidable, is he? I'm not weak now. If it were the Quirrell of the original story, he would indeed be lacking, but the current Voldemort could be different. Yet, gazing into the little witch's eyes, filled with determination and protectiveness, Alex relented. Stay put unless I summon you, understood? Understood. Quickly. Give it to me. Let us proceed together. The two drank the potion, cast the disillusionment charm, and silently slipped into the flames. Chapter 33. Quirrell? Voldemort. It's you. Harry gasped in astonishment, unable to catch his breath. He had never anticipated that the one seeking the Philosopher's Stone would not be Snape, but rather the typically timid and honest Quirrell. Potter, I was just wondering if I might encounter you. Indeed, with Snape around, who would suspect poor stuttering Professor Quirrell? Harry struggled to accept this revelation, as if searching for reasons to justify the impossible. But Snape wants to harm me, no. It is I who wishes to harm you. Were it not for Snape, you would have been dead long ago. Snape wants to save me? Of course. Otherwise, why would he officiate your second task? With a swift gesture, Quirrell conjured ropes that bound Harry tightly. Potter, you are far too inquisitive. Come now, take a good look at this mirror. It is the key to finding the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell approached the mirror of Ariste, gazing intently into its depths. I see it. I am offering it to my master. But where is it? He turned left and right, yet could not locate the Philosopher's Stone, his frustration evident as he stomped his feet. Just as Harry was about to speak to divert Quirrell's attention, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his scar. Bring that boy to me. Let him come. A horse. Sinister voice echoed, causing Harry to tremble, as if his very soul recoiled from its master. Quirrell yanked Harry forward, positioning him before the mirror of Ariste. Harry beheld himself holding the Philosopher's Stone, placing it into his pocket, and he could distinctly feel something extra within his garment. He knew what it was and struggled to mask his expression. What do you see? I see Gryffindor winning the House Cup, and I am shaking hands with Dumbledore. He is lying. Let me see for myself. But, Master, your strength is not yet restored. I still possess some power. Quirrell slowly removed the garlic-scented scarf from his head, revealing a face so ghastly that Harry had never seen anything like it. It was as pale as parchment, devoid of nose. Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Look at what I have become. Harry stared in horror at Voldemort, feeling as though he were frozen, unable to move. Voldemort continued to speak, revealing plots involving unicorn blood and the elixir of life, and Harry listened quietly, unable to take any action. Now, why not hand over the Philosopher's Stone from your pocket? Harry was taken aback, staggering backward in an attempt to distance himself from Voldemort. It's futile, kill him. Quirrell reacted swiftly, raising his wand. Avada Kedavra! The green light brought with it the stench of death, and Harry faced the killing curse once more. He believed he had mustered enough courage, yet found death as terrifying as ever. Time seemed to slow. Harry recalled all his encounters with the wizarding world, so beautiful and mysterious, now all on the brink of vanishing. Quirrell, your magic pales in comparison to Voldemort's. A voice echoed, Alex's voice, bringing Harry a sense of calm. He halted his advance and turned to face Quirrell. That green light was shattered into sparks by Alex's intervention. Voldemort swiftly took control of Quirrell's body, raising his wand to conjure a battleground shrouded in smoke. Alex Wyndham, you are the most gifted wizard I have ever encountered. Why not join forces with me? The future of the wizarding world is destined to be ours. This time, Voldemort refrained from attacking, merely directing his elongated nostrils toward Alex. You know the outcome, Voldemort. Alas, it is unfortunate that such a gifted individual cannot be utilized by me. Thus, I'm left with no choice. The surrounding black mist swirled, growing ever denser, as if monstrous apparitions were emerging from its depths, disturbing Alex's peace of mind. As he cast several spells, Alex discerned that some of these creatures were tangible, while others existed merely as phantoms. This was the first time he truly appreciated the utility of the mind-sealing spell. He had originally believed that safeguarding his mind with the power of the laws would shield his soul from any harm. Yet, under the dark laws cultivated by Voldemort over the years, he found himself inevitably affected. A violet flame erupted, instantly expanding to engulf the entire room. The darkness within the chamber clashed with the purple fire, each vying for dominance, consuming one another in a fierce struggle. Alex continued to channel his magical energy, eager to resolve this spell swiftly, while Voldemort, as if observing a performance, remained indifferent to whether the spell bore any effect, silently watching the spectacle unfold. Having just dealt with the spatial issue, several spells hurtled toward him, prompting Alex to dodge swiftly and conjure a fire shield for his protection. The Killing Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, the Soul-Snatching Curse, the Blasting Curse, the Cutting Curse, the Dark Sphere. Voldemort unleashed a torrent of energy that had long been pent up, as if every offensive spell at his disposal had been unleashed. In that moment, he resembled a magical machine gun, and Alex could not fathom where Qilu had summoned such an abundance of magical power, which pressed down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. As they exchanged assaults, it became evident that Voldemort launched attacks far more frequently than Alex. In the presence of such a legendary figure, Alex, unable to rely solely on brute strength, ultimately found himself lacking in depth. At that moment, Hermione stealthily maneuvered to Voldemort's rear, mentally communicating with Alex while her wand was drawn, poised for spellcasting. However, she dared not fixate on Voldemort. Alex, attuned to the aura of death, understood that individuals like them possessed a keen sensitivity to murderous intent, even developing a nearly sixth sensibility. He was certain that Voldemort had comprehended the laws of killing, but was perplexed as to why he refrained from employing it in his attacks, for logically, his mastery of the laws of killing should far exceed that of the dark laws. Just as the two conspired in silence, seeking a counterattack, the onslaught suddenly faltered. Alex hastily reinforced his protective spells and gazed at Voldemort. At this juncture, Qilu's figure had become emaciated, and Alex could feel that his very life energy had been drained away. The frenzied release of spells had depleted his magical power, subsequently consuming his life force. What are you doing? Where's the energy? What are you planning? Voldemort finally displayed a hint of panic, shouting toward a corner of the room. Alex quickly turned his gaze in that direction. Upon entering, he had closed off his perception of the law's power and, preoccupied with battle, had not noticed that there was indeed another person in the room. He immediately communicated with Hermione mentally, urging her to remain still and refrain from rash actions, biding their time for the opportune moment. Before them, as if stepping from the realm of illusion into reality, a figure gradually emerged, seemingly accompanied by an aura of its own, captivating in its presence. Chapter 34. Goodness, Voldemort in women's attire. Natalie remained the same captivating figure, her voluptuous form exuding an even more potent aura of allure. Through the probing of the soul law, Alex found himself bewildered, discovering that Natalie's very essence was akin to that of Voldemort, sharing a common origin with a nearby Chilo. You, a mere fragment, dare to oppose me? Chilo roared furiously at Natalie, utterly devoid of magical power or life energy, resembling a lamb at the mercy of its slaughterer, collapsed on the ground. With graceful steps, Natalie approached Chilo, her demeanor reminiscent of an upper-class attendee at a lavish soiree. She lifted Chilo's chin with her fingers, her gaze piercing into him. How grotesque! I cannot believe I've fallen to such depths. She then turned her attention to Alex, who was quietly regaining his magical strength. Chief, what's so admirable about that mudblood? Join me, and together we shall seize this world, indulging in our every whim. What do you say? The intoxicating aura surrounding Natalie intensified, enveloping Alex, her eyes swirling as if attempting to ensnare his very soul. Yet, Alex, ever vigilant, remained unaffected. Under the protection of the law's power, her influence could not breach his defenses. Truly nauseating, he coldly rejected her, waving his wand to summon the mightiest flames of the law. Threads of fire surged forth, ensnaring Natalie and rendering her immobile. Sparks danced as a fiery vortex formed beneath her, spinning ever faster and expanding in size, enveloping the room in a violet blaze. However, Natalie stood unperturbed, her eyes unblinking, lost in a trance. This is bad, Alex thought, hastily diverting some of his law's power to investigate, only to be abruptly struck by a punch that sent him flying. Thankfully, his fire shield mitigated the damage, though it was now on the verge of shattering. This shell is indeed resilient, Chief, Natalie mocked, brushing her hands as if to dismiss the earlier attacks, her body unscathed, as though the onslaught had been futile. It's an invisible beast, Alex surmised, struggling to mend his injuries while assessing Natalie's ability to conceal herself. How fortunate you could deduce that. Thanks to my true form, I could find such a splendid lineage. Ha ha! Natalie erupted into a manic laugh, a crimson glint flashing in her eyes. After a prolonged silence, Chilo finally stirred, rising to face Natalie, extending his palm and murmuring incantations, seemingly invoking a spell. Under the vision granted by the soul law, a dark, viscous essence emerged from Chilo, drifting into Natalie's being. Instantly, her eyes gleamed, a fierce battle of crimson and ebony light swirling within, clashing against one another. Avada Kedavra! A slender beam of green light surged towards Natalie, enveloping her form, yet her vitality did not entirely dissipate. It merely weakened significantly. Hermione, having withdrawn from the disillusionment charm, collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. In a state of urgency, Alex rushed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Hermione. Did I not instruct you to follow my orders? What if something were to happen? Before he could finish, Hermione interrupted. I want to listen. I want to listen. She merely wishes to protect you. And hasn't that been accomplished? Lying on the ground, Natalie seemed to be activated, slowly levitating as a pure white glow emanated from her. This light was familiar to Alex, as it was the magic of a unicorn. Natalie opened her eyes, devoid of any elegance, now reflecting pure, savage bloodlust. Alex, you have destroyed 2 of my substitutes. I want you dead. Alex, you are such an obstruction. Perish. 2 voices echoed simultaneously from Natalie, suggesting that 2 souls were concurrently exerting control over her. Both hands rose in unison, devoid of wands, each extending a finger. Avada Kedavra! 2 intensely dark green beams of light erupted, spiraling towards their target, seemingly accompanied by countless vengeful spirits. Each killing curse bore distinct enchantments. Yet Alex could not afford the luxury of careful analysis at this moment. He summoned all his strength to harness the laws of magic, striving to counteract the terrifying beams before him. An energy emerged, seemingly opposing the killing curse, akin to a mother's hand gently brushing against the faces of those present. The lethal spells vanished silently, revealing Dumbledore at the scene, one hand resting on Harry's shoulder while the other gripped the Elder Wand. Alex sensed that this force embodied the aspect of love within the laws of the soul, reaching a legendary level, albeit lacking the complete essence of those laws. Dumbledore, you shall pay for this! Natalie shrieked, her cries becoming a piercing amalgamation of the 2 voices. At this moment, Voldemort, recognizing the overwhelming odds against him, prepared to flee. With a swift flick of his cloak, Natalie's enchanting form transformed into a wisp of black smoke, merging into the shadow of the wall, vanishing from sight. The room was left with only Quirrell's lifeless body lying in stillness, and the Mirror of Ariste had mysteriously been collected by Dumbledore. Professor, how long have you been merely spectating? Alex inquired, filled with resentment, while Hermione glared at Dumbledore, ready to seize his beard should he exhibit any signs of wrongdoing. As Dumbledore began with his customary rhetoric, Hermione and Alex exchanged a glance and swiftly approached to firmly grasp his beard. Fortunately, its quality held, and only a few strands were tugged free. Ouch! That hurts terribly, you rascals! Dumbledore exclaimed, resembling a mischievous old child, playfully performing for Alex and Hermione, even winking at them in a mock display. The 2 exchanged a resigned smile, realizing that they could neither fight nor vent their frustrations any further. It mattered little now. All right, children, it is your bravery that has safeguarded the treasures of Hogwarts, your efforts that have protected the Philosopher's Stone. You are truly remarkable. Now, it is time for you to rest well. Ah, Alex, could you stay for a moment? Dumbledore casually retrieved the Philosopher's Stone and dismissed the others, leaving only Alex behind. Chapter 35. The Bloodline Wizard. Quirrell's frail corpse lay grotesquely in the center of the hall, his tattered garments revealing his emaciated skin. Dumbledore approached Quirrell, bending down to pick up a notebook, the very Horcrux of Voldemort, though the dark magic aura it once emanated had nearly dissipated. Ah, the true mark of destiny. To resist while one's life is in another's hands. How brave young Voldemort was in his youth. Dumbledore then explained to Alex the existence of Natalie. Natalie, you have a decent rapport with a young lady from the Greengrass family. You are more than capable of handling this matter. Marcus whispered to Natalie. She agreed, and together they concocted a potion of infatuation, intending to ensnare Alex. The target was set to be Astoria, the little princess of the Greengrass family. This would not only ensnare him in an inescapable love, but also create enmity between him and the Greengrass family. Meanwhile, Natalie secretly brewed a potion of polyjuice. It is better to benefit myself than to let someone else take advantage of him, for he may be a shell of a man in the future. But he is not one now. During mealtime that day, anxious about being discovered, Natalie disguised herself as Astoria and stealthily entered Alex's room, collecting fallen hairs to match with the infatuation potion. As she opened the dormitory door, a sudden flutter of excitement coursed through her, as if something were irresistibly drawing her in. Compelled by this unseen force, Natalie approached the bedside table and opened the drawer, revealing a black-covered notebook inscribed with the name Tom Marvolo Riddle. This notebook, which continuously emanated dark magic under Alex's influence, appeared to Natalie as a beacon of allure. In her eyes, the entire notebook seemed to embody an ancient legacy, a symbol of strength and authority. Suddenly, the notebook flipped open on its own, and words sprang forth. Greetings, the Gunther family shall endure eternally. I shall assist the one who opens this notebook in becoming the supreme wizard, wielding absolute power and possessing unparalleled authority. Under the spell of the notebook, Natalie found herself unable to contain her thoughts, especially upon reading those words. Surely Alex rose to prominence through this. If only I could possess it, I would be the next head of Slytherin. I refuse to play childish games with these students. I desire the power akin to Dumbledore's. Natalie's fervor intensified, and her hand unconsciously grasped the notebook, flipping through its pages. The notebook revealed a detailed process for casting rituals, utilizing enchantments, designated spells, and blood alliance ceremonies to firmly bind an individual to oneself, rendering them forever incapable of escaping control. Even the mightiest would be powerless against the will of the true spirit. It was initially believed that one could retain the subject for future manipulation, treating them as mere pawns on a chessboard. However, on the day Alex lifted the blood bond, Natalie erupted in fury towards the notebook, howling and venting a barrage of venomous curses, expressing her anger at the notebook's failure to comply with her wishes. Meanwhile, the young Riddle, having amassed considerable magical power through the ritual, was now capable of manifesting a physical form and casting spells. He had intended to use Natalie for his own ends, but upon hearing her tirade, he suddenly felt it unnecessary and decisively ended her life, taking control of her body as a host. During the Dark Arts Defense class, Voldemort felt the presence of the Horcrux up close. Ever since being repelled by Alex, he had begun to reflect on whether his actions had been misguided. Although his soul was severely fragmented, he recognized that excessively splitting his soul was a foolish endeavor that gravely affected his will. Chilo promptly led Natalie to his office, while Riddle, possessing her, maintained the facade of an obedient student, following the professor's directives. As the office door closed, both drew their wands, aiming them at one another, and were astonished to discover a striking resemblance in their expressions. Both radiated a familiar intensity of malice, albeit with Natalie's bearing a hint of innocence and Chilo's exuding greater aggression. Lowering their wands, they attempted to communicate, and Chilo was taken aback to realize that the body before him was inhabited by a fragment of his own soul. Natalie entrusted Chilo with a notebook that contained her true spirit, pledging to follow his lead henceforth. Chilo, with little to occupy his time, deemed it prudent to personally handle the theft of the Philosopher's Stone, thus allowing Natalie freedom of movement. Using her memories, Natalie located the Chamber of Secrets and shared its whereabouts with Chilo. Both spoke in Parseltongue and had the ability to command the basilisk. With the primary task of stealing the Philosopher's Stone at hand, Chilo advised Natalie to refrain from rash actions. Observing the formidable basilisk that could not be utilized, she felt it was a squander opportunity and sought ways to enhance this body's combat capabilities. Initially, she considered keeping the basilisk as a pet. However, its impractical size led her to shift her focus towards the study of bloodline wizards. Early Slytherin had conducted extensive research in this area, and Voldemort had formally embraced Slytherin's legacy. Thus, he was well acquainted with the subject. Natalie frequently ventured into the Forbidden Forest, attempting to procure blood from various magical creatures. To test the body's compatibility, she first chose the blood of a fairy, a lineage that posed no significant threat or utility. After the initial test, they were astonished to find that Natalie's body exhibited remarkable compatibility, leading them to eagerly continue their collection. The three-headed dog, the invisible beast, the fire dragon, the unicorn, and the serpent monster, all five possessed the bloodline of extraordinary creatures. Natalie successfully awakened several magical talents from these mystical beings: perfect invisibility, 3 chances of a death substitute, A formidable physique, exceptional healing abilities, and a petrifying gaze. However, the final bloodline she absorbed was that of the serpent monster, which unexpectedly conflicted with the fire dragon's essence, rendering her current magical talents difficult to wield effectively. At this point, Alex realized that Voldemort had officially returned, now possessing a remarkable physical form and the ability to freely manipulate the forces of the laws. As Alex pondered how to overpower Voldemort, Dumbledore gently placed a hand on his shoulder, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. If that is the case, I might be able to take a more aggressive approach. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed Alex's mind, while Dumbledore merely chuckled beside him. My child, you may continue with your endeavors. I still need to contemplate how to explain Natalie's situation. After all, the disappearance of a young wizard from Hogwarts was significant news within the wizarding community, and many detractors would seize this opportunity to criticize Dumbledore. Alex then quietly approached the door of the room of requirement on the 8th floor. I require a place to conceal something. The door slowly manifested, and, as he entered, a musty scent enveloped him. The room was filled with the accumulated treasures of countless generations of Hogwarts students. Closing his eyes, Alex unleashed the power of the laws to sense his surroundings and finally detected a faint, ominous aura of a soul fragment. Following the trace, he found a tattered cloth covering an object. Lifting it revealed Ravenclaw's diadem, quietly resting atop a mannequin's head, unnoticed by students for many years. Donning this will bestow upon you boundless wisdom. Unparalleled intellect is humanity's greatest treasure. Come, wear it. A subtle aura beckoned Alex to place the diadem upon his head. It was said that this diadem, crafted by Ravenclaw herself, would grant the strongest intelligence. Yet unfortunately, the creator ultimately succumbed to death, unable to escape the entanglements of love and loss. As Alex picked up the diadem and scrutinized the dark magical essence upon it, he discerned that Voldemort's craftsmanship was rather crude, perhaps to avoid compromising the diadem's potency. The flames of the law surged forth, penetrating the diadem's interior and igniting the remnants of its fractured soul. In a moment of disorientation, a cacophony of screams echoed, and Ravenclaw's diadem suddenly radiated a brilliant light, becoming extraordinarily precious. Upon placing the diadem upon his brow, everything appeared astonishingly clear, a sensation akin to a cerebral overclock, far surpassing the effects of 5 doses of Felix Felicis. In this heightened state, the study of magic became remarkably efficient, though it did not enhance his capabilities in other areas. The rumored supreme wisdom ultimately proved to be an exaggeration. Its effect merely enhances cerebral functions and elevates various cognitive abilities. Research status buff increased. Alex was quite pleased with this outcome, for no one would disdain a mind that operates with such swiftness. Next, he prepared to delve into a significant project, retrieving from his pocket a vibrant, translucent red stone. Unbeknownst to him, Dumbledore had secretly placed the Philosopher's Stone in Alex's possession. As Alex's gaze shifted toward the stone, its intricate lines, unveiled by the power of the laws, instantly captivated him. He took out a common magical material and brought it near the Philosopher's Stone. Under the influence of its lines, the magical energy of the material intensified, elevating its quality several tiers. This transmutational ability sparked Alex's curiosity, prompting him to commence an experiment immediately. The training room was enveloped in silence, save for the notes that materialized in the air and the occasional ripples of magical energy. Time passed unnoticed, and the diadem of Ravenclaw seemed to dim considerably. Suddenly, Alex emerged from his engrossed experiment. In his perception, the lines were no longer chaotic. He felt he could command their movements at will. He focused intently, striving to control these lines, which obeyed him like inanimate objects, moving freely at his command. After a period of practice, his ability to manipulate the lines reached a level of effortless mastery, allowing him to traverse any distance with ease. Congratulations, host, you have comprehended the principle of equivalent exchange. Alex endeavored to wield this newfound power and discovered that he could replicate the feats of the Philosopher's Stone, albeit requiring his own magical energy, unlike the stone, which seemed to conjure from nothingness. The stone undoubtedly harbored further secrets. Just as Alex was about to immerse himself once more in his research, he was abruptly interrupted by a voice. Child, do not become too enraptured by such power. Those lacking sufficient magical foundation may be consumed, leaving nothing behind. Turning around, he beheld Dumbledore's grave visage, suggesting that Alex's intentions were perilous. Alex regained his composure, a wave of apprehension washing over him. It felt as though a force had been enticing him to delve deeper into his studies, beyond his capacity to resist. Professor, this is... Child. The unknown is forever the most terrifying yet alluring. I would not have you suffer the same fate that Nicodemus and I endured. The mysteries behind the Philosopher's Stone are both enigmatic and perilous, beyond the reach of your current self, and even mine. Exercise patience. Very well, Professor. Alex acquiesced, recognizing the prudence in safeguarding his own life. Child, you may now consider yourself an alchemical master, Dumbledore jested, before producing a collection of materials for Alex to experiment with. As the principle of exchange emerged, materials ascended, automatically transforming into the desired properties. The principle of flames manifested, melting the materials into the desired shapes. With the melding of the materials, the principle of souls came forth, and the alchemical artifact, now formed, seemed to possess a kind of sentience, exhibiting remarkable intelligence. The two individuals promptly inspected the crafted figurine, discovering that the latent magical power within rivaled that of an exemplary auror, capable of casting spells intelligently and harmonizing with the thoughts of its binder. Child, your talent is truly astonishing. Perhaps you should engage more with Nicodemus, as he once glimpsed a fragment of the truth. Dumbledore's words trailed off, deliberately shifting the topic as he exited the room. Alex, displaying a keen sense of discretion, chose not to dwell on the matter and proceeded to the dining hall. After conversing with Hermione, he realized that merely a day had elapsed. Immersed in his research, Alex felt as though several months had passed, perhaps a benefit or a detriment of accelerated thought. Chapter 37. The House Cup. The final collective event before the Hogwarts holiday, the end-of-year banquet. Students from all houses congregated in the Grand Hall of Hogwarts, adorned in themes of emerald green and silver. Above them hung several massive banners, one depicting the serpent emblematic of Slytherin. The students seated at the dining tables sat in respectful silence. Even the Gryffindors, typically at odds with Slytherin, acknowledged Alex's formidable presence. As Alex entered the hall, all Slytherin students rose, their eyes glimmering with admiration. The chief. At that moment, Slytherin stood united, their collective strength intimidating the other houses. Alex approached his seat, gesturing for everyone to sit, while Abner remained closely at his side, surveying the surroundings like a vigilant guardian. This year, Slytherin's points had indeed been overwhelming. Despite Ravenclaw's fervent efforts in Quidditch, they could not surpass Slytherin, and Alex had accumulated a significant lead in points. Ron, seated on the Gryffindor bench, remarked to Harry, while Hermione, present as well, refrained from sitting beside Alex in this grand occasion. Although somewhat begrudging of Slytherin's dominance, the trio held a deep respect for Alex, accepting the outcome with equanimity. Meanwhile, Malfoy, brimming with arrogance, flaunted his status to Harry, their eyes locking, with Malfoy's pride evoking a strong urge in Harry to retaliate. Despite their generally amicable relations, Malfoy's demeanor remained infuriating. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly lively as the young wizards engaged in animated discussions, at which point Dumbledore made his entrance. This term has reached its conclusion, and I know you are all eager to indulge in the feast. However, I must request your attention for a few words. Dumbledore, with a benevolent smile, addressed the young wizards present. As the summer break approaches, I implore you to adhere to the regulations of the Ministry of Magic, refrain from practicing magic outside of school, and instead, immerse yourselves in literature, digesting knowledge in preparation for the coming year. Next came the awarding ceremony of the House Cup. The standings were as follows: Slytherin with 637 points, Gryffindor with 522 points, Ravenclaw with 553 points, and Hufflepuff with 437 points. As soon as the results were announced, a wave of jubilant cheers erupted from Slytherin, while the other houses remained eerily quiet, particularly Ravenclaw, who felt quite disheartened by their overwhelming defeat. This year, everyone performed exceptionally well, yet I believe recent events should also be taken into account. The hall suddenly fell silent as everyone awaited Dumbledore's next words. Firstly, Mr. Ron Weasley. For his pivotal role in securing a crucial chess match, Gryffindor earns an additional 50 points. Upon hearing this, Ron's face flushed with excitement, eager to rise and regale his fellow students with tales of his valor. The Gryffindor students wholeheartedly joined in the applause, elevating Ron's spirits even higher. Once silence was restored, Dumbledore continued. Secondly, Miss Hermione Granger, in the face of fire, her calm intellect made the right judgment. Gryffindor receives another 50 points. The Gryffindor students were even more exhilarated, dreaming of surpassing Slytherin and hoping for further points. Most Slytherin students also applauded, genuinely congratulating their esteemed housemate. Hermione felt a slight blush creep on her cheeks. Glancing at Alex, who was beaming with delight at her, only intensified her shyness. Thirdly, Mr. Harry Potter, whose extraordinary courage and indomitable spirit have made significant contributions to Hogwarts. Gryffindor gains 60 points. The cheers from Gryffindor reached a fever pitch as they surpassed Slytherin. Although Alex's personal prowess loomed before them like an insurmountable mountain, the collective strength of Gryffindor propelled them past the barriers, witnessing a momentous occasion. Dumbledore raised his hand to signal for quiet. Fourthly, Mr. Neville Longbottom. Courage manifests in many forms. While everyone may exhibit bravery in the face of an enemy, it takes exceptional courage to stand firm among friends and uphold one's convictions. Gryffindor receives an additional 10 points. The celebrations among Gryffindor showed no signs of waning, as a multitude of students stood up, shouting with abandon. Neville, overwhelmed by the congratulations from his peers, was at a loss for how to respond. Meanwhile, Slytherin remained subdued, casting glances at Alex. Noticing that their leader displayed no signs of discontent, they too calmed down. Lastly, Mr. Alex Wyndham, with his formidable magical prowess and remarkable intellect, who time and again resolved crises, Slytherin is awarded 150 points. Alex smiled graciously, nodding in appreciation for their esteem for Slytherin. The atmosphere around Gryffindor turned somber. Harry and Ron sheepishly scratched their heads, while Hermione turned to Alex to extend her congratulations. Others wore expressions of melancholy, ultimately unable to triumph over Slytherin. Was Alex destined to bear this burden before the crowd for 7 long years? Snape, with a smile gracing his features, shook hands with Professor McGonagall, who, though somewhat resigned, returned his smile with a hint of satisfaction. Sitting beside Snape, Lily clapped her hands joyfully, expressing her gratitude to her savior and delighting in Slytherin's victory in the House Cup. The other 2 houses seemed to fade into the background, engaged in hushed conversations, while a few particularly admiring young wizards cast respectful glances at Alex. As the departure day arrived, Alex, Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Draco gathered at the station. Potter, although you lost, I know you're no weakling. Remember to write to me during the holidays, Draco declared with a haughty demeanor, to which Harry shot him a withering glance. The 2 promptly began to playfully tussle, though it was merely in jest. Ron, somewhat shyly, invited the group to his home, sharing how his mother was eager to welcome them after hearing about the school events. Draco, having long since ceased his jibes at Weasley, had nearly fully abandoned the notion of blood purity, focusing instead on enhancing his own abilities under Alex's influence. Once aboard the train, the farewell moment was reserved for Alex and Hermione. They embraced tightly, Hermione showing palpable reluctance to part. Alex, will you come to see me? She asked. Of course. I will visit my aunt and uncle during the holidays, he replied. Is that not just an excuse to see me? Naturally. Visiting my aunt and uncle is merely a pretext to see you. They lingered in this tender exchange for a while, before Alex helped Hermione onto the school bus. Despite their mental connection, Hermione felt an undeniable sorrow at parting from Alex. Child, are you ready? I am ready, Professor. Chapter 38, Nicolaim. An unusual sensation akin to being hooked by a fishing line at the navel enveloped Alex and Dumbledore as they appeared in a safe house situated in France. Ah, Dumbledore. Welcome, welcome. An elderly man with hair as white as snow hurried toward them. It has been a long time, Nicolaim. This is my student, Alex Wyndham. Greetings, Mr. Nicolaim. I have long admired your reputation. Just call me teacher. You will be studying here for a while. Nicolaim appeared quite lively, perhaps due to the joy of reuniting with an old acquaintance. Feel free to explore the house and see if you have any thoughts regarding alchemy. Nicolaim then settled onto the couch with Dumbledore, engaging in conversation, while Alex took the opportunity to observe the quaint abode. The space was expansive yet cluttered with numerous alchemical tools, giving it a somewhat cramped feel. Display cases lined the walls, showcasing a plethora of alchemical artifacts, each seemingly radiating an extraordinary brilliance, suffused with potent magical energy. Meanwhile, the coffee table in the center of the room held an unfinished piece alongside various alchemical materials. Alex approached when suddenly something drifted past him. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a small flying device, reminiscent of a golden snitch, meandering about and occasionally drawing bits of litter from the ground into a nearby bin. A magical vacuum cleaner. How modernized Nicolaim has become. Alex mused internally, contemplating how alchemy could manifest numerous machines of contemporary society, liberating productivity en masse and allowing humanity to engage more in scientific research and administrative roles. However, the path to implementation was long and arduous, so Alex refocused on the various alchemical tools before him. Each tool, with its intricate internal lines revealed by the law of exchange, seemed to possess distinct functions. Alex began to analyze them, these lines akin to chemical formulas. As long as the materials met the criteria, he could successfully enchant them using the law of exchange, thus completing the creation of the alchemical tools. As time passed, Alex deciphered an increasing number of lines, while Nicolene, having ceased her chatter, watched him intently as if observing a rare treasure. Dumbledore, having anticipated this moment, was toying with the vacuum cleaner, tossing it back and forth while sipping honey tea, thoroughly enjoying himself. A day elapsed, and Alex's introspection came to a halt. He had nearly comprehended all the enchanting effects within the room, save for 3 lines that remained too obscure for his current abilities to unravel. "Child, it appears your aptitude for alchemy is quite remarkable," Nicolene remarked with a smile, producing a book from her hand. "Thank you for the compliment, teacher. I have some questions I wish to ask you." Before Alex could voice his thoughts, the book floated before him, flipping open to a page in the middle. "Child, I believe that oral instruction cannot compare to the satisfaction of personal discovery. Come, experience it," Nicolene said, guiding Alex's hand to the page. A flash of white light enveloped him, and Alex found himself motionless, his eyes vacant. Nicolene observed with a smile, casting several spells to ensure Alex's corporeal vitality. With Alex's understanding of the laws of life, he could naturally survive without sustenance for an extended period. However, a body devoid of a soul would inevitably succumb to decay, a phenomenon beyond the resistance of the laws of life, touching upon realms of higher existence. Before Alex, a white light engulfed him, and he felt as though he were traversing once more, entering the body of another individual. This person held a book, surrounded by an array of alchemical materials. As Alex controlled this body, he discovered he could move freely and turned to the cover of the book, titled The Book of Jewish Abraham. It was said that Nicolene was once an ordinary man, but on that fateful night, an angel appeared in his dream, revealing that he would receive a wondrous tome. Through diligent study, he could acquire extraordinary powers, using the same quantity of mercury to deduce the properties of redstone, mandrake sap, and wolfsbane sap. A magical array was meticulously depicted. In the hexagonal placements, mithril, cherry branches, and lapis lazuli were arranged. Following the instructions laid out in the tome, Alex discovered the remarkable flexibility with which the principle of exchange could be employed, revealing a strength that surpassed his expectations. While observing the outcomes, he endeavored to unravel the deeper meanings behind the magical array. In the first experiment, the mercury boiled violently, leading to an explosion of the array. The second attempt saw the materials misplaced, resulting in a cloud of black smoke and a near catastrophe. During the third trial, the array absorbed the materials, merging them into a bizarre amalgamation that exhibited extraordinary elasticity, capable of autonomous movement and high aggression, ultimately resulting in its destruction. With each subsequent experiment, though the positioning of the materials was perfected after more than 20 attempts, the alchemical array consistently directed the results towards unknown outcomes, with several instances posing a threat to life itself. Nevertheless, Alex continued to accumulate knowledge of alchemical enchantments through these trials. With unwavering determination, he persevered until the 666th experiment, a number that in Western culture symbolizes the devil, seemingly playing a significant role in the alchemical process. A radiant light erupted as the materials within the array began to rotate autonomously, gradually merging, while the mercury at the center grew increasingly luminous. After a period of time, the arcane energy of the materials appeared to be nearly exhausted, leaving behind a solitary metallic fragment upon the table. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a piece of gold. The transmutation effect had been realized, and Alex seized the opportunity to grasp an elusive, enchanting effect, which turned out to be the transmutation power of the magical stone, perhaps more aptly termed the advanced principle of equivalent exchange. He bowed in reverence to Nicolene, the elder who had imparted the mysteries of the magical stone on his very first day. "Thank you, teacher. Child, it is your innate talent that is worthy of inheriting my legacy," Nicolene replied with a gentle smile, proceeding to elucidate the connection between the magical stone and this newfound power. Possessing such power could be likened to a portable magical stone. The greater one's understanding of the principle of exchange, the lesser the arcane energy required, and the greater the enhancement of the materials. In the elder's eyes, the magical stone was fundamentally a tool for energy provision, apt for use in one's own machinery. "Child, the remaining 2 powers you must explore on your own, but first, you may learn some foundational alchemy from me. Although you have grasped these powers, you have yet to materialize them. The transmutation effect is merely the result of relentless experimentation." "Very well, teacher. Was your successful transmutation also the result of the 666th experiment? How did you know? Could it be that you too Nicolame's expression darkened, prompting Alex to hastily recount the details of that experiment. This book is indeed part of my memory, but the outcomes of your actions within it will not mirror my recollections. Each alchemical endeavor is random. If two results are identical, it can only imply that someone is meddling behind the scenes. Chapter 39. The Staff. Let us set aside other matters for now, my child. Come to the workshop. There is much for you to learn. The alchemical workshop of Nicolome, a sacred haven eagerly anticipated by countless alchemists, has officially welcomed Alex as a student. Nicolome is a stern instructor. Any misstep in rune carving or any error in material connection invites a lecture. After 2 weeks of diligent effort, Alex has successfully elevated his alchemical prowess to the level of a master. Focus. Is this how you carve a rune? Your hands are usually steady. Why falter now? Nicolome exclaimed. Once you complete this creation, you shall graduate. With that, he produced a collection of materials and tossed a blueprint before Alex. 3 days later, all the components were finally completed, and Alex gazed with delight at the array of exquisite objects before him. There remains one crucial step. Proceed swiftly. As the magical circle took form, the components began to coalesce, drawing an unceasing flow of magical energy from within. Nicolome tossed an object into the mix, and Alex recognized it as a magical stone. Suddenly, the entire process became wildly chaotic, the magical energy surging and producing a cacophony of sound throughout the room. As the noise gradually subsided, the magical stone fully integrated into the alchemical creation, and Alex realized what it was, a staff commonly wielded by ancient sorcerers. The staff had grown long enough to support his stride, radiating a golden hue, with a light akin to that of the magical stone gleaming at its apex. As Alex lifted it for a trial, the flow of magical energy within was remarkably smooth, exhibiting a substantial amplification due to the stone's influence. Moreover, the staff subtly emanated a resonance that harmonized with Alex's very soul, binding them inseparably. My child, you have graduated. From now on, your journey in alchemy will require your own insight. True masters carve their own paths, and my style may not suit you. Just as Alex was about to respond, he was halted by the elder's voice. I have grown quite old, Alex. While the decay of the body can be staved off, the aging of the soul is inevitable. Perhaps further advancement may offer a glimmer of hope. You must promise me, until the power of the laws can safeguard the true spirit. Do not venture into that final step. After this extensive period of learning, Alex began to comprehend what Dumbledore and Nicolome referred to as that step. Long before the elder crafted the magical stone, he had sought a pathway to further advancement in alchemy, fervently exploring the laws of exchange in search of future possibilities. After becoming friends with Dumbledore, the two had once glimpsed that realm, a source of the laws of exchange, a convergence of universal truths, which they termed the laws of truth. The moment they attempted to harness it, both elders experienced a foreboding sensation, warning them of imminent danger should they proceed. Dumbledore withdrew in time, yet Nicolome stubbornly persisted, successfully imbuing the magical stone with the effect of immortality through the laws of truth. The cost, however, was ultimately being backfired by the laws of truth, leaving one stagnant in this life. Immortality would merely be a corporeal existence, where bones, meridians, and even the soul would become exceedingly fragile. Alex nodded solemnly, understanding that without reaching a certain realm, one must never cross this red line. Nicodemus chuckled softly, producing the book titled The Book of Jewish Abraham and handing it to Alex. The emergence of this tome had been quite mysterious, and even though I had once ventured into that domain, I could never uncover the secrets hidden within its pages. Child, I hope you can wield this power wisely. Yet do not be ensnared by its allure. This world is vast, brimming with secrets, and it shall be your quest to continue the exploration. Teacher, Alex gazed at Nicodemus with a hint of melancholy, to which the old man responded with a warm smile and a gentle wave of his hand. Farewell for now. Remember not to resurrect me. Death is merely a grander adventure, and you will come to understand this. After a brief silence, Alex seized a key from the table and vanished in a flash. Goodbye, teacher. At the Granger household, Hermione nestled on the sofa, leaning against Alex as he recounted his adventures in Paris. Despite their frequent exchanges, she relished the opportunity to hear the tales directly from him. In the adjacent kitchen, Mr. and Mrs. Granger occasionally stole glances, their faces adorned with affectionate smiles. Quickly, let me see that wand. I've yet to lay eyes on it. Suddenly, the opulent golden wand manifested, capturing everyone's attention with its gleaming brilliance. With a mere thought, Alex diminished its radiance, transforming it from gold to a deep black adorned with twinkling stars, with the gem atop the wand resembling a star, surrounded by celestial bodies in graceful orbit. Wow, let me take a look. Hermione seized the wand for a closer inspection. Although it was bound to Alex, others could still wield it with his permission, though the effects would not be as potent. After attempting a few minor spells, she paused, noting the wand's significant enhancement, yet also experiencing an uncomfortable sensation of magical blockage. Children, it's time to eat. The two hurried towards the dining table, eagerly anticipating the evening's feast. Mom and Dad are biased. Every day Alex is here. They prepare such a lavish spread. Why is it not this abundant when I'm home? Hermione routinely teased the Granger couple, though the meals at home were already quite generous. Just not as extravagant as when Alex was present. The Grangers chose to brush off her playful complaints, knowing that given Hermione's relationship with Alex, her prideful moods would not last long. Soon enough, the pair found their mouths filled with delicious food, leaving Hermione no time for further banter as she focused intently on her meal. The family of four shared a harmonious evening, while Alex volunteered to assist with the chores, endearing himself further to Mr. and Mrs. Granger. When it was time to watch television, they all sprawled on the sofa, relishing their leisure. Mrs. Granger clasped Mr. Granger's arm, while Hermione nestled against Alex's chest, exuding warmth and affection. A phone call came in, and Alex answered it, only to find it was old Bojan on the other end. What's the matter? Boss, there's been a bountiful harvest lately. I invite you to come and see. All right, have you found the book I requested? Indeed, boss. It is under my personal supervision, and it is completely secure. Very well, I shall visit tomorrow. Chapter 40, Mastering Your Soul, the Slytherin Manuscript. Boss, this is the book you sought, complete with some rather obscure notes. In the headquarters of the Starry Alliance, old Bojan respectfully presented a book to Alex. Though it appeared unremarkable, it concealed a potent aura of magic. As Alex opened the book, he felt a stirring in the laws of the soul, as if something was beckoning to it. The original content of the book seemed to be an advanced version of a cerebral confinement technique, establishing defenses at the level of the soul, impenetrable by anyone. Yet nearly every page bore annotations, each addressing the various methods proposed within. The members of the Starry Alliance observed Alex as he examined the tome, their gazes shifting towards Snape. At that moment, Snape was accompanied by Lily, and to prevent any disturbances to Alex, they communicated through a discreet spell to report their findings. Meanwhile, Alex, alongside Hermione, delved into the mysteries contained within the book. The complexity of the annotations posed some difficulty for Hermione, but the original text remained accessible for study. Alex felt a sudden disorientation of the soul, as if he were conversing face to face with someone. A figure materialized before his eyes. Young one, your bloodline meets the requirements. You are worthy of inheriting this segment of Slytherin's research. Confusion gripped Alex as he pondered his lineage, having been unable to uncover any substantial information, believing himself to be merely from a Muggle family. Remember, do not let darkness corrupt your heart. Slaughter is not the ultimate path. Suddenly, the apparition transformed into a point of light, penetrating Alex's mind. He was overwhelmed by a wave of knowledge flooding into his consciousness, as if he were reliving the myriad studies Slytherin had conducted on the soul during his youth to middle age. Unexpectedly, in his pursuit of deeper understanding in the realm of the soul, this book, long forbidden, brought forth such a delightful surprise. Observing that Alex had ceased his contemplation, the others paused their discussions, preparing to convene. Severus, have there been any new developments? The foot traffic in Nocturne Alley has tripled. Bojan's subordinates now boast nearly 100 more capable enforcers, and 80% of the storefront leases in Nocturne Alley are now under our control. Impressive work, Bojan. Your progress is remarkable. A gentle tap of Alex's finger sent forth a radiant light, and Bojan immediately felt a sense of relief wash over him. The lingering dark injuries sustained from years of dealing with dark magical artifacts seemed to have been completely purged, and his mind felt considerably clearer. The laws of life healed his dark wounds, while the laws of the soul accelerated his cognitive processes. In the name of Alex, I bestow upon you protection and healing for your body. Whether to overturn the alley or continue to lead, it is your decision. Preparations for infiltrating Diagon Alley may commence. Thank you, boss. From which domain shall we commence? Let us begin with potions. Our first step is the automation of potion making. Within 6 months, I intend for us to monopolize the mid-tier and low-tier potions in both Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade. After a meticulous examination, Severus discovered that these instruments were ingeniously designed, inherently containing numerous commonly used potion recipes capable of automatic cutting, brewing, and infusing with magic, requiring only periodic energy source replacements. Upon scrutinizing the energy source, he was astonished at its resemblance to the Philosopher's Stone. That is not the Philosopher's Stone, Severus, merely a low-grade version I have concocted, possessing only the ability to store magical energy. It cannot transmute base metals into gold or grant immortality. Strangely enough, Alex, following the learned steps to create the Philosopher's Stone, encountered no issues with energy content or materials, nor with the capability to enhance the materials. The requirement for immortality necessitated the addition of the law of truth, which was unattainable. However, the inability to transmute base metals into gold was perplexing. Boss, how frequently does this energy need to be replaced? Well, as of now, it can last for 200 years. The group fell into silence. With their prowess, they likely would not live to see that day. Regarding the families behind those potion shops, after a brief pause, Lucius and Abner stepped forward, assuring that these matters posed no concern. Recently, the Rosier and Malfoy families have garnered the allegiance of numerous purebloods. Half of the 28 sacred families are now their partners, while the lesser families have either been absorbed or assimilated, resulting in an exhilarating expansion of power. Observing the competence of his subordinates, Alex felt a tinge of boredom. They had resolved everything before he could even intervene. Lily could not help but jest. Alex, you might as well remain the silent supporter. These matters hardly require your involvement. Laughter erupted among those present, save for the slow-witted Richie, who scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. All right, the meeting is adjourned. Go to Severus and collect your benefits. With a swift motion, Alex and Hermione vanished from the headquarters, leaving the remaining members eagerly awaiting before Severus. He promptly produced a collection of potions for them. Among them was a magical incendiary bottle infused with the law of fire, its purple flames burning quietly and emanating an unsettling power, impervious to all beneath the legendary tier. Additionally, there was a potion stabilized by Alex's power that would augment their magical capacity without side effects. This invigorated their loyalty. Their long-stagnant prowess was finally set to be unleashed. After the meeting, Alex and Hermione instantly materialized in Hogsmeade. Given Alex's penchant for conducting experiments in the House of Requirement, he resolved to purchase a property in the village. Though Hogsmeade is renowned as a village of wizards, its population is rather sparse, making the purchase of a home quite convenient. A quaint two-story building, already adorned in a classic and elegant style, aligns perfectly with Alex's tastes. This shall be our home. Little Hermione. Upon hearing this, Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly. However, the little witch, who had often been the subject of Alex's playful teasing, had developed a certain resilience and soon began to tidy up the house, a task that could be completed with a simple cleaning spell. She insisted on personally undertaking the inaugural deep cleaning and even coerced Alex into assisting her. An hour later, they had finally completed the cleaning, transforming the once dusty abode into a refreshing space. The previous owner had not resided there for quite some time, leaving behind a considerable amount of dust. They then collapsed onto the sofa. Although not particularly fatigued, the aftermath of the thorough cleaning instilled an irresistible urge to rest. At that moment, the afternoon sun poured into the room, creating a warm ambience that quickly lulled them into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 41. The Basilisk Children. Are you settling in well? In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore smiled at Alex. Indeed, the cellar of the house was found through Dumbledore's assistants, who had somehow learned of Alex's intention to purchase a home and promptly made arrangements. The environment is delightful. We truly appreciate it, Professor, Alex replied with a satisfied grin. That's wonderful to hear. Recently, the basilisk in the school has been located and is currently fast asleep. After some deliberation, they decided to eliminate it to serve as materials for Snape. What of Harry's plan? Snape interjected. Although Lily had been revived, he still felt a protective instinct towards her lineage. It is of no consequence. The trials of courage need not follow a linear path. I have faith in that child's abilities. Sirius can also be released earlier. Ah, that rogue, Snape remarked with a hint of disdain towards Sirius. The quartet that James Potter had gathered, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew, had each bullied him at some point during their school years. Were it not for Dumbledore's so-called plan, Snape would not have spared a thought for the traitorous Pettigrew, who had transformed into Ron's pet rat for survival. Why keep that wretched little rat? With the likes of us, Alex and you, should we fear a Voldemort that has lost his corporeal form? Snape expressed his confusion. There were myriad ways to train Harry. Retaining someone like Pettigrew served little purpose. Severus, we cannot capture Tom in his soul state at present. Until our understanding of the laws of power reaches a certain level, we must simply wait. Forgive me, Severus. Ignoring Dumbledore, Snape turned and stormed out of the headmaster's office. A flicker of guilt crossed Dumbledore's eyes as he sighed deeply. Do not worry so, Professor. I have a lead. Never underestimate anyone, Alex. Tom possesses a profound understanding of the soul, a depth that even I find myself lacking. Should I fail to seize him before he takes that crucial step, I shall be compelled to adhere to the original plan. Professor, my arrival is destined to alter the outcome, Alex declared resolutely, subsequently arranging a meeting with Dumbledore to convene several heads of houses the following day, to confront the slumbering basilisk. Indeed, here, the 4 heads of houses and Dumbledore gathered in the lavatory, which housed the weeping ghost of the Myrtle, manipulating the faucet with intent. It requires Parseltongue to unlock it. Allow me. Having engaged extensively with the fragments of Voldemort's soul, Alex had gleaned much from its spiritual vibrations, one of which was the ability to speak Parseltongue. With a hiss, the mechanism responded, sending a shiver through Professor McGonagall and the others. As it had been long since they had heard such a language, the last time was, "Allow me to descend first. Children, let us proceed with caution. It may not be safe below." Before Professor McGonagall could finish her warning, Alex enveloped himself in a protective charm and slid down. This child is truly impatient. The professors hastily prepared to follow, yet only Dumbledore and Snape remained composed. Surely, a mere basilisk could not best Alex. In a flash of phoenix fire, Dumbledore, along with Professors McGonagall and Sprout, vanished below, leaving the 2 male professors exchanging glances of resignation. "Very well, ladies first," Professor Flitwick jested before following suit. Within the dimly lit chamber of Slytherin, not a glimmer of light penetrated the darkness. With a flourish of his hand, Alex summoned flames that danced throughout the hall, illuminating the surroundings significantly. The other professors soon arrived, each feeling the potent energy emanating from the flames. "Child, your prowess is truly remarkable." Professor McGonagall found herself at a loss for words, having never encountered a young wizard of such caliber. Dumbledore smiled knowingly, indicating that the main event was yet to unfold. "Speak with me, greatest of giants, Slytherin." A shiver ran through the crowd. The design of the statue was indeed rather outrageous. Quick as lightning, Alex unleashed 2 fiery darts the moment the basilisk emerged, striking accurately into its eyes. With this, the creature's most formidable weapon was rendered useless, and it writhed in agony, letting out a pained howl. Snape stepped forward, his power significantly heightened. He required a worthy opponent to test his strength. The killing curse. Snape exuded a palpable aura of menace, and Alex recognized the energy. It was the essence of the rules of slaughter. True to his self-created spell, Snape wielded it with great finesse. The aura of lethal intent enveloped him, amplifying the lethality of the killing curse to a remarkable degree, capable of inflicting deep wounds. Though unable to penetrate completely, the basilisk, relying on its acute sense of smell and temperature, charged at Snape but found him deftly evading its attack. The colossal form of the serpent monster now resembled a living target, utterly at the mercy of Snape's spells. Eventually, the creature, having bled profusely, seemed to lose all strength and collapsed onto the ground. Snape, employing mental occlusion, endeavored to shield himself from the intoxicating influence of the slaughter. Alex stepped forward, extending his palm in a gesture of restraint as the surrounding air solidified, firmly ensnaring the serpent monster and denying it any opportunity for movement. Through the perception of the soul law, he astutely discerned that the creature's earlier feebleness was merely a ruse, an attempt to launch a surprise attack. Alas, it was futile against such overwhelming might. Professor McGonagall, witnessing this, felt her eyes brighten with admiration. Her profound understanding of transfiguration allowed her to recognize that Alex was manipulating the heir's form. She could not help but marvel at Alex's multifaceted talents, noting that his proficiency in transfiguration had surpassed her own, albeit with a slight lack of depth and experience. The serpent, ensnared and immobile, fell prey to Alex's soul pressure, rendering it unconscious before being placed into a bag of holding. He presented the creature to Snape, while the other professors gradually realized their own ineffectiveness in the situation, having merely spectated, casting resentful glances at Dumbledore. Was this not a safeguard? Oh dear. The old headmaster, seemingly unconcerned or perhaps merely playful, appeared increasingly mischievous. Alex advised Snape that the serpent would remain unconscious for at least a week, and that the bloodletting would not be detrimental. He then transformed into a wisp of black mist and surged forth. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, with Professors McGonagall and Sprout instinctively clutching Dumbledore's robes. In a flash of fire, they vanished, leaving Snape and Professor Flitwick staring in bewilderment. "Well then," sighed Professor Flitwick before casting a levitation charm, gently ascending into the air. Snape, resembling Alex in his smoky form, soared upwards as well, and upon reaching the ground, he departed in silence. Ghosts, after all, are sorrowful beings, are they not? Chapter 42, An Uneventful Holiday. Professor, as you know, my current abilities do not permit me to grasp that authority indeed. It is unfortunate that I have no further opportunities to attempt, Dumbledore lamented, as the two departed from the scene. Meanwhile, a weeping Myrtle hid within a restroom stall, quietly observing their retreating figures. Professor, will you still seek Gilderoy Lockhart? What are your thoughts? Dumbledore inquired, turning to Alex with a smile. I see no necessity. He has no role left to play in the plan. Unless you wish for Harry to experience the atmosphere of fame, Alex replied. Plans are not immutable, Alex. If you desire this minor character, take him, Dumbledore responded. Initially, Lockhart was to portray a deceptive charlatan, incessantly harassing Harry to instill in him the understanding that self-reliance was paramount, and that fame was not solely advantageous. At this moment, the absence of the basilisk in the second year left Harry's brave endeavor devoid of a final adversary. The once formidable creature had likely succumbed to Snape's blade. Fear not, Alex, for the contentious bloodline dispute that once sparked discord has been rendered obsolete. The Slytherins now largely adhere to your philosophy. Let us allow Harry to navigate a relatively smooth semester. Alex cast a skeptical glance at Dumbledore, who had previously contemplated hastening Sirius's escape, yet now advocated for a tranquil term. Dumbledore, feeling the weight of Alex's gaze, could only smile faintly before departing. Although Muggle devices typically malfunction within the realm of magic, Alex's alchemical prowess was not to be underestimated, as evidenced by the recent emergence of a magical television. Time passed swiftly. Each day was filled with playful banter with Hermione or enjoying meals at the Granger household, and soon a holiday had swiftly elapsed. The few remaining endeavors focused on high-end potion commerce, which did not adversely affect revenue. Well done. This shall be your reward. Once again, several protective spells were cast, granting the group an extended experience of cerebral enhancement, elevating their abilities further. Lucius and the others bowed respectfully, acknowledging that aligning with Voldemort's madness offered little benefit. Unlike the Starry Society, where the discourse was pleasant and the benefits plentiful. Next, let us welcome our forthcoming member. Upon hearing this, the group assumed solemn expressions. As if awaiting inspection, a few spatial distortions manifested, transporting them to a quaint wooden cabin. Gilderoy Lockhart was engrossed in fervent writing at his desk, completely oblivious to the presence of newcomers behind him. Weeks prior, old Boggins had dispatched individuals to Lockhart's residence, leaving behind coordinates for apparition. Greetings, Master Lockhart. Lockhart's quill faltered, cold sweat breaking upon his brow as he turned to behold several individuals in his abode, their expressions anything but welcoming, displaying commendable composure. He swiftly adjusted his demeanor and offered greetings, though his trembling hands betrayed his anxiety. As the conversation progressed, he managed to regain some semblance of calm, as if his accolades were indeed earned through genuine merit. Perhaps the Smile Award was not entirely unfounded. Acquired through thievery, Sir Merlin, you say? What theft? I know not of what you speak. Kindly leave. I must continue my work. Lockhart's demeanor shifted abruptly, tension palpable as deep-seated secrets were laid bare. Old Boggins, equipped with a monocle granting him the ability to perceive others' magical essence, hesitated to scrutinize someone as formidable as Alex. Such a character should be subdued, preferably erasing consciousness while preserving writing skills. Lucius coldly remarked, adept at the art of intimidation. Just as Lockhart prepared to draw his wand in defiance, Alex ensnared him with a magical hand, disarming him effortlessly. Mr. Lockhart, as you can see, our members harbor considerable doubts regarding your capabilities. Do you have anything to say? At this moment, Lockhart trembled in fear. Confronted by an overwhelming force, he chose to capitulate. I can write books. Surely you need someone to promote them. I can do that. I know how to stir their emotions. Trust me. His desperate cries echoed, as if uttering a single word too slowly could cost him his life. Alex applauded, smiling at Lockhart, gradually lowering him to the ground. Just do your job obediently. I can heal your affliction. All of this felt dreamlike. Lockhart wished to cast spells like a normal wizard, yet his youthful greed ultimately exacted a heavy toll. From the moment he first cast the Obliviate charm on a renowned adventurer, his fate was sealed. He tasted the sweetness of fame and was drawn into a spiral from which he could not escape. After years of casting Obliviate, the flow of magic within him had become second nature, and he could no longer alter his course. From a commendable Ravenclaw graduate, he transformed into this pitiful figure, often regretting his choices, yet greed knows no bounds. Faced with the chance of recovery, he naturally resolved to work wholeheartedly, aspiring to become a normal wizard. It was essential to sufficiently inspire ordinary wizards, to establish a noble and virtuous image, and to shape the Starry Association into a long-standing organization. Only then would others take them seriously. Hermione, standing by, contributed ideas, collaborating with Alex in a brainstorming session. We need an enemy. One formidable enough to threaten the very existence of the wizarding world. Only then will ordinary wizards gravitate towards us. Hermione's insight was astute, yet it required careful consideration of what kind of adversary would qualify, preferably one more imposing than the original Dark Lord Grindelwald, capable of leaving the entire magical community at a loss. A list of requirements was compiled by Alex, awaiting discussion at the next meeting. There was no rush for the Starry Association to step into the limelight. For now, they would accumulate strength in the shadows and endure. Chapter 43. School has begun. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. At platform 9 3/4, young Hermione waved farewell to the Granger couple, and Alex followed suit. The two turned and entered the pillar, encountering Slytherin students along the way. Apart from the newcomers, all nodded in acknowledgement of Alex. Abner spotted the pair from a distance, opening a compartment door and respectfully ushering them inside. Shortly thereafter, Lizzie and Malfoy arrived, and with all present being allies, Alex had cast a soundproofing charm on the door, allowing them to converse freely. Recently, Abner and Lizzie had developed a keen interest in dark arts, delving deeply into their study over the holiday. However, having thoroughly embraced Alex's philosophy, they were not overly tainted by dark magic. Abner had merely become more enigmatic. Lizzie, on the other hand, remained the same endearing giant, though a flicker of coldness occasionally flashed in his eyes, sending shivers down spines. Alex was still contemplating the choice of professor for this year's defense against the dark arts class. He had begun to form some ideas. Beside them, Hermione was elucidating some advanced dark magic techniques to Abner and Lizzie. Having spent considerable time with Alex, Hermione had absorbed a wealth of knowledge, and her innate brilliance as a scholar allowed her to effortlessly outshine these novices. Consequently, the trio's attitude towards Hermione shifted from reverence for the leader's wife to a palpable fear of their elder sister, not due to mere intimidation, but because of the gruesome nature underlying those magical techniques. She explained the optimal application of the killing curse, detailing where it inflicts the most damage while sparing life. The Cruciatus Curse was discussed in terms of customizing the degree of pain, determining the enemy's threshold for suffering, and prolonging torment without inducing unconsciousness. The newly adapted siphoning spell, capable of hollowing a person out from within, was another chilling topic. More importantly, she emphasized the cultivation of one's murderous intent and the utilization of emotional power to enhance magical efficacy. In truth, few had met their demise at Hermione's hands. Most were mere small creatures or transfigured humans. Abner and his companions listened with trepidation, their respect for the couple deepening into a profound awe. As the train finally arrived at Hogwarts, perhaps due to the innate traits of the Chinese, Alex found himself drowsy during the journey, resting his head on Hermione's shoulder for a brief nap. Unlike the first years, the second-year students no longer required boats to reach the Great Hall. Instead, they traveled via horse-drawn carriages. The group encountered the creatures pulling the carriages, slender and jet black with sharp fangs, exuding an aura of intimidation. The Night Stalker, relatively docile among magical creatures and posing moderate danger, could only be seen by those who had witnessed death. Hermione, guiding Alex, offered a brief introduction to the Night Stalker before they boarded their carriage, while Abner and Lizzie discreetly chose another. Only Malfoy remained, bewildered, wondering what creatures they were speaking of. After a moment, he scratched his head and rejoined his own clique, his wise gaze reminiscent of his two loyal followers. The carriage, drawn by the Night Stalker, glided smoothly along a well-maintained path, allowing Alex and Hermione to lean against one another, taking in the panoramic view of Hogwarts. Suddenly, a small automobile entered their line of sight. A question mark appeared above Hermione's head, quickly transforming into an exclamation point. While she was puzzled as to why Harry and the others had arrived early, the imperative to save was undeniable. Next to her, Alex extended his hand, releasing a tremendous surge of magical energy that seemed to momentarily freeze the very fabric of space. All the students sensed something amiss, turning their gazes toward Alex. A massive, somewhat translucent hand materialized in the sky, grasping something before descending to the ground. The crowd felt no dissipation of magic, as if the spectacle were merely an illusion. Exchanging silent glances, they chose to remain mute. How terrifying! A single slap could topple us all. Alex had undoubtedly advanced in his mastery of magic. Remarkable indeed. With a soft plop, Alex proclaimed it a fundamental skill, nothing too extravagant. Then, he felt a gentle warmth and moisture brush against his face. Turning his head, he found the bashful Hermione, her head lowered as she leaned against his shoulder, a blissful smile gracing her features. Meanwhile, on the other side, Harry and Ron. At platform 9 3/4, the pillar denied him access. Ultimately, he chose to accompany his dear friend Ron, soaring towards Hogwarts in the modified Weasley car. Slow down, Ron. Brake. I am braking. That's the accelerator. Stop. The two sped towards Hogwarts Castle at breakneck speed. Had it not been for Alex's intervention, they might have crashed straight into someone's office. The car's capture and subsequent placement was a curious coincidence, occurring right by the Whomping Willow. After enduring the wrath of the tree, they were ultimately taken away by a summoned Snape. Potter, Weasley, I believe expulsion notices will soon be on their way to you. Snape threatened, leaving the two young wizards in a daze as they entered the headmaster's office. Children, could you elucidate what transpired? Dumbledore wore his usual benevolent expression, though his eyes reflected a hint of confusion. This incident was not of his doing. After the boys explained, Dumbledore surmised that the orchestrator behind it all bore no malicious intent. It appeared to be merely a prank, a whimsical following of fate's guidance. After allowing the two to head to the Great Hall, Dumbledore slowly rose, preparing to preside over the opening ceremony. A ripple passed through the air, and a figure appeared beside Dumbledore. Tall and handsome, he appeared remarkably youthful. Gellert, what mischief are you up to now? Just a trivial jest, Albus. Cool me. Let us proceed to the Great Hall, Grindelwald replied, tugging at Dumbledore's sleeve and moving forward, completely disregarding Fawkes, who awaited nearby. A trace of helplessness crossed Dumbledore's face. Yet he allowed himself to be led by Grindelwald as they made their way to the hall. Meanwhile, Alex awaited the sorting ceremony, suddenly noticing Dumbledore and a striking young man at the entrance of the faculty area. The resonance of the force of destiny was unmistakable to Alex. This individual was Grindelwald. Snape at the staff table was also momentarily stunned, having intended to discern who had usurped the position of defense against the dark arts professor, only to be rendered speechless by the overwhelming force of destiny. Were the youth of today truly of such exceptional quality? Chapter 44. Another year of school begins. The sorting ceremony was about to commence. Please line up, young wizards. When your name is called, step forward, Professor McGonagall stated solemnly before the sorting hat. As for the song sung by the hat, Alex found it somewhat unpleasant. Luna Lovegoth, a little girl with silver eyes and dark golden brown hair, adorned with carrot-shaped earrings and a necklace fashioned from a butterbeer cork, walked forward with a vacant expression. Ravenclaw. Alex recognized this girl. In the original narrative, she had always been a loyal friend to the protagonists, possessing a wisdom that belied her apparent naivety, able to discern the truth of matters with calm courage. Such talent was always warmly welcomed by the Starry Society. Ginny Weasley. The distinctive characteristics of the Weasley family, marked by their vibrant red hair, include a rather bashful young girl who occasionally glances towards Gryffindor, uncertain if she is observing her brothers or Harry. Gryffindor. The Weasley household indeed embodies loyalty and valor, with the entire family belonging to this esteemed house. The sorting ceremony concluded swiftly, and no one else piqued Alex's interest. The few Slytherin newcomers, mere scions of pure blood families, seemed aligned with Alex's philosophies. From Alex's observations, Slytherin had become a bastion of his influence. Even Severus Snape showed considerable deference to him. Yet, the side quest remained unfulfilled. System, could you elucidate? Report, host. The task involves conquering Slytherin and promoting the strength of your house, rather than your personal might. This dilemma troubled Alex. The current reverence other students held for Slytherin stemmed from his formidable personal prowess. Although Alex had significantly transformed the younger Slytherins, the prevailing prejudices against Slytherin lingered, making immediate change elusive. How to navigate these dynamics while also elevating Slytherin's reputation. Division, consolidation, recruitment, coercion, and setting examples. As Alex pondered these strategies, he was abruptly roused by Hermione, who was intently gazing at him. Alex, do not fret. I will always support you. With that, Hermione bestowed upon him a sweet smile, as if the distance between their hearts had vanished, drawing them closer. Silence enveloped the hall as Dumbledore presided over the opening ceremony, quelling the raucous crowd. With a wave of his hand, he beckoned forth enthusiastic applause from the young witches and wizards below. The surname Basharat was well known, belonging to the author of the textbook History of Magic, indicating a lineage of notable expertise. Grindelwald, at the appropriate moment, rose and offered a slight bow. The music was indeed enchanting. Dumbledore wiped away a couple of tears, prompting Alex to question whether the venerable man truly cherished such melodies. The ceremony formally concluded, and Dumbledore discreetly winked at Alex before departing the hall. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, the selection for the Shadow Prefect was about to commence. Over the past year, Alex had entrusted nearly all the authority of the Shadow Prefect to Abner, who had not disappointed him, efficiently fulfilling various responsibilities. The young wizards gathered in anticipation. Suddenly, Snape burst into the common room, standing at the entrance and glancing at Alex. Understanding the unspoken message, Alex gestured for him to relax, then waved his hand, causing tables and chairs to amalgamate and transform into a grand platform. Another surge of magical energy ensued, propelling all the first years onto the stage. The chaotic melee was about to begin. There would be no delays. The young wizards, upon hearing this, grew tense, gripping their wands and surveying their surroundings. The utterly uninspiring combat left Alex feeling somewhat bored. The magical prowess demonstrated by the new students was decidedly limited, with many being incapacitated by prank curses that rendered them unable to cast spells. As the contest progressed, only a solitary young wizard remained on the stage, marking the completion of the selection for the shadow level. Severus Snape, standing nearby, wore a grim expression. Each cohort seemed to be of lesser quality than the last. Among the second-year students, aside from Alex, only one took to the stage, while the first-year newcomers were merely passive spectators. Snape's dissatisfaction with the caliber of the new students was palpable, providing him an opportunity to scrutinize the second-year pupils for any signs of indifference. A chance to vent his frustrations. As the chaotic melee commenced, Abner emerged as the most prominent performer amidst the throng. Under Alex's tutelage, he had become a formidable practitioner, excelling in both spells and combat experience, nearly unparalleled in his prowess. Most participants were swiftly eliminated, and Alex generously cast a healing spell, channeling the power of the laws of life. Soon, only 13 individuals remained on the stage, fortuitously consisting of those nurtured by Lucius and Old Boggins. Sharing a knowing glance, they understood that the true battle was about to unfold. To cultivate their potential further, they needed to demonstrate greater value. Alex promptly summoned a protective shield, sensing the impending onslaught of powerful spells. Thunderous explosions erupted. You can wield that spell too? A piercing agony, soul extraction, choking curse, Avada Kedavra. Each combatant exerted their utmost effort, either casting spells or deftly evading attacks, as the brilliance of various incantations collided against the shield, shattering into vibrant sparks. Rapidly, several fell from the stage, and Alex was quick to administer healing. The scene was tragically brutal. Among the 10 eliminated thus far, Fred had succumbed to the Avada Kedavra curse, yet Alex's mastery of the laws of life and soul proved formidable. At this juncture, only Abner, Draco, and Astoria remained. None anticipated that a young girl could contend at such a level, leaving both Draco and Abner astonished. Astoria, petite in stature, skillfully evaded most spells during the fierce combat, and her proficiency with protective armor was commendable. She even managed to disarm an opponent with a spell that rivaled the strength of a mid-level Harry. Draco maintained a semblance of noble elegance, though his grip on the wand trembled slightly, indicating an overexertion of magical energy nearing his threshold. Abner, with tousled hair yet steady breath, exhibited a fervent glint in his eyes. The tip of his wand even shimmered with a hint of green, a testament to his frequent use of the killing curse. Exchanging glances, the trio soon agreed to cease their combat. They had sufficiently proven their worth. With mutual smiles, they bowed to Alex and Snape. Alex felt a sense of satisfaction. The emergence of such talent among his ranks signified the gradual strengthening of the Star Alliance. Snape also appeared content, though his habitual coldness kept him composed. He tossed a few vials of potion as rewards and departed the lounge. Train them well, Alex mused, realizing the new students had endured quite a trial. Chapter 45. Vita returns in the depths of the night. Alex donned the disguise charm and stealthily approached the door of the headmaster's office. The stone beast at the entrance seemed to recognize him, automatically shifting aside. Upon entering, Alex discovered Grindelwald restored to his former appearance, seated across from Dumbledore, both enjoying a drink. "Come here, young man," Grindelwald beckoned, striding into the inner chamber of the office, leaving Dumbledore to savor his heap of cockroaches. The portraits of previous headmasters, usually so loquacious, were now silent, watching intently and refraining from uttering a word. As the two entered the inner room, Grindelwald casually closed the door behind him, treating the space as his own home. "Sir, what brings us here today?" Alex inquired. "Just call me Professor," Grindelwald replied. "Very well, Professor," Alex responded. Grindelwald chuckled, producing a box which he tossed onto the floor. The lid opened automatically, revealing a strikingly graceful lady emerging from within, his most capable subordinate, Vitaro Chierer. In the days to come, Vitar would accompany the Star Alliance, and Grindelwald urged her to speak. The Saints are once again gathering strength. We have amassed considerable power in both Germany and the United States. Although the Ministry of Magic is attempting to eradicate us, we have infiltrated their ranks. Currently, 1/3 of the officials in both countries' ministries are our people, and nearly all the guard have been replaced. Alex was astounded. He had not anticipated such rapid growth for the Saints in such a short span. Haha, young man, I may be aging, but my spirit remains youthful. And I am still capable of striving forward, Grindelwald proclaimed. He then produced a necklace, and Vitar's expression shifted momentarily before returning to normal. With this, when I retire, you shall be the next leader of the Saints. You may manage it as you wish. I trust our goals align. Alex hesitated. Under the influence of the youthful Grindelwald, the organization bore a somewhat extremist aura. Nonetheless, the exhilarating sensation of being swept away was undeniable. Accepting the necklace, Grindelwald laughed heartily and produced a book. Young man, now we are comrades. While the power of slaughter may not lead directly to supremacy, your current strength is sufficient to suppress that desire. Take it. The unremarkable manuscript shocked Alex with its contents, revealed through the power of the laws. It contained the essence of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a relentless thirst for slaughter, and a merciless destruction of life, constantly influencing him. Grindelwald and Vitar remained nearby, doing nothing. Soon, Alex regained his composure. Feeling that he had nearly comprehended the laws of slaughter, he believed the final step would be crossed swiftly. This contains my insights from youth. It should pose no challenge for you. I sense many legacies within you. You are indeed a fortunate lad, Grindelwald remarked. With that, he turned to open the door, heading off to chat with Dumbledore, leaving Alex without a chance to express his gratitude. Vita bowed slightly to Alex with a smile before vanishing, clearly occupied with numerous matters. As Alex departed from the principal's office, he expressed his gratitude to the two individuals present and exited. It seems he has indeed caught on. Ha ha ha. I knew you couldn't conceal it from him. Alas, with so many lives at stake, how could one individual be responsible for such a massacre? In the Rogier family estate, Kent Rogier, long under the control of the soul-snatching force, now knelt before a woman of elegant stature and formidable presence. Even today, her aura rendered him motionless. Unable to even glance up. Rise, she commanded. I am Vita Rogier. With a dignified stride, Vita entered the hall and seated herself in the most conspicuous armchair. You are from the Star Alliance? She inquired, her expression cold as she motioned for the Rogier family's ledgers and land deeds. Kent hurriedly stumbled out, desperately searching through the records, presenting both legitimate and illegitimate documents. He pondered what the leaders still kept such detritus for. The young man named Abner beside him seemed much more promising. Such words were spoken without regard for Kent's presence, causing him to tremble, nearly collapsing once more. The room was immaculate, as if tended by a household of house elves. He opened the tome provided by Grindelwald, the various spells inscribed within not requiring urgent study. As he continued to grasp the essence of the killing intent. Crime and villainy, kill. Insidious plots, kill. Double agents, kill. Power struggles, kill. Distinguished officials of the Ministry of Magic, kill. Agile elite aurors, kill. Anyone who obstructs my path, kill, kill, kill. The entire room seemed to transform into a crimson haze, a sudden whirlwind swirling through, the aura of slaughter funneling into Alex's being. Half an hour passed before Alex opened his eyes, his blood-red gaze emanating an endless chill. Soon, his eyes returned to their normal hue, as if nothing had transpired, leaving him unscathed. The series of spells from the book no longer required Alex's study. Each incantation felt as though he had executed it 1,000 times. His mastery reaching an unparalleled level. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the principles of slaughter and acquiring the legacy of killing. System interface. Host, Alex, Physique, 1015, Mana, 1821 Intellect, 2930 Magic Level, Basic Magic, Master, Ancient Magic Apprentice, Fire Affinity Specialization, Slaughter Affinity Specialization, Principles, Slaughter Principle, Advanced. Fire Principle, Intermediate, Law of Equivalent Exchange, Beginner, Law of Life, Half Step, Law of the Soul, Partial Comprehension. Protection, Blessing of the Unicorn, Overall Strength Evaluation. You are called the King of Hell. Who would dare let him live past the third watch? Perhaps this is a path worth pursuing. Alex's power has significantly escalated, bolstered by the 4 principles. The most lethal of them, the Slaughter Principle, has reached an advanced level, rendering his offensive capabilities nearly unparalleled. Alex was relatively satisfied with the situation. Though the system's assessment questioned the merits of this promising path, the depths of this world were profound, and perhaps there were many aspects he had yet to grasp, necessitating further diligence on his part. At the very least, the overt threats must be eradicated completely. In terms of power, Voldemort, during the darkest times of the wizarding world, was not significantly stronger than the current Alex. Thus, it was time to initiate the true plan. Chapter 46, Albania. The Starry Alliance finally commenced its first significant expansion. Lucius and other pureblood families arranged for trusted subordinates to journey to the United States and Germany, where they would unite with the Brethren of the Saints to infiltrate the Ministry of Magic in both countries. Vita, consolidating the Rogier family, headed to Austria, the stronghold of the Saints, intensifying efforts to recruit civilian wizards. Meanwhile, Alex prepared to take Old Boggins to a certain location. Professor, it just so happens that I could take a chance there. If possible, I will seize the opportunity directly. In the headmaster's office, Alex conversed with Dumbledore, a cold glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The integration of wizards and muggles was an imperative undertaking for Alex, and Voldemort would not be allowed to thwart it again. Dumbledore, observing the chilling demeanor of Alex, ultimately acquiesced. Alex instructed Abner and Lizzie to ensure their own strength improved while also uplifting their classmates. After spending an entire afternoon strolling with Hermione, he departed under her reluctant gaze. Boss, do you really not need to bring anyone? Old Boggins and Alex, cloaked and shrouded in shadows, traversed the streets of a town near the Albanian forest. No need. Nocturne Alley and Diagon Alley are nearly overwhelmed, and our manpower is still insufficient. Just the two of us here is adequate. As they spoke, they noticed two wizards standing guard with wands drawn in an alley, seemingly watching over something. A smirk crept across Alex's lips. He had found it. The most renowned magical black market in Albania was strictly by invitation, and unfamiliar wizards were not permitted entry. As Alex and Old Boggins approached the alley, the two guards moved closer, demanding, "Show us your token," while raising their wands with sinister smiles. What a quaint local custom. In a flash of thunder, the two guards were reduced to ash and quickly dispersed. Ever since mastering the laws of slaughter, Alex had developed an affinity for the thunderous elemental magic, which surpassed even the might of flames. Old Boggins watched in astonishment, noting his boss's enhanced power. With a keen sense of the laws capturing spatial distortions, Alex grasped Old Boggins and stepped forward, officially entering the black market. There were no towering shops, no orderly streets, a few dirt paths intertwined, surrounded by vendors setting up stalls haphazardly. Everyone wore hoods, and those few who revealed their faces were quickly averted from scrutiny. The individuals within the black market seemed to exude a sinister aura, each appearing as though they had just committed an act of murder. After a brief stroll, I witnessed a brawl erupting, with lethal spells flying haphazardly. Two individuals clad in identical uniforms stepped forward, merely casting a protective barrier to shield bystanders from the aftermath of the confrontation. Ultimately, one combatant succumbed, and the victor turned him over, absconding with all valuables before vanishing without a trace. The two guards approached, and in a swift motion, a flame reduced the corpse to ashes with remarkable efficiency. Albania, indeed, lives up to its reputation, mused Old Boggin, remarking on the area's unrefined simplicity. Alex noticed that several individuals nearby had set their sights on him. It appears some dare to target us, Old Boggin. Please take care of it. Certainly, boss, he replied. No sooner had the words left his lips than a flurry of spells shot forth, the inky darkness of the magic seemingly suffocating, rapidly enveloping the peering onlookers. They collapsed, their hands instinctively clutching at their throats, as if that could alleviate their suffering. Wisps of black mist poured from their mouths and nostrils, accumulating in increasing density, while their struggles diminished until they breathed their last. The two guards, witnessing this scene, exchanged sardonic glances and approached. New arrivals, I presume? Come with us to meet the administrator, one said, reaching out to seize them. Alex shook his head at Old Boggin, and with a mere flick of his wrist, the guards fell under control. Unconsciously, they began to lead Alex and Old Boggin deeper along the dirt path. As they traversed a thin veil, it felt as though they had entered an entirely different realm, filled with melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms surrounding a lavish palace. Welcome, esteemed friend from afar. I am Weber, the overseer of this black market. With a crackling sound, a rotund figure materialized before them, his plump visage betraying a life of indulgence. I have managed this black market for so long that I've nearly forgotten my own age. Please, state your desires, and I shall endeavor to fulfill them. Weber appeared exceedingly cordial, perhaps only towards those of strength. You possess control over this domain? Alex's inquiry momentarily stunned Weber, who, thanks to his adept expression management, quickly regained his composure. My dear guest, I merely oversee this place. A greater power lurks behind the scenes. Matters concerning this secret realm are beyond my capability. Weber feigned helplessness, yet Alex sensed the aura of deceit surrounding him. Very well, I seek information on a certain individual. Of course, feel free to ask. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Are you familiar with him? Has he recently visited Albania? Weber's demeanor remained unfazed, his response seamless. I'm aware. He came by 2 or 3 months ago, apparently in search of something, and left rather swiftly. Do you have a specific location? Only a general area. Let me mark it for you. A map was produced, and with a tap of his finger, Weber indicated a small circle, precisely denoting a location within the Albanian forest. Very well. The final question. Is that individual in the palace your superior? Upon uttering these words, Weber could no longer restrain his expression, contorting into a fearsome visage, complete with fangs and wings. If you refuse the toast, you shall drink the penalty of wine. Allow me to teach you a lesson, Hogwarts top student. It was at this moment that Old Boggin realized Weber's true identity, a member of the long-hidden vampire clan. Swiftly, Old Boggin drew his wand, confronting Weber, and with an array of dark magical artifacts at his disposal, the two engaged in a fierce battle, neither gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, Alex made his way directly towards the palace, deeming Old Boggin's presence sufficient. If necessary, he had contingencies set for the other members. Pushing open the grand doors, he beheld a coffin lying silently at the center of the hall, while numerous candles dangled from the ceiling. The walls were adorned with various skulls, human, fairy, and an assortment of magical creatures. Beside the coffin lay several human corpses, all unnaturally emaciated, having been drained of their lifeblood. A series of knocks echoed, and the coffin lid began to slowly creak open. How dare mere mortals intrude? Oh my, it's you. Chapter 47. A Talent Indeed. Chibin Nagel, the man who guarded the gates of Nurmengard for Grindelwald. From the moment Alex first conversed with Grindelwald, he had been informed that Alex would one day be the beacon of hope for the saints. After hearing of Alex's exploits, Chibman, who had long revered personal strength, gradually developed a sense of respect for him. Subsequently, he was dispatched by Grindelwald to engage with various dark magical races, with the objective set by Grindelwald being to subjugate these races to humanity. Vampires, werewolves, giants, and more, all must bear the mark of humanity and resist no longer. Chibman was elated to be entrusted with such a significant task, yet upon encountering the first race, the vampires, he found himself overwhelmed. The once flourishing vampire clan had dwindled to near extinction, and as their numbers diminished, their fear of the outside world grew. The entire race became exceedingly insular and cautious. Ultimately, he opted for disguise, masquerading as a long-lost vampire elder, wielding formidable power, capable of leading the vampire clan to resurgence. He had even taken the extraordinary step of requesting Grindelwald to graft a bloodline onto him, transforming him into a blood mage. He had also procured a vampire woman to serve as a facade, who was currently resting in the palace garden. My lord, you've arrived here, surely with a plan in mind, right? Take me along, please. Chibman clung to the hope of salvation, feeling as though he had grasped a lifeline. The vampire kin seemed utterly indifferent to their estranged brethren, leaving him no choice but to sustain himself through slumber. As he could not bear to partake in the act of bloodsucking, left in this state, he feared he might perish from hunger. Ah, a true talent indeed. I am quite curious about the nature of the vampire clan. It was then that Alex recalled that Old Boggin was still engaged in a fierce struggle against Chibman's blood slave. We must check outside. Weber might be killed soon. Who is Weber? The two exchanged bewildered glances, both equally perplexed. Is he not the blood slave you created? No. Ever since I began my journey here, I have not sought anyone else. I only found a female vampire, and there she is. A petite bœuf flûteur de bail, spinning in the air before gradually transforming into human form. Dressed in a flowing white gown with cascading hair, her beauty was striking. I am Isabella, the current leader of the Blood Clan. Ah, I'm so tired. Alex turned to Chibman, observing the confusion etched across his face. I understand your intentions, but the Blood Clan can no longer endure further torment. Oh, by the way, Weber is my protector. He ensures I remain undisturbed during my slumber. At that moment, Old Bwajin entered with a broad smile, despite the bruises marring his face, having emerged victorious. Boss, it's all taken care of. These two are. Chibman introduced himself and Isabella to Bwajin, leaving the latter equally bewildered. He lifted the bat he had been holding, glanced at it, and hastily tossed it away. Weber instantly transformed back into human form, collapsing to the ground in sorrow. Leader, You must advocate for me. Chipman explained the situation, easing some of Weber's grievances. Though the forlorn look in Weber's eyes left Bourgeon momentarily speechless. You are formidable. If it were you, the Blood Clan would willingly submit. Isabella decisively pledged her allegiance to Alex, while Chibman, feeling despondent, lamented the fact that all his efforts paled in comparison to the formidable presence of this newcomer. Alex readily accepted the allegiance of the vampire clan. They signed a contract granting him the authority to command the Blood Clan, who in turn would provide shelter and sustenance, fulfilling his requests unconditionally. Bourgeon patted Chibman's shoulder in consolation. Don't worry, at least you have gained a clan leader as a potential bride. You are now half a member of the Blood Clan, which brings considerable benefits. Isabella turned to Chibman upon hearing this, and the robust man suddenly appeared bashful. Averting his gaze, flustered. Our relationship is strictly professional. We do not share the bonds of marriage. Now that matters are clear, our contract has ended. You are not my type. Chibman seemed to lose all color from his world, petrified and utterly rigid. Bourgeon found himself at a loss for words, his lips twitching as he silently moved behind Alex. Alex sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. He had anticipated further conflicts, only to find himself surrounded by allies, leading to a sense of ennui. I know the person you seek. He previously encountered a serpent and departed shortly thereafter. However, it seems that serpent is dead, and its corpse remains untouched at that location, with no beasts daring to approach. Isabella promptly provided this clue, and the group resolved to investigate the next day. The castle constructed by Chibman was quite impressive, equipped with excellent amenities, allowing them to enjoy a peaceful night. Only Weber and Isabella transformed into bats at night to roam. Claiming that failing to fly would be unbearable, they simply had to take a flight. The following day, amidst a tempest of thunder and rain, Alex awakened to a jolt of electricity coursing through him. Having devoted the previous night to the study of lightning magic, he found his understanding of the elemental forces surging to new heights, rendering the inclement weather particularly conducive to his endeavors. Accompanied by Old Boken, he set forth towards the Albanian forest, intent on locating the serpent that had met its demise at the hands of Voldemort. Meanwhile, the others remained in the castle. Alex issued a directive to maintain order within the black market, ensuring absolute authority over its operations. The duo departed, leaving behind a pensive Chibman, alongside Weber and Isabella, who were blissfully slumbering in the underbrush. This weather is ideal for an animagus transformation. Have you never attempted it, boss? There's no rush. I have further insights regarding transformation magic. I shall wait until I have greater confidence before attempting such advanced transformations. Oh, understood. As they traversed the Albanian forest, enveloped in its dark ambience, strange roars echoed, casting an eerie pall over the surroundings. Yet, the two strolled leisurely, seemingly unfazed. Under the extensive search facilitated by Alex's power of law, they swiftly discovered the serpent, a 12-foot-long viper, none other than Nagini, Voldemort's pet from the original tale. Through the meticulous scrutiny of Alex's soul law, it became evident that the fragment of Voldemort's Horcrux had been removed. Indeed, he had embarked upon the path of self-completion. A faint whisper of consciousness beckoned save, meet blood. Alex distinctly sensed the feeble remnants of a human soul within the serpent, which had nearly fused with a blood-red serpentine essence. He recognized the curse known as the blood curse, which is maternally inherited within families. The afflicted individual could shift between human and serpent forms, yet as they aged, they would inevitably succumb to the serpentine soul's dominance. Perhaps Voldemort had been aware of this when he transformed it into a Horcrux, daring to act recklessly, for humanity is the most unpredictable of creatures. Just as he contemplated abandoning the endeavor, an idea struck him. Old Boken, you were right. This weather is perfect for practicing animagus transformation. A flash of lightning illuminated Alex's handsome profile, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 48. An alternative use for Horcruxes. Old Boken, procure a scoundrel. Very well, boss. Though Old Boken appeared somewhat perplexed, he promptly vanished to capture a target. Alex knelt and gently stroked Nagini's head, a glimmer of cold determination flickering in his eyes. There lay an opportunity. Succeed, and one lives. Fail, and one perishes. Let's try. The lifeless form of Nagini stirred slightly, as if in agreement. Soon, Old Boken returned, dragging along a dark wizard. My lord, spare me. I am but a humble egg seller. I have committed no wrongdoing. The dark wizard pleaded desperately, seeking mercy from the two. In a fit of indignation, I found myself confronted with an absurdity, a mere ostrich egg being mistaken for a dragon's egg, with the audacity to threaten me while attempting to justify such a preposterous claim. Observing the furious expression on old Bwajin's face, one could easily surmise that he had narrowly avoided a treacherous ambush. It was decided this charlatan would be bound and silenced. With remarkable agility, old Bwajin swiftly subdued the fraudulent egg merchant, rendering him utterly helpless, an act both artful and effective, leaving Alex at a loss for words. As Alex lifted his gaze to the sky, it was evident that the tempest was at its zenith. The process of becoming an animagus required the practitioner to hold a leaf of mandrake in their mouth for an entire month, abstaining from swallowing or removing it until the full moon. Each full moon demanded that the leaf bask in pure moonlight, accompanied by a strand of hair and a teaspoon of dew, culminating in the transformation during a stormy night. All these rituals essentially serve to prepare one's soul, utilizing the powers of potions and moonlight to soften its essence. If there existed alternative methods to achieve this, they could certainly be employed. This was a subtle reminder to old Bwajin, who did not disappoint. He meticulously recorded every word. Subsequently, Alex retrieved his wand, channeling magical energy that resonated with the laws of the soul, which surged into Nagini. In a fleeting moment, Alex felt himself entwined within Nagini's consciousness, where a figure and a serpent were locked in an intricate embrace. The power of the soul's law cascaded upon them, overwhelming their resistance, cleansing their very essence until it sparkled with clarity. Turning his head toward the fraudulent egg merchant, Alex observed as old Bwajin cleverly pulled him closer. The law of slaughter was invoked, paralyzing both old Bwajin and the charlatan, rendering them mere spectators to the unfolding drama. To the egg merchant, Alex appeared as a demon, a terrifying specter against a backdrop of carnage, the air thick with the scent of death that left him utterly stupefied, without the need for incantation. A gentle touch of the wand upon the ground unleashed a vibrant green light, laced with tendrils of dark mist, which struck the fraudulent merchant with unyielding force. Under the overwhelming influence of the Avada Kedavra and the law of slaughter, the merchant's soul was forcibly extracted. As Alex murmured incantations, the aura of dark magic began to seep from his wand, enveloping Nagini, the charlatan, and Alex in a shroud of black mist. In this thick atmosphere of dark magic, the merchant's soul was left devoid of any glimmer of light, passively drawn toward Nagini. The magic seemed to culminate, and the merchant felt a tugging sensation, as if something was being drawn from Nagini, a force consuming his very soul. He yearned to scream, to roar, yet found himself utterly powerless. As the merchant's soul grew increasingly faint, the blood-red essence emerging from Nagini became ever clearer, eventually reaching a critical threshold, leading to the annihilation of the merchant's soul. The blood-red essence revealed its true form, intertwined with Nagini by a curse of blood. Utilizing the power of the laws, Alex captured this essence for future study. The laws of life and the laws of the soul emerged simultaneously, embarking on the arduous task of mending and transforming Nagini's soul, which had long been riddled with wounds, making the process quite laborious. As the restoration progressed, her soul became as malleable as clay, easily shaped by Alex's hands. Repeat after me: Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. Though her physical form remained that of a serpent, her essence gradually conformed to the shape of a human body. At last, in that moment of triumph, Nagini opened her eyes, displaying not the coldness typically associated with serpents, but a gentle warmth, imbued with affection. She slowly slithered closer to Alex, ascending his arm with grace. Rising upright, she gazed affectionately at him, her tongue flickering as if to express her gratitude. Upon reflection, the language spoken in her serpentine form differed significantly from human grammar. Suddenly, a spark of clarity illuminated Nagini's eyes, though she felt an itch on her head as if new thoughts were emerging. With considerable effort, she transitioned from her serpentine shape to that of a human, albeit still struggling with the intricacies of serpent language. Unsteadily, she managed to rise and bowed before Alex, saying, "Thank you, esteemed warrior. What is your name?" "Alex." "Thank you, Alex. Is there anything I can do for you?" After uttering these words, Nagini cast a pitiful glance at Alex, hoping for his benevolence. Alex pondered for a moment before making a decision. "You shall go to Hogwarts and seek out Hermione. I will inform her, and you will assist her from now on." "Very well. Once again, I am grateful for your salvation." Nagini bowed once more in thanks and prepared to cast a spell. A crackling sound broke the stillness. However, her spell did not succeed, the noise being the result of old Boggin's antics. Alex turned to see old Boggins chuckling sheepishly. "Next, we simply need to apparate, right?" The growing mischief among his companions made the journey increasingly challenging. Nagini, with her wide, innocent eyes, looked at them both, clearly bewildered. Oh, old Boggins, please escort her. First to Hogsmeade, then through this secret passage. Alex tossed a map to old Boggins and then operated away. Come along, my dear. All right. Grasping old Boggins' sleeve, the two finally operated, leaving behind the endless darkness of the Albanian forest. In the distance, within a mountain cave, a gaunt old man, whose body was little more than skin and bones, sat upon a cushion. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, two beams of light shooting forth, creating small indentations in the wall. Ha ha! Child of nature, I have finally found you. The old man rose swiftly, his frail form showing no hindrance to his movement as he picked up two boxes and departed the cave. Chapter 49. The Insect Catching Scheme. Alex, Nagini seems so pitiable. Should we find her job? Let's appoint you as our secretary. The affairs of the Xinglua Society are bound to multiply in the future. And since she transformed into a serpent and fled so swiftly, she will undoubtedly prove to be quite useful. Very well, let be as you wish. By the way, have you clarified the situation concerning Voldemort? Indeed, I have. Allow me to share something noteworthy. Voldemort has now entirely assumed a female form, a fact that Nagini can distinctly perceive. This body resonates profoundly with his soul, though it remains uncertain whether this is mere coincidence or something more intricate. During these tumultuous days of contemplation, Nagini has acutely sensed Voldemort's unstable state, oscillating between calm, astute analysis and frenzied, violent attacks on everything surrounding him. In one such outbreak, Nagini was struck by a formidable spell, leaving her on the brink of death. The soul of the blood-cursed beast was exceptionally potent, even after Nagini's body perished. A sliver of life lingered within her soul. Meanwhile, Voldemort, teetering on the edge of rage, failed to scrutinize this, allowing Nagini to await Alex's arrival. However, the predicament lies in their lack of an effective method to ascertain Voldemort's whereabouts. Perhaps they could lie in wait at the Resurrection Stone? Alex quickly engaged in a discussion with Hermione regarding the feasibility of this plan. In terms of strength, with Alex, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald united, they could contend with Voldemort, if not overpower him entirely. Strategically, they might also exploit the curse on the Resurrection Stone ring. Time is of the essence. Alex dashed to the entrance of the headmaster's office, coincidentally encountering Snape. The two exchanged a knowing glance before entering together. Professor, I believe we can orchestrate something now. Alex informed Dumbledore about the Resurrection Stone. This Horcrux was crafted by Voldemort using his grandfather's inheritance, the ring of the Gaunt family, which bore the Resurrection Stone. Furthermore, Voldemort maliciously cast his most potent curse upon it, ensuring that any ordinary wizard who touched it would meet their demise. Even in the original narrative, Dumbledore was unable to completely eradicate the curse after being afflicted. He could only suppress its spread with Snape's potions. This ring is likely situated within the Gaunt residence, and if addressed promptly, they might reach it before Voldemort. Upon hearing this, Snape insisted on joining, eager to witness Voldemort's downfall and to avenge the long-standing humiliation of being enslaved, as well as the murder of Lily. I believe the young man speaks wisely. Professor, I shall lend you my aid as well. Grindelwald emerged from the headmaster's office, indicating that he and Dumbledore had been in close quarters. The revelation of Grindelwald's true form startled Snape. He had not anticipated that the new instructor at Hogwarts was the first Dark Lord, Grindelwald. Soon, Grindelwald returned to his normal state. After all, it appeared that Alex, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald shared a harmonious rapport, marking them as allies. Any lingering doubts could be addressed later. Very well, Severus, please prepare the necessary potions. Gellert, it is time to retrieve those artifacts. We shall bring this to a conclusion. Understood. The old comrades, long kept in the shadows, have finally emerged once more. I propose we name our plan the Insect Capture Initiative, aimed at swiftly eliminating that pest, Voldemort, who wreaks havoc in the magical realm. I believe it is a splendid idea. This fellow truly knows how to evade capture. With that, the group dispersed to make their preparations, leaving Grindelwald and Dumbledore in the headmaster's office. Gerald, have you noticed anything? I have a sense that this affair will not conclude so swiftly. Albus, as you are aware, since my departure from Ermengarde, my prophetic abilities have failed to manifest concerning matters related to Alex. Effatu. The following morning, after a night of toil, Alex sat in the hall, enjoying a meal, while Hermione thoughtfully procured his favorite dishes. Hermione, feigning annoyance at Alex, continued her task without pause, although Alex now required little rest. He cherished Hermione's concern and endeavored to elicit a smile from her. Soon, their laughter filled the air, while the Slytherins nearby pretended not to hear, engrossed in their own meals. These days, Abner had imposed quite the regimen upon them, seemingly overhauling the entire Slytherin house. as he became the fourth figure to instill fear in its students. Who were the first three, you ask? Naturally, they were Snape, Alex, and Hermione. Show it to me, came Abner's indifferent voice as he stood behind a Slytherin upperclassman. The student trembled, hastily attempting to tear up the letter in hand, but Abner was quicker. With 2 swift strikes, he seized the letter, leaving the student crumpled on the ground. Headmaster, look at this. Alex opened the letter to find it was a cautionary note from the patriarch of the Knot family, one of the 28 pure-blood families. The letter read, "What is the use of reigning supreme in the academy? Can that Alex, for all his strength, truly stand against our entire lineage? Do not concern yourself with him. Focus on courting those lesser families. Recently, the Malfoys have been acting strangely, showing signs of unity. We must prepare ourselves." At last, Alex comprehended why that side quest remained incomplete for so long. A cold glint flickered in his eyes as he tucked the letter away. Nagini, positioned behind him, discerned the contents of the letter, her gentle demeanor suddenly turning frigid, a wave of chill seemingly emanating from her. Beside them, Hermione finished reading the letter, casting a frosty glance at the Knot student, who, buoyed by his family's influence, stood upright and shouted, "What are you staring at, you mudblood?" Ah! Without the flourish of an elaborate spell, merely through sheer intimidation, the student fell heavily to the ground, accompanied by a chorus of cracking sounds, as if every bone in his body had shattered. Though the onlookers knew who was responsible, none dared to speak. The student, now bleeding, mumbled incoherently, but alas, in his fall, he had inadvertently bitten off his own tongue. While enjoying his meal, Dumbledore nearly choked on his honey tea upon witnessing the scene before him. He promptly summoned assistants to carry the student to the infirmary, casting a glance at Alex without uttering a word. Nagini, perceptive of their thoughts, volunteered to step in, recognizing it as an opportune moment to hone her magical skills. Meanwhile, Abner's fury had shifted to a shadowy demeanor. A sly smile crept across his face as he readied his wand. On the Gryffindor side, Lizzie observed the unfolding situation, maintaining her usual amiable expression, though a chilling glint in her eyes remained concealed from view. Alex pondered that the more magical tools they had, the better, and he trusted that a prominent family like the Knots would possess a substantial stockpile. Chapter 50. The Knots' sudden explosion reverberated through the Knot family estate. The patriarch jolted awake, peering out the window to find the guards lying lifeless at the entrance. 7 figures slowly emerged from outside the manor, each openly revealing their countenance without any pretense. "Lucius, you should have no trouble with the Knots estate, correct? Old Boggins, eliminate all those outside the family." "Understood, leader." "Very well, boss." The group surrounded the figure at the center, Alex. At that moment, the Knot patriarch burst forth, bellowing furiously, "Lucius, what do you intend to do? Have you forgotten the pure blood pact? Do you not comprehend the power of that curse? How dare you bring a rabble to my home?" Lucius scoffed, dismissing the impending demise of the man before him. Hermione stepped forward, casting a binding spell that silenced the patriarch before he could utter another boastful remark. Casting aside the Knot patriarch, Alex smirked as he issued his command. "Bring them all here. Humans, house elves, living, dead, or barely breathing. Leave none behind." The group obeyed, dispersing to various corners of the Knot estate. Fiery flames, chilling frost, blinding lightning, and enchanting green light erupted within the manor, accompanied by unending screams. The Knot patriarch, watching in horror, was driven to madness, frantically gnawing at the ropes binding his mouth, but to no avail. Suddenly, he seemed to relinquish his struggle, halting his efforts. Alex, sensing the magical energy coursing through the patriarch, perceived that he was attempting to cast a spell. Closing his eyes to attune to his instincts, Alex's formidable sixth sense warned him of the impending events. There was no danger to come. The Knot patriarch's magic would not make a ripple before them. The corpses displayed distinct personal styles. Abner predominantly wielded the killing curse, while Lizzie's victims bore severe external injuries, suggesting a tendency towards close combat magic. Old Boggins and Lucius exuded a potent aura of dark magic. However, Old Boggins possessed numerous artifacts, whereas Lucius relied almost entirely on his own mastery. Hermione's display was rather extravagant, with a multitude of corpses trailing behind her, each body marked by frost and lightning, a testament to her adeptness in elemental magic. The sight of the vast number of bodies caused involuntary twitches at the corners of many mouths. Indeed, one could discern that a family of such nature would not dwell under the same roof. Once the corpses were set aside, the living were bound and presented before the crowd. Hermione approached the patriarch of the Knot family, gazing down upon him with fury concealed within her cold, piercing eyes. "This is what you get for your insolence, for your insults, for raising an ill-mannered son," she declared, delivering a fierce kick that left the Not Patriarch's face bruised and bloodied. End him. Let this old man linger until the last moment, Alex commanded, as if severing the final hope of the Not lineage. Avada Kedavra! The green light blazed forth, resonating in waves. Killing was not akin to battle. The ensuing bloodshed was rather gruesome, yet the killing curse was indeed a splendid tool. At long last, the final adversary lay dead, and even the house elves of the Not family had been dispatched during the cleanup, leaving only the Patriarch remaining. Not, it is your turn. Let me witness what grand spectacle you can conjure after all this time. Alex loosened the bonds restraining the Not Patriarch, who remained in a daze, taking a long while to regain his composure. You all deserve death. A surge of frenzied magic erupted, nearly toppling Abner and Lizzie, were it not for Lucius supporting them. Everyone has their trump card. Wouldn't you agree, Lucius? At this moment, the Not Patriarch had transformed entirely. His vacant eyes had widened considerably, his skin resembling a viscous, black substance, rendering him grotesque. He extended his elongated tongue, licking his lips before suddenly lunging towards Lucius. The Patriarch was losing his sanity, his intellect overrun by primal instincts, mindlessly attacking the nearest individual. I expected something earth-shattering. How dull, Hermione remarked, detecting Alex's impatience. She stepped forward, raising her wand skyward. Snow began to swirl around them. It was early autumn, and the moment the delicate snowflakes descended, the temperature plummeted. The creature that the Not Patriarch had become seemed to be hindered, its movements gradually slowing. Winter is coming. As the snowfall intensified, the air grew colder, and something in the distant sky appeared to be plummeting rapidly, its form expanding. Ice spears rained down from above, piercing the Patriarch's body with incredible speed, embedding themselves deep into the snow below. The ground had already accumulated a layer of snow, serving as the base for the ice spears, which left the earth beneath unscathed. 1, 2, 10, 100, thousands, tens of thousands. Countless slender ice spears enveloped the ground, rendering the Patriarch's figure entirely obscured, as if he had been reduced to mere pulp beneath the relentless onslaught. In Hermione's eyes shimmered a brilliant blue light as her right hand slowly extended, forming a fist. Countless shards of ice began to stir, coalescing into a colossal snowball, within which lay the remnants of the clan leader, enshrouded. Alex nodded in satisfaction. Hermione's mastery of water elemental magic had indeed reached a commendable level, albeit particularly in the domain of ice. The others gazed at Hermione in astonishment, fully aware of the formidable power possessed by the mistress who had always stood by Alex's side, yet they were taken aback by the extent of her strength. It would be no exaggeration to assert that should such a spell be unleashed upon the Malfoy estate, it would spell utter annihilation for the entire family, with no one escaping unscathed. Perhaps the house elves might manage to flee, as they possessed some potent magic of their own. At that moment, Hermione concluded her incantation, breathing heavily. The spell had indeed demanded considerable magical energy. Approaching Alex, she took hold of his arm and flashed a sweet smile. Alex affectionately ruffled Hermione's hair, prompting the young witch to nuzzle against him. All right, let's move everything. Leave the books to me and the materials to Severus. Lucius, old Boggins, remember to handle the aftermath. Understood, Chief. The night passed in silence. The following day, as Alex and Hermione were enjoying breakfast, Dumbledore suddenly appeared beside them. Miss Granger, may I borrow your Alex for a moment? The old man spoke playfully, and Hermione shyly nodded, allowing Alex to depart. Chapter 51, The Gunner Manor. Child, the items from Severus are ready. On the way to the headmaster's office, Dumbledore explained the current situation to Alex. The insect capture plan was well prepared and ready for action at any moment. Professor, let us prepare to set forth. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the headmaster's office, they found Grindelwald and Snape silently occupying the room. It seems you two have gotten along quite well, Dumbledore remarked, prompting both to glance at him. Alex felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. How had the old man discerned their amiable rapport? Let's proceed, Albus. I wish to confront this so-called second Dark Lord, this short-sighted fellow. Grindelwald sneered, hastening Dumbledore along. The four of them traveled via the Floo network to a small house near Gunner Manor, a place Grindelwald had stealthily set up in recent days for convenience. Upon arriving at the manor, a sense of decay and gloom enveloped them. The entire estate resembled a haunted house, long neglected, damp, and dark. I have witnessed such a scene before. Allow me to lead the way. Alex volunteered to scout ahead, knowing that this path bore no traps. For all the peril lay with the Resurrection Stone. His primary concern was that old Dumbledore might be beguiled and impulsively reach for the Resurrection Stone, thereby falling victim to a curse even he could not unravel. The group cautiously advanced through the rooms, soon navigating unobstructed to the chamber where the resurrection stone was concealed. Strangely, there was not a trace of dark magic along the way, as if the manor were merely an ordinary old house. Even the box containing the resurrection stone exuded no hint of a curse. This is the resurrection stone, capable of allowing one to glimpse their dearly departed, yet rendering true contact impossible. Dumbledore gazed at the stone, slowly bowing his head in silent sorrow. Beside him, Grindelwald placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. The resurrection stone, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows, is said to permit the living to see lost loved ones. Regrettably, those who appear are mere constructs of one's memories, incapable of interacting with the soul itself, and the user's connection to the memories and emotions of others fades increasingly. In summary, it is not a delightful artifact. Alex cautiously unleashed the power of the laws, enveloping the resurrection stone as he meticulously examined the curse upon its surface. Yet, to his eyes, the stone embedded within the ring bore no semblance of a curse. Perhaps the curse had long since dissipated. Grindelwald spoke slowly, his gaze suddenly sharpening. The light in the room dimmed abruptly, casting shadows throughout the space. When the others summoned the power of the laws to dispel the fog, it seemed as though something had crashed heavily to the ground. Voldemort materialized before them, donning the guise of Natalie, stepping into the room and traversing over Snape's lifeless body. As they sensed the surrounding power of the laws, they realized Voldemort's strength had advanced remarkably. His mastery of murder and darkness had reached a profound level, and each movement seemed imbued with the essence of spatial laws. Snape, lying on the ground, had succumbed to the encroaching darkness. His understanding of the laws was insufficient, leading to his direct obliteration by Voldemort, who wielded the same powers. Ah, isn't this my most loyal servant? How has it come to this? What an honor it is to have you two come after a mere pawn like me. Dumbledore and Grindelwald exchanged glances, remaining silent as they drew their wands, readying themselves for battle against Voldemort. Alex, my promise still stands. Together, we will reshape this world. I grant you the same rights as I possess, and we shall govern together. Before Voldemort could finish, Alex struck his wand forcefully, causing the surrounding air to become oppressively hot. Dumbledore and Grindelwald, quick to react, launched beams of white and blue light toward Voldemort, yet he effortlessly deflected them. It seems negotiations have failed, so allow me to demonstrate the might of Voldemort. Ha ha! A cacophony of maniacal laughter ensued, and the surrounding darkness deepened. From the thick black mist behind Voldemort, it felt as though an army was surging forth. Each soldier of the shadowy fog gleamed with a crimson light in their eyes, exuding a potent aura of the killing curse. Grindelwald conjured blue flames, forming a shield to protect the 3 of them. Each advancing shadowy soldier was incinerated within moments. However, the relentless charge of the army continued. As the dark mist seemed inexhaustible, all striving desperately to plunge their blades into the bodies of Alex and his companions. Let the flames of the fire god pave our way. Harnessing the fiery enhancement magic from Alex, Dumbledore communicated with the fire element, unleashing a formidable and expansive inferno that obliterated the dark mist soldiers in its path. Indeed, the 2 venerable gentlemen are as vigorous as ever. Suddenly, Voldemort's figure reemerged behind them. A rich green light flashed, almost piercing through Grindelwald's fiery defense. The official melee commenced as Voldemort unexpectedly split into 2 avatars, each confronting one of the opponents. Dense fog partitioned the battlefield, and it was at this moment that Alex realized they were no longer within the confines of the Gunter estate, but rather on a vast wasteland outside. The avatar of Voldemort swiftly launched an attack. A barrage of spells mingled with the encroaching darkness, leaving Alex, typically a dominant fighter, somewhat overwhelmed. Despite Alex's remarkable talent, he ultimately lagged behind Voldemort in the comprehension of magical laws, rendering his fire-based attacks nearly ineffective against this doppelganger. The assaults from the Law of Slaughter occasionally impacted him, but were swiftly neutralized. Alex's hyper-accelerated mind could capture fleeting moments, yet his body could not respond in kind. It appeared that his combat skills required further refinement. In the brief moment Alex became distracted, Voldemort keenly seized the opportunity, unleashing a flurry of spells that completely encircled him. Alex desperately summoned the power of the laws, but alas, the offensive capabilities of fire and slaughter were insufficient in terms of defense. The laws of life, soul, and exchange had not yet been mastered to a profound level, leaving him vulnerable to the onslaught. Boom! Ultimately, one spell found its mark, sending Alex hurtling through the air. The Voldemort avatar prepared to strike decisively, the green light surging forth, only to be abruptly severed by a spell that had cut off its arm. Severus Snape appeared on the opposite side of the battlefield. It was indeed his precise spell that had just intervened. Severus, you have finally recovered. Indeed, thank you. The two stood united, firmly immobilizing the Voldemort avatar that had lost an arm. Was the decision to spare its life a deliberate choice to avoid damaging its brain? A strong individual possesses an instinct for danger, particularly concerning lethal injuries, though disabilities may not elicit the same response. Chapter 52. This insect is quite elusive. The dark mist gradually dissipated, revealing Dumbledore and Grindelwald, while the other two Voldemort avatars lay vanquished on the ground. Curiously, none of the avatars appear to have sustained any fatal injuries. However, the expressions of the group were grim. What kind of training has this individual undergone? In all my years, I have never encountered someone who cannot be killed even at the soul level. The three Voldemort avatars suddenly sneered, speaking in unison. You two old fools, forever believing yourselves to be invincible. True, I cannot defeat you, but you will never be able to kill me, ha ha ha. The enchanting figure of Voldemort re-emerged. This body is truly a remarkable asset. Voldemort, in a state of rapture, exclaimed as he transformed, seemingly becoming a wisp of wind and slipping away. Tom's understanding of the laws of his soul had evidently reached a commendable level, and his lineage had undoubtedly been enhanced. What astonished me was how he managed the beast souls. During this battle, they did not manifest even once. While a few were discussing the beast souls, a situation arose with Voldemort. Sacrifice? Absolutely impossible. Upon returning to Hogwarts, the group felt somewhat despondent, especially Snape. I shall enter seclusion. This battle has imparted insights upon me, and I will not allow death to inflict harm upon Lily once more. Dumbledore, rubbing his temples in exasperation, noted that the potions master could only temporarily allow Lily to take over, as there was no time to find a substitute for the class. Grindelwald remained unusually silent today, stepping into the office without uttering a single word. Alex could sense the flames emanating from within. It appeared that the old man had been significantly provoked. As for Harry, my dear child, I am aware of what you wish to express. The matter concerning Harry must be decided by him. I shall inform him at the appropriate moment. Very well, Professor. Despite experiencing a setback, Alex gleaned a hint of the essence of spatial laws. According to Dumbledore and Grindelwald, Voldemort had yet to truly comprehend this level of spatial law, at best achieving a mere half-step. The ability to transfer and segment the battlefield without detection is an astounding feat, yet remains merely a half-step in the realm of spatial law. Sitting cross-legged in the room of requirement, Alex had designed the space to be conducive to the contemplation of magical knowledge. The surrounding walls and ceiling resembled the Great Hall of Hogwarts, with a starry sky vividly painted upon them, where stars, planets, and meteors harmoniously resonated. Alex consumed a potion of Felix Felicis and activated the training chamber, quietly reflecting on his sensations of space. His initial perception was that of apparition. This spell, provided one possesses sufficient magical power, allows one to traverse any distance. Even the wards of Hogwarts could be forcibly breached with immense magical energy. During apparition, with a crack, one could shift from one location to another, the sound akin to something being severed. In that moment, space resembled a sheet of paper, bent and pierced by a pen, creating two holes that connected. Apparition seemed to utilize magic to puncture space, allowing a person to directly traverse through the opening. Understanding this principle, Alex began to meticulously explore the sensation of piercing through space, that sharpness, that void. Gradually, it seemed he grasped something. He extended his finger toward the training dummy position to the left front. Without a glimmer or display of might, the dummy was suddenly pierced. The whole uniform in width both before and behind, utterly hollow, leaving not a trace. At this moment, Alex had initially mastered the application of space, yet he remained far from achieving true spatial law. Regrettably, his inspiration seemed to have waned, rendering him unable to continue his insights. Despite not advancing further, a serendipitous discovery arose. Once again, during the apparition through space, Alex appeared to glimpse something peculiar. This sensation was hastily recorded by Alex, but alas, his sixth sense was fervently warning him that he could not proceed any further, for it would pose a threat to his very life. Under the looming danger, he reluctantly decided to abandon his pursuit. Noticing that time was still ample, he resolved to continue his contemplation of elemental magic. In recent battles, his mastery of the fire element had begun to wane, necessitating a significant enhancement. It was also high time to delve deeply into the other elemental magics. The water's ability to ensnare foes, the earth's steadfastness, the vitality of wood, the sharpness of metal, the agility of wind, and the ferocity of lightning. In Albania, Alex had already gained a preliminary understanding of the lightning element, and now was the perfect moment to forge ahead and strengthen his grasp. Miss Granger, the Knott family has been thoroughly eradicated, and the remaining direct bloodlines have ceased to exist. Currently, there are 2 cousins ensnared within other families, held captive by the soul bond curse. Miss Granger, all assets of the Knott family have been confiscated, with all shops now under the jurisdiction of the Starry League. Indeed, let the investigation continue without leaving any stone unturned. The remaining families should also be dealt with. Since they have not allied with us after all this time, they can only be considered our adversaries. Hermione occupied Alex's former position, orchestrating the operations of the Starry League with a decisiveness that even surpassed Alex's own. Once the subsequent actions were arranged, Hermione set forth with Lucius and Abner, while Old Boggins continued the seizure of the local shops. After the remaining families were either recruited or eradicated, the remaining enterprises in Diagon Alley would likewise fall under the purview of the Starry League. The few stores that remained were self-operated businesses, and the League had no intention of disturbing them. For many, this night might become a sleepless one. For others, it might signal the time for eternal rest. Chapter 53, Side Quest completed. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed, and Alex had made considerable strides in his mastery of lightning magic, now mere steps away from comprehending its underlying principles. Under Hermione's leadership, the Starry League had surged forward, conquering the last of the pure blood families, with almost all the noble houses now counted among the League's allies. Consequently, Lucius had risen in rank, overseeing the majority of affairs concerning the pure blood families. As the heads of these families penned letters to their children, urging them to closely align themselves with Alex, a chime echoed in Alex's mind. Congratulations, host. Side quest Conquer Slytherin completed. Reward: 2 opportunities for understanding principles. System: what does it mean to comprehend these principles? Is it designated or random? The host may specify the principle for comprehension. The progress is determined by the host's insight and magical foundation. Alex opened his eyes, the lightning flickering and illuminating his gaze, which seemed to transform into a bluish-purple hue. Let's begin. At the moment he decided to utilize one of his comprehension opportunities, Alex felt as though time had come to a standstill. The dust floating nearby hung suspended in the air. The surrounding scene shifted dramatically. He found himself once again before the wall adorned with a starry backdrop, now embellished with a myriad of luminous orbs. Alex attempted to count them, but the sheer abundance of the principles rendered him unable to do so. The system began to filter through the chaos. The disordered orbs of light swiftly arranged themselves before Alex into 3 distinct rows. The top row contained only a scant few, while the second row was considerably more populated. It was within this array of luminous entities that Alex sensed a familiar essence. The law of flames resonated in the 3rd row, while the concepts of slaughter, life, and exchange occupied the second. Only the complete law of the soul resided in the 1st row. Alex also discerned several elemental forces within the 3rd row, and at that moment, he found himself truly grappling with a dilemma of choice. Seizing the opportunity, he opted for the law of thunder, as he felt the dual powers of fire and lightning emanating from a vague orb in the 1st row. At the moment of Alex's selection, the other orbs vanished, and the orb symbolizing the law of thunder began to expand gradually. Alex fell into a stupor, and in his daze, he seemed to witness myriad scenes. Some wielded long swords, channeling their inner energy to summon the forces of nature and unleash a thunderous assault. Others, relying solely on their physical prowess, hurled lightning at their foes. Some transformed entirely into lightning, moving with the swiftness of teleportation, even utilizing electricity to forge metal as a weapon. There were those who harnessed electricity to generate magnetism, controlling a multitude of metals that wreaked havoc in a storm of metal shards. Scenes of individuals wielding the power of thunder flashed before Alex, and he officially entered a state of enlightenment. The magical foundation he had built over time surged forth, contributing significantly to his understanding of the law of thunder. The depletion of mental and magical energy, coupled with the explosive rise of lightning power, enveloped Alex in arcs of electricity. The lightning that pierced the air did not dissipate but danced around him like jubilant sprites. As the arcs accumulated, they transformed into ravenous beasts, prowling about, morphing into predatory birds soaring overhead, and taking the form of various weapons that roamed freely. Eventually, reaching a threshold, the surrounding arcs converged, all retreating into Alex's being, merging into his magical essence. Congratulations, host has comprehended the law of thunder. Yet, Alex did not hastily check his progress. Instead, he summoned another force of law, the law of flames. Drawing from the various images of thunder techniques he had gleaned, he applied them to fire, giving rise to a series of elemental manifestations, including metallurgical fire and parasitic flames. System: display the panel. Host: Alex. En physique: 13. Magic power: 2122. Intelligence: 3031. Magic level: basic magic master, ancient magic apprentice, fire mastery, slaughter mastery. Laws: law of slaughter, advanced, law of flames, advanced, law of thunder, advanced, law of equivalent exchange, beginner. Law of life, beginner. Law of the soul, partial comprehension. Protection: blessing of the unicorn. Overall strength evaluation. Congratulations, you have embarked on a path of greater ease. A path of greater ease indeed. Alex could distinctly sense that the laws of flame and thunder were like sworn adversaries, each unwilling to concede. Their collision only igniting sparks and necessitating the intervention of the law of life to temper the discord. He gathered all his strength, restoring his energy. For each contemplation required sufficient vitality and focus, a matter not to be taken lightly. Miss Granger, the inventory of all pureblood families has been completed. There are 3 books related to breaking through the legendary realm, all of which are here. Old Boggins respectfully placed the 3 tomes on the coffee table before Hermione, who was lounging with her legs crossed, propping her chin on her right hand, exuding an air of languor. Well done. Next, consolidate those lone wolves. Our astral society is in dire need of talent, but those of poor character should be dealt with accordingly, eliminated without hesitation. Very well, I shall take my leave for now. Take this potion. Alex advises you to restore your health, for there lies the potential for legend. Thank you, Old Boggins. Thank you, Miss Granger. With a visage of joy, Old Boggins departed the headquarters, while Hermione picked up one of the books and began to peruse its contents. Recently, she had been managing the affairs of the Astral Society, and their influence had remarkably expanded. It could be said that England was now within their grasp. Finally, a useful tome. I shall present it to Alex when the time comes. Why are you still in seclusion? If you don't emerge soon, I might become the head of the Ministry of Magic, within the room of the House of Requests, where the power of the laws was vast as the ocean. Alex utilized his second opportunity to comprehend the laws. This time, he did not rush to make a selection. Instead, he probed the essence of various laws' powers. In the second row, he discovered a similar energy, where the power of flame was palpable alongside 4 elemental forces, clearly the energies of metal, wood, water, and earth, likely representing the 5 elements. There was also a luminous orb, akin to the life force within him, yet distinct, infused with a rich essence of wood element energy. The second row emitted forces imbued with various emotions, making it difficult to fathom how such human-like perceptions could be felt within the realm of laws. As Alex closed his eyes in contemplation, the myriad powers of the first and second rows deeply moved him. He pondered the meaning of the supreme that Grindelwald had once spoken of. Resolute, he made his choice. Chapter 54, The 5 Elements. With a thought, a luminous orb from the second row slowly ascended, its radiance intensifying until Alex beheld an expanse of pure white. Suddenly, land emerged, the pristine base swiftly enveloped by earth. Forests sprang forth, lush trees blossoming in the nearby terrain. Flames ignited, and numerous bonfires flared to life on another patch of land, burning fiercely and sending forth continuous wisps of smoke. 2 other vacant areas suddenly sank into deep pits, one shimmering with water, its surface sparkling, while the other dazzled with brilliance, reflecting light off the metal surface. Although the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were all present, Alex felt that something was still amiss. Each element existed independently, lacking any connection, let alone the possibility of fusion. Closing his eyes, Alex endeavored to comprehend the mysteries of these elements, which seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, eagerly emanating their essences. On the other side, Hermione appeared to sense this as well. Through their mental link, she transmitted her understanding of water element magic to him. Gradually, the forces of the 5 elements began to flow within the space. Water nourishes wood, wood fuels fire, fire transforms earth, earth yields metal, and metal gives rise to water. The energies of these elements swirled above Alex, resonating with one another in a continuous cycle, seemingly hinting at the possibility of integration. However, the overwhelming strength of Alex's fire element consistently pushed the other elements aside, monopolizing his presence. Aware of this predicament, Alex could only manage a wry smile and relinquish the effort. In his mind, The 5 elemental sigils were arranged in a pentagram formation, exchanging power among themselves, with the sigil of fire shining more brightly than its counterparts. As Alex assessed his physical condition, he discovered that his preliminary understanding of the 5 elements was manifesting changes within him. The flow of these elemental forces significantly accelerated the recovery of his magical energy. At this moment, it was lunchtime, prompting him to hasten to the hall to relish a meal. Hermione, seeing that Alex had finally emerged, hurriedly nestled beside him. "You finally decided to come out, you big oaf. After I've taken care of you for so long, you owe me," she teased. "All right, what does our little Hermione desire as compensation?" Alex playfully replied, gently brushing his fingers against her delicate nose. "I want you to teach me magic hand in hand. Don't think I haven't noticed your elemental magic has completely broken through. Any wizard, even blind, could feel this formidable aura." Nearby, a Slytherin student remarked, "I feel as though I've been insulted." While the two exchanged playful banter and shared a meal, far within the Great Pyramid of Khufu, Voldemort clutched several papyrus sheets, his eyes gleaming with greed and malice. "Ah, another breakthrough, it matters not. My progress is beyond your imagination," he cackled. A strange darkness coalesced into a tangible form, hovering behind Voldemort, swirling and tugging at the surrounding space, which trembled in response. Upon hearing Voldemort's orders, Edgeberly paused for a moment before vanishing into the shadows. The more he observed, the wider the maniacal grin on his face grew. "Haster, ha 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 ha. Boss, there have been substantial gains lately. After Miss Granger's selection, everything that may be of use to you is here." In the Starry Alliance's headquarters, several books lay before Alex, among which a particular bamboo scroll stood out. Alex picked up the bamboo slip, only to discover that it bore no inscriptions whatsoever. Yet, he could distinctly sense an aura emanating from it, reminiscent of magic, yet distinctly different. It was undoubtedly something remarkable. He decided to stow it away for further examination later. He perused several other tomes, which contained descriptions of the legendary realm, with one book even mentioning insights into the power of laws. These texts would indeed aid in enhancing his magical foundation, prompting Alex to send the old scholar Bojan off to attend to other matters while he meticulously delved into the volumes. The titles included the 108 Techniques of Legend, the Alchemy of Legend, and Breaking Through the Heavens of Legend. Most of the content consisted of travelogues of individuals from the legendary realm, interspersed with insights that proved useful to Alex, which he could share with his subordinates. "Alex, I'm here," shouted a sudden voice. Little Hermione appeared, launching herself toward him. It was evident that she had already perused these books and was somewhat bored, so she sneakily admired Alex's profile. They say that a serious man possesses the greatest charm, and at that moment, Alex's handsome visage captivated Hermione's attention entirely. "Little girl, how can you still be watching?" he teased. "Mind your own business," she retorted, playfully pinching the soft flesh at Alex's waist, twisting it sharply. "Ouch," he exclaimed. This maneuver seemed to be a natural talent of girls, painful yet harmless. Severus Snape suddenly appeared, casting a glance at the playful duo, utterly unfazed. "C'est vrai. Ah, what brings you here?" Alex inquired. "Look at this," Snape replied, producing a small vial and handing it over. Alex examined the vial closely. It appeared unremarkable at first glance. Yet its material seemed unique, capable of blocking magical detection, though it could not impede the power of laws. As Alex uncorked the vial, a refreshing fragrance wafted forth, calming his spirits significantly. Hermione's flushed cheeks also appeared to regain their composure. As he tilted the vial, from milky white pills tumbled out, the calming aroma intensifying. "This has been tested. It fosters tranquility and soothes the mind. This potion is not crafted through traditional potion-making methods, nor is it merely a simple amalgamation of herbs. I sensed an essence akin to wind and flame within it, almost like..." Snape ceased his explanation, yet Alex's expression grew increasingly grave. For the pills reminded him of a technique he had learned in his previous life, alchemy. Chapter 55. First hearing of the East, Professor. Are you familiar with the East? Alex inquired hastily as he made his way to the headmaster's office. Grindelwald remained ensconced in Dumbledore's company, not venturing out much. Upon hearing this question, Grindelwald suddenly became intrigued. "Young man, I am aware. We once had an encounter with those from that region. Their system is entirely different from ours. Back then, I was quite slender." Those were the days when Grindelwald and Dumbledore traversed the world together, inseparable as they vanquished numerous magical creatures and wizards in various mountains and towns. One day, while seeking a restaurant for a meal, they inadvertently overheard a discussion among those nearby about a mysterious ancient Eastern nation, reputed to be inhabited by extraordinarily formidable individuals. Intrigued by this revelation, the two hastily journeyed eastward. Upon setting foot on that land, they immediately sensed a formidable presence weighing upon them. However, it did little to diminish their own prowess, as they were among the most powerful in the realm of magic at that time. After a brief period of travel, two middle-aged men clad in archaic robes approached them, soaring gracefully on their swords. "Ah, esteemed friend from the west," they greeted, landing gracefully and clasping their hands in a gesture of goodwill, communicating through a form of mental transmission. Dumbledore and Grindelwald found this phenomenon quite fascinating. After exchanging nods, they began to explore this remarkable ability. They soon discovered that mental communication could be initiated solely through mental strength, without the need for magical assistance. The two middle-aged gentlemen smiled at Dumbledore and Grindelwald's inquisitive demeanor and subsequently led them to a quaint establishment nestled within a dense bamboo grove. As they entered the bamboo house, an elderly man emerged, his restrained yet imposing presence instilling a sense of apprehension in Dumbledore and Grindelwald. This man was undeniably a master. The two exchanged glances, ever prepared for any eventuality. "Fear not, for we are always amicable towards friends, as long as you are not here to cause trouble. We shall not interfere," the elderly gentleman said with a warm smile, stroking his long beard. "However, your timing is unfortunate. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom have recently enacted a decree that prohibits practitioners from entering the world and outsiders from entering the nation. You must have sensed the oppressive atmosphere. Had it not been for your considerable strength, it would have been nearly impossible to gain entry." The elderly man maintained his benevolent demeanor, leaving Dumbledore and Grindelwald momentarily taken aback. Upon learning of their restricted access, they promptly requested a chance to engage in a friendly contest. The old gentleman chuckled at this and readily acquiesced to their request. At this juncture, Grindelwald chose to refrain from further discussion on the matter, seemingly disinterested in what was to follow. Dumbledore, however, seized the opportunity to speak. To lose is simply to lose. There is no shame in that. It merely reflects a momentary lapse in judgment. If it were me now, I could easily defeat that old man, Grindelwald lamented, wishing to maintain a certain image in front of Alex. Unfortunately, in the following moment, Dumbledore shattered that illusion, only for the old man to swiftly incapacitate Grindelwald with a single punch. Turning to Alex with a serious expression, Dumbledore cautioned, "Child, the East is a realm shrouded in mystery. Their practices elude my understanding. Should you wish to venture there, I implore you to exercise utmost caution. Even now, I cannot confidently assert that I would emerge victorious against that old man." He then produced a wooden token inscribed with the character name. The elderly man had once mentioned that this token would enable them to locate him should they wish to return to the Dragon Kingdom. "Professor, did you never return after that?" Alex inquired. "Ah, I took root here. All that I am now resides in this place, and I no longer possess the fervor of my youth," Dumbledore responded. With a long sigh, it remained unclear whether he was reminiscing or merely lamenting. Beside him, Grindelwald was equally silent, observing his expression. Alex discerned that both venerable gentlemen had grown weary of distant travels and now preferred the comforts of home to savor their twilight years. It seemed Dumbledore was privy to some unspoken knowledge, for he suddenly interjected, "Ah, my dear friends, I am indeed looking to enjoy my later years. Yet, I am perplexed by those who persistently seek to venture here and there, one day proclaiming a desire to confront the Ministry of Magic, and the next, intent on capturing someone." Dumbledore's teasing tone elicited a remarkable change in Grindelwald's demeanor as he glared fiercely at Dumbledore. "Young man, you may take your leave. I wish to engage in a serious discussion with Professor Albus," he declared, rising with clenched fists while stretching his neck. Alex could only manage a wry smile before quietly slipping away. As he departed, he seemed to catch a peculiar sound. "I swear, you truly mean it? Then do not blame me. Secret arts will bite you." A chill ran down Alex's spine, prompting him to hasten his escape. He soon arrived at the classic retreat, the room of requirement, where Hermione awaited him at the entrance, engrossed in a book. Nearby stood a small girl with white hair, intently observing Hermione. It was Luna Lovegood, a Ravenclaw, student known for the many whispers surrounding her eccentricities. "You've arrived. What shall we do next?" Hermione inquired, as Alex rubbed his temples, still uncertain. "Let us discuss it at the next meeting," he replied. Hermione kindly approached, leading him to a seat and standing behind him to massage his shoulders, her face adorned with a gentle smile. "This is Luna. After learning about her remarkable talents, I thought it prudent to introduce her to you," she explained. "Luna, this is Alex, my boyfriend and the leader of our organization." As Hermione made the introductions, Her hands remained busy, transitioning from shoulder to head massage, displaying her thoughtfulness. "Hello, I know you. There are a few of those pesky insects on your head," Luna remarked. Alex could distinctly sense the absence of any such creatures, suggesting that they were indeed a fabrication of Luna's father. Before Alex could respond, Luna began to speak to herself, her gaze vacant. "It's been drizzling cotton rain for a week. Many wands are on the verge of mold, and Harry S. has already sprouted mushrooms." Suddenly, she seemed to notice something, fixating on the wand Alex held. "Yours seems to be thundering. How extraordinary." She then fell silent, turning her attention to an empty space, lost in thought. Alex and Hermione exchanged glances, both perceiving the curiosity reflected in each other's eyes. The manipulation of the laws of magic would aid in his rapid casting, and it was the force of thunder that he had just subtly invoked. Chapter 56. The Murder of a Husband. "It was a pleasure to meet you. Goodbye." Alex had intended to converse further with Luna, but to his surprise, she merely waved and skipped away. Alex and Hermione stood there, utterly bewildered. Luna was known for her unexpectedness. Hermione struggled to find an explanation, and Alex merely nodded in understanding, resolving to recruit her at another opportunity. "Let's hurry. Teach me some magic." Suddenly invigorated, Hermione tugged at Alex's sleeve, leading him into the room of requirement. At that moment, a few bold words seemed to materialize before Alex. "Elbow, come inside with me. Come on, let me see the extent of your water element magic." "All right, I'm coming," Hermione exclaimed, brandishing her wand and giving it a gentle flick. A torrent of water surged forth, swirling around Alex, the immense pressure threatening to immobilize him completely. With another wave of her wand, tiny flecks of white frost appeared within the water sphere, gradually forming ice at fixed points amidst the flowing liquid, creating an eerie spectacle. As the water sphere solidified, sharp ice needles emerged, piercing towards Alex's vital points with deadly intent. "That is quite ruthless, little Hermione," Alex lamented, ignoring his protest. Hermione was well aware of her partner's prowess and decided to unleash everything she could muster to give him a thorough challenge. Alex summoned the principles of water magic, and the massive water sphere seemed to break free from Hermione's control, obediently responding to him. Instead of hastily dispelling the magic, he took a moment to feel the power of the frost, which carried a breath of wind. Hermione appeared to anticipate this turn of events, a smirk gracing her lips as another incantation formed. Threads of electricity danced across the surface of the water sphere, quickly penetrating its depths. "Oh my, you're using lightning too. Today, I shall reclaim my authority." Watching Alex prepare to counter, Hermione couldn't help but smirk, knowing he wouldn't dare strike back at her. As Alex readied himself to counter the series of spells, he diligently harnessed the principles of water, causing the water sphere to crack and create an escape route for him. The moment the arcs of electricity surged toward him, he dissipated them, channeling the energy back into the water sphere. "You little rascal, just wait until I get you." Before he could finish his thought, a brilliant bolt of azure lightning descended, striking directly above Alex. Even he barely had time to react. But the protective force of the principles enveloped him, shielding him from harm. The torrent of lightning raged for nearly half a minute before ceasing, leaving Hermione nearly drained of magic as she collapsed to the ground. "Well, look at you, becoming so powerful without my notice. The might of that lightning is truly formidable." Even Dumbledore would be left speechless. Alex lavished praise upon Hermione, eliciting a delighted chuckle from her. He stepped forward to help her up, and they exchanged thoughts rapidly through a mental connection, the speed of this exchange far surpassing that of verbal communication. However, they were accustomed to speaking aloud, resorting to mental dialogue only on rare occasions. As Alex elucidated the intricacies of the Thunder Law and the Water Law, he released their essences for Hermione to absorb. True to her scholarly nature, Hermione diligently endeavored to assimilate the knowledge, determined to extract every bit of wisdom from Alex. "Come on, let's attempt that Ice Age spell," she said, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. During her recent studies, she had deepened her understanding of the two elements and, drawing from her past experiences, had begun to grasp the nuances of casting powerful spells. Ice Age, the young witch proclaimed with great conviction, her wand executing a perfectly articulated incantation gesture. Suddenly, the ground beneath her transformed, a patch of frost appearing and emanating a chilling aura. This frost spread rapidly, only to be halted by Alex's formidable power at his feet, while the nearby training dummy was not so fortunate. The creeping cold enveloped the dummy's frame, swiftly encasing in ice. Alex clapped joyfully, impressed by Hermione's rapid progress and extraordinary talent. "Now let's try that lightning spell," he suggested, ruffling her hair, leaving it in delightful disarray. Hermione cast him an adorable, reproachful glance, but did not shy away. "Inferno of thunder," she declared, though this time without the accompanying gesture, merely pointing her wand. The ceiling of the room darkened ominously, resembling a thundercloud. With a resounding crack, a bolt of lightning struck the ground, leaving a charred mark. It was as if a switch had been activated, unleashing a continuous barrage of lightning strikes, descending with astonishing speed, over a dozen within a second, rendering the intervals indistinguishable to the naked eye. Following Hermione's wand, the beam of light circled around them. Suddenly, Hermione intensified her magical output. One beam became two, two became four, and four became eight. A total of 8 terrifying beams swept chaotically through the room, obliterating every training dummy in their path. A truly fearsome display. Soon, however, Hermione's magical energy began to wane, and just as she was about to conclude, Alex placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. A gentle, vibrant flow of magic coursed into her, prompting a soft hum of contentment from Hermione, though she quickly regained her composure. Looking back at Alex, who encouraged her to unleash her full potential, she felt invigorated. With a steady supply of magic, Hermione relinquished her restraints, increasing the number of beams to 16, then 32, and finally 64. The room seemed entirely consumed by electric light, a sweeping devastation that was nothing short of terrifying. Despite the continuous replenishment from the elemental forces, Alex's own magical reserves were depleting rapidly. Within the confines of the room, he was unable to draw upon the natural forces. All the dark clouds and lightning were conjured through his magic, a process that consumed considerable energy. After a minute, Hermione, having thoroughly enjoyed her display, finally ceased, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Alex's expression grew solemn, reflecting on the daunting cost of such spells. "Hermione, promise me you won't attempt to conjure too many bolts of lightning unless absolutely necessary." "Understood. Previously, I did not encounter anyone worthy of employing such tactics." Feeling fatigued, I suggested, "Let's go, dear sister, to indulge in a meal." With that, I turned and took hold of Alex's hand, leading him out of the house of requests. Eliciting a wry smile from him, hand in hand, we descended the corridor, our spirits light and carefree. Chapter 57. The little chief wizard's class commences. Days passed, and life seemed to settle into a tranquil rhythm. Alex quietly reveled in the joys of student life, as the professors generously awarded him points. Yet, the curious gazes from his peers felt peculiar, somewhat eager. Suppressing his astonishment, Alex cast a perplexed glance at Abner. "What on earth is happening? Why is everyone fixated on me?" "What? I'm here to assist you. I'm on my way." "Wait a moment. It appears there is no urgent matter." Hermione, upon hearing of the situation, rushed over to aid Alex in a confrontation, only to be halted by his intervention. "Chief, please impart your wisdom upon us. We are all comrades here." As Alex surveyed the room, he noted that the students indeed seemed quite obedient, their gazes filled with a thirst for knowledge, rather than any malice. "My friends, I am aware." Just as Alex was about to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by a young man. "Chief, no need for further words. We are all in your service. Please guide us." With that, he bent in a deep bow, and the other students followed suit, echoing his plea. Seeing their eager expressions softened Alex's heart. After all, he intended to enhance the collective strength of his followers, who were in need of reinforcement. These students were potential gems, many of whom had yet to be tempered by the world, and their faith had already firmly aligned with him. Thus, Alex acquiesced, and Abner beside him beamed with delight. Ever since the day when all the esteemed pure-blood families pledged allegiance to the Starry Alliance, their offspring had been advised by their parents to speak less, learn more, and closely follow Alex. Recently, due to Draco's lackluster progress, which displeased Lucius, he had decided to beseech the leader to conduct a lesson for these young men. Before Lucius could voice his request, Draco had already disseminated the news. The astute and power-respecting Slytherins quickly banded together, rallying around Alex. Unable to contain their eagerness, they sought his guidance. Since they were prepared for training, they must adhere to the rules. Every evening after dinner, they would gather at the House of Requests, and for any other inquiries, they should consult Abner. Following this, under Abner's mournful gaze, Alex hastily retreated to the dormitory. A throng soon encircled Abner, forcing him to conjure protective armor to avoid being crushed. The subsequent arrangements would be managed by Abner, who would ensure everything was in order. What should be taught tomorrow? Lost in thought, Alex succumbed to slumber. Perhaps due to the recent tranquility of life, he fell asleep more swiftly than before, yet this night he experienced an unusually lengthy dream. In a dream, Alex found himself floating above Hogwarts, wielding a staff which he raised high, reciting an incantation. Suddenly, a creature resembling a wolf emerged from the starry sky above, swiftly appearing before him. Despite his consciousness being remarkably clear, Alex was utterly unable to control his body, forced to watch helplessly. The creature, wolf-like in form, underwent constant transformation, presenting an extraordinary sight. As he completed the incantation, it seemed as if nothing had changed, yet everything felt different. The creature gradually dissipated into dust. With the imminent threat finally abated, Alex exhaled in relief, though a lingering sense of peril still enveloped him tightly. The moment he beheld the creature, he jolted awake, glancing at the clock to find it was just past 4 in the morning, while the fish in the black lake outside swam joyfully. Realizing that a path would reveal itself as challenges arose, he decided to set his concerns aside for the moment. However, he did not leave empty-handed. He vividly recalled the sensation of the spell used to vanquish the creature. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though he had grasped a thread connected to the creature. Merely by tugging at this thread, it vanished. This ethereal feeling lingered in his mind, compelling him to seek further knowledge to comprehend it thoroughly. As he lay in bed, sensing Hermione peacefully asleep nearby, he too surrendered to slumber. The following day, in a room of requirement, all students from Slytherin House gathered. Harry and his companions, Ron and Luna, arrived upon hearing the news. The room of requirement manifested a spacious training ground in accordance with Alex's desires. Alex, Hermione, and Snape stood before the assembly, the students standing solemnly, awaiting Alex's words. Since everyone is prepared, let us commence. Consider the figures before you as your adversaries and unleash your strongest abilities. As his words echoed, the students were uncontrollably thrust into an open area, each confronted by a doll adorned with a jester's grin, seemingly mocking them. Now attack. Show your prowess. Those who can shatter their doll may join the seminar. No sooner had Alex finished speaking than the first attacks commenced. Initially, the students calmly employed their most proficient spells, yet failed to even scratch the dolls. Gradually, frustration mounted, emotions intensified, culminating in an explosive outburst. A brilliant blast of magic obliterated one doll, revealing a petite figure amidst the swirling dust. Astoria Greengrass, the girl who had once sought Alex's guidance, now appeared considerably more composed, merely brightening at the sight of her idol. Meanwhile, the trio of teachers engaged in a leisurely discussion about the power of magical laws. For Snape was a bona fide legend, and Hermione's theoretical knowledge brought her merely a step away from legendary status. To their surprise, someone had swiftly passed the trial. Hermione approached and introduced Astoria to the group. Magic is a manifestation of the mind, with emotions capable of amplifying one's power. Now that you have passed the test, speak freely. What is it that you wish to learn? Chief, I aspire to join the Starry League, and I yearn to master the art of assassination. Alex and Hermione exchanged glances, sensing that there were troubles within Astoria's family. Nearby, her sister Daphne was frantically attacking, seemingly on the brink of success. Regardless of the source of their crisis, since the young girl wished to resolve it on her own, the Starry League would honor her desire. Abner, take this little girl over and impart your knowledge to her. Certainly, Abner could easily manipulate emotions, but he and Lizzie seemed to have tacitly agreed to conduct attack tests on dolls rather than shatter them, and Alex acquiesced to their whim. The first spell Abner taught was the Killing Curse, reflecting Alex's own demeanor. The young girl was earnest in her studies, swiftly learning to channel murderous intent against the doll before her. Alex casually reinforced Abner's and Lizzie's dolls using the principle of exchange, and then turned his attention elsewhere. Two incompetent fools, Hermione remarked blandly, observing Harry and Ron struggling to attack their dolls with feeble strikes, occasionally engaging in idle chatter. Severus Snape, unable to bear the sight, sent 2 precise spells flying toward them. Chapter 58, The Three Jades. Meanwhile, Alex closed his eyes to rest, gradually contemplating various elemental magics. Having gained a preliminary understanding of the 5 elements principles, he adeptly wielded the powers of different elements. Frost solidified and lightning crackled. These 2 elements were the most promising in Alex's eyes, one exhibiting great control over foes, the other showcasing formidable destructive power. In his mind, the runes of the water principle and the thunder principle shimmered, embodying the manifestation of these powers. Observing the phenomena surrounding Alex, the others wisely chose not to disturb him, and those who had completed the trial instinctively sought Hermione's guidance. Naturally, Hermione entrusted them to Abner, confident that his level of skill was sufficient to serve as their mentor. Before long, Alex awakened. During his meditation, he discerned that the connections within the cycle of the 5 elements were tenuous, primarily due to the overwhelming strength of the fire principle. Furthermore, The thunder principle he sought to comprehend would, to some extent, amplify the power of the fire principle, rendering the interplay among the elements increasingly perilous. Thus, he would first delve into the water principle, while recently exploring the power of frost. An unexpected spark of inspiration ignited within him, leading to an understanding of the fusion of wind elements with various magics, which delighted him greatly. With his eyes now open, Alex surveyed the scene, noting that few had successfully passed through the trial. Draco stood before Abner with a serious expression, clearly having received a stern lesson from Lucius. Beside him, his two lackeys had also managed to break through their limitations. Goyle and Crabbe stared blankly ahead, seemingly lost in thought despite Abner's teachings, unsure how to shatter the dolls, relying solely on sheer stubbornness. Apart from Astoria, there were three upperclassmen whom Alex had not encountered before. Each bore a shadowy depth in their eyes, perhaps suggesting a compatibility with Abner. Abner, fully engrossed, was narrating his favorite killing curse, occasionally unleashing emerald sparks that danced towards a nearby effigy, merely for demonstration purposes, without shattering it. Alex approached, intrigued by Abner's insights. This lad was indeed a talent. He had mastered the curse in various forms, thin, thick, curving, and even semi-invisible, delighting in his craft. Seeing this, Alex's interest peaked, and he moved closer. "Boss." Abner's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly enamored with the killing curse. Alex patted his shoulder. "Let me show you something amusing." The others, who had been training, paused their activities, straining to catch a glimpse of the spectacle. The starry wand materialized, drawing intricate, arcane patterns in the air. With a surge of magical energy, he intoned, Avada Kedavra. The green light erupted like a thunderbolt, raining down curses that precisely struck the heads of a multitude of effigies, obliterating them into fragments. Abner's eyes widened in awe, his expression almost drooling with fascination. Draco and the others stood in stunned silence, having witnessed Abner's impressive display of the curse. But now they were astounded by the chief's extraordinary execution. "Boss, I want to learn that," Abner exclaimed, eagerly grasping Alex's sleeve, his excitement palpable. Observing his subordinate's eagerness to learn, Alex felt a sense of delight. Frost materialized, coalescing into a slab of ice inscribed with the incantation and its method of practice. "This is your reward. Remember to destroy it after reading." Abner nodded fervently and promptly seated himself on the ground, ravenously engrossed in the text. Alex, bemused by the scene, restored all the effigies before walking over to the few who had passed the assessment. "From now on, I will personally coach you. Remember, speak less and do more." Meanwhile, Harry felt a sudden sting in his scar as the dazzling green light flashed, though it quickly subsided. He and Ron appeared unfazed by the killing curse, perhaps too enthralled by the spectacle to recognize its unforgivable nature. Hermione observed closely, confirming that Harry had merely experienced a fleeting disorientation. "What a pity, Alex, he wasn't fooled." "It's all right. I anticipated it." Legends are not easily swayed. They're steadfast in their chosen paths. He had imparted the foundational elemental magic, using their affinity for various elements to gauge their preferences. Young Astoria exhibited a strong affinity for the water element and could be seamlessly integrated into Hermione's team, being a fellow female. To Alex's surprise, Draco was most closely aligned with the wood element, quickly mastering the vine-binding spell. Crabbe and Goyle, without exception, found themselves on amicable terms with the affable earth element. In contrast, the three upperclassmen exhibited a remarkable affinity with the air element, demonstrating an astonishingly synchronized mastery of the wind blade spell. "What are your names?" "Chief, I am Han, this is Zhao, and that is Lang. We are all members of the Shackler family. Who bestowed these names upon you?" A seemingly straightforward inquiry left the trio exchanging glances, as if caught in a moment of discomfort. "Chief, we are not originally from the Shackler family. We are the last three survivors among the orphans they raised. After we had eliminated the others, the clan leader introduced us to a peculiar young man, wielding a rather hairy whip. He was the one who named us." Han spoke these words devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as though indifferent to the tribulations of his childhood. Alex harnessed the power of the loss, as if severing something within the vastness. "I understand. From now on, you will be directly under Abner's command." Having arranged their new assignments, Alex departed, leaving the three to exchange glances, wherein they discerned joy reflected in each other's eyes. The joy of newfound possibilities, the elation of liberation from control. Chapter 59, Frost and Indifference. What a coincidence. The old man had become increasingly mischievous, prompting Alex to smile helplessly before addressing him directly. "Old man, if you have something to say, just say it." Dumbledore offered an awkward smile before adopting a serious demeanor. Children, dark magic can corrupt one's nature. I know you need not worry, but the other children. Hey, you old rascal, you slipped out while I wasn't looking. Grindelwald suddenly appeared, tugging at Dumbledore's beard to interrupt him. Do not fret, lad. I am aware of your capabilities. Your headmaster merely considers you too naive. Let the children manage on their own. Hermione chuckled softly from the side, having never witnessed such a side of Dumbledore. She had only heard amusing tales from Alex. Seeing it firsthand was far more entertaining. The old man was becoming increasingly whimsical, indeed, both of them. In the ensuing days, Slytherin students could invariably be seen practicing magic across the grounds, all of which involved powerful white magic, leaving the ground pockmarked. Thankfully, they exhibited some consideration, refraining from practicing dark magic in public and later rectifying the ground. This unusual behavior sparked much discussion among Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, prompting them to keep their distance. Wary of incurring the ire of this group, Professor Flitwick, observing the students' fervor for spellcasting, beamed with delight, wandering about during his free time to offer guidance. Professor McGonagall, witnessing her own little lions diligently practicing their magic, felt equally pleased. She intended to follow Flitwick's example and provide assistance. But upon noticing that not a single student was practicing transfiguration on the entire field, her expression grew increasingly grim. One day after lunch, Alex and Hermione were strolling by the edge of the Black Lake, with Hermione clutching a small bag filled with the remnants of potions brewed by Snape. Harmless and brimming with magical essence, these scraps served as ample fish feed. Hand in hand, they ascended above the lake, words unnecessary between them. A sudden frosty shimmer appeared, conjuring a quaint square gazebo above the water, supported by 4 pillars, with ice chimes glistening beneath the eaves, radiating a pearly glow. Hermione's mastery of frost magic had become increasingly adept. Leaning leisurely against the railing, Alex crossed his arms and enjoyed the gentle breeze. Meanwhile, Hermione tossed a handful of fish food into the water, and soon, schools of large fish swam eagerly towards the surface, vying for the morsels. No need to rush. There is plenty for everyone, she smiled, encouraging the fish as they frolicked beneath her. As the last of the fish food was scattered, the fish continued to leap, striving to reach the gazebo above. Alex, I feel as though the frost magic is affecting me. Hermione turned to him, pouting with a touch of vulnerability. Alex, captivated by her rosy cheeks, felt an unexpected dryness in his throat. It's all right, little Hermione. I too experienced a similar sensation before grasping the laws of destruction. Once you truly break through, you'll return to your former self, he reassured her, gently ruffling her hair as a hint of her fragrance wafted into his senses. Okay, Hermione conceded, leaning against Alex's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat and absorbing his warmth, gradually calming herself. However, such transformation could not be forced. It ultimately relied on Hermione's own breakthrough. As Alex continued to smooth her hair, a few rebellious strands slipped through his fingers. You're unbearable, always teasing me, she exclaimed, escaping his playful grasp and sticking her tongue out, though she could not hide her flushed cheeks. Alex laughed joyfully, naturally draping his arm over her shoulder. Little Hermione, understanding the laws isn't an overnight endeavor. Your comprehension of water and mastery of frost require gradual refinement. Yet, I firmly believe that with your vast knowledge and fluid casting, surpassing this hurdle will be a breeze, he declared, puffing out his chest with pride as he gave her a thumbs up. Stop it. It's not as easy as you say, she retorted playfully, her smile betraying her words. Hermione nestled against Alex, and they shared a moment of warmth, savoring the gentle breeze above the Black Lake. Wow, this gazebo is fantastic, Fred, exclaimed George. You're absolutely right, Fred replied. The renowned Weasley twins, known for their pranks at Hogwarts, were strolling across the grounds, pondering their next mischievous endeavor. Upon noticing the unexpected structure above the lake, they immediately recognized it as the handiwork of someone they knew well. Should we pull off a prank? Heh. Fred gazed mischievously at the gazebo, his mind racing as he sought a prank that would leave even Alex floundering. What? Are you out of your mind? Do you not realize it is Alex? George looked at Fred, astonished. They usually shared a deep understanding. Yet today, Fred seemed to have lost his senses. I am well aware, but the more formidable the target, the greater the thrill. Fred continued to elaborate to George, oblivious to the growing terror etched on his friend's face. George trembled as he pointed behind Fred. Fred, why you? You are in grave danger. What? A puzzled Fred turned to see a towering ice giant looming beside them, composed entirely of ice blocks. The giant's body was adorned with swirling snowflakes like tattoos across its chest and right arm, while a colossal, luminous sphere pulsed at its heart, channeling magic throughout its form. How about I join your little game? Chapter 60. I shall return. Bang. The crowd on the playground heard a thunderous sound, witnessing two unidentified objects streak across the sky before crashing into a large snowbank, sending a cloud of white mist billowing into the air. Harry and Ron were engaged in a duel with Draco. Ron, brimming with excitement, aimed spells at Draco when a sudden gust of wind nearly knocked him off balance. What was that flew by? Ron turned to see nothing unusual, only a fog creeping in from the other end of the playground, scratching his head in confusion. Who conjured this mist? Whatever. He soon resumed, playfully exchanging spells with his friends. Faint whispers emerged from the heart of the mist, yet went unheard. Alex lowered his arm, dispersing the ice giant into a flurry of snowflakes that gently descended. He turned back to continue his conversation with Hermione, completely disregarding the resentment emanating from George and Fred. Meanwhile, Voldemort sat upon a stone throne, clutching a mysterious slab, his expression twisted in displeasure. The inscriptions on the slab morphed incessantly, yet Voldemort appeared to comprehend them, muttering incantations under his breath. Beside him, Edgebralis hunched down like a wolf, as if to welcome his master's presence. A flash of light enveloped them, and both man and beast vanished, leaving the slab to fall to the ground, merging seamlessly with the earth as it disappeared. Hand in hand, Alex and Hermione soared to the edge of the Black Lake, where the fish swam around them like stars orbiting the moon. Lizzie, how has your combat training been progressing? Lizzie scratched his head innocently. It's going all right. Indeed, Lizzie had often found little interest in advanced spells, but ever since he discovered elemental magic, he had developed a keen fascination for enchantments. Now, he had mastered the fundamentals of enchanting techniques, referring to this close combat skill as his combat style. He withdrew a formidable war hammer from his pocket, its axe blade keen and its hammerhead weighty, the entire weapon substantial in heft. Yet, Lequy effortlessly wielded it, buoyed by his own strength and the binding effects imbued during its forging. A glimmer danced across the axe hammer, its blade appearing sharper, enveloped by a thin layer of shimmering gold elemental essence. Suddenly, flames erupted along the edge of the axe, engulfing it in a fierce blaze that spared the hammerhead entirely. Sparks of lightning crackled and extended from the hammerhead, resonating with a vivid sound. Lequy executed a series of techniques he had instinctively developed, leaving trails of fire and thunder in his wake, creating a tempestuous spectacle. Moments later, the ground bore the marks of scorched cracks and areas still flickering with residual lightning. Boss, this axe you crafted is truly remarkable, he exclaimed. That is a war hammer, mind you. Be careful, or your weapon may no longer recognize you. As these words were spoken, the axe hammer seemed to tremble, as if imbued with a sense of self-awareness, and Lequy felt a wave of indignation emanating from it. Cleaving a person in two is far more exhilarating than merely stunning them, Lequy said, his demeanor still amiable despite his sharp words. Then just hammer them to pieces. And problem solved, Alex replied, his expression one of amusement as he took Hermione's hand and walked away. Realizing his oversight, Lequy struck his palm with a fist and immediately resumed wielding the warhammer. Alex, your subordinates are quite diligent. Indeed, Hermione remarked cheerfully. Despite the strength of the frost, it could not diminish her affection for Alex. Her partner's prowess and influence filled her with joy. Alex smiled and affectionately ruffled Hermione's hair as snowflakes drifted down, landing on her head without melting. He sensed the essence of the water element lingering around her, showing no signs of dissipating. As they strolled toward the school, two small creatures suddenly darted out of the snow before them. Upon closer inspection, they were two tree guardians. Crouching down, Hermione extended her hand towards them. The guardians eagerly approached, playfully swinging from her scarf, reveling in their newfound companionship. They seem unafraid of me, Alex. Hee, Hermione giggled, delighting in her interaction with the guardians, who appeared to be enchanted by the essence of the water element surrounding her. Alex watched the scene with a warm heart, the moment serene and beautiful. In the principal's office, the old headmaster, no, the old bee, stood by the window, sipping a thick hot beverage in small gulps. Ah, to be young is truly wonderful, he sighed, eliciting a disapproving glance from Grindelwald, who was engrossed in a book nearby. Adding so much sugar to your tea. Are you not worried about diabetes? Be cautious, or you might lose all your teeth, Grindelwald remarked, having recently amassed a considerable collection of Muggle literature, gaining a better understanding of their advancements. He, adept at acquiring and utilizing knowledge, has recently been diligently refreshing his understanding, and now he is well versed in diabetes. Dumbledore, disregarding his scornful glance, turned with a mischievous smile. What on earth are you ing about? Grindelwald exclaimed, his temper flaring as he raised his fist to strike. Dumbledore's agile form belied his age, as he deftly evaded several blows. You can't touch me, come now, come now. Grindelwald's eyes reddened. His fists ignited with a blue-white flame. Old B, today I shall teach you the true meaning of familial supremacy. As Alex and Hermione ascended to the second floor of the school, they fortuitously encountered Snape. His expression remained as indifferent as ever. Yet he cast a lingering glance at Hermione, seemingly pondering that one monster was sufficient, and now there was another, and they were of the same household. Subsequently, he produced a small jade vial and handed it to Alex before turning to depart. An elixir of youth? What could that mean? The vial bore a label prominently displaying the characters for the elixir of youth. Although Hermione had studied a bit of Chinese at Alex's suggestion, her understanding of Chinese culture was still limited, and she struggled to grasp the meaning of those three characters together. Alex flipped the label over, scrutinizing the explanation penned by Snape. So, little Hermione, would you like this? At that moment, Alex resembled an eccentric uncle brandishing a lollipop. Are you implying that I am not presentable at the moment? Hermione slowly raised her fist, a frosty aura enveloping her small hand. Her gaze darted toward Alex, contemplating where to strike for the greatest effect. A cold sweat trickled down Alex's brow. He realized that Hermione was employing this tactic against him. What is this? This is a misinterpretation of my intentions. I clearly what? Hermione's eyes grew increasingly menacing as she advanced toward Alex. In a state of panic, Alex retreated until he found himself against the wall with no further escape. Turning his head, he noticed an armor suit glaring at him before it abruptly turned its head and raised its hand to cover its eyes. Do you dare to slip away? Prepare to fight. Chapter 61, Departure. In the headmaster's office, Alex lifted his head from the pensive. Thank you, Professor, I now understand the coordinates. Child, please exercise utmost caution. It is not like being in England. Should any trouble arise, you must flee promptly. Dumbledore, with a warm smile, advised Alex. Though the bruise on his left eye was quite conspicuous. At that moment, Alex had a swollen right eye, and the two shared a silent glance, understanding passing between them. Old Dumbledore must have been struck by his own progeny. Truly unfortunate. That rascal must have been beaten by his own wife. How unfortunate indeed. Grindelwald's timely appearance shattered the silence. Young man, take this. Once you arrive there, mention my name. It will prove useful. The old man appeared quite excited about Alex's journey to the east as he handed him a letter addressed to Longdawa. Alex was perplexed about the absence of an address, and Grindelwald awkwardly explained that the east was protected by a magical barrier, rendering the owl unable to trace its way in. Upon further inquiry, the old man still failed to provide a specific reason, insisting only that Alex seek out a particular individual. With little choice, Alex expressed his gratitude and departed. After a considerable pause, the silence in the headmaster's office was broken. Gellert, is this truly wise? Oh, the young one is exceptionally capable. Surely, nothing will go awry. Even if trouble arises, in light of my reputation, he shan't suffer dire consequences, rest assured. Grindelwald wore a smug grin that left Dumbledore utterly speechless. Internally, he scoffed. Your reputation? What a farce. Outside the school gates, Hermione and Alex stood side by side. Remember to check in daily when you're over there, and avoid any dubious places. Do not engage in excessive chatter with other women, and prioritize your safety. Hermione's verbose nature resurfaced, yet Alex displayed no sign of impatience, attentively listening. It was only after a considerable time that Hermione finally paused to catch her breath. If I discover you've indulged in any peculiar antics. She shook her fist menacingly at Alex. With a tender smile, Alex nodded and then opened his arms wide. Hermione leaped into his embrace, and they held each other tightly. I shall miss you, Otto, and I you. Upon arriving at his home in Hogsmeade, Alex tidied up and gathered a few belongings, yet felt as if something was amiss. Raising his wand, the room was instantly illuminated, and the temperature became pleasantly warm as an array of dolls appeared in various corners. Strawberry Bear, Kitty, Little Dog. Take good care of your mistress while I am away from England. The 5 wizards residing next door suddenly trembled, standing up to bow respectfully in Alex's direction. Yes, master. The secret to apparition lay in the target, determination, and composure. This was Alex's first attempt at such a long-distance teleportation. A familiar sensation of compression enveloped him, and he sensed a shift within himself, as though he had grasped some elusive secret. He committed this feeling to memory while quickly surveying his surroundings. He found himself standing at the edge of a cliff, gazing out over a seemingly endless expanse of interconnected forests. As he attuned himself to the environment, he detected a faint tethering sensation, which dissipated with a gentle sweep of magical force. Suddenly, his acute sixth sense alerted him to the presence of someone who had seemingly spotted him, rapidly approaching his location. Alex focused his magical energy, ensuring he remained in optimal condition. Soon, a gleam of sword light appeared on the horizon, drawing nearer. A middle-aged man with graying hair and a slender frame materialized before Alex. "May I inquire the purpose of your visit to the Dragon Kingdom?" The middle-aged man, displaying a courteous demeanor, clasped his fists and greeted in English, yet his aura remained steadfastly fixated on Alex. "Greetings, I am a friend visiting an elder, and here is a letter from that esteemed individual. Your command of Chinese is truly impressive, imbued with the charm of a native." Upon hearing the familiar language, the man's lips curled into a slight smile as he accepted the letter. However, upon glimpsing the name on the envelope, his expression momentarily faltered, and his demeanor grew considerably more solemn. After perusing the contents of the letter, he turned to cast a sympathetic glance at Alex. "Do you require a flying vessel?" Alex shook his head and ascended into the air unassisted. The man nodded and mounted his flying sword, soaring into the sky. "I am Zhang Wuwa, a second-generation disciple of the Xianmen of the Dragon Kingdom, tasked with overseeing the border today. We are in Shenanjia, a place filled with numerous secret realms. Without a guide, one can easily become lost." Along the journey, Zhang Wuwa elaborated on the current situation, revealing that only a select few in the mortal realm are aware of the existence of the cultivation world, and those within it uphold strict confidentiality. The Xianmen offers a plethora of cultivation methods, and even mortals can achieve success, though due to a certain. As if brushing against a taboo, Zhang Wuwa fell silent, leading the way in quietude. His sword-flying speed was remarkable, and Alex, utilizing the principles of wind, managed to keep pace. Soon, they arrived before a towering peak that pierced the clouds. Zhang Wuwa produced a token engraved with the character for Qin, identical in design to the one given by Dumbledore and his companions. Jin, Gun, Li, Deiyui, wood, water, fire, metal. Open. As though the curtain of a stage had been drawn back, the air before them parted like a veil, revealing a scene of prosperity within. In the distance lay a residential area, with smoke curling upwards and children frolicking joyously, a picture of happiness. Despite their unassuming appearances, everyone possessed some level of cultivation. Just as Zhang Wuwa finished his explanation, a nearby child struck a stone with a fierce punch, shattering it to pieces. A burly man wielding a large knife paused in surprise, then, seemingly from nowhere, brandished a leather belt, his face contorted with rage. "You little brat. If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I'm not who I say I am." Unfortunately for him, his smile faded abruptly as he leapt several meters, swiftly catching up to the child. "You're cheating. We agreed not to use spiritual power. Who made that agreement? Crack. You little rascal, crack. You destroyed my precious stone, crack. What am I to use to sharpen my knife, crack? How will you help me with this beast meat, crack?" The burly man pinned the child to his lap, scolding and striking him, causing the youngster to wail. Alex glanced at Zhang Wuwa, who shrugged helplessly, indicating his accustomed acceptance of such antics. A woman's voice rang out, booming and startling the burly man. "Have you lost your senses? How many times have I told you? Do not discipline children in the street." Another round of scolding ensued, causing Alex to twitch at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, the local customs are remarkably pure. Chapter 62, Sold. Alex followed Zhang Wuwa as they ascended a series of steps, feeling as though they had traversed some ethereal barrier. Before him emerged an array of magnificent edifices. The main hall was an awe-inspiring structure, constructed of red bricks and stones, its exterior adorned with exquisite reliefs. The roof, covered with tiles, exuded an ancient and elegant charm. Beneath the eaves hung intricately painted wooden carvings, adding a touch of splendor and mystery. Nearby, a cluster of similar buildings formed a grand complex, with quaint cottages arranged in harmony within a serene environment. Zhang Wuguo produced a letter, and with a gesture of his hand, the letter transformed into a paper crane, gracefully soaring into the hall. As the crane passed through the ajar doors, Alex dared to peer inside, only to be met with a shroud of mist, chaotic and disordered. That fellow lacks the courage to confront the matter himself, sending a disciple in his stead, believing it would yield a favorable outcome. A voice, ancient and authoritative, resonated through the air. An elderly man, clad in a tattered Taoist robe, his hair a cascade of silver, and his complexion ruddy, appeared before them. "Is this the youth he recommended?" The old man inquired of Zhang Wuguo, his tone devoid of any warmth, strikingly cold. Zhang Wuguo seemed visibly anxious, averting his gaze to the ground. Very well. In that case, young man, accompany me. The elder turned, hands clasped behind him as he strode down a narrow path, with Alex obediently following. At this moment, he was still perplexed, pondering what precisely Grindelwald had written. Could it be that he was sold? I am Long Xinghe. Given your demeanor, it appears you are yet to grasp what your teacher has arranged for you, Long Xinghe remarked, his tone now stripped of its prior chill, laced with a hint of schadenfreude. Indeed, esteemed elder, may I inquire what we are to undertake? Ah, young man, your command of Chinese is commendable. Come now. Your teacher has set up a trial for you, ha ha. As he spoke, Long Xinghe appeared to recall some amusing memory, erupting into hearty laughter. If it weren't for my patience over the years in tempering Zhang Wugu's temperament, he would still be utterly inept. Years ago, he was much like you, young and impetuous, seeking to overthrow all his mentors. Alas, he ultimately fell short, bested by his second senior brother. TSK is not the blow that one fears, but rather the inability to hold one's head high after being struck. For many years, he has been overshadowed by his second senior brother, causing his cultivation to languish considerably. Alex's mind swirled with questions. Young and impetuous? Overthrowing mentors? Grindelwald truly had led him into a predicament. Before he could voice his inquiries, they arrived at a vast training ground, where a group of disciples was engaged in practice. Steady your hands. If you cannot even hold your sword properly, how do you expect to master advanced techniques? You are truly the worst cohort of disciples I have ever trained. A striking young woman, clad in a tank top and jeans, her fiery short hair framing her face, stood before the group, her voice booming with authority. The disciples shuddered at her words, uncertain whether it was the volume of her voice or some other cause that unsettled them. Ah, Lao Si, Go Sumon Lao Zai and Lao Ada. The other disciples may disperse. Ah, Grandfather Long, you have arrived. I shall fetch my elder brothers right away. The fiery young woman, resembling a mouse encountering a cat, seemed to tone down significantly upon seeing Long Xinghe and hurried off to gather the others. Not far away, 3 beams of sword light, red, white, and yellow, pierced the air like meteors, striking the martial arts arena. As the brilliance dissipated, the red-haired young woman materialized, flanked by 2 companions before Long Xinghe and Alex. One of them, clad in white with sharp eyebrows and keen eyes, was a strikingly handsome man. The last companion was a burly figure, muscles rippling, exuding an aura of ferocity, his gaze fixated intently on Alex. After bowing to Long Xinghe, the two stood silently. Laosi, you shall first engage in a spar with our friend from Hogwarts. Certainly, Grandfather Long. This is regarding our previous wager, is it not? Long Xinghe nodded, prompting the fiery young woman to become invigorated, her enthusiasm palpable as she turned to Alex. Come, young man, let me see what prowess you Brits possess, for you speak so boldly. With that, she leaped to one end of the arena. Alex, recognizing the challenge, swiftly soared to the opposite side. The young woman clasped her fists towards him, taking a courteous stance. I am Ren Yashin, the 4th disciple of the Xian men. I welcome your guidance. I am Alex, from Hogwarts, eager to learn from you. Huh, Ren Yashin exclaimed, her hands igniting with flames as she forcefully thrust a fiery punch forward, the air crackling in response. A blazing fist sped towards Alex, the intense heat enveloping the entire arena. Alex's eyes sparkled as he harnessed the principles of fire, watching as the colossal fiery fist gradually dissolved, transforming into flames that swirled protectively around him. TCH, once again with this move, Ren Yashin remarked with mild boredom. Propelling herself forward with a powerful kick, her fist, laden with fierce wind pressure, surged past Alex's flames, aiming directly for his face. Utilizing the long untapped wind principles, Alex evaded the attack, watching as a shockwave from her punch collided with the surrounding walls, resonating with a thunderous sound. The moment Alex dodged, Ren Yashin vanished from sight, perfectly positioned to block his escape route. A sweeping kick surged towards him, leaving Alex with no option but to summon multiple fire shields for protection. When did Grindelwald's signature spell, the Fire Shield, become so feeble? Ren Yashin's fist shattered through the layers of defense with relentless force. A palpable aura of menace emanated from her paws, granting Alex a fleeting opportunity to break free. Suddenly, the sky darkened, clouds rolling in as thunder rumbled ominously. Alex summoned his wand and struck it heavily, causing an endless torrent of water to surge forth, swiftly enveloping Ren Yashin. It was the very technique Hermione had employed, a bolt of lightning descending directly into the sphere of water surrounding her. As Alex pondered whether to hold back, a brilliant crimson light ignited within the water sphere. A dense mist billowed forth, revealing a flickering flame lotus. At that moment, Run Yashin seemed to transform. Her attire morphed into a flowing white robe. Her fiery red hair turned silver, cascading down to her waist. Chapter 63. Did you grow up on protein powder? With a flick of his wrist, a grand door suddenly swung open before Alex. Brown bears, gray wolves, tigers, lions. One after another, silvery beasts burst forth from the portal, their bodies ablaze with intense flames, charging directly at Alex, who found himself unable to exert control over them even with his mastery of fire. Yet, Alex was not taken aback. The power of the thunderous laws he had meticulously prepared surged forth, obliterating the surrounding creatures into mere sparks. The sky rumbled with thunder as countless beams of light descended violently, sweeping across the battlefield like lasers. The grand door was shattered by Alex, and 8 beams of light ensnared Run Yashin firmly. She let out a cold laugh, sitting cross-legged in midair, seemingly poised to unleash a formidable spell. Alex immediately went on high alert, his powers brimming with anticipation. Suddenly, a piercing cry rang out. "Grandpa Long, he is bullying me." Alex froze, while Long Xinghe, observing from the viewing platform, sighed and rubbed his forehead. "All right, little four, come down now." "All right. Hey, brother, you're quite impressive. Let me have my second brother give you a go, huh?" With that, he sprang behind Long Xinghe and began chatting with him. The burly man, witnessing the situation, crouched low, then leapt high, crashing down with a thunderous thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. "I am Zhai Gang. Please enlighten me." Zhai Gang stretched his body, and as he did, he grew increasingly larger, his tank top straining under the pressure until it let out a mournful cry and retired. Though the quality of his beach shorts seemed commendable, Alex returned the gesture with a fist salute and then summoned the power of thunder, conjuring golden spears that materialized around him. As his wand struck the ground, numerous spears shot forth, aimed directly at Zhai Gang. Saigongrord, a crimson aura enveloping him, and his physique expanded even further as he charged heavily toward Alex. Alex gazed at the figure before him, which was more than 3 times his size, and his lips twitched. How much protein powder does one need to grow to such proportions? The spears pierced Zhai Gang's body but failed to break the skin, compressing into a golden mass instead. As Zhai Gang drew closer, the malevolent aura surrounding him intensified. Alex harnessed the laws of slaughter, discovering that this ominous energy significantly enhanced his power. With the protection of the laws of wind, Alex's agility increased remarkably. He danced around, unleashing green beams of light that, under the influence of the laws of slaughter, were as thick as a thigh. The lethal incantation struck Zhai Gang's body, yet it failed to penetrate the crimson membrane that enveloped him. For a fleeting moment, Zhai Gang appeared dazed, but he swiftly regained his composure. Gradually he ascended, the earth and stone coalescing around him, and soon a colossal earthen giant emerged, its toes towering over Alex's stature. A shadow loomed on the ground, revealing the giant's massive hand descending upon the entire training arena. As Alex began to decipher the nature of Zhai Gang's sanguine barrier, enlightenment washed over him. The laws of slaughter activated, and a palpable aura of death enveloped Alex, forming a blood-red armor that exuded a macabre scent. With a sudden leap, Alex's staff vanished, transforming into a formidable broadsword crackling with fierce lightning. The blade shimmered, and with a thunderous roar, the gigantic stone hand shattered. Yet, the earthen giant seemed unperturbed, swiftly regenerating another arm. As the immense form descended, it kicked up a cloud of dust. Just as Alex thought he had unraveled this tactic, he noticed countless silhouettes emerging within the arena. The scattered stones had transformed into soldiers, each wielding a long spear. Zhai Gang stood before them, brandishing a formidable halberd that radiated an eerie aura, akin to a general commanding his troops. "Charge!" The oppressive aura surged forth, and Alex felt as though he stood amidst a battlefield, facing a myriad of foes. Violet flames materialized, coalescing into a beam that ascended to the heavens. In an instant, a colossal meteor began its descent, engulfed in Alex's raging fire. The winds fanned the flames. A smirk graced Alex's lips as he waved his staff, summoning a dozen massive tornadoes that spiraled across the arena, sweeping up the soldiers. The meteor plummeted, crashing with a resounding boom, shattering and igniting, leaving only 2 figures amidst the chaos: the unassuming Alex and Zhai Gang, clad in scorched armor, his demeanor fierce. A flicker of crimson light glinted in Zhai Gang's eyes, as if he had further intentions. However, this was merely a spar, not a life-and-death battle. Zhai Gang's momentum was abruptly interrupted by the sudden arrival of Long Xinghe, who swiftly whisked him away. The young man, clad in a white robe with striking eyebrows, vanished from the observation platform and reappeared in the training arena. Alex's expression grew solemn, having sensed the tremors of space. I am nameless, born to wield the sword. Yuanbang, if you dare to show off again, beware my wrath. Longxingha's menacing words echoed, causing Yuanbang's previously stoic facade to crumble instantly. Elder, I have endured for so long, and my junior brothers and sisters were so cooperative. Yuanbang lamented, nearly in tears as he shouted at Longxingha. Huh? Senior brother was merely showing off? I hadn't noticed. He was so inconspicuous. Rin Yaxin stifled a laugh, offering no mercy to her senior. Zhai Gang's fierce expression softened as he smiled and ruffled his head, realizing, I hadn't even noticed you were here, senior brother. You two are utterly excessive. Guanbang. The fish roared towards the observation deck, only to be met with 3 pairs of disdainful eyes. I'm not disheartened. It is all your fault for insisting on intruding. Now, I might even face a beating from my master later. As he spoke, Yuanbang's head drooped in disappointment. Alex watched with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, pondering whether there was a single normal person among the direct disciples of the old Dragon Lord. Perhaps he himself was not entirely normal. Enough of your nonsense, you little rascal. Get ready to fight. I haven't finished watching my drama yet. If you deliberately delay, don't blame me. Hearing Longxingha's words, Yuanbang trembled, quickly responding, Let us fight then. Let us fight. Master, please don't rush me. I am Yuanbang. You may call me Bang. He continued, This sword is named Tianhong, my most trusted companion over the past 20 years. Please enlighten me. Brother Bang, please enlighten me. Chapter 64, The Laws of Space. As the Tianhong sword was drawn, Alex felt an exceptionally sharp aura firmly locking onto him. He unleashed the power of the laws, attempting to shatter this sense of being targeted, but to no avail. With the sword in his right hand, Yuanbang performed a flourish, his left hand forming seals, causing ripples to surge through the space behind him. Countless ethereal Tianhong swords materialized in the air. All swords returned to their origin. One after another, the Tianhong swords surged toward Alex, engulfing the entire space, leaving no escape. A crimson glow emerged, flames ignited, forming a colossal wall before Alex. Crack, clatter. The sounds of metal clashing echoed as one Tianhong after another shattered into fragments, gradually thinning the wall. With a sudden shift, Yuanbang appeared before the wall, thrusting his sword. The sharp essence unique to the metal elements surged forth, shattering the wall like a broken mirror, debris raining down. Yuanbang, wielding the Tianhong sword, charged towards Alex without losing momentum. Under the influence of the law of wind, Alex darted away at his utmost speed. Yet, Yuanbang clung to him like a leech, growing ever closer. Thud! The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed. Yet Alex, staff raised against Yuanbang, bore not a single wound. The fusion of fire and earth elements formed a protective shield, which also contained the essence of metal, effectively dissipating the aura of the Tianhong. The Tianhong that had penetrated the shield trembled, seemingly unwilling to yield. Yuanbang withdrew his blade, vanishing in an instant. Alex amplified his perception of the laws, suddenly glancing into the distance. Yuanbang had instantly teleported to another mountaintop and was now hurtling towards him at great speed, an immortal descending from the heavens. This little rascal is finally serious. Longxingha chuckled, stroking his long beard. Beside him, Zhai Gang looked on with lingering trepidation. The scars left by his last duel with the senior brother still a faint ache. Yuanbang's momentum soared to its zenith, his speed increasing as he flew closer. The sound of the blade slicing through the air resonating even from afar. Alex, initially intent on avoiding the spotlight, soon discovered that the surrounding space had become a cage, rendering him immobile. The forces of the laws of nature converged before him, while he closed his eyes, intently attuning himself to his environment. The space, seemingly unbreakable, paradoxically felt exceedingly fragile. As the first apparition materialized, the inaugural use of the key to the door amidst the encirclement by Voldemort, this space, once an adversary providing no avenue for escape, now appeared transformed into a benevolent entity within his grasp. In a moment of reverie, silvery points of light emerged, and as Alex reached out to seize them, they autonomously entered his being. In that instant, he liberated himself from the constraints of space, and everything around him took on an extraordinarily amicable demeanor. Congratulations, host, you have comprehended the laws of space. The prodigious insight of this youth was indeed formidable, as he had seemingly mastered an impressive array of attributes. Longxingha, observing with astonishment, gazed at Alex. For it had been ages since the Dragon Kingdom had encountered such a talent. In a moment of inspiration, Alex raised his wand and casually drew a circle. The figure of Yuan Bong, who had charged perilously close, unexpectedly collided with a portal, reappearing behind Alex, still hurtling forward towards the observation platform. The once impassive Yuan Bong now displayed a visage of panic and fear, desperately attempting to halt his momentum, yet struggling to regain control after building up so much force. With a swift motion, Long Xinghe struck forth, the air before him solidifying as it bore down upon Yuan Bong. Just as Yuan Bong braced for a severe reprimand from his master, his speed astonishingly diminished, allowing him to come to a halt with relative ease. "You little rascal. Why so serious when sparring with your juniors? You knew you couldn't control yourself from that distance," Long Xinghe admonished. Yuan Bong, scratching his head, lowered his gaze in silence. "Good lad, this round is yours," Long Xinghe warmly invited Alex, who obediently approached the elder. To be honest, he had not comprehended the previous maneuver. "Indeed, it is only natural you find it perplexing, young one. Do not burden yourself with the expectation of mastering everything. You are still young, and should the sky fall, we shall bear its weight." Long Xinghe comforted Alex with veiled wisdom, before leading the group into the grand hall at the center. The hall was surprisingly simple, with statues of the three pure ones standing tall within, and 6 cushions arranged at the forefront. "Come, take a seat." The others settled down, while Alex chose the seat furthest back. "Elder Long, I wonder what my teacher conveyed in his letter, instructing me to engage in combat." "Ha ha, it seems you have been quite tricked by him," Long Xinghe chuckled. After Grindelwald parted ways with Dumbledore, the capable saints were feverishly expanding their territories, encountering only the most ineffectual opponents. "Old man, do you still remember me?" "Of course I remember. Did you not say you needed more practice? Is this sufficient for you now?" "I believe it is, esteemed elder. Please enlighten me." After a brief pause, Grindelwald, with swollen eyes and tears unshed, clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect towards the elder Long before hastily departing. Long Xinghe erupted into hearty laughter, watching Grindelwald's retreating figure. "Old man, next time I shall surely defeat you. If not, I will at least triumph over your pupil," he exclaimed before stumbling away in disarray. Upon hearing this, Alex fell into silence, while the 3 disciples present bore expressions of deep dejection. "Since you have bested my student, would you care to engage in a friendly contest with me?" chuckled the elder. Rising from his seat, he stretched his limbs, the flowing white robe falling away to reveal muscles even more formidable and hardened than those of Zhai Gang. The elder's mischievous grin directed at Alex caused him to break into a cold sweat. Alex quickly waved his hands. "Perhaps not, elder. May I stay at the Xianmen for a while to learn?" "Ha ha, good lad. I can see that you harbor a great fondness for the Dragon Kingdom, though I am unaware of the origin of this affection. Nevertheless, the Xianmen welcomes you," the elder replied. "Little fish, please make arrangements for Alex." "Understood, master." "Brother, please follow me." As the 2 exited the grand hall, the massive doors closed behind them with a resounding thud, sealing off all sound and allowing only an oppressive atmosphere tinged with a sense of danger to permeate the air. Chapter 65, The Dragon Vein. Brother, most of the Xuanmen scriptures require the cultivation of local spiritual energy to be effective. You should attempt to harness it first. Local spiritual energy? Alex had never encountered such a concept before and cast a puzzled glance at Yuan Bong. In our Dragon Kingdom, all extraordinary powers rely on the spiritual energy of the land. Here, 3 spiritual veins converge to form the dragon vein of our nation, where local cultivation practices revolve around this energy. For someone like you, who hails from another country, attempting to cultivate this energy will undoubtedly present numerous challenges. It is akin to being bound to the local dragon vein from the moment of your birth. Alex fell into contemplation since his arrival in this world. He had discovered nothing about his origins. Here we are, the foundation of the Xianmen, the scripture repository. Alex lifted his gaze to behold a towering structure 5 stories high before him. This repository was safeguarded by 3 layers of formations, the concealment array ensuring that one could not even perceive it from a distance. Yuan Bong led Alex into the repository, which surprisingly lacked any elderly guardians lounging about. As if reading Alex's thoughts, Yuan Bong elucidated, this formation ensures that only those permitted may enter, and each scripture within bears a unique mark, rendering them impossible to lose and unnecessary to guard. With that, Yuan Bong produced a piece of jade, sketching upon it before tossing it to Alex. Your identity has now been registered. Feel free to explore. However, you must be acknowledged by the first level's techniques to ascend to the second, and the same applies thereafter. Alex caught the jade and examined it closely, finding nothing particularly unusual save for a faint resonance of the laws of the soul emanating from it. Having secured the precious jade, I shall take my leave now. Farewell. As the figure of Fish Onbong gradually became ethereal, he vanished moments later. Gazing at the rows of bookshelves before him, Alex felt an ardent excitement welling up within him and promptly picked up a book to peruse. The Great Lifting Technique. Essence Source Technique. 5 Energies Converging Technique. Spirit Cultivation Method. This was it, the ideal choice for novice disciples, enhancing the success rate of channeling energy into the body. And regarded as the most fundamental of techniques, Alex settled onto a nearby meditation cushion. The design of this scripture repository was indeed considerate, with cushions placed beside each shelf for the disciples' practice. As Alex began to meditate using the method described in the Spirit Cultivation Method, he soon felt an energy swirling around him, distinctly different from the elemental sensations he was accustomed to, seeming even more refined. By activating the Spirit Cultivation Method, strands of energy naturally infiltrated Alex's pores. The spiritual energy circulated within his body, traversing his meridians without encountering any obstructions. His physique had already achieved a state of unobstructed meridians under the influence of potions and the laws of life, reaching the level of a prodigy in the realm of cultivation. As the spiritual energy flowed in accordance with the Spirit Cultivation Method, it continuously absorbed the surrounding energy, growing ever more formidable. After completing 49 cycles, it settled in his dantian, having accumulated a considerable amount of energy. With the Spirit Cultivation Method successfully practiced, Alex rose and began to explore other texts. The techniques for energy cultivation were all assimilated, becoming integral to his own practice. Although the paths of cultivation varied, the spiritual energy within Alex seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, instinctively adjusting to form a suitable route. After reviewing all the energy cultivation texts on the first floor, Alex found himself operating a technique whose name had slipped his mind. Relying solely on the instinct of the spiritual energy, yet its efficacy surpassed even the finest texts available there. Subsequently, he delved into other scriptures, most of which pertain to martial arts and weaponry, each embodying elemental attributes. Following their methods, the energy within him would automatically transform into the corresponding element. Intrigued, Alex decided to experiment, testing whether he could control these elemental laws. Flamewood Blade Technique. As the spiritual energy flowed, it naturally morphed into fire attribute energy. Alex keenly seized the opportunity, recognizing that the fluctuations he sensed were indeed the oscillations of elemental laws. If his combat prowess relied fundamentally on these laws, the texts of the Mystical Gate aimed to enable lower-tier fighters to harness a fraction of the power of the laws. The strength derived from such a formation far surpassed that conjured by spells in the West. Elements unsupported by the power of laws were exceedingly feeble. As he continued to browse through the texts, Alex became intimately familiar with the conversion of spiritual energy's attributes, directing it with the precision of one's own limbs, effortlessly guiding it wherever he wished. The remaining techniques pertained to formations, alchemy, and artifact forging, and he felt no urgency. As Alex ascended the stairs, the moment he stepped onto the second floor, he sensed himself passing through a thin membrane, an array designed for detection. In the grand hall, Long Xinghe, who was assisting his disciples in body refinement, paused momentarily, gesturing with his hands to cast a glance toward the scripture repository. Amidst laughter, a youthful spirit emerges, having absorbed the essence of numerous teachings in less than a day, showcasing a truly remarkable comprehension. After a moment of reflection, a swift strike was delivered to the side of Zhai Gang. Enduring immense strain, Zhai Gang nearly succumbed, but resolutely persisted. "You mischievous rascal. I warned you against practicing this unorthodox technique. Now you understand the suffering it brings. With your soul's frailty, if you do not train, you shall inevitably be devoured." Came the admonition, followed by further strikes upon Zhai Gang. His bronze skin bore no marks, not even a single red imprint, yet his breath grew increasingly labored, as if each lash struck at the very core of his being. "Grandfather Long, allow me to take over. I have long harbored discontent towards senior brother." "Very well, my dear, step in. It is a perfect moment for me to rest." Zhai Gang's visage transformed into one of utter despair. Days passed. 1, 2, 5. Alex dedicated 5 relentless days within the scripture repository, meticulously exhausting the valuable tomes of the first 4 levels. Though deprived of sleep for an extended period, his spirit soared, and the energy within him flowed joyously, magnified countless times compared to 5 days prior. The trajectory of his energy had become profoundly intricate, each step unexpected, embodying the essence of meridians without being confined to them. Finally, He reached the last level. A sudden, fierce obstruction arose, yet the energy within Alex surged forth spontaneously, enveloping him entirely and guiding his entry. The fifth level lacked the towering bookshelves, presenting only 3 pedestals adorned with various items. Upon closer inspection, Alex discovered a solitary tome on one pedestal, while the others held mere tokens. He grasped the tome before him, which bore the inscription, Secret Diagram of Heavenly Patterns, authored by Long Lai during the era of prosperity. Chapter 66, Heavenly Patterns. As he opened the Secret Diagram of Heavenly Patterns, Alex encountered an introductory passage penned by the author. I have endured for over 700 years. The prosperity of my sect has become a source of inner turmoil. With the encroachment of the Buddhist sect and the prohibitions of the human emperor, witnessing the decline of my sect, I have created this method, hoping future generations will remember survival of the fittest. In these few poignant lines, Alex sensed the author's profound sorrow, as if an indomitable force resided within those 2 lines. Turning to the next page, he discovered clear annotations. The techniques left by our ancestors have been squandered by you. Survival of the fittest. Do not aspire to practice the heavenly patterns that do not suit you, for many have fallen into madness because of this. Future generations must remember to carefully select the appropriate heavenly patterns for inscription and avoid greed. As he delved deeper into the text, Alex found himself irresistibly captivated. The fundamental principle of this technique lay in inscribing various patterns upon the soul, harnessing these designs to unleash formidable powers of diverse natures. The mere ability to manipulate the soul was an extraordinary feat, let alone utilizing it for enhancement. The various types of patterns increasingly resembled the inscriptions of laws within Alex's mind. The tomes he had perused over the days ultimately converged on the utilization of the power of laws to overcome adversaries, differing only in the extent of their application. At this moment, Alex realized that both the extraordinary beings of the Dragon Kingdom and the West, as their powers ascended, would ultimately traverse the path of the laws. The path he himself walked could be described as a celestial highway. With each deciphered celestial pattern, Alex discerned that they not only enabled those below the legendary realm to temporarily harness the power of the laws, but they also served to enhance the output of that power to a certain extent. The distinction between these celestial patterns and the law symbols in his mind lay in subtle details. Once altered, their potency would surely be amplified. Closing his eyes, Alex once again entered a state of contemplation. The law symbols in his mind became increasingly vibrant, shimmering with brilliance. To his astonishment, he discovered that his law symbols had undergone changes unbeknownst to him, especially regarding the advanced laws of slaughter, flame, and thunder, which had transformed in certain nuances since his initial comprehension. Remarkably, these alterations coincided with the celestial patterns depicted in the Celestial Pattern Seeker map. It was unfathomable to consider the level attained by the creator of this technique. As he compared the symbols, Alex found no forward path for his laws of equivalency exchange. Soul or space. Only the law of life offered a reference. The latter parts of the book evidently contained further content, yet no matter how he perused, he could not unveil those subsequent pages. With a sigh in his heart, Alex resolved to first reference the patterns of the law of life, intending to summarize and elevate his understanding thereafter. The power of the law of life surged forth as if resonating in harmony with the book. The law symbols in Alex's mind were continuously evolving. After 2 days, the law of life seemed to have been honed to its pinnacle, with the shape of the symbols now identical to those in the Celestial Pattern Seeker map. Upon sensing this newfound power, doubts began to creep in. Even if his brain were to shatter instantaneously, he could still wield the law of life using the strength of his soul to restore himself. Under the protection of the unicorn, the consumption of the law of life was minimal, allowing him to effortlessly restore hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands, without diminishing the strength of those restored. Delighted by this formidable power, Alex suddenly found that he could now turn the pages of the book. Expecting a wealth of additional content, he was taken aback to discover only 5 celestial patterns within. Among them were the laws of space and soul, along with 3 symbols whose specific purposes remained elusive. One of these symbols exuded an oddly potent energy. Merely glancing at it, Alex felt himself being drawn into a vortex, his soul compelled to move outward. At that moment, the book closed on its own, and no amount of effort could reopen it. Youth, there is no need to rush. Some things are beyond our reach at present. Dragonstar River suddenly appeared beside him, startling Alex. Realizing there was no alternative, Alex followed Dragonstar River downstairs, where he browsed several books on auxiliary techniques, studying 3 or 4 each on alchemy and artifact refinement. Subsequently, he was led into another hall, which was smaller in size and resembled more of a conference room. Your teacher has likely not informed you, but some unsavory elements are stirring. Alex was perplexed. Dumbledore and Grindelwald had never mentioned such matters. The old dragon nodded knowingly, affirming his suspicion that those two rascals cared little for such things, having never witnessed their true nature. Alex directed his questioning gaze toward the old dragon, who merely shook his head. "No riddles, please," Alex inwardly lamented, while the old dragon continued to regard him with a smile, his eyes seemingly sparkling with an enigmatic light. "Ah, my young friend, it appears this matter is more closely tied to you than anticipated. Since a candidate has already been chosen, I shall refrain from intervening." At that moment, the old man's voice resonated in Alex's mind. Reluctantly, Alex nodded and bowed in the direction of the old dragon, acknowledging the considerable gains he had made in recent days. From a distance, the old man in the grand hall smiled at Alex, casually tossing an object his way. Alex felt a weight in his hand and, upon inspection, discovered to be a gourd. As the gourd trembled, a technique suddenly appeared in his mind, enabling him to manipulate it to enlarge, shrink, and even fly. This deed was far superior to a broom. Alex activated the technique and sat astride the gourd, which intelligently propelled itself in a straight line without requiring any adjustments from him. Turning back, he observed the realm of the Xianmen gradually diminishing, passing through the formation. The entire mountain gate became transparent and soon vanished from view. "Master, why must we bestow upon this Westerner so much?" It was Zhang Wugua, who stood respectfully before Long Xinghe, inquiring. "Wugua, do you understand his lineage? Lineage? Could he possibly be a compatriot of our dragon kingdom?" Long Xinghe burst into hearty laughter. "Not at all. It is connected to that esteemed individual." "Ah, that makes sense. Your discernment is indeed remarkable, master. You lad, always flattering. Go, engage in a match with your senior brother." "What? Another fight? You know I am not adept at combat. When I say fight, you must comply. Now, be off with you." Zhang Wugua was unceremoniously kicked away, while the old dragon chuckled softly and closed his eyes. Weendum, ah. Chapter 67. The Legendary Sorceress, Hermione. Seated upon the gourd, Alex found tranquility, closing his eyes to reflect upon his recent achievements. Host, Alex. Physique, 13. Magical Power, 22. Intelligence, 31. Magic Level, Basic Magic Master. Ancient Magic, Apprentice, Elemental Mastery, Expertise in the Art of Slaughter. Principles, Principle of Slaughter, Advanced. Principle of the Five Elements, Beginner. Principle of Thunder, Advanced. Principle of Equivalent Exchange, Beginner. Principle of Life, Advanced. Principle of the Soul, Partial Comprehension. Principle of Space, Beginner. Blessing, Protection of the Unicorn. Overall Strength Evaluation. Your luck is quite favorable. You have swiftly approached the threshold of the sublime. Alex observed that his attributes had ceased to grow, perhaps having reached their current limit. The evaluations mentioned the supreme, the laws of the soul, and the laws of space, which were precisely the subjects he had encountered during his initial comprehension of the laws. Thus far, Alex had engaged with several individuals who had grasped portions of these two laws. Was a notion of the supreme becoming somewhat ubiquitous? In his mind, Alex contemplated various sigils of the powers of the laws, noticing a faint yet peculiar attraction amongst them. This force differed from the laws of the five elements, lacking a harmonious essence. Rather, it felt somewhat discordant and contradictory. As Alex continued his observations, the gourd had already soared to the skies above Hogwarts. Upon sighting his destination, he stowed the gourd away, and a rift suddenly tore open before him. He lowered his head and slipped through. He emerged onto the playground, under the night sky, studded with countless stars. Suddenly inspired, Alex turned and made his way to the observatory. Upon reaching the tower's summit, he indeed found a young witch seated in quiet contemplation, gazing at the heavens. Her thick, chestnut curls cascaded around her, and a warm scarf enveloped her neck. Her small hands, tucked into her pockets, emerged to greet him. A fragrance of flowers wafted through the air as Hermione leaped into Alex's embrace. "I missed you. I missed you too." The two held each other tightly, and even the fierce winds atop the tower ceased, leaving an enveloping silence. They seemed to hear each other's heartbeats, the sweetness of the moment rendering them reluctant to part. "Ah." Dumbledore sighed, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. At most, he would endure a scolding or a reprimand. What was there to fear? As the darkness of night receded, sunlight began to emerge gradually, casting a sprinkle of starlight upon Alex. Hermione leaned against his shoulder, savoring the sunrise, a picturesque scene of tranquility. "Boss, there have been discoveries regarding Voldemort." "All right, I shall come at once." Reluctantly, young Hermione stood, her gaze towards Abner growing increasingly icy. intimidating him to the point of averting his eyes. The three made their way to the Starry Assembly's headquarters, where the other members awaited their arrival. Alex and Hermione took their seats, and greetings were exchanged. "Speak, what have you discovered?" Vita stepped forward, performing an elegant bow. "Yesterday, the Saints heard reports of Voldemort's whereabouts in the southern continent. He seems to have lingered near those pyramids for an extended period. Moreover, our scouts have encountered some peculiar creatures that appear to be human." Vita produced a photograph revealing a humanoid creature walking in an eerie manner. It was covered in a thick layer of black slime, yet its eyes glinted with a fierce intensity that seemed to emanate malevolence even through the image. "This creature is truly hideous," Hermione remarked coldly from aside, her disdain for the humanoid prompting a whimsical desire to obliterate it with a bolt of lightning. Alex, gazing at the photograph, fell into deep contemplation. Even the ancient tomes he had perused had never mentioned such beings. He cast a glance at Hermione, who also shook her head in uncertainty. "In light of this, I shall investigate how these matters are connected to Voldemort." Unfortunately, the trail vanished upon reaching the Khufu pyramid, as if the entire individual had evaporated from existence, the resonance of their soul abruptly ceasing. Alex nodded, accepting the situation, hoping to uncover Voldemort's whereabouts through this peculiar creature. "Lucius, continue to manage our affairs in Britain. I intend for the wizarding community there to source their food, drink, clothing, and necessities through us." "Very well, boss. Abner and Lizzie, you are to continue training the students at Hogwarts. There are still a few promising candidates among them. Remember to nurture these relationships, as they are our future allies." "Understood, Chief." "Vita, your efforts with the Saints require your continued advancement. We are natural allies. Let us integrate gradually." Vita's eyes flickered with agreement as she nodded. "Old Bogan, how fares the little bat?" "Shubman, he is living quite comfortably. The black market in Albania is thriving, and though most of it flows to us, he has enough to enjoy his luxuries." "The black market is indeed a boon. Proceed." "Very well, boss. Now, the meeting is adjourned. Severus and Lily, please remain." The others quickly dispersed to attend to their own duties, while Snape and Lily stood silently below, awaiting orders. Alex retrieved a tome, precisely the alchemical principles he had memorized. Though some concepts eluded him, he had committed the verses to memory. He handed it to Snape, casting him a hopeful glance. "This is the complete alchemical doctrine derived from the East. I aspire for our organization to seize the last fragment of the high-end potion market. It should suffice." Snape examined the book in his hands, his gaze resolute. His life, apart from Lily, revolved around potions, and he had never ceased his pursuit of advancement. Lily, lively and eager, stood on tiptoe to observe. As the two commenced their study, Alex took Hermione and departed. They arrived at their classic stronghold, the Room of Requirement. Upon entering the training chamber, Hermione drew her wand, exuding a familiar aura. This is the complete water principle. Hermione had successfully stepped into legend. At that moment, the young Hermione beamed with pride at Alex, her expression almost inscribed with the words, "Praise me." "Remarkable. My little Hermione is indeed impressive, having inadvertently stepped into legend." Alex approached and affectionately tousled her hair. Little Hermione beamed with joy, her eyes seemingly sparkling. "Alex, let's practice further." A frost began to spread from the point where her wand had been directed, its speed astonishing. Before Alex could fully articulate his thoughts, his mouth was encased in ice. Murder. Chapter 68. Grindelwald takes the field. Alex invoked the principle of gold, unleashing a sharp blade of energy that shattered the layer of frost enveloping him. As I surveyed the surroundings, the entire room appeared crystalline and translucent, save for the two of us, as everything else lay ensconced in frost. Alex smirked, acknowledging Hermione's significant progress in her frost magic. A short distance away, Hermione also smiled, a wisp of white mist escaping her lips as she waved her hand, conjuring ice walls that encircled Alex. Each wall reflected his image, and upon seeing so many reflections of himself, Alex felt a sudden discomfort. To his astonishment, the version of himself trapped within one of the ice walls smiled back, and then stepped forth from the mirror-like surface. A chill wafted through the air as the doppelganger rushed to Alex's side, engaging him in close combat. Curious to test the strength of this puppet, Alex unleashed a burst of flame. The explosion echoed loudly, leaving the puppet reduced to half its form. Alex's expression turned grave. He had infused that fire with 70% of the fire element's essence, and the puppet's strength was sufficient to wear down even a low-tier legendary opponent. Although he still possessed ample magical energy, the surrounding ice walls constrained him. To thwart Alex's attempts at wide-reaching spells, the puppets coordinated their assault in groups of 2 or 3. Resolving to take the situation seriously, Alex summoned his inner magical and elemental forces, conjuring a swirling vortex of fire to separate him from the encroaching puppets. In this frost-laden domain, Alex felt his fire magic inexplicably weakened, its potency diminished, and its range limited. With swift precision, he launched fireballs at the surrounding ice walls, most of which were intercepted by the puppets' desperate defenses. However, the fiery strikes did succeed in melting portions of the ice, leaving puddles on the ground. As the puppets grew increasingly frenzied, the water accumulated further. Just as Alex prepared to shatter the last two puppets, he sensed something amiss beneath his feet. Looking down, he discovered two columns of water tightly encasing his ankles. It felt as if his feet had melded with the water, rendering him immobile. He summoned a portion of his elemental power to combat the water's magical essence. Yet Hermione was unrelenting, as the water nearby swiftly coalesced into a towering wave that surged towards him, reaching up to the ceiling and intermingled with countless ice needles and arcs of electricity. "Well now, little Hermione, you are truly giving it your all," he mused as they exchanged a few light-hearted remarks, but the colossal wave was already upon him. In that moment, Alex's form became translucent, and the area around him appeared almost ethereal, allowing the wave to pass directly through him. It was then that Hermione materialized before him, emerging from a pool of water on the ground. "Had I known your spatial magic had reached such heights, I would have refrained from engaging with you," he quipped, his tone playful. "Not to worry, little Hermione. Your combination of spells is potent enough to overwhelm even me. I could only evade. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished long ago," he continued, acknowledging her prowess. "Wise of you to concede. I shall now train my subordinates," Hermione declared, bouncing with excitement as she led Alex out of the wish-granting room. "Indeed, those mischievous youths are quite unruly, lacking enthusiasm in their training and showing signs of troublesome thinking. I must tell you, if they do not practice diligently, punishment shall ensue." As we descended the stairs, Hermione shared with Alex several of her methods for managing these students. Methods that included being suspended for punishment, publicly frozen into ice sculptures, and enduring 100 strikes of lightning. Being frozen was still somewhat tolerable. However, if only their heads were left exposed, it could become quite uncomfortable, especially with pranks from others, particularly the Weasley twins and Peeves. The scenario worsened if other body parts were exposed. There was even a Gryffindor student who watched helplessly as he was fashioned into a snowman for the amusement of house elves. Along the way, they encountered students not solely from Slytherin and Gryffindor. Several Ravenclaw students also respectfully greeted Alex and Hermione. "Hello, head boy." "Greetings, big sister." Alex twitched at the corners of his mouth, pondering whether these students had been trained into a gang by Hermione. "Little Hermione, what level of training must they reach to avoid punishment?" "Of course, they must train under my guidance. Generally, aside from classes, I am continuously training them," Hermione replied. Alex remained speechless, silently praying for his classmates' deliverance from their plight. Amen. That evening, Alex received a summons from Dumbledore to visit the headmaster's office for a chat. Upon entering, he found Dumbledore and Grindelwald seated across the table. Alex took a seat opposite them, fixing his gaze on the duo, who were cheerfully sipping water and engaging in minimal conversation. During this time, a house elf refilled their cups several times, yet the two remained silent, simply watching Alex, which made him uneasy. "May I inquire what riddle you two are attempting to solve?" Alex thought to himself. Dumbledore and Grindelwald exchanged a glance before bursting into laughter. "Albus, it appears you have finally lost. Remember your promise to me," Grindelwald said, rising and casually stretching his hand. Suddenly, Alex sensed a shift in the surrounding space. It became evident that Grindelwald had set a trap. The power of spatial laws activated, firmly binding him to the area before the table, restricting his movement to within a 2-step radius. Alex managed a bitter laugh at the unexpected ambush, then recalled that he had yet to settle an account. Before we delve into that, I encountered that shadowy entity back in Blackstate, the one related to Voldemort." Before Alex could elaborate, Grindelwald interrupted. "I understand what you wish to convey, but your understanding of spatial laws does not match mine, and even your grasp compared to Voldemort's is merely comparable. Therefore, I shall investigate first. He cannot possibly detain me." As Grindelwald spoke, a smirk crept across his lips, his heterochromatic eyes gleaming with confidence. "Very well, old chap. You may go ahead and investigate. Should any issues arise, do inform us promptly. We still have Fawkes." Grindelwald nodded, seized a phoenix feather, and swiftly departed along the network of flight paths. Alex pondered for a moment, feeling as though he had forgotten something crucial, but dismissed it. The matter at hand was of utmost importance. He needed to ensure that everyone remained vigilant in the coming days to prevent any unforeseen complications. Chapter 69. The Mysterious Curse. The unremarkable yet steady routine of academic life continued, with Alex dedicating his time to studying potion-making with Snape and training with Hermione, alongside leisurely strolls. Occasionally, messages would arrive from his employer, reporting various territories captured and updates on the number of personnel infiltrating Foreign Ministry of Magic offices. Alex felt as if he were engaged in an idle game, where the organization expanded automatically and its members grew stronger without effort. The number of students participating in the collective training at the school was steadily increasing, with a higher proportion from other houses, leading nearly every student at Hogwarts to greet Alex with respect. Hermione's reputation spread far and wide, her influence becoming exceedingly formidable. According to an anonymous student from the Potter family, Hermione's training was remarkably effective, with rapid improvements in magical proficiency. As he spoke, he brushed back his hair, and a few flakes of frost fell down. More and more students joined in, driven by the notion that they should not be the only ones to endure hardship, thus continuing the expansion in an almost eerie manner. Alex, what are your plans for this holiday? During the school banquet, Hermione unabashedly sat beside Alex, while the surrounding Slytherin students cowered like quails, clearly intimidated. There should be no pressing matters this holiday. Lucius and the others are quite capable, having fought externally for so long without seeking my assistance. As Alex marveled at how efficiently his subordinates executed their tasks, Malfoy, upon hearing his father's name, emerged from his quail-like state and perked up to listen. A piece of ice appeared out of nowhere and struck him on the head. "All right then, boss." Harry and Ron at the Gryffindor table found this amusing, their side of the room far more lively than that of Slytherin. However, they were cautious not to make too much noise, wary of disturbing the head and the boss. This year, the House Cup undoubtedly belonged to Slytherin. It was an uncontroversial year, and the decorations in the hall remained unchanged, prompting Slytherin students to become somewhat animated. Observing that the boss had not made any remarks, they began to engage in light-hearted conversation. "Let us chat when we can, eat when we must. Why do you keep staring at us? Go on and enjoy yourselves." From time to time, glances were cast in Alex's direction, eliciting an impatient remark from Hermione. Everyone immediately shuddered and began to seek out their companions for conversation. Hand in hand, Alex and Hermione boarded the carriage and casually selected a compartment to settle in. Harry, Ron, and Malfoy joined them, while Abner and Lizzie went off to find children from various prominent families, reportedly to convey some messages. The group chatted casually, with sunlight streaming in through the window, bringing with it the laughter and joy of students on holiday. As the vehicle made its way halfway, Alex and Hermione suddenly received a message. They exchanged a glance, uttered a brief remark, and vanished from sight. "Don't worry about us. Just get off and walk on your own. Remember to write during the holidays." While Harry and the others were momentarily taken aback, Alex and Hermione had already arrived at the Star Alliance's base. After greeting the boss, they explained, "We encountered some obstacles in the A3 country. 2 of our subordinates are already struggling." "What happened? Please elaborate," the old Bojan urged anxiously in the meeting room, recounting their experiences in the A3 country. He had led a group of dark wizards there to seize control of the black market. The first 2 markets went smoothly, but they were ambushed at the third. Opposing superhumans danced around, waving their hands, while Bojan's subordinates fell one after another. However, due to his considerable strength and various enchanted items, Bojan managed to eliminate those chaotic beings. Yet, the condition of his subordinates did not improve. Their skin darkened and the affliction spread. After several days, he confirmed that this mysterious curse could not be cured with potions, only suppressed. Currently, the 2 most severely affected were lying in their base in the A3 country, with visible dark energy swirling around their heads. Alex furrowed his brow, noting that the effects of this curse bore a resemblance to the one described in the original text concerning the old headmaster. "Bring them here. I shall examine them. Hermione, see what Severus is doing." Soon, the 2 subordinates were brought to the base, lying motionless on stretchers. Alex utilized the power of the laws to observe them and discovered that the curse directly affected their souls, with a malevolent thought tightly entwined within. Employing the laws of the soul, he initially felt no repercussions as he made contact with their souls. However, as his power brushed against that sinister thought, he suddenly felt a wave of disorientation. The thought sought to invade Alex through the very force of the laws. At that moment, he frowned, having sensed something peculiar. A bizarre and surreal scene unfolded before him. A horde of grotesque monsters reveled in a city, where any human they encountered either became food or was assimilated into their forms. Behind this endless army of monstrosities loomed a colossal figure, as if it resided within the depths of the galaxy, fixated intently on this city, this planet. In an instant, Alex severed the connection of his power, aware that any further contact might lead to his own corruption. He was uncertain if he could survive such an encounter with his current strength. Just then, Severus arrived, exuding a strong herbal scent, while Lily appeared disheveled, her hands adorned with dirt-stained gloves. Upon seeing the two individuals lying on the stretcher, Severus's brow furrowed. He promptly produced a vial of elixir and administered it to them, their complexions improving significantly, yet they remained unable to open their eyes. Subsequently, he extracted some infected tissue from the two individuals and turned to face Alex. Very well, I await your news. Chapter 70, Faith in Our Lord. The flesh seemed to possess a sentient awareness, resembling not a curse but rather a parasitic affliction. Snape and Alex stood within a laboratory at the Starry Assembly's headquarters, where a massive lump of flesh lay before them. This grotesque mass had been enlarged numerous times by an amplification spell, originating from the body of the cursed individual. The mass writhed incessantly, occasionally splitting and merging, expanding and contracting as if it were breathing. I can attempt to dispel the curse afflicting their flesh, though I am currently powerless regarding their souls, Snape informed Alex. Upon hearing this, Alex sighed and permitted Snape to proceed with the treatment. Hermione approached Alex, gently smoothing the furrowed lines of his brow. Alex, do not fret. Let us venture over there together. It seems we have no choice. However, I would prefer to keep old Boking and the others at bay. I refuse to do so. I have now stepped in a legend, far superior to them. Hermione pouted at Alex, her gaze unwavering, the determination in her eyes rendering his refusal impossible. Very well, but do remember to heed my commands and be ready to retreat at any moment. Agreed. They gathered their belongings and prepared to set forth. Before departing, Alex sent an email to the Grangers, assuring them of his safety. Upon reaching the coast, they discovered a key shaped like a shoe resting on the ground. Hand in hand, they ascended together. A familiar sensation enveloped them as they felt the hook latch onto their navels, and in an instant, they found themselves transported to a desert in the land of Isan. Lead the way. Alex cast a spell that emitted a brilliant flash, guiding them toward the site of the incident. Let us proceed in that direction. I hope no trouble awaits us. As they prepared to advance, they surveyed their surroundings and suddenly spotted a caravan of camels approaching from the distance. The incident had occurred in a modest town nestled within the desert, surprisingly not located near any oasis, as if it had been hastily established. The town's walls were low, seemingly inadequate to withstand even a sandstorm, and there were no traces of magic, resembling a Muggle settlement. The city gates were unguarded, and the two maintained their disillusionment charm as they entered. Upon crossing the threshold, a thin membrane enveloped them, and they immediately sensed they had entered a hidden realm. Alex carefully attuned to his surroundings. Realizing that his spatial magic would allow for an escape at any moment, he felt reassured enough to continue his exploration. The air within this secret realm was remarkably fresh, and not far off, clusters of trees were visible, resembling a veritable paradise amid the vast desert. Welcome to Maymenga, dear friend from afar, a voice suddenly emerged, causing both to become alert. Despite their cloaked state, the speaker had seen through their disguise. Do not fret, dear friends, for all who arrive among you are warmly welcomed. Please come in. Once again, only the sound is heard, yet the figure remains unseen. In the pursuit of understanding the forces of law, nothing has been revealed. Presently, a synchronized cadence of footsteps echoes nearby. A contingent of armored knights, numbering over 10, approaches with a respectful demeanor, inviting Alex and Hermione to follow. After a brief hesitation, Alex dispelled his illusion spell, enveloping both of them in a long-lasting protective armor as a precaution. They followed the knights into a house, where a long table awaited them, devoid of any embellishments, rendering the space stark and empty. At the head of the table sat a dark-skinned man, who greeted them with a smile. Welcome, welcome. It has been quite some time since we have had guests. Please, take a seat and rest for a moment. The meal will be served shortly. Upon uttering these words, the dark-skinned man abruptly fell silent, becoming utterly still, his gaze fixed vacantly upon them. Alex, there is something decidedly amiss with this individual. Indeed, and it is evident that he is the same person who just spoke. Moreover, I sense no magical resonance emanating from him. Speaking of language, are they deliberately conversing in English? Hermione's observation struck a chord with Alex, recalling old Boken's earlier remarks. He had mentioned that the current state of this region in the land of Ozen is exceedingly insular, and they had yet to encounter anyone who spoke English. Their victories had relied solely on magic to conquer a few black markets. Who are you? Alex summoned his wand, poised for action, while Hermione stood ready, her water magic at the ready. The dark-skinned man remained oblivious to their agitation, motionless. After a moment, groups of attendants resembling servers approached, bearing trays laden with an array of dishes. At first glance, the craftsmanship appeared exquisite, wafting an alluring aroma. Yet, upon closer inspection, what lay before them were cuts of flesh, bones, eyes, and organs, clearly human meat. The expressions of Alex and Hermione turned grave. Suddenly, the dark-skinned man sprang to his feet, his demeanor frenzied, his eyes wide with rage. He turned, kneeling towards the opposite side of the room, and bellowed, "I pledge my faith to my God, the Supreme Nyarlathotep. Grant me strength, that I may bring forth more of your followers." Alex sensed a sudden surge of energy in the surroundings, reminiscent of the entwined wills he had encountered in the souls of the two subordinates earlier. A wizard, indeed. A voice abruptly resonated within Alex and Hermione's minds, causing their expressions to sour. The ability to bypass all defenses and engage in mental discourse was a power they had yet to attain. A stream of murky water materialized in the air, gradually pouring into the dark-skinned man's body. This liquid was thick with sediment, seemingly infused with countless particles. Upon closer observation, the wriggling grains of dirt revealed themselves to be writhing worms, utterly nauseating. Yet, the man accepted it without revulsion, and, as he absorbed it, his form began to swell, the stream of water appearing inexhaustible, continuously feeding into him. Alex and Hermione harnessed the power of the laws, attempting to assault the torrent of water and the shadowy figure, but to no avail. It was as if he existed on an entirely different plane. Their every attack passed through him without consequence. Employing the law of space, Alex sought to sever the very fabric of the space ahead. Suddenly, the man erupted into wild shrieks. "Oh my God, the Supreme, let me embrace you. Let me kiss you. Let me follow you." With a resounding explosion, the man burst apart, scattering a multitude of red and white remnants everywhere. Quick-witted, Alex summoned a shield to protect himself from the vile substances. Silence enveloped the room, leaving only Alex and Hermione amidst the eerie stillness. Chapter 71. The Blasphemer. Taking Hermione's hand, Alex led her out of the chamber, for the mingling stench of blood and darkness was overwhelmingly potent. Hermione's expression soured, her anger igniting a desire to unearth the puppeteer behind it all. "Alex, once I find him, I shall flay his skin and extract his sinews. Perhaps we need not search any longer," Alex replied with a wry smile, gesturing towards the distance. Hermione regained her composure, her senses rekindled beyond the veil of fury. The chilling aura pervaded the air, tightly encircling them both. Looking up, they beheld a towering giant with colossal antennae advancing towards them from the horizon. An oppressive aura descended upon them, rendering both momentarily breathless. If such overwhelming pressure could be felt from afar, their adversary's true strength was surely staggering. Gritting his teeth, Alex leaned on his staff as a blade of space swiftly sliced through the air. The giant seemed to sustain a wound, yet from the gash emanated a dense black mist that continuously spread outward. More and more blades of space were unleashed, but the giant remained too distant. Only the blades formed by the law of space possessed the requisite speed and power. The giant's injuries multiplied, even a deep gash appearing on its head. Yet, it advanced as if untouched, relentlessly approaching the two. The pressure intensified, causing Hermione's face to flush crimson, while the power of the water law churned within her. The black mist escaping from the giant had thickened considerably, surging towards them with alarming proximity. As Alex contemplated invoking the law of wind, an unusual chant captured his attention. 0101. A group of eccentrically dressed individuals appeared, chanting peculiar slogans as they charged towards the black mist. The remaining members of the group simply sat down, disregarding the presence of strangers, and began inscribing a magical array upon the ground with their own blood. One who appeared to be the leader cast a glance at Alex, nodding calmly in acknowledgement. A feather was tossed into the center of the array, radiating a pure white light. One by one, the individuals leaped into the beam of light, causing it to rise ever higher until it pierced the clouds above. The final member hesitated before the column, seemingly wishing to speak, yet ultimately said nothing and plunged straight into the luminous embrace. As if a quantitative change had precipitated a qualitative one, the beam of light gradually transformed into a halo, pressing towards the colossal figure. At this moment, Alex and Hermione could finally hear the giant's voice, fluctuating between deep and piercing tones, its volume oscillating dramatically, as if everything about it was steeped in contradiction. The halo enveloped the giant completely, and soon both it and the group of individuals vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a notebook discarded on the ground. Alex and Hermione exchanged glances. The day's events were undeniably extraordinary, and something unforeseen had transpired in this realm. The giant's abilities were certainly beyond the capabilities of Voldemort. Alex channeled his magical energy, retrieving the book and slowly flipping through its pages, discovering that the language within was English. The first page read, "Our deity has fallen. The forest has instantaneously turned into a desert. The waters are no longer clear, and sustenance has become scarce. The villagers have turned to a new god, hoping for a change for the better." The second page continued. Everything seemed satisfactory. The new god brought us peace and boundless food. The children were joyous, and all sang praises to the new deity. On the 27th page, the tone shifted. "He is not a god. The villagers have gone mad. Only we remain, protected by the relics of the old god." The 28th page lamented. "Incidents of bloodshed in the village have increased, yet the number of villagers remains unchanged. Those who died yesterday are alive again today. This is no divine blessing. They feast upon their own flesh." By the 29th page, desperation set in. "I have been discovered. I may vanish tonight. I hope that those who come after can assist us." The 37th page revealed a distinct change in handwriting. "False gods, or perhaps outer gods, are eroding us. They covet our bodies, our faith, our souls. We must resist and fight for our existence." On the 42nd page, the writing shifted once more. "The elders' rebellion failed, yet we uncovered their weakness. They cannot truly enter our world, seemingly aided by something. Drawing upon the knowledge of the old god, we can sacrifice ourselves to gain sufficient power to expel their avatars." The 43rd page declared, "The expulsion was successful. Yet we lost over 10 brothers, the remaining united. We are the defilers." The 44th page proclaimed, "Today we saved another village, losing 7 brothers, yet gaining over 20 new companions. The defilers shall not perish. We will protect our world." On the 52nd page, the handwriting changed again. "The elders have passed, yet their knowledge endures. The deities are but this. We can easily banish them." The 53rd page warned, "A traitor has emerged among us. Kill, kill, kill." The 54th page seemed to span a long duration. When will the struggle against the outer gods cease? I can no longer endure. Currently, I am the longest living defiler. A full 2 weeks. Recently, my body seems to be undergoing some transformation. I am uncertain of its nature. By the 55th page, the handwriting had become exceedingly hurried. "Corruption is corruption. We can no longer wait. The defilers require new blood at all times. Beware of the contamination that may afflict any being confronting the outer gods, even if it is but a mere shadow." The 73rd page marks the conclusion of this tome. "The number of heretics has dwindled. They no longer believe in the existence of such entities. Yet, I shall not yield. The will of my predecessor shall be my legacy, and new blood will eventually emerge." This notebook bears numerous signs of tearing, with many pages vanished. Alex and Hermione remained silent, astonished by the dangers that lurked beyond the world. They pondered whether these so-called outer gods resided among the stars or elsewhere. From the intelligence gleaned from the notebook, it appears that the outer gods dared not invade during the reign of the old gods. On the very day of the old gods' demise, the outer gods manifested, swiftly establishing their own faith. However, the most critical aspect remains the contamination mentioned within the pages. Alex hastily invoked the laws of the soul to investigate their souls. When did a black rose bloom deep within their minds, becoming a neighbor to their souls? Chapter 72, The Chosen Ones. The rose in their minds perpetually emitted waves, as if conveying some signal. Alex wielded the power of the laws, yet could not affect it. They re-entered the room, which had transformed. The table had vanished, replaced by a statue at the far end, surrounded by a heap of offerings. Blood and dismembered limbs lay in a gruesome display. The rose in their minds seemed to resonate with the statue, and the emitted waves intensified. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside as a ragged middle-aged man entered the room. He did not glance at Alex and Hermione, but fixed his gaze upon the statue. With a wave of his hand, a white light materialized, causing the rose in their minds to quiet, even exhibiting signs of wilting. "Greetings, may I inquire who you are?" Alex interposed himself before Hermione and addressed the middle-aged man. The man smiled at them and replied, "You may call me number 3, the heretic number 3. You have gazed upon this outer god, have you not? Contamination is inevitable. It can be healed or even utilized. If you wish to avoid becoming heretics, you may require this." Number 3 tossed a book towards them. its cover boldly inscribed, "The unspeakable, the unseeable." Alex thanked number 3 and departed the room with Hermione, exiting the sanctuary. Unbeknownst to them, number 3 muttered to himself in the desolate chamber, "The outer gods shall ultimately become the sustenance for my god." With the old headmaster's acumen, he naturally sensed that something was amiss with their souls. Alex recounted the events to Dumbledore, enlightening him regarding the outer gods and presenting the book given by number 3. Dumbledore furrowed his brow as he accepted it and spoke briefly to Fawkes. Soon, Fawkes returned with Grindelwald and Snape to conduct examinations on Alex and Hermione. Dumbledore perused the book, his expression gradually shifting to one of confusion as the power of the laws began to stir restlessly. "Why? Can I see nothing? Gellert, Severus, come take a look." Upon hearing this, Grindelwald and Snape approached Dumbledore, their expressions equally filled with confusion. Alex stepped closer, noticing that the book clearly detailed certain rituals and potions. "Why could no one else see them?" "I can see it. It describes some rather peculiar rituals and potions." "I can as well," Hermione added, complete with detailed recipes and preparation methods. Dumbledore led everyone to the headmaster's office, where the book lay open on the desk. "Concerning the outer gods, I believe Gellert might have some insights. Indeed, in my youth, I experimented with various powers, one of which involved ancient methods of borrowing strength from deities," Grindelwald interjected. "Later, I encountered the term outer gods in a travelogue and began to seek out related materials, ultimately succeeding in arranging a ritual. However, at the moment of successful communication, my sixth sense went into overdrive, prompting me to sever the connection." As he recounted this, a look of dread crossed Grindelwald's face. Just that slight trace of magical energy was more potent than all the magic I possessed at that time. He turned to Alex, his demeanor grave. "Do not engage directly with the outer gods until you have transcended that boundary. I nearly fell victim to that dark magic." Listening to Grindelwald's account, Alex suddenly felt an inescapable sense of dread. "We may already be tainted." His gaze lingered on the book provided by the third party, gripping Hermione's hand. "Perhaps it holds some means to aid us." The others fell silent. Snape silently extracted a vial of potion and handed it to Alex, an antidote for curses. "Thank you, Severus." Alex expressed his gratitude, glancing at Dumbledore, who was observing him with a conflicted gaze. "Child, the unknown often breeds fear. Perhaps we can explore alternative methods." Yet Grindelwald interrupted. "You always regard Alex as a mere child. He possesses the capacity to make his own decisions. I trust this book cannot ensnare him." With that, Grindelwald took the book and placed it into Alex's hands. Dumbledore sighed softly. "Child, exercise caution. Should you encounter anything amiss, come to us without hesitation. We have other means." "Understood. Thank you all." Alex and Hermione bowed in gratitude before departing the headmaster's office, heading to the room of requirement. The remaining individuals continued their discussion. "How was I unaware that your mastery of the soul laws had advanced to the point of meddling with their minds?" Grindelwald posed the question to Dumbledore, fully aware of his old friend's condition. Beside him, Snape seemed to sense something, casting a fleeting glance at the two before departing the room. Before leaving, he placed a vial of elixir on the table, labeled concentration potion. Dumbledore picked up the vial, his gaze fixated upon it, remaining silent. Grindelwald also noticed the inscription on the vial, as if recalling something significant. "Surely, you do not intend to." Indeed, the spell of Heilbo has its many applications. Observing Dumbledore's current state, Grindelwald felt a surge of indignation rising within him. "Do you not consider whether your soul can withstand such a formidable pull? Do you think all ancient gods are akin to Voldemort?" Yet, Dumbledore appeared disinclined to engage further, turning to enter the inner chamber and locking the door behind him. "I will not allow you to proceed, Albus. If need be, I shall handle it myself. It is merely a flower. I can obliterate it to pieces." Chapter 73, The Forbidden Tome. Upon arriving at the Chamber of Requests, Alex opened the mysterious tome in his hands. In an instant, a black luminescence illuminated the room, plunging it into darkness. Alex's consciousness began to blur, and in a daze, he felt as though he had transcended into the boundless cosmos. Stars twinkled around him, and the universe whirled at an astonishing pace, rendering time seemingly meaningless. Countless figures materialized before Alex, and at the moment he beheld them, their names were indelibly etched in his mind. They were what we refer to as the Outer Gods. A man clad in a black wizard's robe appeared beside Alex, elucidating the phenomena before him. This tome originated from an ancient archmage, who, at the cost of severing his own bloodline and dissipating his magical power, constructed this realm of consciousness. Within it lies a plethora of esoteric knowledge concerning the outer gods. At this moment, Alex absorbed the information like a sponge. Techniques to overcome contamination, methods to halt its spread, ways to communicate with the nameless, how to properly observe the outer gods, and how to siphon their power until one becomes an outer god. Upon reaching the final page, Alex shuddered. He vividly recalled the might of Nyarlathotep. The black-robed figure suddenly interjected with a warning. No one has ever succeeded in this technique. Even the grand sorcerer who devised it admitted he did not know how it came to him, as if it had simply manifested in his mind. Alex pondered for a moment before commencing his study of the tome anew. In this cosmos, Alex floated in a meditative posture, the black-robed figure having vanished, leaving him alone with the myriad projections of the outer gods. Day passed. 2 days, a month, a year, 10 years. The knowledge contained within the tome was exceedingly arcane, and Alex dedicated an entire decade to comprehending it fully. During this time, he contemplated withdrawing for a brief respite, but found himself unable to do so. The world conveyed a message to him. Do not think of escaping until you have mastered the knowledge. Alex gazed upwards at the multitude of figures before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips, yet the weariness in his eyes remained unmistakable. It was reminiscent of the moment he had been bestowed with the opportunity to comprehend the laws granted by the system. He could sense the aura emanating from each outer god, revealing their formidable essence of law. Among the various methods of acquiring the powers of these deities described in the tome, this was deemed the most effective, potent, and perilous. The collective grievances of the outer gods surged within Alex's mind, threatening to upheave the very fabric of reality. Suddenly, the flow of blood within him accelerated, and waves of extraordinary power manifested, effortlessly quelling the wrathful sentiments of the outer gods. With each essence absorbed from the figures, Alex's aura intensified, his gaze growing ever colder. As if crossing a threshold, the overwhelming presence surrounding him abruptly vanished without a trace. In that moment, Alex exuded no authority, appearing as an ordinary individual. With his eyes closed, he felt an overwhelming sense of control over everything in this world. Gradually, his form faded away, and he found himself within the room of requirement. Stepping through the door, the forces of law surged, yet the world around him remained unchanged. The 10 years of learning had transpired in reality as merely a second. Upon his entrance, Grindelwald immediately beckoned him. "Kid, look at your headmaster. What on earth have you done to arrive so swiftly?" Alex offered a knowing smile, noting the astonishment etched on the faces of Dumbledore and Grindelwald. It was time to prepare for retaliation. A month later, Alex sat at the head of the table in the Starry Council's conference room, Hermione by his side. Surrounding the table were the representatives of the British magical community, including Dumbledore. Fudge, the inept Minister of Magic, had been reduced to ashes by a single spell from Alex, leaving the ministry entirely under the Council's dominion. Grindelwald, the de facto authority of the magical realms of France and Germany, had seamlessly integrated the Saints' organization into the Council, creating a harmonious union. Old Boggin, the Council's steward, held the reins of finance, proclaiming that his life had found its worth. Snape and Lily, the president and vice president of the Potion Masters Association, wielded complete control over all matters related to potions in the magical world. Long Xinghe, the representative of the Dragon Nation, rushed to Alex's side upon hearing of the impending war, eager to join the cause. The heads of magical ministries from various nations were also present, alongside representatives from major magical races and dark wizards, each occupying a seat at the long table. "I trust everyone is well informed about the outer gods," Alex began. "Now, we stand on the precipice of war. I implore you all to avoid infighting. Any disputes can be addressed after we confront the invasion of the outer gods." As Alex concluded, a representative from a small nation rose defiantly. "Who do you think you are? Why should we heed your words?" he challenged, casting a glance toward their ostentatious leader, the representative from the United States. At this moment, the representative of the beautiful country was drenched in cold sweat, trembling incessantly. Alex remained expressionless, gazing ahead as if he had not heard a word spoken. Beside him, Hermione cast a frigid glare at the beautiful country's leader. The leader sighed inwardly, hastily rising to express his innocence. "My lord, this individual has no connection to us. You may dispose of him as you see fit. I apologize sincerely." With that, he bowed deeply, not daring to lift his gaze. Heaven knows what trials the beautiful country had endured. Not long ago, a curly-haired little girl had arrived at the Ministry of Magic, demanding to see the leader. Such a request could not be granted lightly. When the staff uttered a few impatient words, the little tyrant retaliated with overwhelming force, leaving a path of ice sculptures in her wake. Alex had also shared the method of seizing the power of the outer gods with Hermione. Under the stimulation of Alex's aura, Hermione successfully captured the essence of the rose in her mind, her strength surging to a level few Dumbledores could withstand. Thus, she declared, "Let's eliminate him." With her words, the death sentence for that small nation was pronounced. The head of the dark wizards bowed slightly in acquiescence and produced a mirror to relay the message. Soon, the task was completed. The magical community of that small nation was left devoid of any dissidents, with only those willingly opposing the outer gods remaining. A profound silence enveloped the gathering, with no one daring to speak. Consequently, a formal declaration of war would ensue in 3 days. With that, the meeting adjourned, and Alex, accompanied by Hermione, departed the base, soaring directly towards the atmosphere. He intended to capture a few outer gods to bolster Hermione's strength. Chapter 74. Sustenance. Days later, in the boundless cosmos, we are kin. Why do you pursue us so relentlessly? A colossal entity loomed in the void of space, shrouded in a dark aura, exuding a terrifying presence. Yet, at that moment, it trembled like a mouse confronted by a cat. Before it stood a group of minuscule humans. Kin? Ah, mere di sustenance. Alex scoffed disdainfully. Since merging various powers, his mastery over the forces of the laws had reached its zenith. The relentless pursuit of these outer gods alongside Hermione had only augmented their strength, and Alex felt a bottleneck in his mind, ready to shatter at any moment. Hermione's countenance was icy, her silence profound, as she extended her hand towards the monstrous being. Countless shards of ice materialized in the void, the entire space seemingly frozen, and the nearby celestial bodies became utterly motionless. Having devoured numerous outer gods, Hermione's power had grown immensely, her comprehension of various laws racing to match Alex's. Ice walls shattered, revealing innumerable spatial rifts in the universe, and the monstrous entity was torn into countless fragments, drifting in the expanse. With a mere wave of her hand, those grotesque pieces of flesh transformed into wisps of dark energy that flowed into her being. Child, this must be the last one, correct? Albus Dumbledore communicated through the collective mental link. Countless outer gods have been vanquished, shredded, and consumed by Alex and Hermione. Indeed, what a pity to waste such exquisite sustenance. Beside him, Hermione nodded in agreement, both revealing a trace of disappointment in their expressions. The others shuddered in disbelief. The formidable beings they perceived were, to Alex and Hermione, merely sustenance. Congratulations to the host. Alex disregarded the voice of the system and, alongside Hermione, arrived at the room of requirement. Although he could conjure a small haven for himself at any moment, the room of requirement held memories of his past endeavors, and he chose to complete the final step there. A silent understanding passed between them as their eyes met. Hermione stepped aside, unleashing the full force of her powers, perceiving everything around them. Sensing this surge of energy, the very walls of Hogwarts trembled. Alex closed his eyes, a multitude of runes of law shimmering in his mind, each pulling on the other. The 5 elements, life, death, soul, destruction, space, time, an array of laws manifested around him, only to vanish suddenly. Subtle rays of light ignited, and a cataclysmic transformation unfolded within Alex's mind. The runes spun like a whirlwind, colliding in a spectacular moment that unleashed a fantastical power. The runes shattered instantaneously, and that force expanded exponentially, flooding into Alex's being. Having been nourished by the flesh of numerous outer gods, Alex's body had already transcended the realm of imagination. Under the influence of this power, his form seemed to undergo a miraculous transformation. He could feel that force, concealed in his mind, buried within, and drifting through nature. In this moment, Alex sensed an overwhelming omnipotence. Opening his eyes, he embraced Hermione, who smiled sweetly at him, aware that her beloved had succeeded. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a cottage in Hogsmeade. Hermione gazed at Alex with anticipation, and he did not disappoint her expectations. Everything appeared unchanged, yet something had indeed transpired. A sphere of light suddenly materialized before them. "Host, what are you doing? Please remain calm. I am aware of your origin. From now on, consider yourself our pet." Subsequently, Alex fashioned a small robotic body and installed the system within it. The display on the robot's face instantly reflected a look of dejection. With a wave of his hand, another sphere of light emerged. A glimmer sparked in Alex's eyes as he and Hermione found themselves transported to a night long past. They beheld the younger Alex, expressionless as he was bullied by 3 thugs. The sphere of light was cast down, merging directly into the younger Alex's body. Since he had gathered the entirety of the law's power, he had sensed an ever-watchful gaze upon him from this world, which only dissipated now. "Alex, are you from the outside?" Hermione inquired, to which Alex responded with a wry smile and a nod. Transcendence, despite being a universal detachment, cannot escape the confines of the world. Hermione pondered for a moment before reaching out to touch Alex's hair. As Hermione's hand drew nearer to Alex, her figure gradually transformed into a tall and alluring presence. "Fear not, little Alex, your sister will always be by your side." Alex recognized this as the influence of the laws of time, observing the sly smile adorning Hermione's face. "How dare you defy me, little girl? Let me teach you a lesson." In an instant, she grew considerably taller, and the nobility in both their demeanors became strikingly evident. Alex seized Hermione by the waist and strode toward the room. Hermione, her face flushed, playfully pounded on Alex's shoulder, though her efforts bore no weight. "You are so... Do not speak so much." With a wave of his hand, Alex conjured a protective array, safeguarding the entire house. 3 hours later, Hermione, breathless, indulged in ice cream while tidying up the aftermath. "Oh, Alex, you are truly remarkable. You must accompany me every day." Hearing this, the corners of Alex's mouth twitched, yet he smiled and nodded, confident in their physical resilience. He gazed out the window as the sun slowly enveloped the scene, the wind swirling the leaves on the ground, and everything felt so beautiful. Such a life is indeed quite wonderful.